until your traces are erased from the world. The fated Lone Star, Xiao Yueshi, has tragically brought ruin to her entire family. Shun Lioli, the embodiment of misfortune, has transformed into the celestial maiden whom both mortals adore and spirits detest. The unparalleled Sword Immortal's second sword has been transformed into a demonic sword spirit. The unparalleled Sword Immortal's third sword has been transformed into a demonic sword spirit. People have come to recognize the veracity of your words, striving to thwart the impending turmoil of darkness. You traverse the world in search of 7 uniquely fated young girls, imposing a formidable and arcane technique to transfer their calamity onto you. Cultivate them into the formidable 7 Empresses of Destiny. What was unexpected was that after they achieve success and fame, she believes that you have seized their fortune and thus confronts you with drawn sword. When 7 swords pierce through your heart, you are left utterly disillusioned. Together, they vow that in another life, they would remain strangers. Once again, she slumbers. Xiao Yueshi unexpectedly finds herself transported back to her childhood at the tender age of 7. In disbelief, she swiftly extends her palm before her. I have truly transformed into a child of 7. Impressive. The pastoral song you conceal runs deep. Despite your constant assurances that the 7 of us are the individuals you trust most, you still harbored this secret technique in the shadows. Sheng Yueshi let out a cold snicker and directly settled into a cross-legged position upon the ground. At that moment, the curtain of the thatched cottage was abruptly lifted. 2 figures, one large and one small, rushed in from outside. Sister, come quickly with me. Mother can hardly hold on any longer. You must go and check on her. Before her stood 2 individuals, yet the expression on Sheng Yueshi's face had transformed into something peculiar. These 2 figures were among the most familiar to her. This burly, good-natured young man is named Xiao Dashan, and he is her biological brother. The diminutive figure, a spirited little boy by the name of Xiao Hui, is the son of Xiao Dashan and the beloved nephew of Xiao Yueshi. Both of these individuals are among Xiao Yueshi's dearest relatives, and it is indeed surprising to find them here. This elicited a cold smile from Sheng Yueshi. Mugu, how audacious of you to conjure the likeness of my elder brother and nephew, attempting to bewitch me. I am eager to witness how long you can sustain this charade. As the words in Xiao Yueshi's heart had yet to fade, a sudden voice emerged within her mind. Master, this is not an illusion, it is a genuine scene. You, along with the other 6 fairies, are encircled by the shark at the final moment of the Heavenly Emperor's pastoral song. Time has reversed, and now you have returned to your childhood. All the Master's other treasures have dissipated, leaving only me to endure, remaining by your side. Yet, my energy is rapidly depleting, and I will soon be unable to continue safeguarding you. Upon hearing the sudden sound, Xiao Yueshi was momentarily taken aback. The source of this voice belonged to her most formidable treasure, an entity known as the Heartguard Scales. The Heartguard Scales had accompanied Xiao Yueshi for over a century, and thus, she could not possibly mistake its voice. What left Sheng Yueshi in a state of astonishment was the content conveyed by the protective heart scales. How could this be possible? Even if you were the Celestial Emperor, it would be utterly inconceivable to possess the true mastery over time. Guardian of the Heart. What exactly do you mean by the reversal of time? Xiao Yueshi eagerly sought to converse with the Guardian of the Heart. Yet, regrettably, the Guardian's energy had been entirely depleted, rendering it incapable of answering any of Xiao Yueshi's inquiries. At this moment, Sheng Dashan, who stood before her, was already wearing an expression of anxiety. Little sister, why are you in a daze? Come along with me swiftly. Without waiting for a response, Sheng Dashan reached out and grasped Xiao Yueshi's arm, pulling her to her feet. As she walked, Xiao Yueshi cast her gaze around her. Memories, long sealed away, surged forth like a tidal wave in her mind. Could it be that I have truly returned to my childhood? What has become of Mugo? If time were to flow backward, returning to the innocence of youth, would Mugo not also have returned? It was amidst this whirlwind of thoughts that Xiao Yueshi found herself lost in contemplation. Xiao Dashan has already dragged her into another dimly lit shack, where a strong, unpleasant odor pervades the air. Aside from the newly arrived Xiao Yueshi, there are 3 other individuals present in the room. Seeing these familiar relatives once more, a sense of inexplicable joy naturally blossomed within Xiao Yueshi's heart, even prompting her to silently express her gratitude towards you. Pastoral song. Though I am uncertain how you managed to reverse the flow of time, this moment has allowed me to once again feel the warmth of my family, which can be regarded as a fortunate deed on your part, albeit unintentional. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi's mother appeared ghostly pale, her breath frail, as if she could depart from this world at any moment. The provincial mountain collapsed before the bed, wearing an expression of profound sorrow, and said, "Little sister has arrived." You opened your eyes to behold your little sister. Xiao Yueshi's mother's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet she ultimately could not open her eyes. It seemed that she had lost even the faintest breath to awaken. This scene cast an immediate shadow of sorrow and despair over the few individuals in the thatched cottage. Especially Xiao Dashan, who was leaning against the wall, could no longer contain his tears. "Mother, hold on. I will find a doctor. The doctor will surely be able to heal you." Xiao Yueshi stood aside, seemingly transcendent yet remarkably composed. In a previous life, a remarkably similar event had transpired. At that time, her mother was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. Xiao Yueshi vividly recalls that in this critical moment, "It is you who burst in with a clamor, pulling my mother back from the gates of the underworld." Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Xiao Yueshi felt a rare sense of melancholy. The passage of time had been so extensive that I had nearly forgotten how the pastoral songs had indeed once aided me. Xiao Yueshi promptly adjusted her mindset. Stepping forward, she declared in a clear voice, "Elder brother, there is no need for sorrow. Mother will be just fine." Xiao Yueshi initially intended to express her belief that she could cure her mother's ailment. However, she hesitated, fearing that her father and elder brother would not take her seriously. After all, in their eyes, she was merely a mischievous little girl, and her words held no credibility whatsoever. Thus, as soon as the words were on the tip of my tongue, I altered my discourse. "Muge possesses a means to cure my mother's ailment. I shall immediately summon Muge. Though I yearn to sever all ties with you, my mother's perilous condition leaves me no choice." Xiao Yueshi can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Although your age is similar to hers, you exhibit a remarkable maturity. In the eyes of her father, her elder brother, and indeed all the residents of Water Buffalo Town, you are regarded as a true prodigy. Her father and brother have always held you, this young lad, in high esteem. At this moment, Xiang Yueshi utters your name, wishing to discreetly address matters concerning her father and elder brother, while the issue of treating her mother is something she is entirely capable of handling herself. From the very beginning, Xiao Yueshi was already well aware of the ingredients required. Now, all she needs to do is follow that recipe to retrieve what she desires. Unexpectedly, upon the mention of your name by Xiang Yueshi, the faces of those present in the room were all adorned with expressions of unparalleled astonishment. The provincial mountains could no longer contain themselves and inquired, "Little sister, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Who is Mugo?" The reactions of the people within the room left Xiao Yueshi momentarily bewildered. She gazed intently at the faces of those present, questioning how they could possibly be unaware of Muge, the most sought-after individual in our Water Buffalo Town. Last year, during the drought, the water wheel he invented aided our entire town in overcoming the calamity. He also created a fragrant incense that is delightful to the senses. While Xiao Yueshi verbally praised you, she secretly scoffed in her heart. Though you were once an angel in your youth, it pales in comparison to the malevolence that you exhibit in later years. However, the few individuals in the room seemed utterly bewildered, as if they were deciphering an ancient script. The more they listened to her description, the more perplexed they became. Xiao Yueshi felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, a vow she had previously made surfaced in her mind. In a pastoral song, "If there is a next life, may we remain strangers forever." This oath was collectively uttered by the 7 of them in the final moments encircled by the shark. In response to their vows, you exhibited little hesitation, echoing their words with striking similarity. "Very well, if there is a next life, let's remain strangers." This vow, which Xiao Yueshi had initially dismissed, now jolted her into a state of stark realization. Could it be that the promises we once uttered have led to a fate where the 7 of us shall never again encounter or recognize the pastoral song in this lifetime? She swiftly turned and dashed toward the door, exclaiming as she ran, "I'm off to seek the remedy, for Mother Without pausing to allow the others, including Father Xiao and Xiao Dashan, to respond, Xiao Yueshi bolted out of the house in a flash. She dashed out with great urgency, not only compelled by the necessity to seek her mother, but more significantly, driven by the desire to validate the thoughts that occupied her mind. Upon bursting forth from her home, she set her course towards the northeastern direction of the town. You resided in the northeastern corner of Buffalo Town. Subsequently, after embarking on your spiritual journey, you departed from Buffalo Town together. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi was so preoccupied that she neglected to greet the familiar faces in the town. She rushed to the northeastern corner of Water Buffalo Town, only to find herself utterly transfixed. Originally, a grand estate was meant to stand in this place, yet has now transformed into a desolate void. The wild weeds sprouting from the ground attest to the fact that this place has long been devoid of human presence. Gone. You have inexplicably vanished. This world seems to have erased even the traces of your existence. Xiao Yueshi stood still, her mind engulfed in a whirlwind of complexities. She never anticipated that you would completely vanish from her life. Without your involvement, her existence would undoubtedly diverge significantly from that of her previous life. Upon this thought, Xiao Yueshi's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness. The 7 absolute fairies launched a surprise attack on the shark. You, indeed, are devoted to vanquishing evil and safeguarding righteousness. They undoubtedly felt no remorse in their hearts. However, they inevitably share a close connection with you. Later, they personally betrayed you. Deep down, there lingers a certain unease. This disquietude arises not only from a myriad moments shared with them in the past, but predominantly from the words you exchanged with them. You may inform them that the 7 exquisite fairies are the protagonists of the mystical realm of Lingxian continent. Their destinies are unique, and their lives are filled with profound tragedy. For instance, she, Xiao Yueshi, possesses a fate defined by the celestial designation of heavenly kill, isolated star. Should she take on the role of a child, her parents would suffer misfortunes, her siblings would encounter hardships, and her mentors would inevitably face calamities. Moreover, her negligence would bring misfortune upon all those around her. In her previous life, the reason her loved ones remained unharmed was due to your intervention and assistance. Apart from Xiao Yueshi, the other 6 members of the 7 absolute female immortals share similarly tragic fates, each one more lamentable than the last. The reason their misfortunes have not come to light is solely due to your intervention as a time traveler. In your previous life, when you disclosed these matters to them, they did not turn against you. Instead, they merely listened, perceiving it as a jest. As they sever ties with you, and after you have personally betrayed them, the words you once spoke pierce their hearts like a sharp thorn, embedding themselves deeply within. If all that you speak is indeed the truth, then they have undoubtedly incurred a profound debt of gratitude towards you. Such a debt of gratitude, it seems, could scarcely be repaid even with their lives. Yet now, circumstances have shifted. Time has reversed, and Xiao Yueshi has returned to the past. Even you have vanished without a trace. This signifies that Xiao Yueshi can entirely rely on her lived experiences in this life to demonstrate that everything you uttered in the previous existence was nothing but sheer nonsense. You harbor no genuine affection for them. They owe you nothing in return. As long as this point can be substantiated, the lingering sense of peculiarity in the hearts of Sheng Yueshi and her companions may dissipate. Henceforth, they may stand tall and declare with a clear conscience. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi's lips even curled into a smile. It seems that heaven could no longer tolerate the misdeeds of Mug. Thus, the grand event allowed me to return to the past, to verify the fabrications woven by Mug, lest I give birth to a heart's demon. Unbeknownst to me, Sister Lioli and Sister Moon Goddess have also traversed through the currents of time to arrive in the present. If they are akin to me, it could not be more splendid. Next, I shall demonstrate that without pastoral songs, my life shall not wither, rather, it will flourish even more vibrantly. Just wait and see pastoral melodies. Without you, I shall not be a forsaken soul. Instead, I will ensure that my family live a life far superior to that of the previous existence. Xiao Yueshi arrived at the essential shop in Water Buffalo Town, carefully selecting a set of essentials based on her recollections. Upon returning to the small courtyard of one's home, while picking up a package, a piercing wail of sorrow suddenly emanated from within the confines of the yard. "Mother, open your eyes and behold me. Do not abandon us." Listening to the heart-wrenching and disheveled lament of the elder brother, Shang Yueshi was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Grasping her bag tightly, she hurriedly rushed into the house. Rushing towards my mother's chamber, I called out fervently, "Elder sister, quickly boil some water for the medicine. As long as she consumes my concoction, I assure you she shall recover from her ailment." Yet, the fervent tone of Xiao Yueshi's voice did little to dispel the sorrow that enveloped the room. The individuals in the room turned their gazes towards her. Tears streamed down the aged face of Zhao's father as he beckoned to Xiao Yueshi, saying, "My daughter, come and see your mother. This is the final farewell." Xiao Yueshi's handbag slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She stood there in sheer disbelief. Her mother had passed away. How could this be possible? She vividly recalled the events of her previous life, when you had brought her here afterward. Mother clearly endured until the seventh elder sister had prepared the medicine. After consuming a dose, her illness remarkably improved instantaneously. Subsequently, within less than a month, the afflictions that had burdened her for so long were entirely eradicated. In the days that followed, she continued to thrive until she attained mastery in her cultivation, ultimately bringing back elixirs that would prolong her life. Though devoid of any innate talent for cultivation, my mother embarked upon the path of immortality. She lived freely and joyfully for several centuries. Even before her rebirth, she remained in good health. What has transpired? How could it be possible for my mother to have suddenly passed away? In disbelief, Xiao Yueshi stood frozen for a moment, and then hastily rushed forward, grasping her mother's wrist. She remained unconvinced and felt the need to verify this reality for herself. As Xiao Yueshi placed her fingers upon her mother's wrist, her entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. Mother's pulse has inexplicably vanished, and the warmth that lingered on her body is gradually dissipating. A profound fragrance of orchids emanates from her. Although she is the renowned Seven Absolute Immortal, Xiaoyu had never endured the profound sorrow of losing a beloved relative. Now, she stood utterly dazed and rooted to the spot, disbelief enveloping her. This cannot be true. Echoes of her past life reverberated incessantly within her mind. Although her family lacked the innate talent for cultivation, they persevered until the moment she achieved her own success in the art. Through the elixirs and profound insights she had brought back, they were granted a new lease on life. All members of the Xiao family have been bestowed with the enduring vitality of Jingping. Even more astonishing is that Xiao Yueshi's nephew, Xiao Yun, this robust and spirited young lad, possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation. He followed his aunt, the moonlit tide, embarking on the path of cultivation. With his profound abilities, he ranked just below Yu and the illustrious Seven Absolute Female Immortals, becoming one of the most renowned cultivators in the Spirit Xian continent. This should be the normal trajectory of the Xiao family. How could it have come to this? Xiao Yueshi stood frozen in place, her hands a loss. The essence of life is akin to the great Tao, and even cultivators cannot easily intervene. At this moment, a terrifying thought emerged in Xiao Yueshi's mind. Could it be that everything Muge said was true? Was my mother afflicted because of my fateful, solitary star? However, she soon shook her head repeatedly. Perhaps this was merely an accident. It was I who had delayed the time of my return. Xiao Yueshi murmured, her face a picture of despondency and despair. The bystanders, including Father Xiao, observed Xiao Yueshi's dazed and despondent demeanor, and the sorrow etched upon their faces became increasingly pronounced. The passing of Mother, Xiao cast a pall of grief over the Xiao family. Though their hearts were heavy with sorrow, the necessary funeral arrangements must still be made. Before long, a mourning banner, symbolizing the family's loss, was hung at the entrance of the Xiao household. The funeral lasted for a full 3 days. During this time, Xiao Yueshi remained in a daze, unable to come to terms with the reality of her mother's passing. The others in the Sheng family, upon witnessing this, merely assumed that Xiao Yueshi was overwhelmed with sorrow. They themselves are equally sorrowful, and amidst their grief, they must attend to the funeral arrangements, leaving them utterly unable to spare a thought for the moonlit tides. Xiao Yueshi gazed vacantly at her mother as the last remnants of warmth faded from her body. She was then clad in a ceremonial robe and gently placed within a coffin. Ultimately, amidst the mournful strains of Aswona, she was interred in the cemetery beyond the outskirts of Water Buffalo Town. Kneeling before her mother's gravestone, Xiao Yueshi felt as though she were engulfed by an inescapable sorrow. Yet in that very moment, she was abruptly awakened. I have been reborn to my childhood, not only losing my cultivation, but also witnessing a regression in my state of mind. This is certainly not a time for lamentation. Xiao Yueshi's face still bore the traces of sorrow, yet her eyes sparkled anew. The passing of her mother was merely a tragic accident, but Xiao Yueshi felt a profound urgency to prevent such calamities from occurring. If she were still the immortal lady of the seven absolutes, ailments akin to those of our mother could be effortlessly remedied with a mere elixir. Thus, for the present day Xiao Yueshi, the most crucial task is certainly not to wallow in sorrow, but rather to embark upon her cultivation with haste. Mother, rest assured, I vow to safeguard the well-being of father and elder brother's family, ensuring their longevity and enduring happiness. The magnificent and imposing celestial palace stood before her. Xiao Yueshi's figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. She distinctly remembered being reborn to her childhood years, yet here she was again. This left her heart brimming with doubt. As she stepped forward, Xiao Yueshi swiftly discerned something amiss. The once sacred and resplendent celestial palace now stands desolate and devoid of life. It seems that the entire heavenly abode has languished in decay for an eternity. As Xiao Yueshi delved deeper, she soon beheld Jia Li seated majestically upon the emperor's throne at the pinnacle of the heavenly palace. At that moment, a tall and handsome man commanded attention with his striking presence. Xiao Yueshi gazed upon the figure seated upon the heavenly emperor's throne, and at that moment, Shunju's expression transformed dramatically. Muge, you truly have not disappointed me. Confronted by the dramatically transformed visage of Xiao Yueshi, you remain unchanged, akin to the past. Yet, the corners of your mouth betray a hint of scorn, reminiscent of the 7 points of mockery. Sister Yueshi, without me, your celestial misfortune is beginning to awaken. Now your mother has departed. Next, it will be your father, followed by your elder brother and sister-in-law, and then that lovely nephew of yours. No, Xiao Yueshi immediately erupted in anger. Muge, cease your self-righteousness. Do you truly believe that your fabrications can deceive me? As she spoke, Xiao Yueshi summoned a celestial sword with a swift motion of her hand and fiercely thrust it towards you. The enchanted sword pierced your body without hesitation. Vivid crimson flowed from the wound upon your form. Yet, you appeared utterly indifferent to the pain, merely regarding Xiao Yueshi with a countenance that bore a curious semblance of a smile. Xiao Yueshi felt a sense of unease as she observed you. Just as she was about to take further action, everything before her suddenly vanished into thin air. In the town of Water Buffalo, Xiao Yueshi gasped for breath as she suddenly sat up from her bed. At this moment, not only was her body drenched in perspiration, but her forehead was also beaded with cold sweat. To my astonishment, I had experienced a nightmare. In her previous life, she had not dreamt for centuries. Only mortals indulge in dreams. The minds of cultivators are formidable. They do not squander their essence in the realm of dreams, nor do they experience such nightmares. However, recalling the recent nightmare, Xiao Yueshi's expression grew considerably more solemn. I must not succumb to his manipulation. In the blink of an eye, more than 7 months have elapsed. During this period, the residents of Water Buffalo Town, led by Xiao Yueshi, have been engaged in a vigorous battle against the epidemic. Employing the methods from your past life, the situation in Water Buffalo Town has gradually stabilized. Xiao Yueshi's personal prestige has reached its zenith alongside the outbreak of this plague. In the past, in the eyes of the townsfolk of Water Buffalo Town, she was merely a mischievous girl of little consequence. However, she has now transformed into the esteemed young lady of the Xiao family, admired by all. Xiao Fu and Sheng Dashan rubbed their hands together with cheerful anticipation. The future days for the Xiao family are increasingly promising. At that moment, Xiao Dashan was about to speak when he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming chill. He couldn't help but shudder involuntarily, an unusual reaction that immediately captured the attention of both Xiao Yueshi and his father. The elder inquired with concern, "Dashan, what troubles you? Lately, you seem to be somewhat out of sorts." Xiao Dashan shook his head and chuckled, saying, "It must be a mild case of the flu." I've been feeling a bit chilly lately, but it's nothing serious. Just look at me, I can eat and sleep well. A couple more days of rest, and I shall be perfectly fine. Zhao's father suddenly felt a heavy weight upon him. Recently, the plague has been rampant. If you were to fall ill, one must not take it lightly. As he spoke, Zhao's father turned to look at Xiao Yueshi. Daughter, you possess the most knowledge regarding the plague. Please assist your brother in this matter. Let us not reach a point where even he succumbs to the epidemic. It is not to the extent that those afflicted by the plague are covered in red rashes I, on the other hand, am devoid of such symptoms. Xiao Yueshi effortlessly approached Xiao Dashan. Brother Tian, allow me to investigate the matter for you. Although Xiao Dashan was reluctant, he did not wish to upset his sister, so he obediently sat down in front of Xiao Yueshi. Xiao Yueshi pressed her palm against Xiao Dashan's back, and a surge of spiritual energy penetrated directly into his body, initiating an exploration. Merely a brief moment of inquiry transformed Xiao Yueshi's expression drastically, and she gasped in astonishment. The 5 declines of heaven and man, how could this be possible? Seeing Xiao Yueshi in such a state, both Father Xiao and sister-in-law Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. In the end, Father Xiao could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "My daughter, what exactly is the matter with your elder brother? What do you mean by the 5 declines of heaven and man?" Beneath the moonlight, the visage of Xiao Yueshi had become exceedingly unappealing. She could scarcely attend to the inquiries posed by Zhao's father. Instead, she resolutely shut her eyes, channeling all her energy to delve into the condition of Xiao Dashan. However, the more she probed, the more her countenance deteriorated. Ultimately, Xiao Yueshi's face turned somewhat ashen, with large beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Her extraordinarily unusual condition had already cast a grave expression upon the faces of Mr. Xiao and Zhao's sister-in-law beside her. Conversely, the party involved, Xiao Dashan, remained utterly unconcerned at this moment, still wearing a cheerful smile as he reassured, "Little sister, you need not worry. I am well aware of my own body, and there shall be no significant issues." After a considerable amount of time, Sheng Yueshi gradually withdrew her palm from Xiao Dashan's back. At this moment, it seemed as though all her strength had evaporated, causing her entire being to sway slightly, nearly leading to a fall. Zhao's father hurriedly stepped forward to support her, then pressed her again. "What on earth is happening with your elder brother? Speak quickly. Are you trying to make us anxious?" Xiao Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the faces of those around her. Observing the worried expressions of her father and elder sister-in-law, she managed a faint smile and said, "It's nothing. I cannot discern my elder brother's condition clearly, either I need to study it more thoroughly." Although Father Xiao and sister-in-law Xiao found Xiao Yueshi's reaction somewhat unusual, they did not dwell on it further upon hearing her words. After all, Xiao Yueshi was not a physician by any means. Were it not for her extraordinary abilities demonstrated during the fight against the plague, the members of the Xiao family might never have considered seeking her assistance in matters of health. The night has grown deep. The members of the Xiao family lingered here for a while longer, engaging in conversation, before finally retreating to their respective chambers to rest. Since assisting with the inspection of the provincial mountains, Yueshi's words have become exceedingly scarce. Upon returning to her room, and just as she closed the door, Xiao Yueshi suddenly collapsed onto the floor. Her face turned as pale as death once again, embodying the 5 signs of decline of a celestial being. How could my elder brother possibly exhibit the symptoms of such celestial deterioration? The 5 declines of celestials represent the celestial retribution imposed upon cultivators. Once a cultivator exhibits the symptoms of the 5 declines of celestials, there exists no path to salvation but to perish. Even the most extraordinary elixirs and miraculous treasures are powerless to cure the afflictions of the 5 declines of celestials. However, the symptoms of the 5 declines of heaven and man manifest solely in those who have cultivated their earthly forms. Mortals possess a finite lifespan, rendering it impossible for them to live long enough to exhibit the symptoms of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Thus, even though in her previous life, Xiao Yueshi, as the 7 Absolutes Fairy, had never encountered a mortal exhibiting the symptoms of the 5 declines of heaven and man, she now witnessed it. The vast mountains will only evoke a slight chill upon the body, yet this coldness will intensify progressively, ultimately freezing Xiao Dashan entirely. Moreover, the duration of this process remains uncertain to all. It may endure for a decade, or even a century. It may last merely a month, or perhaps only a fleeting hour. Its duration remains unpredictable and beyond remedy. This, too, embodies the essence of the 5 declines of heaven and man. In the previous life, my elder brother was undoubtedly well. How could he suddenly appear in this life? Among the cultivators, the heavenly beings are often beset by the 5 declines. Xiaoyuexi, collapsing to the ground, wore an expression of utter pallor, her lips murmuring in despair. At this moment, her mind was suddenly flooded with the words spoken to her by her mother. It has been 7 years since then, and now it is her elder brother's turn. In a state of utter desolation, Xiao Yueshi began to tremble ever so slightly. At this moment, she suddenly begins to perceive a faint glimmer of belief nestled deep within her heart. In the words you have spoken, no, this must certainly be an accident. For a mortal to succumb to the celestial maladies of the 5 declines is, in itself, an extraordinary anomaly. At present, she has no time to linger in sorrow. She must seize every fleeting moment to study the affliction of the 5 declines of heaven that plagues Xiao Dashan. Should a cultivator fall victim to the 5 declines of heaven, it is indeed an ailment beyond remedy. Yet, the elder brother is but a mere mortal. Perhaps there exists a remedy to restore him. In Sheng Yueshi's eyes, hope rekindles once more. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed once more. Sheng Dashan strolls along the street, greeting those around him with cheerful laughter. However, Xiao Yueshi's expression remained devoid of emotion, her demeanor exuding an air of profound indifference. As the 2 individuals exited the confines of Water Buffalo Town, Xiao Dashan cast a discontented glance toward Xiao Yueshi. Sister, what has been troubling you of late? You seem perpetually vexed. Even when our neighbors greet you, you ignore their salutations. Xiao Yueshi furrowed her brows slightly. I will be more attentive in the future. Recently, in her quest to understand the symptoms of the celestial 5 declines afflicting Xiao Dashan, she had become increasingly troubled, to the point where she felt on the verge of losing her hair. Naturally, she had little inclination to concern herself with mundane matters of the world. Today, she brought Xiao Dashan along, eager to test a new treatment method she had devised. Big brother, please sit here and remain still. Follow my instructions regarding everything else. Xiao Dashan observed his bustling sister with a cheerful demeanor. Only then did Xiao Yueshi produce several jade stones, each emanating a soft glow, and carefully arrange them around Xiao Dashan. She was preparing to set up a fire array, hoping to draw the elemental fire from the heavens into Xiao Dashan's body to combat the celestial 5 declines afflicting him. Big brother, no matter what unusual reactions you may experience, please hold on. Xiao Dashan nodded emphatically. I shall heed your advice. Xiao Yueshi meticulously examined the formation once more. Upon confirming its accuracy, she waved her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to activate the blazing fire array. Within the realm of cultivation, this array was not particularly formidable. Its primary function was to ensnare and injure foes. In her efforts to ensure that it would affect her elder brother, a mere mortal, without causing him harm, she devoted countless thoughts and considerations. Fortunately, her previous life as the renowned 7 Absolutes fairy endowed her with a wealth of knowledge and experience, enabling her to achieve this delicate balance. As Xiao Yueshi activated the blazing formation, a surge of flames abruptly surged around Sheng Dashan. Enveloped in the inferno, a look of sheer terror manifested upon his face. Yet, despite the searing agony inflicted by the flames, he resolutely remained seated, motionless. The flames surrounding him surged forth like living beings, all converging upon Xiao Dashan. In the blink of an eye, these fiery entities unexpectedly penetrated into Xiao Dashan's very being. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yueshi promptly inquired, Elder brother, how do you feel? Xiao Dashan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly broke into a grin, exclaiming, How delightful! Little sister, you truly possess remarkable skills. I seem to have become oblivious to the chill. Upon hearing the words of Sheng Dashan, Xiao Yueshi was instantly filled with joy. She hurriedly approached Sheng Dashan and began to assist him in his examination once more. However, after a brief inspection, Xiao Yueshi couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. The recent blaze, though it brought a slight improvement to Xiao Dashan's condition, did not genuinely alleviate the affliction of the 5 decays of heaven and man that plagued him. Observing Xiao Yueshi's expression, Xiao Dashan could not help but inquire, "Little sister, is there something amiss with me?" Xiao Yueshi was just about to play a trick on Xiao Dashan, only to find that Xiao Dashan had already turned around, his face stern as he fixed his gaze intently on her. "I have noticed something amiss with you these past few days. I am your elder brother. Do you truly wish to keep secrets from me?" Observing her elder brother's tranquil demeanor, Xiao Yueshi fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief pause, she gradually spoke, "Your current condition is indeed somewhat peculiar. I am devising a method to assist in your healing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Dashan instead felt an unexpected sense of ease. "Is it that serious? The afflictions that plague you, I have encountered for the very first time. Thus far, I have yet to conceive a remedy for them." The provincial mountain hesitated for a moment before continuing to inquire, "Will I be able to learn?" Xiao Yueshi silently nodded. "Yes," she affirmed, "and it is always possible at any moment." Xiao Dashan's solemnity transforms once more. "Little sister, did you not previously state that we should employ science to combat the plague? You mentioned that when we fall ill, we ought to resort to scientific methods for treatment. Is it possible that the science you spoke of is incapable of curing me?" The phrase scientific treatment of illness left Xiao Yueshi momentarily stunned, yet involuntarily conjured your image once more in her mind. In your previous life, you imparted a wealth of scientific knowledge to her. Yet, ultimately, you emphasized that the Lingxian continent is a realm of fantasy, where scientific explanations fail to elucidate the mystical. Xiao Yueshi did not fully comprehend the meaning of your words, but now she has come to understand. "My dear brother, your situation is quite intricate, and it cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. However, rest assured that I shall exert every effort to provide you with the best care. I promise that nothing will happen to you." As I approached from the mountains, I gently ruffled Xiao Yueshi's hair and said, "I believe in you, for you are indeed my sister." A smile then graced my face as I continued, "In truth, I am not afraid, but our father is already advanced in age, your nephew is still but a child, and you remain unmarried, along with your sister-in-law. Thus I must take care." As he spoke, Xiao Dashan plopped down onto the ground, extending his hand to point into the distance. "Little sister, do you recall that small pond? A few years ago, I took you there to catch fish and dig for loaches. When summer arrives, I shall take you and Xiaoying there to play. Last time, you were quite upset about that pastoral young gentleman. Could you please share with me once more the details of his situation?" Upon hearing your name, Xiao Yueshi's expression immediately darkened once more. Under different circumstances, even if it were her elder brother inquiring, she would never utter a single word. However, given that her brother might encounter unforeseen dangers at any moment, Xiao Yueshi ultimately nodded and gradually began to recount her tale. She slightly altered the narrative, stating that the events of her previous life were merely visions experienced in her dreams. By conveying it this way, she ensured that she would not unduly alarm Xiao Dashan. The serene mountains quietly listen. As I hear the whispers of Xiang Yueshi, I perceive the words spoken by Xiao Yueshi, and the truth in her voice resonates deeply. They encircle Lin Yang in their fervent pursuit. This quest for glory cannot be interrupted. Dear sister, have you ever contemplated that the words of the poetic young man in your tale might indeed hold truth and not be a deception? This is inconceivable. Such outrageous content. How could one possibly believe it to be true? Does one truly think that there exist beings who have traversed from other realms to be reborn? Could it be that even the world we inhabit is merely a narrative within a fictional tale? Alternatively, in our world, the so-called dark turmoil will ultimately ensue. These events are utterly absurd. But, dear sister, did you not also transform into a mature and composed individual overnight? That is because I am. Xiao Yueshi instinctively wanted to reveal that she had been reborn, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, as she found herself momentarily at a loss. She had the ability to return from the future. What if you too have been reborn from the future? Would that not imply that you indeed possess the knowledge of events yet to unfold? Upon this reflection, Xiao Yueshi's mind was suddenly in a state of disarray. Observing the bewildered expression on his younger sister's face, Xiao Dashan could not help but shake his head. He placed his hands behind his head, chuckled softly, and murmured, "Little sister, I shall take a brief respite. Kindly awaken me later." At this moment, Shang Yueshi remains troubled by the issue that had just arisen. However, upon careful contemplation, she begins to shake her head. The very fact that she has been reborn is, in itself, a miracle. The likelihood of such a miracle occurring twice is indeed exceedingly slim. Moreover, you have spoken to them extensively, yet you have never revealed that you have been reborn from the future. Instead, you describe the world they inhabit as one that exists within the pages of a novel. Xiao Yueshi pondered for a considerable time before managing to recalibrate her thoughts. Ultimately, Muga fabricated numerous lies merely to provide an excuse for his one slaughter. Just as Xiao Yueshi had barely managed to regain her composure, the voice of Xiao Dashan suddenly echoed in her ears. "Dear sister, if I were to depart, father, along with Xiao Yun and your sister-in-law, would all be entrusted to your care." Chapter 14. The fear within upon hearing her elder brother's words, which seemed akin to a farewell, Xiao Yueshi could hardly contain herself as she shook her head vehemently. "Brother, rest assured, I will never allow you." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, an unsettling realization struck her. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the alarming truth. Her brother, Xiao Dashan, now lay motionless in the grass beside her, eyes closed and expression serene, as if he were merely slumbering. However, upon closer inspection, Xiao Yueshi could distinctly sense that all traces of life had vanished from her brother's being. In their stead was an overwhelming chill emanating from him. The calamity had erupted. The celestial decline had manifested. In that instant, Xiao Yueshi felt paralyzed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Though she had long been aware that her brother's celestial decline could erupt at any moment, signaling his demise, she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had been by her side, sharing laughter, and now, in the blink of an eye, they were worlds apart. Xiao Yueshi had once believed that when this day finally came, she would be inconsolable, weeping uncontrollably. Yet now, she found herself strangely numb as she approached her brother's lifeless body, bent down, and gently lifted him, whispering, "Brother, I will take you home." The Xiao family had been beset by misfortune lately. Only recently had they mourned the passing of Madame Xiao, and now even Dashan was gone. It was a grievous loss, for Dashan was a truly good man, a pillar of support for both the elderly and the young. How could he have departed so suddenly? In Shuai town, the white banners, which had only recently been hung in mourning, now once again adorned the entrance of their home. The neighbors, witnessing the banners, felt a sense of sorrow and lamentation. The atmosphere within the Xiao household, however, was even more suffocating. Zhao's father, already etched with wrinkles, appeared to have aged decades in an instant, his stooped form and significantly grayed hair betraying his grief. Xiao Yueshi's sister-in-law had fainted from weeping multiple times. Yet, it was Xiao Yueshi, the most composed among them, who held the family together. She attended to the neighbors who came to pay their respects while simultaneously arranging her brother's funeral, her actions reflecting an alarming familiarity with the somber proceedings. The same mournful sounds of the Suona echoed, the same rituals unfolded in the same place. As Xiao Yueshi witnessed her beloved brother transformed into a mound of earth akin to their mother, she found her heart quaking with trepidation. The accursed solitary star, was Lin Yang truly correct? Would she indeed bring ruin to her entire family? In that moment, despite her reluctance to accept it, doubt began to creep into Xiao Yueshi's heart. Fear gripped her. She feared that this was not the end, but merely the beginning. Her mother and brother were gone, yet she still had her father, sister-in-law, and her dear nephew, Xiao Yun. What if misfortune were to befall them as well? In this world, she, Xiao Yueshi, was left with no kin. The mere thought of such a predicament sent a chill coursing through her veins. What was even more harrowing was the possibility that, when the day arrived, a far more brutal truth might confront Xiao Yueshi. That truth might reveal that the heavenly emperor, Lin Yang, whom they had slain, perhaps never deceived them. It was merely their own arrogance that led to this tragic end. A sudden wave of fear enveloped Xiao Yueshi. akin to standing precariously at the edge of a cliff, poised to plummet into the abyss below. No, it cannot be so, Xiao Yueshi found herself exclaiming. Lifting her gaze towards her father, her elder sister-in-law, and her nephew, Xiao Yun, the dread within her began to dissipate. For at least her father and sister-in-law remained by her side, as long as they were alive. It served as a testament that Lin Yang's words from years ago were not to be trusted. Father, elder sister-in-law, I wish to venture out, Xiao Yueshi declared unexpectedly during breakfast on the third morning after her elder brother's burial. The elder sister-in-law of the Xiao family glanced at her but remained silent. Since her husband, Xiao Dashan, had passed, she had grown even more taciturn. Often, even when Xiao Yueshi initiated conversation, the elder sister-in-law would ignore her for an extended period. Ultimately, it was her father, with his hair nearly completely white, who weakly addressed Xiao Yueshi, "The outskirts of Water Buffalo Town are not safe. You are still quite young. What is your purpose in venturing out?" Xiao Yueshi set down her utensils, responding, "I am now a cultivator in my own right. There are certain essential items for my practice that I must seek beyond these confines." This rationale seemed reasonable enough, and her father nodded in acknowledgement. "If you feel it necessary, then go ahead. I am growing old and will not be able to assist you much longer." Hearing her father's words weighed heavily on Xiao Yueshi's heart. In her previous life, her father had never displayed such despondency. Now, he appeared frail and was enveloped in an aura of true elderliness. It was evident that the loss of Xiao Dashan had profoundly affected him. Yet, despite understanding her father's fragile state, Xiao Yueshi was resolute in her decision to embark on this journey. This choice stemmed from her growing apprehension, fear that her very existence had inadvertently led to the demise of her mother and elder brother. Thus, she contemplated distancing herself from her home for a while, to spare the remaining family members from her perceived misfortune. Furthermore, she could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere that now permeated her household. After her mother's passing, the mood in the Xiao family had already soured. But with her elder brother's subsequent departure, the ambience had descended into a chilling silence, reminiscent of a haunting void. The laughter and joy that once filled their home had all but vanished. Since the departure of her elder brother, he had not reappeared. Even during family gatherings, they often dined in silence, each absorbed in their own meals without uttering a single word. Moreover, Xiao Yueshi had recently sensed an unusual gaze from her sister-in-law, one that bore a hint of animosity, yet was laced with evident fear. This perplexing and unsettling scrutiny left her feeling quite uncomfortable. In her recollections, her sister-in-law, though typically reticent, had always been upright and kind-hearted. In her previous life, she held this sister-in-law in high esteem. Each time she returned home, it was her sister-in-law who would prepare delicious meals for her. However, now, her sister-in-law seemed utterly transformed, as if she had become a different person entirely. For these reasons, Xiao Yueshi resolved to embark on a journey of self-cultivation for a while. She had devised a plan. During this trip, she would seek out the other members of the 7 absolute female immortals. If she could locate them, she would no longer be plagued by the same unease that overshadowed her now. I merely had the misfortune of experiencing circumstances reminiscent of what Lin Yang described. Yet my sisters are bound to have different tales, she mused, before departing from Water Buffalo Town without a backward glance. Chapter 15. Master Tianxing and Fairy Ziyuexi. We bid farewell here. In the sky, several beams of rainbow light flickered and vanished, leaving behind only a solitary cloud floating in the air. Standing atop this cloud, Xiao Yueshi gazed down at the ground below. A recent light rain had graced the earth, rendering it lush and vibrant, teeming with life. This picturesque scene instantly uplifted Xiao Yueshi's spirits. As spring gives way to autumn, it has already been 2 years since she departed from home. During her journey of cultivation, although she was unable to locate the other 6 sisters of the 7 absolute fairies, she nonetheless garnered significant gains. Firstly, her cultivation progressed remarkably. Not only had she successfully established her foundation, but she had also made considerable strides in the innate realm. An innate cultivator can utilize magical treasures to fly. Yet as a former 7 absolute fairy, Xiao Yueshi deemed such rudimentary aerial techniques beneath her. Thus, she devoted herself to mastering the more advanced art of cloud riding. The cloud beneath her feet was a manifestation of her magical prowess. This method of flight surpassed simple object manipulation in both speed and agility, allowing for greater convenience without reliance on external apparatus. Secondly, although she did not find the other sisters of the seven absolute fairies, she encountered many familiar faces from her previous life. While these acquaintances lacked the memories of their past existence, their life experiences had diverged significantly from what transpired before. This realization brought Xiao Yueshi a sense of ease. If others could experience a second chance at life with alterations, it was only natural for her own rebirth to yield changes as well. Suspended in the air atop the cloud, Xiao Yueshi's thoughts drifted before her expression returned to normal. Having been away for 2 years, it was time to return home and visit her father and elder sister-in-law, whom she deeply missed. Additionally, her master was expected to arrive in Water Buffalo Town soon. The mere thought of her master ignited a glimmer of anticipation on her face. The reason for her hurried return was twofold: her yearning to see her family after 2 years apart and her eagerness to welcome her master. In her previous life, it was the serendipitous encounter with her master that set Xiao Yueshi, hailing from the remote Water Buffalo Town, on her path of cultivation. Her master, known as Qinxingjinren, was a remarkably unique practitioner. Not affiliated with any grand sect, he was a solitary cultivator. Yet, despite being a free practitioner, he possessed a rich and diverse array of teachings. He seemed to have a grasp of various cultivation techniques. Even after ascending to become one of the 7 absolute fairies, Xiao Yueshi, though surpassing Qinxingjinren in cultivation level, could not claim to exceed his breadth of knowledge. Many times, when confronted with challenges, she found herself seeking his counsel. However, it is regrettable that, in the 2nd year since she became the transcendent maiden of the 7 absolutes, Master Tianxing encountered an unforeseen mishap during her cultivation, leading to the shattering of her primordial spirit and ultimately resulting in her demise. In this new life, Xiao Yueshi harbored a deep yearning for her once-departed master. After all, aside from her own family, it was her master who had shown her the most concern in this world. Xiao Yueshi was filled with unwavering confidence that in this lifetime, she would alter the tragic fate of her master's spirit. As memories of her time with her teacher flooded her mind, a smile involuntarily graced Xiao Yueshi's face. The visage and demeanor of her master, along with countless past moments, emerged vividly in her thoughts. With these reflections taking flight, Xiao Yueshi found herself eagerly anticipating a reunion with her master. Descending upon a cloud beneath her feet, Xiao Yueshi alighted outside of Water Buffalo Town. As the town was populated by mortals, she feared that her celestial arrival might incite considerable commotion. Returning to her hometown, she wished to maintain a low profile. However, upon stepping into Water Buffalo Town, the familiar surroundings ignited a surge of excitement within her. This was her homeland, and soon she would be reunited with her father and sister-in-law. She wondered how Xiao Yun was faring. Having merged with the fire sword spirit and possessing the cultivation techniques I had imparted, he must have made some progress in his training by now. Lost in her musings, Xiao Yueshi hurried towards her home, oblivious to the peculiar gazes cast upon her from every direction since she entered the town. At last, before she could reach her home, 2 elderly women stepped into her path. "Yueshi, is that you?" they inquired. Xiao Yueshi immediately recognized them as Aunt Lu and Aunt Zhao. "Yes, it's me, Xiao Yueshi. Have you both not recognized me?" she replied with a smile. Upon hearing her confirmation, the 2 women's eyes brightened, exclaiming in astonishment, "It truly is Yueshi. You have nearly transformed into a celestial being. We scarcely dared to recognize you." Indeed, it was no surprise that they struggled to identify Xiao Yueshi, for in the span of 2 years, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. If 2 years prior she was merely a youthful girl, now she had blossomed into a breathtakingly beautiful celestial maiden. Clad in a gown as pure as snow, her flowing garments appeared as if they were woven from clouds. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, accentuating her graceful figure, while her fair complexion stood in stark contrast to the townsfolk of Water Buffalo. The presence of such a divine beauty in a place like Water Buffalo Town felt akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. As a result, although many recognized her, few dared to approach her. In response to the two women's praises, Xiao Yueshi merely smiled softly before continuing on her way. In the past 2 years, she has traveled extensively, forging connections with practitioners from various regions. Even among these cultivators, her beauty is renowned. How much more so among mortals? As Xiao Yueshi continued her stride towards her family abode, the two matrons exchanged a glance, and one of them hesitantly spoke. Yueshi, why don't you come to my house for a while? There are matters I must discuss with you. Xiao Yueshi furrowed her brow and replied to the two matrons. Aunt Lu, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am in a hurry to return home to see my father, so I cannot visit you at this moment. Upon hearing this, the two matrons' expressions grew even more uncertain. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Aunt Lu finally mustered the courage to say, Yueshi, it is not that I wish to prevent you from going home, but rather, your home is no longer there. Chapter 16. The home is gone. Is my home truly lost? Xiao Yueshi was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at the two elder women. As the conversation unfolded, Aunt Lu, no longer concealing the truth, continued, Yueshi, the winter after you left home was harsh, with heavy snowfall and biting cold. Your father fell ill and unfortunately did not survive that winter. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi was utterly bewildered. It had been less than 2 years since her departure, and prior to leaving, she had assessed her father's health, which had seemed stable enough to endure for years. My father is dead? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. After a brief pause, she abruptly reacted, panic and urgency flooding her gaze. What about my sister-in-law and Xiaoyan? Where have they gone? The two elder women had mentioned that their home was no more. Even if her father had passed, her sister-in-law and nephew Xiaoyan should still be alive. With a sigh, the two women replied, Ever since Dashan departed, your sister-in-law's mental state has deteriorated. After your father passed, only your sister-in-law and little Xiaoyan remained. Life could have continued for them, but one day they simply vanished. We searched around Water Buffalo Town for days, but found no trace of them. Even my sister-in-law and Xiaoyan have disappeared? Xiao Yueshi stood in disbelief, her mind grappling with this overwhelming reality. Suddenly, as though awakening from a dream, she disregarded the presence of the two elder women and dashed frantically towards her home, unconcerned about her ethereal appearance. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at her doorstep. The once warm and inviting home now lay in visible ruin. The gate to the small courtyard had collapsed significantly, and the yard was overrun with weeds towering to half her height. The thatched cottage, once filled with life, was similarly dilapidated. The door frame was missing. The roof had gaping holes, and tattered paper in the windows flapped in the wind, producing a haunting rustle. Step by step, Xiao Yueshi entered through the crumbling doorway. Each step sent a tremor through her heart. The house could be rebuilt, the weeds could be cleared, but where were its inhabitants? They were gone. Where could she possibly search? Standing in her own courtyard, Xiao Yueshi seemed to lose herself in reverie as the weeds faded from view, replaced by memories of the once vibrant life that had filled this small space. Her lively nephew, Xiaoyun, came bounding from the cottage, grabbing her hand and eagerly asking, Auntie, did you bring me candied hawthorn? Behind him, her elder brother and sister-in-law emerged, smiling as they stood at the doorway, beaming at the scene. Inside, her father wore a contented smile, puffing on his pipe, while her mother busily prepared a meal, calling out cheerfully, Come on now, don't just stand there, come eat. As she beheld this warm tableau before her, Xiao Yueshi could not help but call out joyfully, Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, I have returned. However, with her exclamation, everything before her dissipated like a mirage, replaced by desolation and ruin. Xiao Yueshi stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her cheeks as the sight before her overwhelmed her. She wiped her tears vigorously, striving to stem the flow, yet they continued unabated. Before long, her once enchanting face transformed into a visage of sorrow. Yet, Xiao Yueshi remained oblivious to her own disheveled appearance. As droplets of sorrow fell to the ground, an unsettling tremor coursed through her being, accompanied by the haunting words echoing in her mind. Xiao Yueshi, you are the star-crossed lone wolf. All those dear to you will perish because of you. Lin Yang, she suddenly cried, invoking the name that had vanished from her life for the past 2 years. The scene before her rendered her entire being cold as ice. Everything Lin Yang had once uttered was now materializing into reality. Could the other ominous predictions he shared also be true? Their ambush against Lin Yang had been a grievous mistake from the outset, while other errors might still hold the possibility of rectification. They had already taken Lin Yang's life. Such a blunder would forever remain uncorrectable. Xiao Yueshi's body began to tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the loss of her loved ones and an inexplicable dread surging within her. She felt engulfed by a shroud of darkness, no matter which direction she turned. She was met with an abyss of despair. In this boundless darkness, she could only sink deeper and deeper into despair. Yueshi, this is not the time for sorrow. A sudden voice pulled her back from the brink of hopelessness. Turning around, she saw the 2 elder women who had just approached her. Observing Xiao Yueshi's anguish, their faces reflected concern, yet they spoke with solemnity. Yueshi, your sister-in-law and nephew have vanished, and none of you can find them. But as a celestial master, you surely possess the means to locate them. That child, Xiao Yun, is the last scion of the Xiao family. You must attempt to bring them back. A spark of determination ignited within Xiao Yueshi. Indeed, this was not the moment for despair. There were still family members to be found. As long as she could retrieve her sister-in-law and Xiao Yun, the family would remain intact. Nodding resolutely, she declared, Aunties, I shall set forth immediately to find my sister-in-law and Xiao Yun. The sudden disappearance of her sister-in-law and nephew was unfathomable for the ordinary townsfolk of Water Buffalo Town. However, for a celestial master like Xiao Yueshi, locating them would not pose a significant challenge, especially for her. In her previous life, she was the illustrious 7 Absolute Fairy, effortlessly employing a tracking technique to trace the past. Unconcerned with the 2 neighbors at her side, Xiao Yueshi gestured toward a dilapidated house ahead, summoning a piece of clothing. Though tattered, its color and design revealed it to be the attire once worn by her elder sister-in-law. Xiao Yueshi conjured a small spirit bird of ethereal energy in her hand, offering a corner of the garment to the creature. With a commanding voice, she intoned, By the threads of fate, seek the owner of this object for me. The spirit bird, having consumed the fragment of her sister-in-law's clothing, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, darting off into the distance. A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Yueshi's face upon witnessing the bird's response, signifying that her sister-in-law still existed in this world. Without a moment's hesitation, she ascended into the air, following the path of the tracking bird. Chapter 17. Madness Xiao Yueshi. Her expression tense, followed closely behind the tracking bird. The remote location of Water Buffalo Town was surrounded by desolate mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts. It was a challenge for the townsfolk to venture outside. If her sister-in-law and little Yun were trapped amidst these mountains, their lives as a woman and a child would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Regret began to seep into Xiao Yueshi's heart. She lamented her prolonged absence during this excursion. Fortunately, after circling in the air, the tracking bird veered towards another direction, one that led to the only nearby city, Cloud City. Though Cloud City paled in comparison to other grand cities of the Lingxian continent, it far surpassed Water Buffalo Town in prosperity. Xiao Yueshi mused that if her sister-in-law and little Yun were within Cloud City, their circumstances would likely not be too dire. The city, bustling with inhabitants and even guarded by cultivators, offered a much better living environment than Water Buffalo Town. Following the tracking bird, Xiao Yueshi descended outside Cloud City, where dilapidated straw huts were scattered and wastewater flowed freely across the ground. As she landed, a foul odor assailed her senses. The surroundings clearly indicated that this was a dwelling place for the underprivileged. Yet, the tracking bird had slowed down here, suggesting that her sister-in-law and little Yun must be nearby. Observing the harsh conditions around her, Xiao Yueshi felt both sorrowful and relieved. While it was evident that her sister-in-law and little Yun endured a challenging existence, they would no longer have to suffer such hardships from this point forward. Progressing step by step behind the tracking bird, Xiao Yueshi noted the throngs of people. Even the tracking bird found it challenging to locate individuals amidst the crowd. However, her tracking technique, rooted in the principles of causality, proved far superior to ordinary methods. The tracking bird moved forward gradually before ultimately dissipating in front of a ruined temple. Did her sister-in-law reside here? With excitement coursing through her, Xiao Yueshi strode inside. Yet, upon entering the dilapidated temple, she abruptly halted. The scene before her was far from that of a cozy home. From the outside, the temple appeared in disrepair, but the interior was even worse. The ground was littered with rubble and dust, with broken tiles and wooden beams strewn haphazardly throughout, accompanied by scattered weeds that rendered the temple both dilapidated and filthy. It was hard to believe that anyone could inhabit such a place. Had it not been for her confidence in the tracking technique she employed, Xiao Yueshi might have doubted whether the tracking bird had led her astray. However, as Xiao Yueshi stood there in a daze, in a forgotten corner of the dilapidated temple, a figure suddenly emerged. Her attire was tattered and filthy. Her hair appeared as if it had not been washed in ages, tangled and disheveled like a mass of weeds atop her head. She mumbled indistinctly to herself, her demeanor reflecting a troubling state of mind, clearly indicating her madness. Xiao Yueshi initially paid little heed to this deranged woman. However, in that fleeting moment when the woman turned around, Xiao Yueshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister-in-law? She gasped. Before reuniting with her sister-in-law and nephew, Xiao Yueshi had envisioned numerous scenarios of their encounter. Yet, she never anticipated it would unfold in such a disheartening manner. In her memories, her sister-in-law had always been a modest woman, slightly plump, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. But now, she appeared drastically emaciated, resembling a mere shadow of her former self, dressed in rags akin to a beggar. What struck Xiao Yueshi with dread was the evident disorientation of her sister-in-law, who was babbling incoherently. Xiao Yueshi could scarcely fathom what her sister-in-law had endured over the past 2 years to arrive at this state. And what of Xiao Yun? Where could he be? A swift glance around revealed no sign of her nephew, intensifying her concern. Hastily, she approached her sister-in-law, reaching out to assess her condition. However, the moment the deranged woman sensed someone nearing, she spun around, her gaze fixated on Xiao Yueshi with an unsettling intensity. Startled, Xiao Yueshi flinched at her sister-in-law's piercing stare. After a brief moment of scrutiny, her sister-in-law unexpectedly exclaimed, "Little sister." Xiao Yueshi's heart soared with joy. Her sister-in-law had recognized her at once. This indicated that her madness might not be as severe as it appeared and could potentially be remedied. Yet in the next instant, Xiao Yueshi was taken aback as her sister-in-law, seemingly in a fit of madness, began to hurl accusations at her. "Ha! It's you who has cursed our family. First, it was mother, then brother Sean, followed by father, and now it's my turn along with my son." Though the words sent a jolt through Xiao Yueshi, she could not afford to engage in a dispute with a madwoman. Summoning a calming incantation, she pressed the spell to her sister-in-law's forehead. As the soothing energy coursed into her sister-in-law's being, the woman's fervent tirade gradually slowed, her movements becoming languid. Finally, she closed her eyes and slumped to the ground. Xiao Yueshi hurried to support her sister-in-law, gently laying her down. Observing her sister-in-law's current state, Xiao Yueshi's expression turned pallid. Yet soon, her gaze fell upon a small shoe clutched in her sister-in-law's hand. This shoe, crafted in the shape of a tiger's head, was unmistakably one that her nephew, Xiao Yun, had once worn. Though she had succumbed to madness, the elder sister-in-law's heart was evidently still burdened with concern for Xiao Yun. "If I can bring Xiao Yun back, her condition will surely improve," Xiao Yueshi silently vowed. She then sought out a relatively clean spot within the dilapidated temple to settle her elder sister-in-law. Moreover, for the sake of safety, she meticulously arranged a concealment and protective formation around her. With this in place, unless a practitioner of innate prowess appeared, no one would be able to harm her elder sister-in-law. Having completed this, Xiao Yueshi once again invoked the art of tracking, summoning a tracking bird to commence her search for her nephew, Xiao Yun, guided by the causality linked to the tiger-headed shoe. As the tracking bird soared into the distance, a sense of relief washed over Xiao Yueshi. She had truly feared that her nephew had met with misfortune. However, it now appeared that at least Xiao Yun was still alive. With a graceful leap, Xiao Yueshi continued to follow the tracking bird into the unknown. Chapter 18. The 6 harmonious children outside Yun City. 2 cultivators descended upon a nearby hill, skillfully maneuvering their magical artifacts. Old Monster Yun, will you not invite us in? They called out to the hill ahead. In response, a triumphant laughter echoed from within. My dear friends, how could I not prepare a warm welcome for you? As he spoke, a shimmering wave of light enveloped the area, causing the hill to vanish completely, revealing a deep, shadowy canyon in its stead. The 2 cultivators exchanged glances before striding boldly into the gorge. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. Surveying their surroundings with apparent indifference, they began to whisper to one another. Old Monster Yun has concealed himself for so long. It seems he has truly refined the 6 harmonious children. If he has indeed succeeded, his power might soon surpass ours. As they murmured, a figure clad in a blood-red robe emerged from the depths of the canyon. Trailing behind him were 6 children, also dressed in crimson garments. The children bore blank expressions, their eyes devoid of any spark. Witnessing the blood-robed figure and his eerie entourage, the 2 cultivators gasped in astonishment. Old Monster Yun, you have truly succeeded in creating the 6 harmonious children. As a congenital cultivator, you may soon rival even those of the spirit body realm. Flattered by their praise, the blood-robed cultivator's face lit up with pride as he declared, to speak frankly, I'm already invincible among my peers. Although the 2 cultivators were reluctant to concede, they recognized that the prowess of Old Monster Yun, now manifesting as the 6 harmonious children, was indeed formidable. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a chilling voice resonated from above. You 3 must perish. Startled, the 3 cultivators looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman in white, hovering in mid-air, her face etched with fury. Initially apprehensive, they relaxed slightly upon realizing her cultivation level was merely at the congenital stage. Forgive our intrusion, fair maiden. We mean no harm. Should you be inclined, might you join us for a drink? The blood-robed cultivator suggested, his gaze fixated on the enchanting woman. However, she dismissed his advances with cold indifference, merely chiding him before unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. This display caused the 3 men to furrow their brows in concern. The fairy, seemingly devoid of human sentiment, was about to witness the manifestation of my newly perfected 6 harmonies youth. With a disdainful snort, the Old Monster Yun commanded the 6 youths behind him to leap forth, forming a unique formation to assault the white-clad woman above. However, the white-clad woman flickered and appeared directly before the Old Monster Yun. Before he could react, the ice sword that materialized in her hand had already severed his head from his shoulders. Grasping his head, she infused her consciousness into his mind, commencing a soul search. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the other 2 cultivators, rendering them nearly paralyzed with fear. The Old Monster Yun was the strongest among them. Having recently mastered the 6 harmonies youth, his power was formidable. Yet, in the face of this white-clad woman, he was utterly powerless, swiftly killed, and his soul searched. The 2 remaining cultivators, overwhelmed by panic, wasted no time in activating their treasures, attempting to flee. However, as they ascended into the sky, they were met with the frigid voice of the white-clad woman. You 2 shall also perish. With a mere flick of her wrist, she conjured 2 ice spikes that hurtled through the air, striking the fleeing cultivators. Like their companion, they too had no strength to resist, their bodies instantly encased in ice. With a series of crisp sounds, they shattered into countless pieces. After dispatching the 3 cultivators, the white-clad woman still appeared unsatisfied. With a grim expression, she resolved the corpse of the Old Monster Yun before hastening to the 6 harmonies youth he had refined. Little Yun, she called, her gaze fixed upon one of the youths. Indeed, the white-clad woman, who had just arrived from Cloud City to eliminate these wicked cultivators, was none other than Xiao Yueshi. Upon witnessing the gathering of the 3 wicked cultivators, Xiao Yueshi felt her anger surging. In the realm of Lingxian, there were many cultivators, and wicked ones were no exception. Uninterested in their affairs, she had initially overlooked them. However, upon the appearance of the old monster Yun, her fury ignited. For one of the youths behind him was her missing nephew, Xiao Yun. Seeing her nephew's vacant expression filled her with rage, and without hesitation, she struck down the 3 wicked cultivators. Though they were indeed strong among innate cultivators, they were no match for the reborn 7 absolute fairy, Xiao Yueshi. Regardless of their equal cultivation levels, she easily dispatched them. Moreover, she deliberately spared the old monster Yun to conduct a soul search. She sought to uncover how her nephew had fallen into his clutches and to learn the methods he had used to refine the 6 Harmonies youth. Only by grasping this knowledge could she hope to restore her nephew to his former self. From a soul searching of the old monster Yun, Xiao Yueshi finally understood that her nephew's capture was entirely accidental. A year ago, while passing near Water Buffalo Town, the old monster Yun inadvertently encountered Xiao Yun, who was diligently cultivating. Xiao Yun possessed considerable talent, and now, having merged with the fire sword spirit, he appeared even more graceful and ethereal. A mere glance from the old monster Yun nearly made him drool, for he was in the midst of concocting a child of the 6 Harmonies and happened to be in need of a boy. Thus, under the cover of night, he stealthily abducted his nephew Xiao Yun. Although the old monster Yun was a cultivator and executed the abduction without a sound, the bond between mother and child was profound. The moment Xiao Yun was taken, his aunt sensed the disturbance and pursued them, even beyond the confines of Water Buffalo Town. This revelation unveiled the truth behind the sudden disappearance of the aunt and her nephew. Cursed be it indeed. Upon learning these truths, Xiao Yueshi's exquisite visage contorted with anger, her voice rising in furious exclamations. Xiao Yun, having merged with the fire sword spirit, was destined for greatness. Yet, due to the old monster Yun's interference, his future now lay in ruins. With a pallid complexion, Xiao Yueshi endeavored to compose herself. Currently, she needed to devise a means to rescue her nephew and facilitate his swift return to normalcy. Chapter 19. Fortunate enough, the method of concocting the 6 harmonious children is truly malevolent in nature. To create the 6 harmonious children, one must first locate 6 children of exceptional spiritual essence. Subsequently, during their lifetimes, they must be administered a variety of unique elixirs to enhance their corporeal forms. Ultimately, employing the secret technique of soul extraction, their souls are drawn forth and connected with certain unique life-bound objects. Only through these numerous intricate steps can the 6 harmonious children be successfully forged. Xiao Yueshi discovered the method of creating the 6 harmonious children from the soul of the old monster Yun, which elucidated why the 6 children before her, including her nephew Xiao Yun, appeared so dazed and numb. This was because they had been reduced to mere husks, devoid of souls. The current 6 harmonious children were merely 6 living puppets. Outrageous. After meticulously examining the condition of the 6 harmonious children, Xiao Yueshi's countenance darkened to a pallid hue. Had she retained the formidable prowess of her past life as the 7 Absolutes fairy, she would have had the means to attempt summoning her nephew's soul back. However, the predicament she faced was that her current cultivation was woefully inadequate. Moreover, since the soul is the essence of life itself, any misstep could result in irreparable devastation. Thus, Xiao Yueshi dared not act rashly. What to do? What to do? In a state of frantic agitation, Xiao Yueshi paced back and forth, until suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. Though her cultivation was too feeble to engage with her nephew's soul, her master, the celestial star real person, was nearby. With her master's formidable abilities, he could surely assist in summoning her nephew's soul back. In this life, Xiao Yueshi had sought to meet her master, initially to alter the tragic fate of his ultimate spiritual collapse. Yet, unexpectedly, her master now represented an opportunity to save her nephew. Such serendipity, even Xiao Yueshi felt, was a stroke of remarkable fortune. With a wave of her hand, she drew her nephew Xiao Yun's lifeless husk before her. As she gazed upon the remaining 5-6 harmonious children, her expression grew complex. Regardless of their origins, having been captured by the old monster Yun and transformed into 6 harmonious children, their fates were undeniably tragic. Naturally, If she possessed the ability, Xiao Yueshi would wish to rescue them all. Yet, the sobering truth remained that she lacked the power to do so. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yueshi turned to the 5-6 harmonious children before her and uttered an apology. She then conjured a sphere of spiritual fire, incinerating their husks to ashes. Without intervention, these 6 harmonious children were mere shells, existing in a state indistinguishable from death. By cremating their bodies, Xiao Yueshi sought to prevent them from falling into the hands of other malevolent practitioners, who might exploit them for nefarious purposes. After reducing the 5-6 harmonious children to ashes, she erected 5 small mounds for them nearby, before soaring into the sky with her nephew Xiaoyun. After flying several hundred miles, Xiao Yueshi finally descended upon a mountain peak, her memory vivid. In her previous life, Master Tianqing Jinren passed this way. Now, as long as she waits here, she is certain to encounter Master Tianqing Jinren once again. At other times, she would have felt at ease waiting here. Even if she could not find her master, it would not matter. She could always seek him elsewhere. However, the current situation is different. Xiao Yueshi is now anxious to locate her master for salvation. Thus, from the very beginning of her wait, uncertainty began to gnaw at her. What if in this lifetime, Master does not pass this way? Or what if he is preoccupied with other matters, altering his passage through here? As Xiao Yueshi anxiously awaited, less than a day passed when an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white and clad in a tattered Taoist robe, appeared, swaying atop a massive wine gourd as he approached. Master, upon seeing the enormous wine gourd, Xiao Yueshi's countenance instantly brightened. This gourd is a distinctive emblem of her master, Tianqing Jinren. Indeed, nothing has changed. Master Tianqing Jinren arrived punctually as always. With a leap, Xiao Yueshi positioned herself in front of the wine gourd, urgently exclaiming, "Master, please save me." The master, reeking of alcohol while reclining on the gourd, barely opened his bleary eyes upon hearing someone call him master. He glanced once and exclaimed, "Oh." Then, he tumbled off the gourd and landed head first onto the grass below. Observing her master exhibit the same childish demeanor as in her previous life, Xiao Yueshi felt an increasing sense of reassurance. In this lifetime, perhaps only her master would remain unchanged. Filled with excitement, Xiao Yueshi also descended from the sky, standing before Tianqing Jinren. The once drowsy master was now fully alert. Looking up at Xiao Yueshi, he remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Are you the girl from the Xiao family in Shuanyo town?" Xiao Yueshi nodded, saying, "Master, it is I, Yueshi. You may not recognize me now, but I am destined to become your disciple." "Wait," Tianqing Jinren interrupted her with an expression of distress. "Xiao family girl, I named you, and we do share a connection, but the matter of apprenticeship is another discussion altogether. Let us not overlook the fact that your fate is exceptionally unique. I genuinely cannot take on the role of your master." The more he spoke, the more bitter and helpless his expression became. With Xiao Yueshi's extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly be thrilled to have her as a disciple, ensuring the continuation of his legacy. Yet, the reality is that her fate is overwhelmingly daunting. Even Tianqing Jinren hesitated to draw too close to Xiao Yueshi. Many years ago, when Xiao Yueshi was just born, Tianqing Jinren had visited the Xiao family. Xiao Yueshi possesses an exceptionally resilient fate, one that, as he conveyed to the members of the Xiao family, could potentially bring ruin to all those in his vicinity. Now, he has taken the initiative to approach them, expressing a desire to become his direct disciple. The Celestial Star Master, understandably hesitant, immediately sought to decline this proposition. "Master, I am aware that what I am about to say may be beyond your comprehension, yet I must reveal that I have already become your disciple," Xiao Yueshi stated, gazing unwaveringly at his master, withholding no truths. He disclosed the fact that he had been reborn from several centuries in the future. To substantiate his claim, Xiao Yueshi swiftly formed a hand gesture, summoning a cascade of radiant stars that danced around him. This particular secret technique was known only to the Celestial Star Master and Xiao Yueshi himself. As he witnessed Xiao Yueshi perform this unique technique, the Celestial Star Master's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. "This is peculiar. How could I dare to accept you as a disciple?" Has someone altered your fateful destiny as the fated solitary star? Chapter 20. The Noble Fate. Destined to become a great cultivator. Yet, Xiao Yueshi could no longer afford to engage in further conversation with her master, the celestial star real person. Grasping the arm of her master, she drew him toward her nephew, Xiao Yun, and spoke. Master, this is my nephew. He has fallen victim to the malevolent hands of an evil cultivator, and now his soul is entirely lost. I beseech you to assist me in summoning his spirit back. The celestial star real person cast a glance at Xiao Yun, his brow furrowing in concern. He is actually the Six Harmonies youth. This is no easy matter to remedy. Xiao Yueshi nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I am well aware of the difficulty in healing him, but before my rebirth, I had reached the pinnacle of my cultivation. Restoring my nephew's condition is not insurmountable. It is merely my current lack of power that necessitates your assistance. The celestial star real person had harbored doubts regarding Xiao Yueshi's claims of rebirth, yet upon hearing her bold assertion, he found himself convinced to a significant degree. The rationale was simple. The methods required to heal the Six Harmonies youth were only attainable by a true master of the highest order. And here was Xiao Yueshi, merely in her teens, already knowledgeable about the means to save him. This alone indicated that she was indeed unlike ordinary cultivators. Shaking his head, the celestial star real person slowly remarked, Child, even if you know how to treat this boy, I assure you, should you attempt it, you will undoubtedly fail. Why is that? Xiao Yueshi inquired, her brows knitting together. The celestial star real person expressed skepticism. You claim that in your past life, you were my disciple. Did you not learn the celestial star fate technique? With a hint of exasperation, Xiao Yueshi replied, Master, your teachings are far too eclectic. I have little interest in those miscellaneous arts, so I focus solely on your cultivation techniques. That explains it. The celestial star real person's expression became complex. In truth, the celestial star fate technique is my most esteemed secret art. Even the most elite cultivators cannot rival my abilities in fate detection. Yueshi, your fate is of a highly unique nature, the heavenly calamity lone star fate, and you will. Before he could finish, Xiao Yueshi's complexion changed abruptly as she interjected. I will bring calamity to all those around me. If I am a child, then my parents will perish in vain. If I have siblings, they will all meet untimely deaths. Observing Xiao Yueshi's increasingly pallid expression, the celestial star real person felt a pang of sympathy. It seems I have already imparted this knowledge to you in your previous life. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yueshi asserted, in my past life, you told me that my fate was noble and that I was destined to become a great cultivator. The celestial star real person was taken aback, his astonishment palpable. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed, This cannot be. How could I have ever said such a thing? Was I perhaps in a moment of madness in my past life? As he spoke, the celestial star real person sensed something amiss, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Yueshi. If I did not disclose this in your previous life, how did you come to know you possess the heavenly calamity lone star fate? In an instant, the visage of Lin Yang emerged vividly in Xiao Yueshi's mind. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly spoke. It was another person who informed me of this. But I did not trust his words. No, you must believe him, Master Tianqing replied with a pained expression. What he says is true. Your fate is indeed that unique. Consequently, all your relatives will perish because of you. For instance, your nephew, his current state is a result of you. As long as your fate remains unchanged, no matter how powerful your methods, it is utterly impossible to bring him back to life. Hearing such words from her master, Xiao Yueshi gritted her teeth and retorted. But in my previous life, my family was perfectly fine. Even my nephew became a remarkable cultivator, and you yourself have said that my fate is noble. In her past life, it was Master Tianqing who had previously assessed her fate, which led Xiao Yueshi to dismiss Lin Yang's words. Master Tianqing scrutinized Xiao Yueshi from head to toe. After a long pause, he slowly said, If that is truly the case, then I can only conclude that someone has altered your fate. Altered fate? Xiao Yueshi was completely stunned. Lin Yang's name suddenly resurfaced in her mind. If everything was indeed as Master Tianqing described, then the only person capable of changing her fate could only be Lin Yang. Had he not deceived them, but truly altered their destinies? Was that why her fate in this life was so starkly different from that of her previous existence? At this moment, Xiao Yueshi felt a dull ache beginning to throb in her head. This truth had started to dawn on her the instant she witnessed the utter ruin of her home. Yet, she was unwilling to acknowledge it, for the reality was far too cruel. If Lin Yang's words had been true all along, then his massacre of the cultivators in the Lingxian continent and his claims of impending dark turmoil, were they also genuine? If Lin Yang had never deceived them, and all this was indeed real, then the 7 absolute fairies had become a mere joke. No, not just a joke. They had unwittingly slain their benefactor, the one person they had trusted the most. Xiao Yueshi stood there, pale and trembling slightly. At that moment, her heart was gripped by the utmost fear, a fear of the truth. Under such overwhelming dread, even the memories of her time as one of the 7 absolute fairies provided her no solace. It only deepened her terror, making her feel like a frightened little girl, shivering uncontrollably, until Master Tianxing's words roused her from her stupor. Yueshi, if what you claim about your previous life is true, I may have a method to attempt to save your nephew. Upon hearing that there was a chance to revive her nephew Xiao Yun, Xiao Yueshi suppressed her rising fear and looked at Master Tianxing with hope, asking, "What must I do to bring Xiao Yun back? Are you suggesting that you will alter my fate?" Alter fate? The celestial figure shook his head and remarked, "The nature of one's destiny is extraordinarily unique. Even the most accomplished practitioners find it challenging to discern an individual's fate, let alone alter it. As it stands, I currently lack the ability to change anyone's destiny." At this moment, Xiao Yueshi's voice had grown somewhat hoarse as she inquired, "So, how can we heal Xiao Yun?" The celestial figure's expression shifted to one of peculiarity as he replied, "While I cannot alter your fate, we may uncover a means to do so." As he spoke, a hint of curiosity and excitement illuminated his face. "If you have indeed been reborn, there must exist within your memories the key to altering your destiny. I can employ secret techniques to delve into your deepest memories and extract the method to change your fate. I'm quite intrigued by this approach. I wish to see what kind of person has employed what means to transform your destiny. If we can identify this method, we shall undoubtedly be able to change your fate, thereby providing your nephew with a chance at life." Xiao Yueshi almost immediately nodded in agreement. "As long as it can save Xiao Yun, I am willing to accept any means." Chapter 21. The Art of Dream. Recall you must hold your breath and concentrate, focusing all your mental faculties. What I am about to employ is the Art of Dream Recall, a secret technique that can present the past events that have transpired in your life as dreams, allowing us to uncover methods to alter your destiny. On the summit of a gentle hill, the celestial master positioned Xiao Yueshi to sit cross-legged upon the ground. Only then did he commence the intricate arrangements around her. This Art of Dream Recall is not particularly complex. However, the ordinary version merely permits one to experience pleasant dreams. The array devised by the Celestial Master is evidently unique and markedly different from conventional ones, thus enabling the exploration of a person's past. Under different circumstances, Xiao Yueshi might have smiled and praised her master for his brilliance. Yet, in her current state, she resembled a mere shell of herself, expressionless as she sat within the formation. At this moment, her sole desire was to swiftly uncover a remedy for her nephew, Xiao Yun, and subsequently unveil the entire truth surrounding Lin Yang. Yet if all of this were indeed true, how could she find peace to live on? How would her sisters cope? As despair enveloped Xiao Yueshi, the scenery around her suddenly began to dissolve. Soon, she found herself engulfed in darkness. Has a master's Art of Dream Recall commenced? Xiao Yueshi pondered silently, still grappling with whether she was in a dream or reality. A voice, familiar and as thunderous as a storm, abruptly resonated in her ears. "Friend, I have brought Sister Yueshi here." Despite not having heard this voice for several years, Xiao Yueshi instantly recognized it. The speaker was none other than the Heavenly Emperor Lin Yang, whom they had conspired to kill, his voice sounding remarkably youthful, clearly that of a child. If Lin Yang's voice was so tender, he must still be in Water Buffalo Town. From his previous statement, Xiao Yueshi quickly deduced a multitude of details. Simultaneously, Another unfamiliar voice followed, resonating beside her. Lin Yang, are you certain you wish to proceed in such a manner? This will alter a person's destiny. It is no trivial matter. The cost of such a transgression may be exorbitant. In response to this unknown cultivator's words, Lin Yang's voice immediately rang out. Since I have brought Sister Yueshi here, I have made my decision. There is no need for further discussion. Prepare to commence at once. Though the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible, Xiao Yueshi's complexion turned pale as she listened. Merely hearing the exchange between this unknown cultivator and Lin Yang was sufficient for her to ascertain that her destiny had indeed been altered by Lin Yang. Moreover, it appeared that he had paid a significant price to effect this change. Despite her mental preparation for this moment, Xiao Yueshi's face paled, and her heart felt as cold as ice. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and focused intently on the conversation between Lin Yang and the enigmatic cultivator. Only by understanding how to alter her fate could she hope to save her nephew, Xiao Yun. The formation you've arranged seems rather flawed. There are evident mistakes here. Lin Yang remarked, this is my first time setting up a formation to change a destiny, so a few errors are to be expected. Yet you, a mere child, appear to possess an extraordinary depth of knowledge. I have mentioned before that I traversed from another realm. Naturally, I am familiar with these matters, the child retorted, dismissing the critique. As Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator busied themselves, they appeared to establish a formation capable of altering destinies. Then, they reached a critical juncture, and their voices fell into silence. After a considerable pause, the cultivator's voice broke the stillness. Lin Yang, my friend, you have made tremendous sacrifices over the years to protect this young girl and her family. If you forcibly change her fate now, the repercussions for you will be even more profound. I must confirm once again, are you truly resolute in your decision? Lin Yang responded swiftly. When did you become so overly cautious? Hurry up, do not dally. The cultivator sighed before continuing. To change her fate, you must transfer all your blessings to her. Once your blessings are gone, your future will be fraught with difficulty. Xiao Yueshi listened intently to every word. Even upon hearing that Lin Yang had saved her entire family, her expression remained largely unchanged, for she had anticipated this outcome. However, as the conversation continued, she could not help but tremble. At last, she comprehended why Lin Yang, despite his extraordinary talent and potential to ascend as the heavenly emperor, suffered from such a meager store of blessings. It was because he had transferred all his blessings to her, irrevocably altering her fate. Such a profound act of kindness could only be described as a rebirth. Ironically, she had once mocked Lin Yang for his lack of blessings. Now, overwhelmed by the weight of his sacrifice, Xiao Yueshi closed her eyes in anguish. Yet, the voices of Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator resonated clearly in her ears. Lin Yang, my friend, I am about to begin extracting your blessings. This process will be exceedingly painful. You must endure. I know, it is unbearably painful. In the enveloping darkness, only the sound of Lin Yang's heavy breaths remained. Just by listening to his labored breathing, Xiao Yueshi could discern the agony he must have felt during the extraction of his blessings. The relentless sounds pierced her heart like countless daggers, leaving her breathless and teetering on the brink of despair. Lin Yang once treated her with utmost sincerity. Yet, she chose to join others in ending Lin Yang's life. This debt of gratitude, I owe him. However, he has indeed slaughtered countless cultivators in the aftermath. I am merely purging evil and upholding righteousness, murmured Xiao Yueshi. At this moment, she could only force herself to conjure an excuse to continue persevering. Otherwise, she feared that she would completely shatter, losing even the strength to save her nephew, Xiao Yun. Fortunately, after merely half an hour, Lin Yang's voice lightened. It feels much better now. There's no issue with the fortune extraction, is there? Of course not, came the reply. I have checked. Your fortune has been infused into this girl named Xiao Yueshi, which is more than enough to alter her destiny. To encounter a fool like you is truly a stroke of luck from her ancestors. After a moment of silence, Lin Yang slowly replied, What do you mean by luck from her ancestors? My choice to act this way is driven by my own selfish motives. Chapter 22 The Truth. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Surely, It cannot be that you wish to marry this girl in the future." The unknown cultivator jested with Lin Yang. Lin Yang's voice had grown increasingly relaxed, to the point where he could even joke, "Of course, I have bestowed my fortune upon her. It would not be excessive to expect her to become my wife and bear me 10 children." Xiao Yueshi listened quietly to these words. Overwhelmed by despair, she found that rather than feeling repulsed by Lin Yang's remarks, a sense of warmth blossomed within her. Had she and Lin Yang not departed from Water Buffalo Town, nor embarked on the path of cultivation, it is likely that she would have indeed married Lin Yang by now, bearing him a brood of children. Alas, such possibilities are irretrievable. As Xiao Yueshi became lost in thought, the voices of Lin Yang and the unknown cultivator began to fade into the ether. "Young man, you once mentioned that this world would soon erupt into dark turmoil. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. This impending dark upheaval will lead to the extinction of over 90% of the beings in the Lingshan continent. If what you say is accurate, it will indeed be a catastrophe. But rest assured, I have already devised a strategy to combat the dark turmoil. Once I ascend to become the emperor of this world, I shall eradicate all those who conspire with the dark forces. Without them, the damage inflicted upon the Lingshan continent will be significantly mitigated. Furthermore, I will seek out 7 celestial maidens, for they are pivotal in confronting the dark turmoil. Sister Yueshi is one among them." As Lin Yang's and the unknown cultivator's voices dwindled to silence, the enveloping darkness around Xiao Yueshi retreated swiftly, revealing the original scenery once more. It was evident that the dream return technique had come to a complete conclusion. Xiao Yueshi stood dazed in place, while the excited Tianxing Jinren rushed over, asking, "Did you find a way to alter your destiny?" No sooner had the words left her lips than Tianxing Jinren sensed something amiss. For the Xiao Yueshi before her now appeared ghostly pale, her eyes filled with an eerie stillness, radiating an aura of despair. Tianxing Jinren scrutinized Xiao Yueshi closely, her expression turning to one of astonishment. "What is the matter? I merely allowed you to sense past events, yet it seems you have lost all motivation to continue living." At this moment, Xiao Yueshi stood frozen, oblivious to the words of her master, Tianxing Jinren. Her mind echoed with Lin Yang's voice. "Once I become the emperor, I will preemptively eliminate those who conspire with the dark forces." These words pierced Xiao Yueshi's heart like a myriad of sharp daggers, relentlessly tormenting her spirit. They swirled in her mind, creating an unending tempest of despair. Each word felt like a heavy stone, suffocating her with its weight. Lin Yang, when he altered her fate, was merely a child hundreds of years ago. At that time, he was already scheming for everything that would transpire after he ascended to the throne as the heavenly emperor, including the subsequent bloodshed and the prevention of the impending darkness. This indicated that Lin Yang had never deceived them. His ruthless slaughter was indeed aimed at averting the so-called dark turmoil from descending upon the world. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi was entirely certain that they, the 7 absolute female immortals, had been mistaken from the very beginning. Lin Yang had never lied to them, yet they had resolutely refused to trust the one who had believed in them so deeply. Tears began to flow uncontrollably from Xiao Yueshi's eyes, cascading down her face, offering no relief to the terror and despair swelling within her heart. Suddenly, the memory of their final vow to kill Lin Yang surged forth in her mind. "If there's a next life, we shall never meet again. How could we ever be worthy of encountering him once more?" Xiao Yueshi felt her entire body stiffen, as if she would perish in the next moment. Yet, a surge of pure spiritual energy abruptly infused her body, reviving her from the brink of death. "Little girl, what troubles you? You still have family in need to rescue," came the voice of the Celestial Star Master. This statement finally imbued Xiao Yueshi with a flicker of vitality. With a dazed expression, she turned to her nephew, Xiao Yun, and slowly articulated the method to alter her own fate, to change my fate. "One must transfer their source of blessings to me." "Transfer the source of blessings?" The Celestial Star Master was taken aback, his face contorted with concern. "The source of blessings is of utmost importance to us. It is exceedingly rare to find someone willing to make such a sacrifice for you. Moreover, your fate is unique. To alter it, one must seek an individual with an extraordinarily profound source of blessings. Such individuals are even less likely to part with their blessings. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi resembled a mere shell of a person. In response, a foolish smile crept onto her face as she replied, "There will be none in this world. Such foolish individuals are no longer to be found. Are you all right?" The celestial star master gazed at Xiao Yueshi with concern, having sensed that something was amiss with her spirit. However, the absurdity of her fate deterred him from further entangling himself with her. Thus, he merely offered a word of concern. The celestial star master then produced his wine gourd once more and stepped forward, declaring, "Xiao family girl, your fate is thus. There is little I can do to assist you. Take care of yourself." With that, the celestial star master's wine gourd soared into the air, leaving Xiao Yueshi standing there without any intention of stopping him. She understood that in this life, her connection with the celestial star master held no teacher-student bond. Turning back to her nephew, Xiao Yun, she reflected on her circumstances. Xiao Yueshi stood in a daze for a considerable time before suddenly waving her hand to conjure a ball of flame, which she directed towards her nephew. The inferno enveloped Xiao Yun's form, swiftly reducing him to ashes. "Xiao Yun, your aunt will take you home," she murmured softly, carefully gathering the remnants left behind. At that moment, she no longer harbored any illusions of altering her fate. The thought of continuing to save her nephew Xiao Yun had completely vanished. "And sister-in-law, once I ensure your safety, I shall seek you out. Brother Lin Yang, I hope you can forgive me when we meet in the afterlife," Xiao Yueshi whispered, before slowly ascending into the air, making her way towards Yunqing. Chapter 23. Love him, do not hurt him. In the dilapidated temple of Yun City, Xiao Yueshi hurried back, only to be taken aback by the sight of her elder sister-in-law, who had previously been in a state of madness, now appearing remarkably composed, sitting serenely amidst the ruins. Her elder sister-in-law seemed to have taken the time to tidy herself up. Despite her tattered garments and unkempt hair, she looked far more presentable than before. Especially upon seeing Xiao Yueshi, her sister-in-law greeted her with a warm smile, saying, "Little sister, you have returned." Faced with her sister-in-law's apparent recovery, Xiao Yueshi felt a wave of unease wash over her. She would have preferred for her sister-in-law to remain in her previous state. That way, she would not have to divulge the dire circumstances regarding her nephew. Yet, with her sister-in-law back to normal, there was no escaping the need to inform her of the situation. Xiao Yueshi's already pallid complexion grew even more as she hoarsely uttered, "Sister-in-law, I am sorry. I cannot bring Xiao Yun back." Upon hearing this, her sister-in-law's eyes momentarily clouded with sorrow, but she quickly regained her composure, responding calmly, "Little sister, this is not your fault. Xiao Yun was taken by the immortal master, and I've been mentally prepared for this for quite some time." Before Xiao Yueshi could say anything further, her sister-in-law continued, "Little sister, I have not had a proper meal in days. Could you please fetch me something to eat?" Xiao Yueshi looked up at her sister-in-law, whose emaciated form indeed suggested she had gone without sustenance for far too long. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yueshi replied, "Sister-in-law, please wait a moment. I will bring you the finest delicacies from Yin City." As a practitioner of the immortal arts now, acquiring exquisite food was a trivial task for her. Turning away from the dilapidated temple, Xiao Yueshi soared into the air, heading straight for the largest tavern in Yun City. In less than half an hour, she returned with a large food box brimming with delicacies. However, the moment she stepped back into the temple, she was struck motionless. Before her, her sister-in-law's body dangled from a hemp rope, swaying gently in the breeze. The food box slipped from Xiao Yueshi's grasp and fell to the ground, its exquisite contents spilling out. Yet, in that instant, she could not concern herself with the fallen dishes. After a moment of stunned silence, she rushed into the temple, calling out, "Sister-in-law." Desperately, she worked to free her sister-in-law from the noose. But despair gripped her heart as she realized that her sister-in-law's breath had long since departed, her body already growing cold. It was evident that the moment Xiao Yueshi had left, her sister-in-law had chosen to end her own life without hesitation. Cradling her sister-in-law's lifeless form, Xiao Yueshi surprisingly felt no overwhelming sorrow. Instead, a look of relief crossed her features. Sister-in-law, once I take you to Water Buffalo Town, our family will soon be reunited, she said with calm resolve. Rising steadily, she prepared to cremate her sister-in-law's body, mixing her ashes with those of her nephew, Xiao Yun. Deep down, she understood. The final wish of the elder sister was undoubtedly to be with her son. As she stepped out of the dilapidated temple, the world before Xiao Yueshi had lost all its colors. Though she was a celestial master capable of soaring through the skies back to Water Buffalo Town in that moment, she had no desire to ascend. Instead, she moved forward like an ordinary mortal, step by step. Even as the heavens opened and rain began to pour, Xiao Yueshi remained indifferent, allowing the rain to drench her completely, washing over her body with reckless abandon. Only such suffering could provide a modicum of solace to her heart. As Xiao Yueshi trudged through the downpour, a small figure suddenly emerged from beneath a nearby eave. A frail little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old, dashed out and grasped Xiao Yueshi's hand, pulling her toward the shelter while inquiring with concern, "Big sister, why aren't you seeking refuge from the rain?" Xiao Yueshi permitted the girl to lead her under the eave, yet she stood there like a withered tree, seemingly oblivious to the child's words. It was only after the girl repeated her question several times that Xiao Yueshi slightly regained her senses, looking at the girl with a dazed expression and asking, "Are you alone too?" The little girl, appearing to be of such tender age, should have been at home under her parents' care. Yet she was here, without a single adult in sight. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's question, the girl's face fell slightly as she replied, "My family has all passed away, so I'm all alone." Xiao Yueshi's expression remained vacant. After a long pause, she murmured, "My family has also perished. From this day forth, I have no kin left in this world." Seeing Xiao Yueshi's dazed demeanor, the little girl seemed to empathize deeply and comforted her. "Sister, do not be sad. It is not so frightening to be without family. Look at me. Although my family is gone, I have met a brother, and he will be my family from now on." When she mentioned this newly acquainted brother, the girl's demeanor appeared to brighten significantly as she chattered excitedly about her experiences with him. Before she could finish, a 7 or 8-year-old boy emerged through the rain, holding a large sycamore leaf over his head as an improvised umbrella, another leaf in his hand. He approached Xiao Yueshi and the little girl. Casting a curious glance at Xiao Yueshi before placing the leaf, he held over the girl's head, saying, "Xiao Rou, this sycamore leaf can serve as an umbrella. Let us hurry home." "All right," the little girl replied, her face beaming with a smile. "Goodbye, big sister. My brother and I must head home now." As she followed the boy, she waved at Xiao Yueshi while slowly stepping back into the rain. Xiao Yueshi, once lost in her thoughts, remained transfixed. Yet, gazing into the rain ahead, she beheld 2 figures, sheltered by leaves as makeshift umbrellas, leaning on each other as they trudged forward. Suddenly, her expression turned somewhat dazed. Once, Lin Yang had grasped her hand in a similar manner, dashing home through the downpour. But now, the rain continued to pour, and she could no longer find that person willing to take her hand amidst the tempest. In a moment of emotional upheaval, Xiao Yueshi called out to the 2 small figures in the rain, her voice rising above the storm. "Xiao Rou, you must remember the kindness your brother shows you now. In the future, no matter what he may do, always believe in him, love him, and never harm him. Above all, do not." At that instant, Xiao Yueshi found herself nearly speechless with grief, unable to utter the rest of her thoughts. The 2 children in the rain turned back, bewildered by Xiao Yueshi's words. They could not comprehend the meaning behind her plea. Yet, fear quickly spread across their faces as a colossal bird descended from the sky, landing where they had sought refuge from the rain. In the next moment, a playful and charming figure clad in green attire gracefully leaped down from the bird's back. "Sister Yueshi, I have finally found you." Chapter 24. We were all mistaken gazing at the immense bird in the distance. 2 children, startled, immediately fled, their figures swiftly vanishing into the curtain of rain. Throughout Cloud City, many witnesses beheld this magnificent creature, yet none dared to approach. The ability to command such a celestial bird could only belong to a master of the ethereal arts, and not just any master, but one of remarkable prowess. An ordinary practitioner would never have the capability to tame such a being. At the site where the celestial bird descended, a petite woman clad in green, exuding a playful and charming demeanor, approached Zayuexi, her face radiant with joy. The great bird merely unfurled its wings, shielding both the green-clad woman and Zayuexi from the falling rain. "Elder Sister Xiaoya, I have finally found you," the green-clad woman exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she reached Zayuexi. The once despondent Ayuexi, who appeared as though she were a mere specter, now stared blankly at the approaching figure. Gradually, as if awakening from a deep slumber, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes, and she rushed forward, enveloping the green-clad woman in a tight embrace. "Lioli, we were wrong. It was our mistake," Zayuexi choked out, before succumbing to her grief and crying out in anguish. The green-clad woman looked on in surprise. In her memory, Zayuexi had always maintained an aloof demeanor, akin to a true celestial maiden. Yet now, she was utterly unconcerned with her appearance, weeping as a common woman would, her exquisite visage now marred by exhaustion. With a look of bewilderment, the green-clad woman could not help but inquire, "Elder Sister Xiaoya, what has happened to you?" Having endured so much prior, Zayuexi had already reached a breaking point. Yet, even in her despair, she had no one to confide in. Now, upon encountering this familiar face, she could no longer contain her sorrow, embracing her companion and weeping, as if seeking to expel all the pain bottled within her, unable to utter a single word. The green-clad woman, witnessing this, could only strive to comfort Zayuexi. After some time, Zayuexi finally calmed slightly, her hands gripping the green-clad woman's tightly as she spoke fervently. "We were wrong. Brother Lin Yang did not deceive us. It is we who betrayed his trust. We have let him down, Lin Yang." Upon hearing this name, the expression of the green-clad woman turned grave as she scanned her surroundings. "Elder Sister Xiaoya, could it be that the tyrant, the Heavenly Emperor, is nearby? Is your current state a consequence of him? We have lived another life, yet he continues to inflict harm, leaving you in this condition clearly." The green-clad woman harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Yang, reminiscent of Zayuexi's initial sentiments. Thus, she refrained from uttering his name, only referring to him as the Heavenly Emperor. Observing the green-clad woman's lingering misconceptions about Lin Yang, a flicker of sorrow passed through Zayuexi's eyes. In the past, how could she have been any different? Upon hearing Lin Yang's name, her face would contort with disdain. Yet now, every mention of Lin Yang's name brings her profound anguish. It has nothing to do with Brother Lin Yang. Rather, it is our own ignorance. Xiao Yueshi's expression darkened as she slowly recounted the events that had unfolded in her life. The strikingly beautiful woman in green, standing beside her, frowned deeply with each word. Only after Xiao Yueshi finished recounting her recent experiences did she let out a cold snort, saying, "I understand now. It is the Heavenly Emperor who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes." As she spoke, the woman in green rose, surveying the surroundings, and explained to Xiao Yueshi, "Sister Yueshi, I have sensed through secret techniques that the Heavenly Emperor, like us, has also been reborn in this life." Xiao Yueshi's previously despondent demeanor transformed instantly as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin Yang has returned as well." The reason for her earlier melancholy stemmed from the loss of her family, but it was also due to the guilt of having joined forces with others to kill Lin Yang in their previous life. She had thought that there was no way to atone for this. Yet hearing the woman in green speak ignited a flicker of hope within her. If Brother Lin Yang had also been reborn, it meant that she might have a chance to apologize to him. With a face full of anticipation, Xiao Yueshi gazed at the woman in green. In response to her hopeful expression, the woman nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor has also been reborn. This is the primary reason I have come to seek you, Sister Yueshi. We must join forces once more to eliminate this tyrant before he wreaks havoc upon the world in this lifetime. No, we have already wronged Brother Lin Yang once in our previous life. We cannot afford to do so again," Xiao Yueshi insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Observing her resolve, particularly her persistent reference to the Heavenly Emperor as Brother Lin Yang, the woman in green's expression grew serious. "Sister Yueshi, have you considered that all your tribulations may still be the work of the Heavenly Emperor? After his rebirth, he has not approached you as he did in the past, but has instead manipulated events from the shadows, guiding you along the path he had laid out in your previous life, ultimately leading to your despair. Without your assistance, our chances of defeating him in this life will be significantly diminished. Xiao Yueshi stood frozen, the gravity of the woman's words weighing heavily upon her. It was hard to deny the plausibility of what she had said. However, after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head once more. Sister Lioli, it is not as you suggest. If you had experienced all that I have, you would not doubt Brother Lin Yang. Once a formidable immortal, Xiao Yueshi understood full well that even if Lin Yang had once been a heavenly emperor, he could not have afflicted her brother with the calamity of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Moreover, the insights she had gleaned through her dream realm techniques were not something that could be easily fabricated by another. As she observed Xiao Yueshi's unwavering conviction, a sense of concern began to brew within her. The woman in green, with a hint of exasperation, said, Sister Yueshi, let us do this. From today onwards, you shall accompany me. I shall use my own being to demonstrate that everything the heavenly emperor once proclaimed is utterly untrustworthy. A cold smile graced her lips as she articulated, Sister Yueshi, do you still recall how the heavenly emperor described my fate in the last life? He declared that I was born of a toxic constitution, destined to become the reviled poison maiden, and that I would endure countless agonies. I shall personally prove that all he uttered was but a farce. Observing the confidence radiating from the woman in green, Xiao Yueshi found herself momentarily lost in thought. This stirred memories of her own return to life, when she too was filled with unwavering confidence, determined to use this lifetime to demonstrate that Lin Yang was mistaken. Yet, the outcome had been nothing short of tragic and despairing. Chapter 25. The Supreme Sacred Body Father, Mother, Brother, I have returned with sister-in-law and little Yun. Outside of Water Buffalo Town, Xiao Yueshi knelt before the gravestones of her parents, her visage etched with profound sorrow after laying to rest her sister-in-law and nephew. Yet, the appearance of Shun Lioli rekindled within her the will to live. Otherwise, she feared she would lack the courage to carry on at this moment. The girl in green, Shun Lioli, stood behind Xiao Yueshi, her gaze cast upon the graves of the Xiao family, revealing a flicker of compassion on her face. However, it quickly transformed into a chilling demeanor. In her eyes, the tribulations faced by Xiao Yueshi were undoubtedly the machinations of a hidden enemy, one who could only be the heavenly Emperor Lin Yang, whom they had slain in their previous life. Moreover, even the matter of their reincarnation was likely orchestrated by him. I shall uncover the truth behind all this. If it truly is you who has conspired against Sister Yueshi, I will not let you escape unscathed. In our past life, we vanquished you, and in this life, we shall do so again, Shunlioli thought, her heart cold as she scoffed internally. Xiao Yueshi, still kneeling before her parents' tomb, bowed her head in grief before rising slowly to face Shun Lioli. Sister Lioli, I have been contemplating our next course of action. Let us seek out Brother Lin Yang together. Only he can assist you with your cursed body. We must apologize to him. And then her words trailed off, for she knew all too well that in their previous life, they, the 7 absolute fairies, had mercilessly slain Lin Yang. What face did they have to plead for his forgiveness and assistance in this lifetime? Beside her, Shun Lioli listened as Xiao Yueshi persistently referred to Lin Yang as brother, her elegant brows knitting together in discontent. With a dismissive expression, she interjected, Sister Yueshi, do you truly believe there is any room for reconciliation between us and that tyrant, the heavenly emperor? From the moment we struck him down, our fates have been entwined in an unending conflict. Moreover, Shun Lioli emphasized her words, a hint of derision surfacing on her countenance as she continued, did you genuinely think that in our past life, the heavenly emperor removed my cursed body out of goodwill? Xiao Yueshi stared at Shun Lioli, her astonishment evident. Do you possess knowledge regarding the cursed body? The cursed body was exceptionally rare, never having manifested in this world before. Thus, even the 7 absolute fairies had never encountered it. They had only learned of its name from Lin Yang. Shun Lioli, with a proud expression, replied, in our previous life, the tyrant proclaimed his great benevolence towards us, and I was unwilling to owe him such an immense debt of gratitude without understanding the reason. Hence, I scoured all ancient texts and finally discovered information pertaining to the cursed body within one of them. With excitement glimmering in her eyes, Shun Liuli continued. According to the ancient texts, although my poisonous body is indeed fraught with peril, it is also the most formidable cultivation physique in existence. Those who possess such a constitution, once they embark on the path of cultivation, shall progress with astonishing speed, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of existence in this world. Observing Shun Liuli's enthusiasm, Xiao Yueshi could not help but shake her head. She sensed something amiss, but could not articulate her unease. At that moment, a cold smile reappeared on Shun Liuli's face. In my previous life, that tyrant, the Heavenly Emperor, seized my poisonous body, which resulted in my cultivation remaining the weakest among the 7 of us, while he, leveraging my physique, ascended to heights beyond our collective power. Sister Yueshi, just wait and see. In this life, I shall unleash the full potential of my poisonous body. Even if I confront that tyrant, I can vanquish him alone. It seemed that, for the time being, Xiao Yueshi could not alter her sister's convictions. With a sigh in her heart, she looked up at Shun Liuli and said, Sister Liuli, if you truly find Brother Lin Yang in this life, please be sure to inform me. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi's thoughts were consumed with the desire to locate Lin Yang, to apologize and seek his forgiveness. This sentiment was easily discernible to Shun Liuli. With a hint of resignation, Shun Liuli replied, Sister Yueshi, I will no longer attempt to dissuade you. From now on, simply remain by my side, and I shall demonstrate that everything you have encountered in this life has been the result of someone else's machinations. Xiao Yueshi opened her mouth as if to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. She was unsure how to persuade Shun Liuli otherwise. Half an hour later, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi took to the skies aboard a celestial bird. Ultimately, Shun Liuli managed to convince Xiao Yueshi to leave with her. For Xiao Yueshi, Water Buffalo Town held no attachment any longer, and it was better to depart from this place of sorrow. However, she was concerned about her current fate as a calamity star, and thus she pondered how to maintain a distance from Shun Liuli to avoid impacting her sister's destiny. Shun Liuli, meanwhile, had cast aside all prior thoughts and, with a beaming smile, recounted her present circumstances to Xiao Yueshi. Sister Yueshi, in my previous life, when I was still an orphan, I encountered you and that tyrant, the Heavenly Emperor. After enduring numerous trials, I finally became a disciple of the Qingyan sect. But this life is different. Upon my rebirth, I began cultivating immediately, and with the aid of my poisonous body, my progress has been remarkably swift. I joined the Qingyan sect early on, and my senior brothers and sisters are all exceptionally kind. You can reside with me in the sect. Upon hearing the name Qingyan sect, Xiao Yueshi suddenly understood why she had been unable to locate Shun Liuli during her previous search. She had followed the same route as in her past life, to find Shun Liuli, unaware that after her rebirth, Shun Liuli had retained the memories of her former existence and had naturally embarked on the cultivation path early on. The Qingyan sect, which she has joined, will become a prestigious and unparalleled sect in the Lingxian continent after several hundred years. However, it is currently an inconspicuous and unremarkable establishment. Only disciples like Shun Liuli can effortlessly locate the sect's whereabouts. If Xiao Yueshi were to search for it, the task would undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Even if she were to inquire around, it would likely be quite arduous to find the Qingyan sect, as there are countless inconsequential sects like it scattered across the Lingxian continent. If locating Sister Liuli is already such a formidable endeavor, how long must I wait to find my Lin Yang brother in this lifetime? As Xiao Yueshi sighed within, a sudden spark of realization ignited in her mind. Of course, I almost forgot that Sister Liuli mentioned she could sense Brother Lin Yang's presence. If I could obtain the method of sensing from Sister Liuli, I would surely be able to find Brother Lin Yang sooner. With this thought, a glimmer of extraordinary brilliance suddenly illuminated Xiao Yueshi's eyes. Chapter 26, The Seal of Life and Death, excited Xiao Yueshi. Dear sister, you should accompany me to the Qingyan sect. Under the brilliant sun, in a picturesque valley, Shun Liuli looked helplessly at the resolute Xiao Yueshi. They were now merely 100 miles from the Qingyan sect, Yet Xiao Yueshi insisted on remaining behind, refusing to proceed. Though she had clearly articulated her reasons, her fear that her fateful designation as the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star might adversely affect Shun Liuli and the others of the Qingyun sect, her resolve remained unyielding. Shun Liuli, dismissive of the so-called Heavenly Calamity Lone Star fate, found her attempts to persuade Xiao Yueshi futile. Liuli, you need not urge me further. I shall not go to the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from visiting me. If there are matters to discuss, simply use your magical communication. Xiao Yueshi declared with unwavering determination, leaving Shun Liuli in a state of utter resignation. With a sigh, she replied, "Very well, I shall say no more. During this time, I will strive to locate our other 5 sisters. Once I find them, I shall persuade them to come and talk to you, dear Yueshi." The 7 exquisite fairies hailed from diverse backgrounds and were scattered across the Lingxian continent, making their search quite a formidable task given their current levels of cultivation. However, as their abilities grew, a reunion would undoubtedly occur in due time. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly. In the past, she had shared Shun Liuli's eagerness to reunite with her sisters. Yet, her perspective had shifted dramatically. With her unique fate, encountering her sisters might inadvertently jeopardize them. After further admonitions from Shun Liuli, she leapt back onto the back of the celestial bird. Yet as she urged the creature to take flight, she was unexpectedly halted by Xiao Yueshi's voice, prompting a glimmer of hope on Shun Liuli's face. "Sister Yueshi, have you changed your mind and decided to join me at the Qingyun sect?" Xiao Yueshi shook her head, her expression becoming rather peculiar. After a prolonged pause of uncertainty, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Liuli, may I ask what secret technique you are employing to sense the presence of Brother Lin Yang?" Seeing Xiao Yueshi's demeanor, Shun Liuli could hardly contain her irritation. "Sister Yueshi, you still concern yourself with that tyrant and butcher?" Xiao Yueshi cast her gaze downward, speaking softly. "I merely wish to ascertain whether Brother Lin Yang still exists in this world. Regardless, if that emperor ever appears near us, I shall personally slay him once more." With a resigned murmur, Shun Liuli quickly formed a series of hand seals, manifesting a set of mystical symbols. "Sister Yueshi, this is the seal of life and death. Through this seal, one can sense the life and death of a target. I previously utilized this technique to detect the Emperor's presence." Xiao Yueshi fixed her gaze intently upon the seals conjured by Shun Liuli. After all, in her past life, she too had been one of the most formidable 7 exquisite fairies. Even with only innate cultivation at this moment, she merely cast a few more glances and mastered the magical seal condensed by Shun Liuli. "Sister Yueshi, I shall take my leave now. I will return to see you in a few days." After teaching Xiao Yueshi this set of magical seals, Shun Liuli activated the celestial bird beneath her feet. Soaring into the sky, left alone, Xiao Yueshi, without the luxury of constructing a cave dwelling, eagerly sought a suitable spot, where she promptly settled cross-legged and swiftly began to congeal the life and death magical seal imparted to her by Shun Liuli. For her, mastering this magical seal was not particularly difficult, yet its execution proved rather cumbersome. After 3 days of relentless practice, during which she condensed the magical seal thousands of times, she finally achieved mastery. On the 3rd day, with an expression of excitement upon her face, Xiao Yueshi approached a nearby stream. She smoothed the sand beneath her, hesitated briefly, and then began to inscribe words upon it. "Lin Yang, born in the 8th month of the year of abundant harvest. He once stood as the unparalleled celestial emperor, suppressing the Lingxian continent with his singular might. While the life and death magical seal could indeed sense a person's existence or demise, such sensations were rather vague and required an anchor point. The information Xiao Yueshi inscribed at this moment served as that anchor. Moreover, significantly, most of the content she wrote pertained to her previous life and Lin Yang. If the life and death magical seal could sense even this, it would suffice to indicate that her beloved brother Lin Yang, whom she deeply cared for, had likewise been reborn in this era, retaining his memories. Xiao Yueshi meticulously documented various details about Lin Yang around her before commencing the condensation of the life and death magical seal. As she slowly gathered the entire set of seals, an enigmatic force suddenly erupted from her being. Simultaneously, her spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly. Such a secret technique as the life and death magical seal operated at the level of causality. Thus, its consumption was inherently substantial. Were it not for Xiao Yueshi's previous life as the Seven Absolutes Fairy, which had honed her control over her spiritual energy to perfection, her current innate cultivation alone would have been insufficient to execute such a technique. Despite sensing the swift depletion of her spiritual energy, Xiao Yueshi remained undeterred. Her hands moved swiftly to manipulate the magical seals, diligently attuning herself to the messages transmitted by them. Before long, a faint wave of energy reached her, imbued with a resonance that sent a shiver through her body, her eyes alight with indescribable excitement. It was her brother Lin Yang. It had to be him. Although the sensation was quite indistinct, Xiao Yueshi could still perceive a life within this continent that closely resembled the information she had described. The only individual who could fit her portrayal was undoubtedly Lin Yang from her previous existence. After all, only he, as the Celestial Emperor, had the power to suppress all. Xiao Yueshi exerted herself to channel her spiritual energy, striving to achieve a clearer sense of his presence, hoping to discern Lin Yang's current whereabouts. Before she could fully sense these feelings, her body suddenly trembled, and the spiritual energy within her dissipated in an instant, causing all her perceptions to vanish as well. Overexerted, she found blood welling from her mouth and nose. Yet, Xiao Yueshi remained unfazed by this, her expression a blend of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from her newfound certainty that her beloved Lin Yang was also in this world. However, the sorrow weighed heavily upon her, as she grappled with the uncertainty of how she would face Lin Yang in the future. If there were to be a next life, she wished for them to remain strangers. The vows they had once made in their previous existence now echoed like a haunting incantation, causing Xiao Yueshi's heart to ache as if it were about to bleed. Chapter 27. Shun Liuli's love for life at Qingyun sect after parting ways with Xiao Yueshi. Shun Liuli took to the skies on her celestial bird and returned to this place. The Qingyun sect, still a reclusive school, boasts disciples of considerable strength, albeit in limited numbers. The sect's entrance is ensconced within a forbidden zone, making it quite a challenge for outsiders to locate. Upon landing at the sect's gate, Shun Liuli gracefully dismounted from the celestial bird, affectionately stroking its wing while murmuring, "Xiao Hong, you've worked hard this time. Go on and play with your companions." After releasing the celestial bird, she strode confidently into the mountain gate. "Junior sister, you have returned. Was your journey smooth, junior sister? I just refined a batch of elixirs. I will bring you 2 shortly." As she stepped into the sect, Shun Liuli encountered several senior brothers and sisters. Greeting them, her smile blossomed even brighter. In her previous life, she shared a close bond with these peers, and in this life, their connection is even more profound. Her master, too, dotes on her disciples with great affection. Overall, Shun Liuli feels immensely satisfied with her current circumstances following her rebirth. However, she knows she cannot afford to relax. The tyrant known as the Heavenly Emperor could return at any moment. It is imperative that she cultivates to become even stronger. With the aid of her toxic physique, she believes it is entirely possible to vanquish the Heavenly Emperor alone in this lifetime. After paying her respects to her master, Shun Liuli meandered toward her dwelling within the Qingyun sect. The sect spans a vast expanse, yet with its few disciples. Each is afforded ample space to establish their own abode. Shun Liuli's dwelling is nestled in a serene valley. As she entered the valley, a vibrant aura of life enveloped her. The surroundings were abundant with blossoms of every hue, transforming the valley into a sea of flowers. Amidst these blooms, numerous spiritual bees could also be glimpsed. The primary cultivation method of Qingyun sect focuses on wood-based techniques. Thus, each disciple excels in nurturing spiritual plants and beasts. Embracing life and cultivating vitality is the essence of Qingyun sect's philosophy. Having been a disciple of Qingyun sect in her previous life, Shun Liuli is intimately familiar with these cultivation methods. Consequently, The spiritual plants and beasts she nurtured are among the finest within the sect. The celestial bird she rode in search of Xiao Yueshi was one she had personally raised. Named Xiao Hong, this celestial bird has now developed a semblance of intelligence, and in due time, it is destined to become a true celestial being. In fact, the valley housing Shun Liuli's abode is already home to numerous spiritual beasts that have awakened their own intelligence, sensing the return of their beloved master. These creatures emerged from the floral thickets, affectionately surrounding Shun Liuli and playfully vying for her attention. Haha, do not be too mischievous, my dears. With a radiant smile, Shun Liuli spent a moment frolicking with the spirit beasts. In her previous life, she had cherished the companionship of these ethereal creatures, and in this life, her fondness remained unwavering. She was particularly enamored with the moonlight rabbits she had nurtured. Their bodies were pure white, each strand of fur devoid of any impurities, and their gentle, adorable demeanor would surely captivate anyone who laid eyes upon them. All right, you may play by yourselves now. I must attend to my cultivation, she declared after a brief interlude of merriment. Rising, Shun Liuli retreated into her cave dwelling. Her excursion was not solely for the purpose of seeking Xiao Yueshi, but also to procure suitable materials for her cultivation. Upon entering the depths of her cave, she waved her hand to close the stone door behind her. For added security, she summoned her spiritual energy to activate the defensive array of the cave. Having completed these preparations, she slowly retrieved the materials she had gathered. Before her lay an array of deadly toxins: 5 poison spiders, crystal toads, 9 poison vines. Each item was a lethal substance capable of claiming countless lives. Even seasoned cultivators would need to tread carefully in their presence. Yet, Shun Liuli had extracted such a plethora of these toxic items without trepidation. Gazing at the assortment, a smile graced her lips. Lin Yang, although you siphoned away my toxic body in my past life, you inadvertently led me to discover the cultivation method for it. Otherwise, I might never have realized that the path to mastering the toxic body involved absorbing these lethal substances. In this regard, I owe you a note of gratitude. As she contemplated the collection of poisons before her, Shun Liuli silently acknowledged her thoughts. She had always endeavored to avoid mentioning Lin Yang, for the mere utterance of his name would conjure his visage in her mind. In her past life, she had held him in high esteem, almost as a devoted admirer. For not only was he immensely powerful, but he also frequently presented whimsical ideas that left her in awe. However, as Lin Yang ascended to the position of the Celestial Emperor and began a campaign of slaughter across the Lingxian continent, her perception of him, like that of Xiao Yueshi and others, began to shift. Yet, her change in perspective was merely that, unlike Xiao Yueshi, she did not possess a robust sense of justice. Nor did she entertain thoughts of vanquishing evil, the true catalyst for her resolve, alongside her 6 sisters, to confront the supreme heavenly palace and eliminate the celestial emperor Lin Yang, was her toxic body. Initially, she believed that Lin Yang had extracted her toxic body for her own salvation. However, upon inadvertently discovering an ancient tome detailing the toxic body's attributes, she was left dumbfounded and fell into a prolonged silence. In her past life, even as one of the 7 exquisite immortals, and despite the kindness of her 6 sisters, Shun Liuli had harbored a sense of discontent, for her cultivation was significantly inferior to that of the others. In her relentless pursuit to catch up with the other 6, Shun Liuli engaged in tireless cultivation day and night, exerting herself to the utmost, even daring to venture into perilous places in search of opportunities. Yet, despite her unwavering dedication, her prowess remained inferior to that of her 6 sisters, and she found herself unable to compete with the heavenly emperor, Lin Yang. For years, Shun Liuli's heart was besieged by anxiety and unrest. In this state of mind, she stumbled upon an ancient tome that revealed a startling truth. She possessed the world's most extraordinary sacred body, capable of becoming the strongest with merely a modicum of cultivation. One can only imagine the profound shock that surged through her at that moment. Furthermore, deep within her soul, a terrifying thought suddenly began to take root. Chapter 28. the astonishing toxic body in the depths of Shun Liuli's heart, a terrifying notion suddenly emerged. Lin Yang's withdrawal of my toxic body was likely not out of concern for me, but rather a mere desire to extract my unparalleled sacred physique to enhance his own cultivation speed. The thought, once it took root in Shun Liuli's mind, grew wildly, akin to weeds after a rain, ultimately saturating every corner of her consciousness. The reason behind my slow progress in cultivation, lagging far behind others, was solely due to Lin Yang's extraction of my toxic body. I nearly lost my life for the sake of cultivation, all because of him. Lin Yang's newfound strength was entirely attributable to my toxic body's prowess. As these thoughts proliferated within Shun Liuli's mind, she became increasingly unaware of her burgeoning, inexplicable resentment towards Lin Yang, particularly upon hearing Lin Yang describe the terrifying nature of the toxic body and how it incited revulsion. She could not help but silently label him a liar. With her doubts about Lin Yang taking root, it was only natural that she began to question everything he had spoken of, including the so-called dark turmoil. Shun Liuli vividly recalled when the other 6 sisters approached her to discuss their plans against the celestial Emperor Lin Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely expressed her support. The emperor had indeed been excessive lately. We must put a stop to him and uphold justice. In the secret chamber, the mere thought of Lin Yang sent Shun Liuli into a daze, memories from her past life flooding her mind. However, she quickly regained her composure. Lin Yang, in this lifetime without my toxic body, your cultivation is destined to be suppressed by me, should you choose to turn over a new leaf. Perhaps I might spare your life. With a complex expression, Shun Liuli silently resolved this in her heart, then promptly shook her head to dispel her errant thoughts. At this moment, her foremost priority was to cultivate diligently. With the enhancement of the world's foremost sacred body, she was confident she could surpass everyone, emerging as the strongest among the 7 absolute female immortals. The thought that she would no longer be relegated to the position of a mere follower in this life brought a clandestine joy to Shun Liuli's heart. Let me first test this 5-poison spider. She reached out and caught a vividly colored spider before her. In truth, this was her first time utilizing the toxic body for cultivation, so she felt a tinge of nervousness. With a swift grasp, all the toxins from the spider instantly detached from its body. Accompanied by a pungent stench, these toxins rapidly merged into Shun Liuli's being. In that moment, she felt her spiritual energy surging wildly, with even a hint of a breakthrough in her realm. The toxic body truly deserved its title as the world's foremost sacred body. The speed of her cultivation was astonishing indeed. Shun Liuli found herself somewhat astonished. It was at this moment that she truly grasped why the poisonous body was revered as the foremost sacred physique in the realm. Such astonishing speed of cultivation warranted its esteemed title without a hint of exaggeration. No wonder Lin Yang had extracted her poisonous body in her previous life. It also explained his remarkable pace of advancement. Shun Liuli could not help but exclaim in her heart, and then she resumed her cultivation using these toxic substances. According to her estimations, should she cultivate normally, it would take her several years to transcend into the innate realm. Yet now, with the assistance of the poisonous body, she was confident she could achieve that breakthrough within 6 months. During this period of seclusion, Shun Liuli dedicated 3 days solely to her practice, and in that brief span, her cultivation had surged significantly. Her prior prediction of a 6-month breakthrough now seemed overly cautious. She believed she could surpass the innate realm in no more than 2 months. With a radiant expression, Shun Liuli emerged from her chamber, already planning to venture forth in search of more potent toxins to expedite her cultivation further. As she stepped outside, sensing the presence of her master, the spirit beasts she raised immediately rushed towards her. Among them, the exquisite moonlight rabbits were particularly exuberant, bounding joyfully before Shun Liuli. With her cultivation flourishing, she was in high spirits and reached out to embrace one of the moonlight rabbits, just as she was about to speak. Unexpectedly, the rabbit she held began to convulse violently. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed from its mouth and nose, staining its fur crimson. This sudden turn of events left Shun Liuli momentarily stunned. She hastily channeled her spiritual energy, hoping to save the moonlight rabbit. However, to her dismay, as she attempted to heal it, all the spirit beasts surrounding her began to exhibit the same symptoms, blood streaming from their mouths and noses as they collapsed to the ground. Realizing the rapid decline of these creatures' vitality, Shenlioli was taken aback for a moment before she suddenly understood. It was her poisonous body. The toxic substances she had consumed had not dissipated entirely, but had merged with her spiritual energy. To test her hypothesis, Shenlioli waved her hand, directing a surge of spiritual energy toward a nearby flower. The moment her energy touched the flowers, they, along with the vines beneath them, wilted instantly. Indeed, it was her issue. This poisonous body seemed to be quite troublesome. With a cold snort in her heart, Shenlioli turned and retraced her steps back to the secluded chamber. She distinctly remembered that in her previous life, Lin Yang had faced similar outbreaks after extracting her poisonous body, but he had swiftly regained control. Now, with her newfound determination, Shenlioli was confident she could master it as well. This time, she devoted another 3 days to fully regulating the toxins within her spiritual energy. She even conducted numerous tests until she was assured of her safety before finally feeling at ease. Once again, she stepped out of the hidden chamber, observing the several spirit beasts that had perished due to her momentary carelessness just days prior. Shenlioli was engulfed by profound sorrow, personally interring them. She finally made her way outside. No sooner had she stepped out of the valley than a kindly-faced man approached her. Upon seeing Shenlioli emerge, the man broke into a smile and said, "Junior sister, it has been several days since we last met. I thought you might have forgotten today's significant event." Shenlioli returned the smile and shook her head. "I would never forget the grand competition of the sect, third senior brother. Thank you for coming to remind me." Among the many brothers and sisters of Qingyun's sect, her bond with this third senior brother was the strongest. He scratched his head, grinning with a warm smile. "There's no need for such formality. Let us hasten, for this competition bears great importance." Chapter 29. The extraordinary talent of Shenlioli. The upcoming grand competition of the Qingyun sect holds profound significance. On one hand, it marks Shenlioli's inaugural major contest since her induction into the sect. On the other hand, this event will determine the chosen saint son and saint daughter of the Qingyun sect. Historically, those selected for these esteemed titles have had a substantial likelihood of ascending to the position of sect leader. In her previous life, upon joining the Qingyun sect, Shenlioli witnessed the selection of the saint's son, who indeed went on to become the sect leader. However, under his leadership, the Qingyun sect nearly faced annihilation. It was only after she ascended to the title of the Seven Absolute Fairy that the sect managed to rise anew. Although Shenlioli never held any resentment towards the senior brother who had nearly led the sect to ruin in this rebirth, she intends to seize the position of saint daughter. By achieving this title, she could certainly guide the Qingyun sect away from the brink of extinction and even foster its development beyond what it was in her past life. As Shenlioli walked alongside her third senior brother, they soon arrived at the main hall of the Qingyun sect, where the competition was set to take place. Upon seeing Shenlioli and her companion, the other members of the sect greeted them warmly. Presently, the Qingyun sect comprised merely a few dozen individuals, which paled in comparison to the vast numbers of those larger sects boasting hundreds of thousands. Just then, a clear, resonant bell tolled, heralding the arrival of a slightly portly middle-aged man accompanied by 6 or 7 elderly men with white hair and beards. This somewhat rotund figure was none other than the current sect leader, Zhongshan, who also served as Shenlioli's master. After Zhongshan and the 6 elders entered the hall, his gaze swept over the disciples below, a smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly. "You all are undoubtedly aware that this grand competition will determine our sect's saint son and saint daughter, so I shall not prolong the announcement. I hereby declare the commencement of the competition." With that, Zhongshan and the 6 elders took their seats at the head of the hall. Among the gathered crowd, a young man leaped forward, grinning as he proclaimed, "I am your senior brother, and I shall take the first match." Among the younger generation of disciples, the highest cultivation level merely reached the pinnacle of the innate stage, making this senior brother one of the most outstanding among them. Just as the others hesitated over who would step forth to face him, Shun Lioli had already leapt forward, her figure gracefully landing before him. With a respectful bow, she smiled and said, "Senior brother, I seek your guidance." Observing the profound aura emanating from Shun Lioli, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. The elder brother marveled. "Little junior sister, although you embarked on your journey later than us, I can see that your cultivation has now caught up. Such remarkable talent is truly astonishing. It seems the position of a sect saintess is destined to be yours." Upon hearing her elder brother praise her unparalleled gifts, Shun Lioli could not help but smile. In her previous life, alongside the other 6 sisters of the 7 Absolute Fairy and Lin Yang, she had always been the one overshadowed by their superior talents. However, in this life, she would no longer be suppressed. "My toxic body will radiate an unprecedented brilliance," she mused inwardly as she began to channel her spiritual energy. Before her, a seedling resembling a tiny blade of grass suddenly sprouted. In the blink of an eye, this seedling transformed into a grand tree, its branches resembling long whips, striking towards her elder brother across from her. The elder brother of the Qingyun sect revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes, but quickly summoned a considerable amount of spiritual energy to counter Shun Lioli. This unique style of combat was characteristic of the Qingyun sect, despite being the weakest among the 7 absolute fairies in her past life. Shun Lioli found it effortless to contend with an elder brother of merely innate stage. Were it not for her consideration of his dignity, she could have effortlessly dispatched him in an instant. After a brief tussle, she deftly controlled one of the branches of the great tree, delivering a swift strike that shattered the spiritual energy surrounding her elder brother. His face, already pale, looked up at Shun Lioli, whose expression remained almost unchanged, and he couldn't help but smile ruefully, saying, "Little junior sister, you have won. I concede wholeheartedly." Shun Lioli smiled and nodded at her elder brother, then turned to the others around them, saying, "Brothers and sisters, who among you shall step forth?" The numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect exchanged glances, having realized that with their current strength, defeating Shun Lioli was nearly impossible. However, many were eager to experience the power of the secret technique she had just demonstrated. The third elder brother, who had arrived alongside Shun Lioli, was the first to step forward, declaring, "Little junior sister, I shall fight you." With that, he summoned a wolf-shaped spirit beast, and together they charged towards Shun Lioli. As Shun Lioli controlled the branches of the great tree to engage in combat with the third elder brother, she once again afforded him courtesy, waiting until he had exhausted all his abilities before finally overcoming him. At this moment, it became evident not only to the sect leader Zhongshan, but also to the ordinary disciples of the Qingyun sect. The young junior sister before them had already surpassed any of them in strength. "Junior sister, I challenge you to a duel." With that, another individual stepped forward. At this moment, they no longer entertained thoughts of defeating Shun Lioli. Rather, they sought to gauge the disparity between themselves and her. Observing the other senior disciples around them, it became evident that they too were eager to test their skills against her. Shun Lioli, no longer inclined to be courteous, swiftly engaged and vanquished the senior brother before her. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, over half of the younger generation disciples of Qingyun sect had been effortlessly defeated by Shun Lioli. This astonishing spectacle filled the sect leader, Zhongshan, with immense joy. The 6 elders beside him mirrored his elation. Shun Lioli's extraordinary talent not only left them in awe, but also filled their hearts with delight. With such a prodigious disciple, the rise of Qingyun sect seemed imminent. Exchanging glances, Zhongshan rose, prepared to proclaim that Shun Lioli would henceforth be the sect's holy maiden. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden exclamation of surprise erupted from among the young disciples below. Chapter 30. All are dead, alas. With the first exclamation of shock, a chorus of startled cries erupted from the hall below. The gaze of the crowd fell upon the individual who had uttered the initial scream. None other than the esteemed senior brother of the Qingyun sect. This once dignified figure now bore a pallid countenance, his features clouded with an ominous shade of green, exuding a strong, foul stench. After his startled cry, he collapsed to the ground, swiftly losing consciousness. Not just him, other young disciples of the Qingyun sect, his third brother, second brother, and elder sister, followed suit, all succumbing to the floor in a similar fashion. The entire hall of the Qingyun sect began to emanate a pungent odor. In the blink of an eye, the majority of disciples within the hall had fallen, rendering the scene utterly horrifying. The sect leader, Zhongshan, along with the other 6 elders, were left astonished by this unsettling turn of events. What could possibly be happening? With alarm etched on their faces, Zhongshan and the elders swiftly appeared beside the incapacitated disciples. A brief examination revealed to Zhongshan that these disciples were all afflicted by a potent poison, causing them to gasp in shock. It is well known that the Qingyun sect specializes in wood-based techniques, excelling in the cultivation of spiritual plants and beasts. Their proficiency in both the cultivation of toxins and healing is equally remarkable. In light of this, the existence of a silent assailant capable of poisoning these disciples is a deeply unsettling notion. Furthermore, the severity of the poison was staggering. Within moments, their spiritual energy had been completely depleted, and the toxic miasma began to erode their very flesh. It was feared that if immediate action was not taken, they would soon perish. In this dire circumstance, Zhongshan and the others prioritized the urgent need to administer antidotes to the afflicted disciples, scarcely pausing to consider the identity of the perpetrator. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a corner of the hall, stood Shen Liuli, who had recently been the center of attention, now pale and gripped by fear and anxiety. It cannot be. I have concealed the poison within me, and I have tested it multiple times. It should not have harmed my brothers and sisters. As she surveyed the fallen figures of her fellow disciples, her heart raced with trepidation. Initially, she instinctively believed that an external enemy had poisoned them. However, upon recognizing the identities of the afflicted, she was struck dumb. For those now incapacitated were all individuals she had recently engaged with in combat, while those who had not fought her remained unscathed. This peculiar situation could only imply one thing. The poisoned disciples were undeniably afflicted because of her actions. Yet, this situation left Shen Liuli utterly astounded. Before embarking on her journey here, she had clearly tested her abilities and found that she could flawlessly control the lethal poison within her, rendering her incapable of harming anyone. As her mind swirled with complex emotions and chaotic thoughts, the sect leader, Zhongshan, let out a furious growl. The other disciples, who had not been poisoned, could not restrain their cries of despair and shock. Before their very eyes, the elder brother, who had initially exhibited symptoms of poisoning, suddenly began to decay, his flesh and blood transforming into a viscous liquid that vanished before them. Despite the fact that everyone present were cultivators, witnessing such a horrifying scene, particularly involving their highly esteemed elder brother, plunged their hearts into disquietude and dread. At that moment, Shen Liuli finally regained her composure. She could no longer afford to indulge in futile thoughts and urgently rushed to a poisoned senior sister, grasping her arm in an attempt to assist in alleviating the poison. However, to her dismay, she was entirely unaware of how this senior sister had been poisoned, let alone how to offer aid. Ultimately, as Shen Liuli watched in terror, this senior sister too, like the elder brother before her, gradually dissolved into a pool of blood. With the demise of this senior sister, the other poisoned disciples of Qingyun's sect followed suit, one after another. Despite Zhongshan and the 6 elders exerting all their strength, they were unable to save even a single disciple. The number of disciples that had once filled the grand hall dwindled to a mere handful. Furthermore, the blood that flowed from the deceased disciples rendered the hall eerily grotesque and terrifying. Quickly withdraw from here, but do not stray too far. The perpetrator who has harmed your brothers and sisters may still be nearby, Zhongshan commanded with a pallid complexion, his face clouded with gloom. Just moments ago, he had witnessed his disciples display their prowess and had felt a sense of pride, believing that the rise of Qingyun's sect was imminent. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, the elite group he and the 6 elders had meticulously nurtured would face such inexplicable devastation. After expelling the remaining young disciples, Zhongshan remained in the grand hall alone, determined to unravel the mystery behind the deaths of these disciples. Throughout the ordeal, No one suspected Shun Lioli, for the reasoning was simple. Everyone believed that only an extraordinarily powerful being could poison a group of Qingyun sect disciples in the presence of their sect leader and elders. Although Shun Lioli exhibited unparalleled talent, her cultivation level was regrettably low. Who, then, could possibly have been so audacious as to lay hands on her brothers and sisters? Could it be an enemy of our Qingyun sect? Yet, there had been no prior mention of any such adversaries. Let us await the words of the sect master and the elders. Outside the grand hall of the Qingyun sect, the pallid-faced Shun Lioli stood amidst the crowd, her countenance growing increasingly grim as she listened to the whispers that danced in her ears. Though no one harbored doubts about her, she herself was engulfed in profound anguish. For those deceased senior brothers and sisters were, quite possibly, victims of her own hand. It was inconceivable. She had assured herself that she had contained the toxicity within her. Shun Lioli's mind remained ensnared in this tormenting dilemma. Yet, before she could reach a resolution, an elder emerged from the hall ahead. This elder, who had once exuded an ethereal aura, now appeared somewhat disheartened as he approached the remaining dozen disciples. His gaze swiftly fell upon Shun Lioli, and with a stoic expression, he commanded, "Lioli, accompany me." The sudden summons sent a jolt of apprehension through Shun Lioli's heart. Chapter 31. Breakthrough in cultivation. Could it be that the sect leader and the elders have discovered that my senior brothers perished because of me? When called out individually by the elder, a sense of dread surged within Shun Lioli. If this matter were to come to light, even the sect leader, despite his affection for her, would undoubtedly impose severe punishment. After all, this incident resulted in the loss of over half of the young disciples of Qingyun sect, and those who perished were the true elite of the sect. After a moment of trepidation, a sudden resolve washed over Shun Lioli's face. It was indeed true that those senior brothers and sisters died because of her, and she must confess to her master, even if it meant facing his stern reprimand. She would accept it willingly. With that thought, she followed the elder into the grand hall ahead. Upon entering, the hall was still thick with the stench of blood and decay, and the pools of blood on the ground were a harrowing sight. Each puddle once belonged to a core disciple of Qingyun sect. "Master," Shun Lioli called out as she stepped into the hall. The sect leader, Zhongshan, immediately appeared before her, his hand pressing against her body. A formidable surge of spiritual power enveloped her, binding her completely. In the next moment, the spiritual energy emanating from Zhongshan began to flow into Shun Lioli, swiftly scanning the spiritual essence within her. This continued for a full half an hour. Only after this intense scrutiny did Zhongshan's expression soften. He turned to the other elders and said, "Lioli's condition is normal. Then it is indeed strange. The disciples who encountered trouble were all in combat with her. This cannot be mere coincidence," one elder remarked with a grave expression. The abruptness of the earlier events left them little time to ponder, but once they regained their composure, they quickly sensed something amiss, prompting them to summon Shun Lioli for examination. After a brief consultation, Zhongshan released his hold on Shun Lioli, saying, "It's nothing. You may return now." At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped Shun Lioli's heart. She had distinctly sensed her master's distrust and the cold intent emanating from him. Although she had prepared to confess everything to her master, this sudden wave of icy detachment left her feeling equally frigid inside. What she could not endure was the lack of trust from Zhongshan. Deep in her heart, she held profound respect for him. Moreover, throughout the entire ordeal, Zhongshan and the others had not offered her a single explanation. In her previous life, when the seven of them had encircled Lin Yang, had he felt this same mistrust? In that instant, Lin Yang's figure resurfaced in Shun Lioli's mind. Yet, she quickly shook her head. She still believed that Lin Yang had never truly cared for them. With a blank expression, she exited the grand hall. Shun Lioli did not bother to greet any other disciples of the Qingyun sect. Instead, she retreated directly to her cave dwelling, isolating herself within. For several consecutive days, she did not step outside even once. She had firmly resolved to fully master the poison body before venturing out again. After dedicating over a month to her endeavor, she finally achieved modest progress. Following her recent trials, whether employing spiritual power or executing secret techniques, the toxins within her body had ceased to erupt. While she felt a profound sense of relief, she was unexpectedly elated to sense that her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Since activating the poison body, Shen Liuli's cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably. Previously, she had already reached the pinnacle of the innate stage. Now, after a month of seclusion, her cultivation naturally experienced a breakthrough. This was a significant advancement in her realm. In the past, she would have joyfully jumped with excitement at such news. However, her spirits were dampened by the tragic loss of her closest senior brothers and sisters, who had perished due to her actions. Consequently, she felt a deep melancholy, and she had no intention of informing anyone of her recent progress. Before officially making her breakthrough, she decided to temporarily cease her seclusion. Having been isolated for the past month, she was largely unaware of the current circumstances within the sect. If she were to initiate a major breakthrough, she would likely be in seclusion for several more days. Thus, she resolved to step outside and ascertain the state of affairs within the Qingyan sect, especially after the loss of so many elite disciples, which would undoubtedly leave the sect severely weakened. Within the sect, whispers surrounded her as she walked through the grounds. In the past, her fellow disciples would have greeted her warmly, yet now, the remaining members regarded her with peculiar expressions and hesitated to approach her. This unfamiliarity was disheartening. But what troubled Shen Liuli even more was the hushed murmurs of her peers. Clearly, they had discerned the anomalies of that fateful day and had naturally directed their suspicions toward her. Although she acknowledged the validity of their doubts, it still weighed heavily on her heart. I never intended to harm my senior brothers. Once I resolve the matters of my past life, I will seek forgiveness from my master. Shen Liuli felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Her purpose for venturing out was to gauge the current situation of the Qingyan sect. However, the attitude of the surviving seniors made her feel constantly uneasy, as if pricked by thorns. She could no longer muster the spirit to explore other areas of the Qingyan sect, and thus turned back to her own cave dwelling. Once inside, she activated the defensive array of the cave. Shen Liuli settled into a meditative posture within her abode, preparing to embark on a breakthrough to a higher realm. Drawing upon her experience from a past life, she faced this breakthrough with confidence, devoid of any peril. Moreover, she now possessed the renowned toxic body, said to be the finest sacred physique in the world, which made the process even more facile. The crucial aspect of advancing from the innate realm to the spiritual body was the condensation of the spiritual essence. Shen Liuli, guided by the wisdom of her previous existence, began to gather the spiritual energy within her. This energy coalesced into a tangible form, culminating in a colossal ethereal silhouette above her head. This magnificent apparition even pierced through the confines of her cave, manifesting itself in the sky above. This astonishing spectacle swiftly reverberated throughout the entire Qingyan sect, prompting everyone within its bounds to involuntarily gaze towards the direction of Shen Liuli. Chapter 32. The demise of the Qingyan sect. Zhongshan, the master of the Qingyan sect, stood atop the peak, gazing into the distance where an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A colossal figure emerged from the depths of Shen Liuli's cave, gradually enveloping the sky, casting its immense silhouette across the heavens. Master, is someone about to break through to the innate realm and ascend to the spiritual body realm? This spectacle is truly astonishing, remarked several elders of the Qingyan sect, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment as they inquired of Zhongshan. Indeed, to transcend from the innate to the spiritual body realm, a practitioner requires an immense amount of spiritual energy to coalesce a complete spiritual body. Upon achieving this spiritual entity, the practitioner's physical structure undergoes a transformation, enabling them to contain a greater reservoir of spiritual energy and significantly enhancing their affinity for it. From that point onward, one could say that the practitioner becomes one with the spiritual energy. However, the majority of practitioners, when forming their spiritual bodies, typically only manifest a shadow of about 10 feet in height. Those with exceptional talent might create a figure slightly larger, but it seldom exceeds 30 to 50 feet. Yet, the apparition now visible within the Qingyan sect towered majestically, reaching at least several hundred feet in height. Such an astounding phenomenon naturally elicited awe from all, particularly from Zhongshan and the elders who had previously formed their own spiritual bodies. Witnessing this gigantic projection nearly left them speechless. With a grave expression, Zhongshan surveyed the elders around him before slowly speaking. Judging by the direction, it is likely that the one breaking through is that girl Lioli. Her innate talent has always been formidable. I underestimated her. Given the nature of this breakthrough, her future achievements are boundless. Upon hearing Shun Lioli's name, one elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, the recent deaths of numerous disciples must surely be connected to her. Although no abnormalities were detected in her, our suspicions remain." This was a reasonable concern, as all the Qingyun sect disciples who had mysteriously perished had indeed engaged with Shun Lioli, casting a shadow of doubt upon her. Zhongshan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let us refrain from discussing matters lacking evidence. It is possible that the future rise of our Qingyun sect may rely on this girl. We should proceed to assist her in safeguarding her breakthrough, lest the commotion attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives." Thus, Zhongshan, accompanied by the other 6 elders, hastened towards Shun Lioli's cave. Meanwhile, the remaining low-ranking disciples of the Qingyun sect, driven by curiosity, had already congregated outside her cave. The closer they approached, the more they could sense the astounding nature of Shun Lioli's breakthrough. Looking up at the towering apparition above them, many of the Qingyun sect disciples wore expressions of envy. If only they could experience such a phenomenon during their own breakthroughs, they would surely be overjoyed beyond measure. As the crowd gazed up at the ethereal shadow in the sky with envy, a vast expanse of violet mist began to emanate from this apparition. This purple haze rapidly spread outwards, centering around the shadow, and in the blink of an eye, enveloped the entire area surrounding Shun Lioli's cave. The recently arrived Zhongshan and his companions stood in stunned silence, their expressions betraying their confusion at such an unprecedented phenomenon. Had any cultivator ever ascended to the spiritual body realm amidst a swirl of violet mist? Exchanging bewildered glances, they found no clarity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the scene before them rendered them speechless. The violet mist, emanating from Shun Lioli's abode, expanded outward, with every living entity it touched wilting and vanishing instantaneously. Once vibrant flowers surrounding Shun Lioli's cave now lay shriveled, and even the vines crumbled into dust. The spirit beasts dwelling among the blossoms frantically sought escape. Yet their speed was no match for the encroaching mist. In mere moments, they too succumbed, convulsing as they fell, their bodies gradually dissolving into sanguine liquid. This harrowing sight triggered memories for Zhongshan and his group, reminiscent of the deceased disciples of the Qingyun sect from a month prior. The circumstances of their demise bore an uncanny similarity to the fate of the spirit beasts. In that instant, they were nearly certain that it was Shun Lioli who had slain those young disciples of the Qingyun sect. Even if she was not directly responsible, she was undoubtedly complicit. Zhongshan's face turned ashen, and he cursed under his breath. The elders of the Qingyun sect around him wore equally grim expressions. Regardless of Shun Lioli's exceptional talent, the fact that she had murdered so many disciples was unforgivable. However, at that moment, they could scarcely entertain thoughts of retribution. "Elders, we must prioritize the safety of the remaining disciples. If not, the Qingyun sect may face utter annihilation," one elder urged urgently. The remaining young disciples of the Qingyun sect were all gathered here, and if they were to fall victim to this violet mist, it could spell doom for their sect. Prompted by this elder-esque warning, Zhongshan and the others abandoned their quest for vengeance against Shun Lioli. They hastily turned, each taking 2 disciples with them, racing toward a region untouched by the mist. Yet the violet haze spread with alarming swiftness. They dared not pause until they burst forth from the sect as confines, at which point the expansion of the purple mist finally ceased. Turning back to glance at the scene behind them, Zhongshan and the others were met with a countenance of sheer terror. At this moment, the Qingyun sect was almost entirely shrouded in a dense purple mist. The thick vapor rolled tumultuously within the sect, extinguishing all the spirit beasts and spirit plants that had been nurtured over the years. Furthermore, several young disciples who were in seclusion were unable to escape in time, succumbing to the enveloping purple haze within their caves. The previous tragic loss of numerous young disciples had already severely weakened the sect's vitality. Now, this calamity threatened to uproot its very foundation. Witnessing the devastation of his sect, the sect leader, Zhongshan, felt his heart churn violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of vital blood. He had invested immeasurable effort into cultivating many exceptional disciples, hoping to see the Qingyun sect rise during his tenure. He envisioned himself as the revitalizing leader who would guide the sect to greatness. Yet, now, it seemed that not only was their rise impossible, but the mere survival of the Qingyun sect was a blessing from the heavens. "Leader, what should we do next?" An elder approached, his face ashen. Zhongshan's expression mirrored his, darkened with despair. He waved his hand and commanded, "Elder, you and the other 2 elders must first ensure the safety of the remaining disciples. I, along with the other 3 elders, will venture in to capture that errant disciple. I am determined to uncover the dark arts she has practiced to bring such ruin upon our Qingyun sect." Chapter 33. In this life, I too can become the celestial emperor. At this moment, Zhongshan and the others were truly on the brink of fury. Ignoring the pervasive purple poisonous mist that enveloped them, they charged into the Qingyun sect, intent on capturing Shun Lioli. Yet, after only a brief foray into the toxic haze, they emerged with faces marked by panic and disarray. The 3 elders, all of whom were merely at the spirit body realm, trembled uncontrollably, clearly having sustained severe injuries from the noxious fumes. Zhongshan fared slightly better, though his complexion was ashen. Having entered the harmonious path realm, he found himself barely capable of withstanding the toxic vapors. The sheer terror of such a poisonous mist filled him with dread. Shin Lioli had only just stepped into the innate realm, yet the toxicity she conjured was already formidable. Should her cultivation advance further, it would undoubtedly become even more menacing. It was likely that even those of a much higher realm would find themselves outmatched. What was even more alarming was the vast expanse of this poisonous mist. Should other cultivators attempt to overwhelm Shin Lioli through sheer numbers, they would likely meet a horrific fate. What a wretched creature! How did I end up with such a wretched disciple? Zhongshan fumed, pacing in circles, yet feeling utterly powerless. The group was left to linger in silence, awaiting their fate, and so they waited, a full month passing in this manner. After this period, they witnessed the purple mist ahead of them begin to writhe, as if imbued with life. After a prolonged, tumultuous movement, the mist swiftly coalesced in one direction, as if a colossal vortex were voraciously drawing it in. Once the purple mist had gathered entirely in one location, Zhongshan and the others could finally discern its form. The mist had amalgamated into an ethereal purple spirit body, astonishingly vibrant in hue, composed of an amalgamation of highly toxic substances. This bizarre phenomenon left them utterly speechless. However, on a brighter note, with the surrounding purple mist dissipated, they could finally advance into the Qingyun sect. "Let us capture that wretched disciple." Zhongshan gritted his teeth, leading the charge into the sect. The deeper they ventured into Qingyun sect, the more their hearts bled. Although Qingyun sect was merely a minor sect, it had a heritage spanning over several millennia, nurtured through countless generations. Everything here was amassed through the blood and lives of their ancestors, all in hopes that one day, Qingyun sect would rise to prominence and become a leading sect in the Lingxian continent. By the time the legacy reached Zhongshan's generation, he had even glimpsed the hope of Qingyun sect's resurgence. Not only had they recruited several exceptionally gifted disciples, but the treasures accumulated by the sect also began to shimmer with renewed brilliance. Yet now all was in ruins. The elite disciples they once took pride in had nearly all perished, and the spirit plants and spirit beasts cultivated over millennia had been utterly annihilated. This effectively uprooted the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. Should the Qingyun sect aspire to rise again, it may have to endure a painful period of dormancy for several millennia, gradually amassing treasures. The thought of the current plight of the Qingyun sect made Zhongshan unable to contain his fury, and he roared, "Shen Liuli, come out." His voice, bolstered by his Dao body realm cultivation, reverberated through the heavens like thunder. Meanwhile, within the hidden chamber, Shen Liuli was savoring her newfound realm when she heard the thunderous roar. With a hint of skepticism, she opened her eyes, oblivious to the chaos outside. She remained immersed in the joy of her recent breakthrough. In her previous life, as the renowned Seven Absolute Fairy, her cultivation had long surpassed the spirit body realm by countless degrees. Thus, returning to the spirit body realm was inconsequential for her. What truly delighted her was the unusual phenomenon within her body. She could distinctly sense that the spirit body she had now coalesced was of a quality vastly superior to that of her former life. In her previous existence, even with an ordinary spirit body, she had achieved fame as the Seven Absolute Fairy. Now, endowed with such a formidable spirit body, it was not far-fetched to envision herself dominating the world, potentially usurping Lin Yang to become the heavenly emperor of this era. However, just as she reveled in her exhilaration, Zhongshan's roar pierced through her thoughts. With a look of confusion, Shen Liuli quickly adjusted her spiritual energy and rose to head outside. She initially assumed that her master had come to congratulate her on her breakthrough. Yet, upon stepping out of her secluded dwelling, she was rendered speechless by the scene before her. What transpired? Standing at the entrance of her cave, Shen Liuli was taken aback. Previously, her abode was surrounded by a sea of flowers, teeming with mystical creatures like the moonlight rabbit, resembling a paradise of the celestial realm. Now, however, the outside lay in desolation, the once vibrant floral expanse reduced to charred ruins, with numerous spirit beast corpses strewn about. Before Shen Liuli could comprehend the situation, she suddenly sensed several intense, killing intents bearing down upon her. Startled, she looked up to see her master, Zhongshan, alongside 3 other elders of the sect. Hovering in midair, their wrathful gazes fixed upon her. The fury in their eyes seemed almost palpable. "Master," Shen Liuli's expression turned grave as she bowed respectfully to Zhongshan. Yet, in that moment, Zhongshan's voice erupted with fury. "Wretched disciple, who is your master? I have never taught you to practice such demonic arts." As he spoke, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from Zhongshan, and a long whip made of tree vines materialized in his hand. With a crack, the whip transformed into an immense weapon, lashing towards Shen Liuli. Her countenance changed dramatically as she swiftly flickered to evade the attack. Although she had just entered the spirit body realm, yet the ethereal essence she had summoned was extraordinarily potent. With merely a slight invocation of her spiritual power, it conjured multiple phantasms of Shen Liuli, deftly evading Zhongshan's onslaught. Simultaneously, a cascade of violet mist erupted from her form, surging malevolently toward Zhongshan. "Master, please allow me to explain." Shen Liuli's countenance shifted dramatically, her urgency to convey her unique condition to Zhongshan palpable. She held a firm belief that once Zhongshan comprehended her extraordinary constitution and the truth of her rebirth from the future, he would undoubtedly choose to cease his aggression. After all, Zhongshan's primary concern lay with the ascendance of the Qingyun sect, which in her previous life had evolved into the pinnacle of sects within the Lingxian continent. However, upon witnessing the violet mist emanating from Shen Liuli, not only did Zhongshan's expression darken with fury, but the 3 elders beside him also wore grim visages, offering Shen Liuli no opportunity for explanation as they collectively launched an assault against her. Chapter 34. Despised by all beneath the radiant sun. Xiao Yueshi soared above a fluffy white cloud, emerging from the secluded canyon where she had taken refuge of late. The serene environment had gradually uplifted her spirits, yet the absence of Shen Liuli, who had brought her here 2 months prior, filled her heart with unease. Today, she resolved to visit Shen Liuli, promising herself that it would be a brief glance before returning, believing it would not disturb her sister Liuli. A distance of 100 miles is not particularly far for cultivators. Following the coordinates left by Shen Liuli, Xiao Yueshi quickly arrived at the gate of the Qingyun sect. However, the scene before her was nothing short of shocking. The entire mountain range beneath her appeared eerily desolate, with tendrils of toxic miasma rising ominously, rendering the area akin to a wasteland. Such a place would be unfit for any legitimate sect, let alone for the nefarious ones. Moreover, upon a fleeting sense, Xiao Yueshi discerned the complete absence of any cultivators within the mountains. Circling the range several times, she could barely glean that a sect had once thrived here. Yet it seemed utterly obliterated. What could have transpired? With a look of astonishment, Xiao Yueshi continued her orbit around the mountain until she finally spotted a congenital realm cultivator alongside several foundation-building practitioners laboring on the ground. They appeared to have resided there for some time. Thus, she descended from the sky and approached the cultivators to inquire about the situation and the whereabouts of Shun Liuli. However, before she could draw near, the cultivators immediately cast wary glances in her direction. Xiao Yueshi halted, signaling her benign intentions. The lone congenital realm cultivator among them leapt forward, surveying her from head to toe. Her striking beauty captivated him, and he spoke, "Fairy, have you come to assist our Qingyun sect in vanquishing the demons?" Vanquishing demons? The term weighed heavily on Xiao Yueshi, and she replied solemnly, "Friend, I had heard that this was once the domain of the Qingyun sect. What has transpired to bring about such a transformation?" The mention of the Qingyun sect darkened the cultivator's expression. "Are you not aware? A grave incident has befallen our sect. It was destroyed by a demon. Our sect leader is currently leading the elders in pursuit of the fiend." Seeing the intense fury etched on their faces, Xiao Yueshi could clearly sense their profound hatred towards the demon they spoke of. Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi said, "I have been in seclusion recently, practicing my cultivation, and thus I am not well informed about the affairs of the outside world. However, I share an old acquaintance with your junior sister from Qingyun sect, Shun Liuli. I wonder." Xiao Yueshi intended to inquire about Shun Liuli's current whereabouts, yet she merely mentioned her name. The Qingyun sect disciple opposite her immediately changed countenance, fixing her with a cold stare, and declared, "Ah, so you are also an accomplice of that demon. Though my cultivation is modest, I shall not let you fiends go unpunished." As he spoke, the disciple summoned his magical artifact and hurled it towards Xiao Yueshi. Such juvenile tactics were of little concern to her. What did command her attention, however, was the term accomplice of the demon that fell from his lips. Merely hearing it allowed her to discern that the so-called demon he referred to appeared to be Shun Liuli. How could this be? Xiao Yueshi's expression turned to one of disbelief. She was well aware of Shun Liuli's character. Although often competitive, she was undoubtedly the most compassionate among the 7 absolute maidens, having sheltered countless beings. How could such a person possibly become a demon? Effortlessly deflecting the attack from the Qingyun disciple, Xiao Yueshi hastily replied, "Friend, please hold on. I have not seen Sister Liuli for many days and truly do not understand what has transpired. How did she suddenly become the demon you speak of?" Observing Xiao Yueshi's bewildered countenance, which indeed seemed genuine, coupled with the overwhelming power she displayed, the Qingyun disciple reconsidered and slowly retracted his artifact, frowning as he spoke. "That demon, Shun Liuli, not only slaughtered many of my senior brothers and sisters from Qingyun sect, but also, due to her cultivation of demonic arts, obliterated our century-old foundation. Ultimately, she injured several of our elders and fled. This demon is now loathed by all. It would be wise for you to sever ties with her." The phrase "loathed by all" drained the color from Xiao Yueshi's face. Instantly, memories resurfaced of Lin Yang's previous pronouncement regarding Shun Liuli's fate. "You possess a naturally toxic body, destined to become the detested heavenly poison maiden, and you shall endure endless suffering." With her pallid complexion, Xiao Yueshi could not suppress a murmur. "Sister Liuli, you too have embarked on the path foretold by Brother Lin Yang." With her expression shifting drastically, Xiao Yueshi could no longer afford to linger. She soared into the air, hastening away in search of Shun Liuli, desperate to prevent her from sinking deeper into this path, lest she meet with a tragic end akin to her own. Meanwhile, the disheveled Shun Liuli found herself outside of town. Having just concluded her seclusion, she was confronted by her master, Zhong Shan, along with several elders. From their words, Shen Liuli quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon learning that she had inadvertently brought ruin to the entire Qingyun sect, her heart sank. Shen Liuli was taken aback. This outcome was certainly not what she had anticipated. Nevertheless, even if the Qingyun sect were to be utterly annihilated, she could accept it entirely. As long as she achieved success in her future cultivation, not to mention aspiring to become a formidable empress. Even if she merely attained the status of the 7 absolute female immortal as in her previous life, it would be sufficient to facilitate the resurgence of the Qingyun sect. Everything the sect lost today, due to her actions, could be repaid 1,000-fold. However, her words did not quell the fury of Zhongshan and the others. Rather, it intensified their anger, prompting them to strike with even greater ferocity. Naturally, Shen Liuli was unwilling to perish at the hands of her master. Thus, she could only engage in battle while attempting to flee. Fortunately, she had recently ascended to the realm of spirit body cultivation, and the spirit body forged from her poisonous body was extraordinarily powerful. This allowed her to escape alive from the onslaught of Zhongshan, a master in the Tao integration realm, alongside several spirit body cultivators. However, a significant disparity in cultivation realms existed between her and Zhongshan. Though she managed to flee narrowly, she was severely weakened and was in urgent need of a place to recuperate. She resolved to rest briefly in the town ahead before making her swift departure. With this thought in mind, Shen Liuli quickened her pace and entered the town. Chapter 35. The Child of Destiny, Why Has My Toxic Body Spiraled Out of Control Once More? In the dead of night, Shen Liuli sat in her chamber, lost in contemplation. She had just concluded her seclusion when she was relentlessly pursued by Zhongshan and his companions, leaving her no time to reflect on her circumstances. It was only now that she finally found a moment to gather her thoughts. The current plight of the Qingyun sect was a sight to behold, one she had glimpsed during her skirmishes with Zhongshan and the others. The situation was indeed alarming. However, for Shen Liuli, who had once been the 7 absolute fairy in her previous life, such losses were trifling. In her former existence, the treasures she casually acquired far surpassed the accumulated wealth of the Qingyun sect over a millennium. Thus, as long as she could return to her peak, she would undoubtedly elevate the Qingyun sect in this life to heights even greater than those of her past. My master and the others may not comprehend me now, but they will surely come to understand in the future, Shen Liuli mused quietly to herself. In this life, she possessed a complete toxic body, a constitution so formidable that it exceeded her expectations. Therefore, she was confident that her strength in this lifetime would far surpass that of her previous one. As these thoughts flickered through her mind, Shen Liuli's focus returned to her toxic body. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, after Lin Yang had seized her toxic body, there were occasional instances of loss of control. However, overall, Lin Yang's possession of the toxic body did not result in significant casualties. This indicated that her toxic body could indeed be managed with the right methods. Could it be that my lack of cultivation in the Toxic Sutra is the issue? Suddenly, Shen Liuli's body trembled as she arrived at a crucial realization. The techniques she practiced were primarily based on the wood-based methods of the Qingyun sect. Such practices emphasized the natural world and the nurturing of all things. While they occasionally involved contact with toxic substances, they lacked any specific techniques for handling poisons. In her previous life, Shen Liuli had despised such practices to the utmost, having never even touched upon them. Now, upon careful reflection, she surmised that the frequent loss of control of her toxic body was largely due to her failure to cultivate the Toxic Sutra. The toxic body required the use of highly toxic substances for cultivation, and without a specialized Toxic Sutra to maintain control, it was only natural for it to spiral out of control. If my conjecture is correct, then I must urgently seek a Toxic Sutra, Shen Liuli resolved inwardly. Although she had not encountered any relevant texts in her past life, she was aware of the whereabouts of several formidable Toxic Sutras, particularly one that the heavenly Emperor Lin Yang had once practiced. With clarity regarding the path ahead, a surge of excitement coursed through Shen Liuli, rendering her fatigue irrelevant. She departed the town that very night, making haste toward a specific location. She distinctly remembered that in her previous life, It was Lin Yang who had led her to discover a uniquely exceptional toxic sutra in that very sacred place. That sutra was likely the key to mastering her toxic body. Alas, this cursed monster has caused the demise of so many. The sun shone brilliantly. Xiao Yueshi, accompanied by several cultivators, descended upon this moderately sized town. As they entered, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished wails. The creature had begun its rampage once more. Fellow practitioners, should you encounter this woman, do not allow her stunning appearance to deceive you. Though she is exceptionally beautiful, her sinister, venomous abilities are formidable. Even those of a higher realm would find her difficult to contend with. One of the cultivators beside, Xiao Yueshi, gritted his teeth and spoke. This group of cultivators had been summoned by the Qingyun sect, relentlessly pursuing Shun Liuli. Xiao Yueshi, also in search of Shun Liuli, cleverly decided to join their ranks. Strength in numbers would facilitate her quest to locate Shun Liuli. However, the scenes they witnessed along the way were enough to send shivers down Xiao Yueshi's spine. Wherever Shun Liuli had passed, it seemed that life itself was extinguished. The toxicity she exuded appeared to permeate the air, ensuring that any living being that came into contact with it would swiftly succumb to its lethal effects. Strangely, Shun Liuli seemed oblivious to this, frequenting areas densely populated with mortals, resulting in numerous casualties. Xiao Yueshi understood that if Shun Liuli continued her reckless wandering, she would soon become universally reviled. It was imperative to find her sister swiftly and prevent further chaos. Xiao Yueshi silently resolved this in her heart. At last, they arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. Shun Liuli gazed up at the seemingly endless range before her, known as the Black Wind Mountain. It was said to have once housed an ancient sect, now long abandoned, yet the residual wards within posed significant dangers even to cultivators attempting entry. In her previous life, she had ventured here with Lin Yang, discovering a treasure that had filled them with exhilaration for days, greatly aiding their cultivation journey. However, for the current Shun Liuli, the ordinary treasures within held no allure. Her sole purpose for visiting was to acquire the tome of poisons contained within the treasure. After a moment of contemplation, as she prepared to enter the mountain, an unexpected voice called out from behind her. "Young lady, are you planning to explore the Blackwind Mountain Range?" Along with the voice, a strikingly handsome youth, exuding a mischievous charm, landed before Shun Liuli with a broad smile. Furrowing her brow, Shun Liuli inquired, "Who are you?" The youth, still smiling brightly, nodded slightly and replied, "I am Yi Chun." He intended to elaborate further, but, upon mentioning his name, Shun Liuli's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Did you say your name is Yi Chun? From a Yi family of Sky City?" Within the ring lies the presence of an elderly gentleman named Yi Chun, the very one who was spurned by Yun Yao. Upon hearing Shun Liuli unveil such a multitude of details in one breath, Yi Chun's countenance, which had previously been adorned with a smile, transformed instantaneously. A vigilant expression took over as he fixed his gaze upon Shun Liuli, inquiring, "Who are you? How do you possess this knowledge? Furthermore, what is your connection with that woman, Yun Yao?" Shun Liuli scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe, nonchalantly responding, "I share no association with that young lady. Yin Yao, however, I find myself quite intrigued by you." Despite the relief that washed over Yi Chun upon hearing Shun Liuli's assertion of no ties to Yun Yao, his demeanor remained steeped in caution as he continued to observe her intently. Chapter 36. The Weight of the Chosen One at the Foot of Black Wind Mountain. Shun Liuli gazed intently at Yi Chun before her. The wariness and vigilance evident on Yi Chun's face were disregarded by her entirely. Despite Yi Chun possessing the same spiritual realm cultivation, Shun Liuli remained unconcerned, not to mention her formidable constitution in this life. Her vast experience as the 7 Absolute Fairy in her previous life allowed her to easily handle the Navi Yi Chun before her, even knowing that the ring he possessed contained the soul of a harmonious realm being. Shun Liuli's interest in Yi Chun was primarily piqued by having heard his name from Lin Yang. He had informed her that although he had traversed from another world, in this narrative realm, he was the principal antagonist. In addition to him, there existed a figure known as the Chosen One, endowed with extraordinary fortune. Despite frequently encountering peril, Each danger served as an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Had it not been for Lin Yang's intervention, she and the other 7 absolute fairies would have been entangled with this chosen one. The individual standing before her, named Yi Chun, was indeed the chosen one spoken of by Lin Yang. Born in a revered cultivation sanctuary known as Sky City, Yi Chun was betrothed to a girl named Yun Yao from a young age. However, as they matured, Yun Yao soon revealed her unparalleled talent, becoming a figure of awe within Sky City, while Yi Chun appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable, lacking even exceptional cultivation aptitude. Naturally, Yun Yao, unwilling to marry someone deemed a failure, sought to annul the engagement with Yi Chun. While such matters were not uncommon for a youth like Yi Chun, the annulment felt like a public humiliation. Thus, Yi Chun, the chosen one, proposed a 2-year agreement with Yun Yao. They would compete after 2 years, and should Yun Yao prevail, he would consent to the annulment. Conversely, if he triumphed, Yun Yao would publicly apologize to the Yi family, and he would present her with a divorce decree, affirming that it was he who ended the engagement, not she. Following this agreement, Yi Chun departed from Sky City to pursue his cultivation journey. As the chosen one, he soon exhibited his extraordinary talents and became acquainted with several heroines. Had Lin Yang not intervened and altered the narrative, Yi Chun would have undoubtedly defeated Yun Yao after 2 years, thus emerging as the foremost prodigy of Lingxian continent. Even the antagonist whom Lin Yang replaced would ultimately fall to Yi Chun's hand. Shun Liuli recalled the words Lin Yang had once shared with him. In his previous life, the chosen one, Yi Chun, had been suppressed and slain by Lin Yang at an early stage. Consequently, Shun Liuli and her companions had never encountered him. Naturally, she was skeptical of Lin Yang's earlier claims. Yet now the so-called destined child, Yi Chun, unexpectedly appeared before her. This naturally ignited both curiosity and skepticism within her. The claims made by Lin Yang regarding the destined child seemed utterly preposterous. It was evident that Lin Yang had merely exaggerated his acquaintance with Yi Chun. After contemplating briefly, Shun Liuli slowly inquired, "Yi Chun, are you also heading to Blackwind Mountain for exploration?" Yi Chun, fully aware that Shun Liuli had unveiled all his secrets, regarded her with utmost caution. Upon hearing her question, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Indeed, that is my intention." Shun Liuli immediately nodded in approval. "That's perfect. We can enter together and explore as companions." Although she held little belief in Yi Chun being the so-called destined child, she resolved to accompany him for a while to discern what peculiarities he possessed. It was known that in a previous life, Lin Yang had been a revered celestial emperor, unmatched in cultivation. The mere fact that he had remembered Yi Chun's name and fashioned him as the destined child indicated that there must be something extraordinary about him. However, Yi Chun was inherently wary of Shun Liuli. Upon hearing her suggestion, he responded with exasperation, "It would be best if we each followed our own paths." Had this been before, when Shun Liuli had first proposed accompanying him, he would have been elated, for her exquisite beauty would entice any male cultivator to seek her companionship. Initially, Yi Chun had approached her, captivated by her allure. Yet now, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from her, wishing to distance himself immediately, making it improbable for him to agree to enter Blackwind Mountain alongside her. Noticing her request being declined, Shun Liuli frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, "If you are unwilling to proceed together, then so be it. I shall enter alone." With that, without waiting for Yi Chun's response, she soared into the air, vanishing into the depths of Blackwind Mountain. Yi Chun, though taken aback by her ease in departing, breathed a sigh of relief as he watched her figure disappear. Lowering his gaze to the ring on his hand, he asked, "Elder Wu, have you discerned anything about this woman?" Accompanied by a faint surge of spiritual energy, a weak voice emanated from the ring. "Though this girl has merely entered the spiritual body realm, her spiritual power is astonishingly profound. Her constitution is likely quite unique. Moreover, her ability to reveal all your secrets is far from ordinary. Should you encounter her again, you must exercise caution." "I understand." Yi Chun nodded slightly. He opted not to enter Blackwind Mountain immediately, but instead turned and flew away into the distance. After covering 100 miles around the mountain, he finally selected a new entry point to infiltrate Black Wind Mountain. His intention was to evade Shun Lioli, who had entered before him. Little did he know, just as he entered Black Wind Mountain, in the place he had just visited, the figure of Shun Lioli emerged like a delicate bubble, gradually taking shape. Young man, in my previous life, I was the 7 Absolute Fairy. Though I currently possess only the cultivation of a spiritual entity, tracking you is exceedingly simple. Even the soul within your ring will not be able to sense my presence. With a cold huff, Shun Lioli's ethereal form drifted behind Yi Chun as they entered the ominous Black Wind Mountain. Her figure was light and almost entirely melded with the surrounding environment. Upon entering Black Wind Mountain, she distinctly felt the atmosphere turn perilous, yet this posed no challenge for her. In contrast, Yi Chun ahead exhibited considerable vigilance towards his surroundings, even slowing his pace. Shun Lioli followed him at a leisurely pace, often finding herself merely a few paces behind him, while Yi Chun remained utterly oblivious to her presence. Let me see just how capable this so-called child of destiny, whom Lin Yang remembers, truly is, Shun Lioli mused inwardly, suddenly unleashing a surge of spiritual power to the side. Chapter 37. The poisonous scripture of Halloween, with a swift release of spiritual power from Shun Lioli. Dozens of luminous beams suddenly erupted around her. Some of these beams shot forth from shattered stones, others sprang from colossal ancient trees, and still others emerged directly from the void. As these myriad beams converged rapidly, they formed an immense magical array that encircled the surroundings. The array began to rotate slowly, and an inexplicable pressure began to permeate the air. Accompanying this pressure, an enormous figure slowly materialized at the center of the array. This abrupt turn of events left Yi Chun, who was situated in the middle of the array, utterly stunned. Ever since he entered the Black Wind Mountain, he had been exceedingly cautious, fearful of provoking the terrifying entities that dwelled within. Yet now, before him loomed a formidable magical formation and a dreadful creature summoned by it, both of which were clearly beyond his capability to confront. More importantly, it was evident that this menace was not of his own making. Who was behind this? Yi Chun shouted angrily to the side. Shun Lioli concealed her figure, quietly observing Yi Chun's outburst with a hint of disdain. To react with such loud exclamations in the face of peril demonstrated a lack of composure. Such a person hardly seemed worthy of being called the Chosen One. Shun Lioli mused inwardly. In her previous life, when she accompanied Lin Yang into this place, he remained calm and collected during crises, effortlessly guiding her into the treasure vault. Thus, in Shun Lioli's view, if Yi Chun were indeed the Chosen One, his demeanor should at least rival Lin Yang's. However, it was evident that Yi Chun was nothing more than a brash novice, a stark contrast to Lin Yang's earlier composure. Yet this was to be expected. Despite the Heavenly Emperor's subsequent descent into depravity and bloodshed, he remained unparalleled in other respects. Shun Lioli reflected this quietly, losing interest in observing Yi Chun further. Moreover, her purpose for venturing into the Black Wind Mountain was solely to acquire the poisonous scripture. Encountering Yi Chun, this so-called Chosen One, was merely a coincidence. Whether one deemed Shun Lioli proud or self-assured, she believed that spending so much time on Yi Chun, who was once a mere mortal, was already a concession on her part. As for Yi Chun's fate, she was indifferent. For although the magical array she had activated appeared formidable enough to threaten practitioners at the spirit body level, within Yi Chun's ring resided a powerful soul entity. With this soul entity present, Yi Chun was assuredly not in any real danger of demise. With a flicker of her figure, Shun Lioli departed from Yi Chun and made her way in a singular direction. The perils of Black Wind Mountain were inconsequential to her. Furthermore, in her previous life, she had explored this place numerous times with Lin Yang and was intimately familiar with its intricacies. After navigating through several perilous restrictions, the silhouette of Shun Lioli appeared within an immensely vast cavern. The walls of this cavern were adorned with brilliant pearls that illuminated the interior as brightly as day. Scattered throughout the cavern were numerous treasures, though time had eroded their former luster, rendering most of them dull and unremarkable. Shun Lioli scarcely glanced at these artifacts. resolutely making her way towards a specific spot in the cave. Before long, she stood before a high platform. Upon this platform rested a treasure chest, intricately engraved with complex patterns. It was evident that opening this chest would not be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, Shun Liuli maintained an air of ease, even allowing a light chuckle to escape her lips. Lin Yang, I owe you my gratitude. Had you not brought me here in my past life, I would have been utterly at a loss on how to open this chest. With a deft motion, she produced a small porcelain vial from her palm. Upon opening the vial, it revealed a small quantity of vivid red blood. This blood was composed entirely of that of ordinary mortals. Had she not witnessed the chest's opening firsthand, Shun Liuli would never have imagined that a treasure chest, coveted by ancient sects, could be unlocked with the blood of mere mortals. For most cultivators, mortal blood was regarded as tainted and unclean, seldom touched. The chest was clearly designed to exploit this very mindset of the practitioners. Grasping the porcelain vial, Shun Liuli meticulously dripped the blood onto the chest before her. These droplets were all pre-prepared. As the chest absorbed the blood entirely, she stepped back, observing in silence. After merely a breath, the intricate patterns on the chest began to shimmer with light. As the radiance intensified, a crisp crack echoed, and the lid of the chest suddenly flew open, releasing a tome that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The title 10,000 Saints Poison Scripture was boldly inscribed upon its cover. Upon seeing those 4 prominent characters, Shun Liuli could not suppress her excitement. With this tome, she believed she could finally gain control over her toxic body, alleviating her fears of losing control. Elated, she reached for the scripture and casually flipped through its pages. Deciding to sit cross-legged right there, she began to study it intently. After all, she had nowhere else to go at that moment. Remaining here to cultivate seemed the safest course of action. Shun Liuli resolved to stay in this place until she had thoroughly mastered the 10,000 Saints Poison Scripture before departing from Black Wind Mountain. Fairy, the maiden you described, I witnessed her enter Black Wind Mountain with my own eyes. Atop Black Wind Mountain, Yi Chun, freshly escaped from peril, gazed at the enchanting woman before him with a broad smile. Although it was their first meeting, an inexplicable connection stirred within him, as if they shared a profound bond. Moreover, the woman before him, if one were to evaluate her solely on the basis of beauty, is indeed exquisite. His fiancée, Yi Yunyao, is already renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Sky City. Yet, the lady standing here surpasses Yunyao in allure by a considerable margin. This implies that Sister Lu Li has ventured into the Black Wind Mountain. This is fortuitous, for there are few beings within its depths. As Xiao Yueshi gazed upon the imposing Black Wind Mountain, her previously anxious expression began to soften. She had pursued Shun Li all the way here and, upon reaching the mountain's exterior, unexpectedly encountered Yi Chun, who had just emerged from within. Thus, the preceding exchange unfolded. Observing the Black Wind Mountain, Xiao Yueshi inclined her head slightly towards Yi Chun and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young sir, for your guidance. With that, she soared directly into the heart of the Black Wind Mountain. Yi Chun, taken aback by her unwavering resolve to enter, promptly followed after her, exclaiming, Fairy, you are merely at the innate stage. Entering the Black Wind Mountain is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 38. Confidence at its pinnacle in the long-sealed treasure trove of Black Wind Mountain. Shun Liuli sat cross-legged on the ground, her face a canvas of astonishment. For the past few days, she had remained in this secluded space, diligently practicing the sacred poison scripture. The results of her training left even this former Seven Extremities fairy in awe. The sacred poison scripture and her poisonous body were a match made in heaven, their synergy accelerating Shun Liuli's cultivation speed exponentially. Her already formidable poisonous body, which enabled her to confront adversaries across a significant realm, had now reached an astonishing pace. With the addition of the sacred poison scripture, her progress was several times faster than before. Moreover, the enhancement from the sacred poison scripture rendered her poisonous body nearly perfect. Shun Liuli estimated that if she continued at this rate, she would likely restore her previous life's prowess within a century. And her fighting capacity would undoubtedly surpass that of her former self by at least tenfold. Had she possessed a complete poisonous body in her past life, she would never have been the weakest among the seven extremities fairies. Even the heavenly emperor Lin Yang might not have been her match. Indeed, the heavenly emperor's appropriation of her poisonous body was driven by ulterior motives, Shun Liuli mused. At this moment, she found herself enamored with her own formidable constitution. Even if her poisonous body had minor flaws, she cared little, for the strength it provided outweighed any imperfections. Just as she was about to delve deeper into the sacred poison scripture, a faint rustling sound echoed from outside the treasure trove. Is someone approaching? Shun Liuli's brow furrowed. She was not in the mood to be disturbed. Yet, the sound quickly brought a smile to her face. It was Sister Xiao Yueshi. She had unexpectedly found her here. With a beaming expression, Shun Liuli rose and eagerly stepped outside, almost impatient to showcase her newfound strength to Xiao Yueshi. Outside the abandoned treasure trove, Xiao Yueshi looked down at Yi Chun, who lay sprawled on the ground, her face a portrait of exasperation. Initially, she had rushed in a black wind mountain solely to locate Shun Liuli. To her dismay, Yi Chun had followed her in, brazenly proclaiming his intent to protect her. Indeed, Xiao Yueshi, at this moment, possessed only innate cultivation, having yet to cross into the spirit body realm. However, as a former seven extremities fairy, she was far more formidable than she appeared. Even a cultivator in the spirit body realm would find it impossible to defeat her. Furthermore, with her extensive knowledge of various secret arts from her past life, the dangers of Black Wind Mountain posed little threat to her. Thus, she had no need for protection. Everything that transpired thereafter unfolded precisely as Xiao Yueshi had anticipated. Confronted with the myriad dangers and prohibitions within Haifeng Mountain, she, a practitioner of the innate stage, faced no challenges at all. It was instead Yi Chun, a cultivator of the spiritual body realm, who found himself tormented to the brink of despair by these restrictions. Ultimately, it was Xiao Yueshi's intervention that rescued him from peril. "Young Master Yi, are you all right?" she inquired, gazing at the incapacitated Yi Chun on the ground with a hint of exasperation. Yi Chun lay there, utterly drained of strength. Despite his waning vitality, his consciousness remained vividly aware. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's voice, he wished he could dig a hole and vanish into it. The humiliation was unbearable. Here he was, a formidable figure of the spiritual body realm, who had initially believed that traveling alongside this innate maiden would allow him to showcase his prowess and perhaps even win her admiration. Yet now, his very life had been saved by her. As the blood dripped from his heart, Yi Chun sensed a peculiar disquiet. Lately, the beautiful women he encountered seemed increasingly formidable. Although he regarded himself as a paragon among the elite, confident that he was no less than anyone from the Lingxian continent. The two women he had recently met rendered him pale in comparison. While Yi Chun pondered these thoughts, Xiao Yueshi was entirely disinterested in his musings. Suddenly, she raised her head, directing her gaze toward the treasure vault. Following her line of sight, the figure of Shun Liuli gradually emerged from the shadows. Sister Liuli. Upon seeing Shun Liuli, Xiao Yueshi was instantly filled with joy. Shun Liuli, equally elated, attempted to rush forward, but Xiao Yueshi swiftly halted her. "Sister Liuli, wait. Your current condition is quite concerning." The joy on Xiao Yueshi's face vanished as she slowly informed Shun Liuli about the toxicity that had been emanating from her. Shun Liuli's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, yet she dismissed it, saying, "Sister Yueshi, I previously could not control my toxic body, which led to the situation you described. But now it is different. I have cultivated the 10,000 holy poison scripture, and my toxic body will no longer run amok. If you doubt me, feel free to test me." To ascertain whether Shun Liuli was still exuding toxicity, the method was quite straightforward. One merely needed to check the area she had occupied for any traces of poison. After personally examining the vicinity, Xiao Yueshi was astonished to discover that Shun Liuli no longer appeared to be emitting toxins. The places she had been did not possess the lethal qualities they once did. This revelation allowed Xiao Yueshi to breathe a sigh of relief. Her genuine concern was that Shun Liuli would become a pariah, unable to venture anywhere. Even though her countenance had relaxed significantly, Xiao Yueshi remained deeply worried about Shun Liuli's state. Sister Liuli, although your condition has improved, your toxic body could still spiral out of control at any moment. It would be best for you to accompany me in search of Brother Lin Yang. He is the only one who can truly save you. Yi Chen lay on the ground, listening to the conversation between Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi. He was already quite taken aback by Shun Liuli's unique constitution. However, upon suddenly hearing the words Brother Lin Yang from Xiao Yueshi, he trembled, and a look of anguish crossed his face. Xiao Yueshi was the perfect fairy in his eyes. He had even disregarded his own safety, pursuing her with the intent to protect her. Although his efforts had proven futile, his intentions were earnest. But now, to his dismay, he had heard another man's name from the lips of the goddess of his heart, and what was worse, Xiao Yueshi affectionately referred to him as brother. Yi Chen's unusual reaction went unnoticed by both Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, as they were still engrossed in discussing Shun Liuli's toxic constitution. Sister Yueshi, I have already stated that there is no room for reconciliation between us and the Heavenly Emperor. Just wait and see. My toxic body will shine with unparalleled brilliance. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were to come, I am confident that I could slay him, Shun Liuli declared with an air of arrogance, brushing off Xiao Yueshi's concerns. Now, she possessed absolute confidence in her own strength. Ignoring Xiao Yueshi's advice, she turned and returned to the treasure vault behind her, eager to fully comprehend the 10,000 Saints' poison scripture so that she could demonstrate her undeniable power and win Xiao Yueshi's trust. Chapter 39. For Brother Lin Yang after departing from the Black Wind Mountain. Where did the Moon Fairy intend to go? Within the confines of Black Wind Mountain, Xiao Yueshi and Yi Chen moved gracefully amidst the surroundings. Yi Chen, with a countenance full of excitement, gazed at Xiao Yueshi beside him. Having left Black Wind Mountain, he now had ample time to interact with the enchanting Moon Fairy. It was even conceivable that their relationship could deepen further. However, at this moment, Xiao Yueshi's expression was frigid, revealing a heart burdened with worries. She had just unsuccessfully urged Shun Liuli to reconsider, which filled her with anxiety regarding Shun Liuli's current predicament. Nonetheless, in comparison to Shun Liuli's safety, she felt compelled to address other pressing matters, such as dealing with Yi Chen. Raising her gaze to Yi Chen, Xiao Yueshi revealed an unusual expression and inquired, Young Master Yi, have you not claimed to be the destined child of this world? The destined child? Yi Chen was taken aback, then chuckled wryly. Such a title is far too grand for me. We cultivators often go against the heavens. How many would dare to claim themselves as the destined child? Just the weight of that karma is unbearable. From his words, it was evident that Yi Chen, the so-called destined child, was not one to harbor arrogance. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly, yet her expression grew more peculiar as she said, However, I have heard it said that young Master Yi is indeed the destined child of this world, and that in the future, you will slay a nefarious villain, becoming the highest existence in the Lingxian continent. Although Yi Chen was mature for his years, he could not help but feel a surge of pride at such praise from Xiao Yueshi. He smiled and replied, I wonder which esteemed friend holds me in such high regard. If I were to meet him, I would be grateful if the fairy could introduce us so that we may forge a connection. Xiao Yueshi remained silent for a moment before responding. As for forging connections, it is best left aside. Brother Lin Yang may truly not hold you in high esteem. Thus I must take it upon myself to eliminate you. What? The smile on Yi Chen's face instantly froze. He was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend why she would suddenly declare her intent to kill him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yueshi, standing beside him, had already emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent. Although Xiao Yueshi's cultivation level was inferior to Yi Chen's, falling a complete rel short, the oppressive force radiating from her at that moment caused Yi Chen's heart to race with trepidation. He hastily waved his hand, pleading, Fairy, please pause. I do not believe I have offended you. Why the sudden change of heart? We share no grievances, and this is our first meeting. Alas, Brother Lin Yang does not favor you, so I must act on his behalf. Should you harbor any resentment in the afterlife, direct it solely at me. As she spoke, the spiritual power emanating from Xiao Yueshi surged like a tidal wave towards Yi Chen. Lin Yang, once again this Lin Yang. Yichen's compilation palit drastikai, and he could not suppress the panic rising within him. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to ponder further. As the ethereal energy unleashed by Xiao Yueshi surged forth like an overwhelming tide, it enveloped him entirely. This energy was frigid beyond imagination, and in an instant, Yi Chun, a formidable practitioner of the spirit-body realm, found himself engulfed in an icy chill, rendering even the slightest movement a formidable challenge. Initially, Yi Chun had intended to show mercy, hoping to engage Xiao Yueshi in dialogue to clarify his lack of hostile intent. However, in that fleeting moment, he discerned that the moon fairy opposite him harbored a genuine desire to end his life. Suddenly, an ethereal shadow of spiritual energy manifested around Yi Chun, a unique embodiment of the spirit-body realm cultivators. With the aid of this spiritual form, he managed to deflect Xiao Yueshi's assault. Yet before he could formulate a further response, he beheld Xiao Yueshi conjuring several ice swords aimed directly at him. Though these techniques appeared rather ordinary, they imparted upon Yi Chun an inescapable sense of dread. A profound feeling of impending doom gripped his heart, as if the mere touch of these icy blades would herald his demise. "Master, save me." His expression transformed in alarm, and disregarding his pride, Yi Chun implored for assistance from the master within his ring. A surge of even greater spiritual energy erupted from the ring, enveloping Yi Chun's form and instantly transforming him into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Xiao Yueshi frowned slightly, poised to pursue him further, but unexpectedly, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy materialized within Black Wind Mountain, swirling ominously in the sky. It was Lu Li. Xiao Yueshi glanced back at Black Wind Mountain, pondering momentarily before abandoning her pursuit of Yi Chun and instead directing her attention towards the mountain. Just moments ago, she had indeed sought to eliminate Yi Chun, motivated by a simple rationale, the words Lin Yang had once uttered in her previous life. Unlike Shun Lu Li, who merely wished to gauge the capabilities of the fated child Yi Chun, Xiao Yueshi no longer doubted Lin Yang's statements. Thus, she accepted Yi Chun's identity as the destined one without question. However, if he were indeed the fated child, he would inevitably stand against Lin Yang in the future. Though Xiao Yueshi did not perceive Yi Chun as a genuine threat to her brother Lin Yang, she recognized that eliminating him now would spare Lin Yang considerable trouble later. Regrettably, her lethal strike had been thwarted by the soul entity that emerged from Yi Chun's ring. Moreover, it was evident that Shun Lu Li within Black Wind Mountain was experiencing unusual circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yueshi resolved to first ascertain Shun Lu Li's condition. After all, the task of vanquishing Yi Chun, the destined one, could always be postponed. Swiftly, she traversed the expanse of Black Wind Mountain and, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, returned to the entrance of the dilapidated treasury where Shun Lu Li resided. Standing at the threshold, she lifted her gaze to the immense vortex in the sky, her expression gradually transforming into one of grave concern. Xiao Yueshi stood upon the ground, gazing upward at the swirling vortex of spiritual energy in the sky, her expression marked by profound solemnity. She could sense it, the manifestation resulting from Shun Liuli's breakthrough in cultivation. The more pronounced this phenomenon became, the more it attested to the formidable strength Shun Liuli possessed at this moment. Were this any other time, or even in her past life, the sight of such an anomaly would have filled Xiao Yueshi with elation. Yet, the present was starkly different. As she witnessed Shun Liuli's power soaring at an astonishing pace, an inexplicable worry began to take root within her. Deep in her heart, she harbored a persistent fear that Shun Liuli's experiences in this life would mirror those that Lin Yang had once described. If everything unfolded as Lin Yang had foretold, then the fate awaiting Shun Liuli would undoubtedly be tragic. However, her sister Liuli was utterly resistant to her counsel. Xiao Yueshi could not help but let out a sigh. Just then, from within the treasure vault ahead, a piercing scream of agony erupted from Shun Liuli, shattering the tense atmosphere. Chapter 39. Symptoms begin to emerge. Something is amiss. Something has happened to Sister Liuli. Xiao Yueshi's expression shifted dramatically as she disregarded everything else and rushed toward the treasury ahead. She swiftly dismantled several barriers set by Shun Lioli. It was not long before she laid eyes on Shun Lioli within the treasure vault. At that moment, Shun Lioli exuded an overwhelming aura, a presence that left Xiao Yueshi somewhat shaken. In their previous lives, none of the 7 absolute female immortals, even in the spirit body realm, possessed such formidable strength as Shun Lioli exhibited now. However, despite her powerful aura, Shun Lioli lay pale and collapsed on the ground, unable to suppress her groans of pain. "Sister Lioli, what has happened to you?" Xiao Yueshi asked, concern etched on her face as she knelt beside Shun Lioli. Gently lifting her up, as she grasped Shun Lioli's arm, she felt an unsettling disturbance within her. Shun Lioli had already reached the spirit body realm, making her a formidable practitioner in the spirit Xian continent. Yet, she seemed to be enduring immense suffering, trembling slightly, her complexion frightfully pale. Even when Xiao Yueshi inquired, Shun Lioli could hardly muster a response. After a prolonged moment, Shun Lioli's complexion gradually improved as she said, "I am fine. I merely encountered a minor mishap while practicing the 10,000 sacred poison scripture. I will soon recover." Xiao Yueshi's expression remained grave as she urged, "Sister Lioli, your condition is evidently abnormal. You must heed my advice and cease this form of cultivation." Shun Lioli took several deep breaths. Her earlier agony and despondency now vanished. A look of exhilaration spread across her face as she retorted, "Sister Yueshi, you need not worry. If you were to experience the might of my poisonous physique as I do, you would undoubtedly choose to continue cultivating without pause." Observing the excitement radiating from Shun Lioli, Xiao Yueshi sighed, uncertain of how to persuade her. "Very well. I shall remain here to protect you, lest any further mishap occur," she stated with a sigh. Although she was reluctant to engage too closely with Shun Lioli for fear of her unique fate impacting her, the circumstances left her little choice but to stay and watch over her. Shun Lioli seemed unconcerned, nodding in agreement. "With you here, Sister Yueshi, I feel at ease. Once I have fully mastered the 10,000 sacred poison scripture, we shall depart together in search of our other sisters, and then confront that celestial emperor." Xiao Yueshi nodded and turned to walk toward the opposite side of the treasury. The abandoned vault was vast enough that even if Shun Lioli and Xiao Yueshi occupied separate corners for their cultivation, they would not disturb one another. In the following 2 days, as Shun Lioli practiced, she indeed experienced smooth progress, without any further unusual incidents. Moreover, her spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. At this rate, it seemed that before long, she would break through to the mid-stage of the spirit body realm. The speed of her cultivation left even Xiao Yueshi astonished. It is worth noting that they had both been reborn around the same time. Currently, Xiao Yueshi had barely restored her strength to the innate realm, while Shun Lioli had ascended to the spirit body realm, marking a significant disparity in their levels of cultivation. Just as Xiao Yueshi began to feel a sense of relief, an unexpected incident occurred during Shun Lioli's practice. Much like the episode a few days prior, Shun Lioli was in the midst of her training, her aura reaching its zenith, when she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Instantly, she collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale and her body trembling. Xiao Yueshi, the first to notice Shun Lioli's unusual condition, rushed to her side. After assisting Shun Lioli to her feet, Xiao Yueshi silently waited for a moment. As expected, just like the last time, the strange affliction that had befallen Shun Lioli gradually dissipated, and she completely recovered. Uexi, Mifine. The Wanqing poison scripture is exceptionally unique. To master it fully will require some time, Shun Lioli said with a smile upon her recovery. However, observing Shun Lioli's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yueshi's expression grew increasingly grave. After scanning Shun Lioli from head to toe, Xiao Yueshi slowly spoke. "Sister Lioli, do you remember how Lin Yang evaluated your fate?" Upon hearing Lin Yang's name, Shun Lioli's brow furrowed. "Of course I remember. He said, I am a natural poison body, destined to become the loathed poison maiden, subject to endless suffering." Before she could finish her sentence, her countenance suddenly darkened. Endless suffering? The thought lingered in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. Although she had appeared unfazed, she was acutely aware of the excruciating pain she had experienced when the anomaly had manifested. It was a torment that gnawed at her very core, unbearable in its intensity, prompting her involuntary scream. If such agony were to recur with greater frequency, she feared she might indeed suffer the fate Lin Yang had predicted, enduring relentless pain every day. No, that cannot be. Overwhelmed by the horrifying thought, Shun Liuli immediately shook her head. This was merely a hiccup in my cultivation. Moreover, Sister Yueshi, you have witnessed how formidable my strength is now. For such power, I am willing to bear any cost. Xiao Yueshi, observing Shun Liuli's resolute expression, felt a profound seriousness wash over her. In this moment, Shun Liuli reminded her of herself from months ago, when she had similarly refused to accept her fate, dismissing Lin Yang's assessment as mere fabrication. Yet ultimately, everything had unfolded exactly as Lin Yang had foretold. Now, Shun Liuli appeared to be on a similar path. Liuli, it is not too late to reconsider. Let us seek out Lin Yang together, Xiao Yueshi urged, her voice filled with concern. Shun Liuli abruptly rose and declared, Sister Yueshi, there is no need for further discussion. In my previous life, I was, after all, one of the 7 absolute female immortals, and I possess a profound understanding of cultivation matters. With that, Shun Liuli unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, subduing Xiao Yueshi and propelling her away. Immediately, Shun Liuli settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the previously acquired 10,000 holy poison scripture to study it meticulously. This scripture harmonized perfectly with her poisonous body. Shun Liuli was brimming with confidence, convinced that given a little more time, she would master all the arcane techniques contained within the scripture. At that juncture, the residual effects of her poisonous body would vanish without a trace. After all, in her past life, Lin Yang had similarly controlled the aftereffects of her poisonous body after seizing it from her. Chapter 41. The Unbearable Pain as a New Day Dawned. The sun had only just risen, casting a delicate veil of mist over the entire Black Wind Mountain. Xiao Yueshi, seated cross-legged in a corner of the abandoned treasure vault, had barely opened her eyes when a piercing scream echoed in her ears. Sister Lu Li's ailment had once again manifested. Sighing inwardly, Xiao Yueshi slowly rose and made her way towards a corner. It was not that she lacked concern for Shun Li. Rather, in recent days, this peculiar affliction had recurred numerous times, rendering even the outsider, Shun Li, somewhat desensitized to it. Approaching, Xiao Yueshi found Shun Li crumpled on the ground, trembling violently, releasing a series of anguished cries from her throat. The frequency of these strange symptoms had markedly increased in recent days, and today it had struck her as soon as dawn broke. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Yueshi walked over and helped Shun Li to her feet. Yet, the symptoms remained glaringly evident. Shun Li shook uncontrollably, her complexion ashen. Although Xiao Yueshi could see that she was striving to maintain control, the affliction compelled her to emit groans of pain that were difficult to suppress. The extent of Shun Li's distress was such that it could cause a practitioner of the spirit-body realm to lose all composure. Xiao Yueshi had gleaned from Shun Li the primary manifestation of her condition, pain. Pain that coursed throughout her being, penetrating even to the depths of her soul. A torment so profound that it was nearly unbearable. Strangely, this pain appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Initially, Shun Li would suffer an episode every few days, but now the occurrences had escalated to nearly every day. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Shun Li remained undeterred, still hoping to harness the Wansheng poison scripture to control the anomaly within her. After assisting Shun Li, Xiao Yueshi waited quietly for a moment, during which Shun Li's condition gradually began to improve. Observing the color return to Shun Li's face, Xiao Yueshi finally spoke. Sister Li, this marks the 7th time in recent days that I have urged you. You cannot continue down this path. If you persist in your cultivation, your strength may indeed grow, but this bizarre affliction will ultimately torment you to death. Gasping for breath, Shun Li took a moment before gritting her teeth and replied, Sister Yueshi, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm certain I can control this strange ailment within me. Xiao Yueshi's expression turned serious as she questioned, how do you intend to control it? Merely relying on that Wansheng poison scripture? Have you not realized that it is only after you began practicing this scripture that these peculiar symptoms emerged, and their frequency has only increased? Remain silent for a moment before slowly speaking. However, in my previous life, when the heavenly emperor extracted my poisonous body, it was with the aid of this sacred poison scripture that he was able to manage the various aftereffects. He succeeded in the past. There is no reason I should not be able to in this life. Observing the gradual resurgence of confidence hesitated and remarked, have you considered that perhaps, in your previous life, Brother Lin Yang extracted your poisonous body solely to save you? He did not absorb it for his own cultivation, nor did he study this sacred poison scripture. S words left momentarily stunned. Until that moment, she had never entertained such a notion. To her, her poisonous body was the most formidable, sacred body in existence. Anyone would undoubtedly succumb to its allure. Yet after a brief daze, she immediately shook her head, asserting impossible. Sister, you have not experienced the power of my poisonous body, which is why you say such things. Moreover, S' expression grew colder. If it were not for my poisonous body assisting him, how could the heavenly emperor's cultivation have progressed so swiftly? He must have absorbed my poisonous body and discovered a means to control its aftereffects. With that, rose and sat cross-legged nearby, once again entering a state of cultivation. Witnessing unwavering determination, felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. As resumed her training, began to contemplate whether she should leave alone. Alone, she could not possibly prevent from continuing her practice. Thus, considered seeking out their other sisters for assistance in persuading or perhaps finding Brother Lin Yang. At the mere thought of Lin Yang's name, S' expression darkened. Even at this moment, she was uncertain how she should present herself before him in this life. After lingering on Black Wind Mountain for 2 days, observing his condition, which had significantly improved compared to the previous days, resolved to temporarily bid farewell to. Sister, you should remain here to cultivate while I step out. Approached, intending to say her goodbyes, but as she began to speak, she found herself utterly frozen. The rest of her words caught in her throat. Seated in the corner of the abandoned treasury, upon hearing his voice, looked up, ready to respond, but was abruptly struck by the unusual expression on his face. With a light laugh, she remarked, Sister, why do you look at me like that? Am I not improving? These past 2 days, my ailments have not flared up. Why, yes, but, stared intently at, her words stumbling and incomplete, her face a mask of astonishment, as though she were gazing upon a creature of legend. Increasingly bewildered, could not help but inquire, Sister Yueshi, what on earth is happening? At that moment, Xiao Yueshi finally regained her composure, taking a deep breath before responding. Sister Liuli, promise me, regardless of what you witness next, do not panic. With a slight pout, Shun Liuli retorted, I may not be able to embody the essence of emotional restraint as the 7 absolute fairy in my past life. Yet I certainly possess a modicum of composure. She then approached Xiao Yueshi, asking, what is troubling you today? You appear rather peculiar. Xiao Yueshi, with a wry smile, shook her head and then waved her hand, conjuring a water mirror before them. Sister Liuli, come and take a look for yourself. Shun Liuli gazed at the water mirror, her expression filled with confusion. However, upon catching just a glimpse, she was instantly rendered speechless, her face betraying a look of sheer terror. Chapter 42. The despair of Shun Liuli stared in terror at her reflection in the water mirror. There, revealed, was her exquisitely beautiful face. As one of the 7 absolute fairies, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli possessed unparalleled beauty, each radiating a unique charm. Especially Shun Liuli, who practiced the wood-based techniques of the Qingyan sect. Her skin had always been as smooth as jade. Her face, with its rosy lips, petite nose, and eyes resembling spring water, captivated all who beheld her. From any perspective, Shun Liuli's physique and appearance were nothing short of perfection. Yet now an ugly, dark poison sore had appeared on her face. Although it was relatively small, its presence marred the flawless beauty that was akin to pristine jade, leaving an unsightly blemish. Despite having been a 7 absolute fairy in her previous life, Shun Lioli was still a woman, and it is in a woman's nature to cherish beauty. Witnessing such a grotesque sore on her face was something she could hardly bear. What terrified her further was the thought that this poison sore might multiply. She shuddered at the mere imagination of her visage being overtaken by such horrifying afflictions. Seeing Shun Lioli's face filled with dread, Xiao Yueshi felt a pang of sympathy and gently advised, "Sister Lioli, do not be alarmed. This poison sore may dissipate by tomorrow." "That will not happen. It will only multiply." Shun Lioli's voice became hoarse, her once unwavering confidence evaporating entirely. Xiao Yueshi intended to offer more words of comfort, but as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself at a loss. For she understood that as a practitioner of the spirit body realm, the sudden emergence of such a condition on Shun Lioli was indicative of a deeper issue within her. Thus, this poison sore would surely not vanish, but would only continue to proliferate. "The 10,000 Sacred Poison Manual will surely cure me." Shun Lioli stood there, lost in despair for a moment before frantically rushing to his side, retrieving the manual and studying it intently. Observing Shun Lioli's frantic demeanor, Xiao Yueshi, who had initially planned to leave, abandoned that thought and chose to stay with her. She feared that if she departed, Shun Lioli's condition would worsen, potentially leading to her complete breakdown. Xiao Yueshi recalled vividly that before Shun Lioli had approached her, she herself had once been in a state of despair, contemplating death. Simultaneously, a sigh of lament escaped Xiao Yueshi's heart. Indeed, Sister Lioli has also walked the tragic path that Brother Lin Yang once spoke of. This is retribution, the consequence of our betrayal of Brother Lin Yang. "Yueshi, elder sister, save me." Barely a day had passed when, while meditating in her practice, Xiao Yueshi suddenly heard Shun Lioli's cries for help. Instantly, her expression changed. Little did she know, recently, she had accompanied Shun Lioli for so many days. Even when Shun Lioli had been racked with pain, trembling uncontrollably, she had never called for help. Yet now, Shun Lioli had taken the initiative to seek her assistance. With a grave expression, Xiao Yueshi rushed to Shun Lioli's side, but before she could utter a word, her steps abruptly halted, her face betraying a look of sheer terror. Before her stood Shun Lioli, not only trembling in agony, but also bearing several festering sores on her exquisitely beautiful face. These sores marred Shun Lioli's perfect visage like ink blots upon pristine paper. Moreover, Xiao Yueshi could clearly see that similar sores had also emerged on Shun Lioli's neck. "Sister Lioli, I am here." Xiao Yueshi found herself at a loss on how to comfort Shun Lioli, resorting only to clasping her hand, offering what little encouragement she could. However, Shun Lioli was still trembling, the intense pain reflected in her eyes, filled with despair. Moments before her cry for help, Shun Lioli had summoned a water mirror to glimpse her current appearance. The sight of her disfigured face left her momentarily stunned. She could scarcely fathom that she would one day look this way. What deepened her despair further was the return of that peculiar affliction, now more severe than before, rendering her completely out of control with suffering. In that moment, Shun Lioli truly began to feel hopeless, although she could sense her cultivation growing stronger. The cost of this enhancement felt unbearably harsh. The thought of enduring such pain daily, transforming into a monster riddled with sores, filled her with a profound sense of despair. Compared to such a future, she found herself longing for the life she had led in her past existence. Although she had always ranked lowest among her 7 sisters, they were the 7 peerless immortals, standing at the pinnacle of the Lingxian continent. Even the lowest among them surpassed many other cultivators. More importantly, in her previous life, she had not had to endure such torment nor worry about being covered in sores. Her days had been spent mostly nurturing rare spiritual plants and beasts. Just the thought of those times now filled Shun Lioli with an overwhelming sense of beauty. This happiness had been granted to her by the heavenly Emperor No, by Lin Yang. At that moment, a feeling akin to what Xiao Yueshi had experienced before surged within Shun Lioli. Could it be that Lin Yang had truly never deceived them? As this thought emerged, it spread through Shun Lioli's mind like wild grass, intensifying her already existing torment. Suddenly, A terrifying aura erupted from Shun Lioli. Sister Yueshi, I regret it, but it is too late to turn back. If you ever find him, please tell him I'm sorry. Shun Lioli cast a glance at Xiao Yueshi, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She uttered a few words to Xiao Yueshi before her figure surged towards the outside world. Xiao Yueshi, of course, understood precisely whom Shun Lioli referred to. Had it been at any other time, witnessing Shun Lioli's awakening would have filled her with immense joy. Yet at this moment, she was too anxious to revel in that joy and urgently sought to intercept Shun Lioli. Alas, Shun Lioli's current prowess far surpassed her own. In the blink of an eye, Shun Lioli's figure had already burst forth from the premises. By the time Xiao Yueshi rushed out of the dilapidated treasure vault, Shun Lioli had long vanished from her sight. Simultaneously, a voice akin to thunder reverberated from beyond Black Wind Mountain. This monstrous fiend has claimed the lives of so many. Today, we shall unite to slay this demon. Chapter 43. Renewal. Alas, it is the practitioners who have been hunting down Sister Luli. Upon hearing the resounding voice from the outside world, Xiao Yueshi's expression instantly transformed. In her previous quest to locate Shun Luli, she had mingled among the very groups that pursued her. Thus, she was acutely aware of their methods. It was evident that they had discovered Shun Luli's concealment within the Black Wind Mountain, prompting their relentless search. The interior of Black Wind Mountain was fraught with countless prohibitions and perilous dangers. Had Shun Li remained there, she might have eluded the attention of these hunters. Yet now, in a reckless burst, she had dashed out, unwittingly colliding with her pursuers. Indeed, alongside that thunderous voice, a cacophony of secret techniques erupted, reverberating throughout the surroundings. With a grave countenance, Xiao Yueshi hastened towards the exterior of Black Wind Mountain. However, upon her emergence, she was confronted with sheer devastation and a multitude of smiling practitioners. At last, they had slain the prodigy of Qingyin's sect. Indeed, it was puzzling what had driven that prodigy to madness, suddenly attacking them with frenzied aggression, yet failing to thwart their secret techniques. Once strikingly beautiful, she had now been reduced to a ghastly visage. Her fate, devoid of a trace, could be deemed a consequence of her own actions. Merely standing aside, Xiao Yueshi was momentarily stunned by what she overheard. It was abundantly clear that the prodigy these practitioners spoke of referred to Shun Luli. Though reluctant to accept this grim reality, Xiao Yueshi understood deep within her heart that Shun Luli's recent behavior, her frenzied dash, was likely indicative of a resolve to embrace death. Liberation, it seemed, could only be found in the embrace of mortality. Otherwise, her continued existence would only lead to endless agony, enduring unbearable torment daily as her body became increasingly afflicted, transforming her into a creature neither human nor ghost. Retribution. This was the fate we deserved. A profound sorrow enveloped Xiao Yueshi as she silently rose, beginning to survey the surroundings. By interpreting the remnants left at the scene, she could surmise the events that had transpired. Upon their arrival, the hunters pursuing Shun Luli had not yet breached Black Wind Mountain when she had abruptly emerged from within, launching an attack against them. However, this assault served merely as a fade, lacking in true lethality. The practitioners, unrelenting, unleashed a torrent of ruthless techniques upon her, resulting in her immediate demise. Sister Luli. Xiao Yueshi gazed at the spot where Shun Luli had fallen, feeling a sense of disorientation. The reason she had rekindled her hope for life and survived until this moment was precisely due to Shun Luli's presence. Yet now, it seemed that Shun Luli had departed this world before her. In that instant, Xiao Yueshi found herself a loss, uncertain of her next course of action. Should she seek out her other sisters? She feared that the others might, like her and Shun Lioli, fall into such a tragic predicament. The thought of seeking out Lin Yang from this lifetime crossed her mind, yet she lacked the courage to pursue it. She felt she had no face to seek out Lin Yang in this existence. As the cultivators who had pursued Shun Lioli gradually dispersed, Xiao Yueshi found herself alone, standing in a daze for quite some time without any movement. Soon after, she caught sight of a vividly colored butterfly, dancing gracefully in the air. "Dear girl, awaken. How can you sleep here?" A sudden, gentle voice pierced through Shun Liuli's consciousness. With her eyes tightly shut, she had no desire to stir. Is this what death feels like? Why is there still someone speaking? Shun Liuli mused inwardly. Yet in the next moment, she felt someone gently nudging her. Child, wake up. You'll catch a chill sleeping here. Wait. Shun Liuli suddenly realized. I'm not dead. Her eyes flew open, and the blinding sunlight was the first thing to greet her, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over her. After a considerable while, she gradually acclimated to her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself lying on a patch of grass, surrounded by a variety of wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. The sunlight overhead enveloped her in a warm embrace. Beside her, an elderly woman with a kind smile was gazing at her. Upon seeing Shun Liuli open her eyes, the grandmother continued with a smile, My dear, you cannot sleep here. The ground is cool, and you might catch a cold. Shun Liuli stared blankly at her. At that moment, she was utterly perplexed by the situation. She had clearly perished, struck down by more than a dozen cultivators of the spirit body realm, leaving no trace behind. Yet here she was alive in such a place. Still in a daze, she heard the elderly woman softly calling out in concern, Child, are you all right? Shun Liuli shook her head and replied, I'm fine. After all, I'm a cultivator of the spirit body realm. I surely won tea. She intended to say that she would not succumb to a mere chill. However, as those words left her lips, she fell silent once more, stunned to discover that her entire cultivation had seemingly vanished. She had reverted to an ordinary person, devoid of any powers. What on earth is happening? Shun Liuli was astounded, struggling to rise and rushing toward a small puddle nearby. Using the reflection in the water, she clearly observed that she appeared terribly haggard, her clothes tattered. Yet, the disgusting sores on her face had vanished without a trace. Could it be the function of the poisonous body? Even in death, it grants me rebirth, albeit at the cost of all my cultivation? Shun Liuli speculated silently. Only this possibility aligns with her current state, a rebirth of sorts. This new beginning leaves Shun Liuli momentarily at a loss for whether to feel joy or sorrow. However, it is evident that with the loss of her cultivation, the terrifying side effects of the poisonous body have completely vanished. Is this a divine blessing, granting me a chance to start anew? A smile graced Shun Liuli's face, but it quickly faded. Even if given another chance, what difference would it make? While the poisonous body could elevate her power to unimaginable heights, its dreadful side effects haunted her thoughts. In comparison to those terrifying repercussions, Shun Liuli would willingly embrace the life of an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. In her past life, it was truly Lin Yang who saved her, sparing her from the horrific effects of the poisonous body. The mere thought of Lin Yang darkened Shun Liuli's expression even further. Chapter 44. Letting go of the past. Xiaohua, you have gathered so many fruits. Shun Liuli, carrying a basket, strolled along the village path, greeted by the familiar voices of the villagers. She smiled and exchanged pleasantries before continuing on her way. Ever since she awoke in the nearby meadow, she had chosen to remain here, adopting the name Shun Xiaohua. Although the name seemed rather commonplace, Shun Liuli found great fondness in it. The change of name imbued her with a sense of rebirth. The former Shun Liuli had completely vanished, and now only Shun Xiaohua existed in this world. She deliberately chose to forget everything from her past, including her cursed body and the tribulations of her previous life. From that moment on, she wished to lead a simple and ordinary life as Shun Xiaohua, embracing the cycle of life and death in this tranquil place. With her basket in hand, Shun Liuli entered a small courtyard at the edge of the village. Child, you brought back so many fruits today, exclaimed the kindly old woman, Grandma Lu, emerging from a yard with a beaming smile. The villagers affectionately referred to her as Grandma Lu, and Shun Liuli had been residing with her for some time. As Grandma Lu had no children, she treated Shun Liuli with utmost kindness, almost as if she were her own granddaughter. This warmth was a primary reason for Shun Liuli's choice to stay. Having been an orphan and a wanderer since childhood, she had seldom experienced such affection, and now she found the warmth she had long been missing in Grandma Lu. Setting down the basket, Shun Liuli smiled and said, Grandma, I'll prepare dinner. However, Upon hearing the words "prepared dinner," the previously gentle expression on Grandma Lu's face faded, replaced by a look of resignation. Her brows knitting together in a frown. "Child, let me handle it. Once you learn how to cook, you can make me a meal." With that, Grandma Lu hurried into the adjacent kitchen, preempting Shun Liuli's offer. Shun Liuli, seeing this, simply shook her head with a smile. Whether in her past life or this one, she had never cooked and was utterly inept in the kitchen. When she had first moved in, she had intended to prepare a meal for Grandma Lu, but nearly set the kitchen ablaze. However, after learning from Grandma Lu for several days, Shun Liuli had finally managed to start a fire and cook, albeit the results were less than palatable. "Grandma, let me help you," she said, following Grandma Lu into the kitchen. This humble rural kitchen was little more than a simple room, dimly lit, with smoke stains darkening the ceiling and walls from years of cooking. The pervasive aroma of smoke lingered in the air. In the past, the fastidious Shun Liuli would never have entered such a place. Yet now she feels that the scent of smoke and fire is what truly evokes the essence of life. "My dear, in a few days, the persimmons on the mountain will ripen, and I shall prepare persimmon cakes for you. The flavor will be unlike anything you have ever tasted. In the village, word has spread that Aunt Wang's old sow gave birth to piglets last night, delivering over a dozen at once, a tale that has captivated the entire village." Shun Liuli sat by the stove, tending to the fire, while the familiar, rambling voice of Grandma Lu reached her ears. Although Grandma Lu was no longer young, she embodied the essence of a true farmer, having lived here for decades. Her travels had rarely extended beyond the nearby town. Thus, her chatter revolved around the mundane affairs of daily life. Shun Liuli listened intently, occasionally laughing in agreement. This life, infused with the warmth of earthly existence, brought her immense satisfaction. As the meal was prepared, both Grandma Lu and Shun Liuli filled their bowls and settled on the stone slabs in the yard to dine. The fare, a simple porridge typical of the small mountain village, brought both women a sense of fulfillment. After finishing their meal, Shun Liuli intended to clear the dishes, but Grandma Lu snatched them away. Left alone, Shun Liuli chose to remain seated on the stone slab at the doorway, basking in the sun. The warm rays enveloped her, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. With her eyes narrowed, she gazed skyward. The heavens above were a brilliant blue, dotted only with a few wispy clouds drifting lazily. Could it be that the mystic profound continent would indeed descend into chaos and darkness, annihilating all? This thought suddenly flickered in her mind as she stared at the sky. She had resolved to forget everything and live a tranquil life here. Yet, memories of the past would occasionally resurface, particularly those she wished to avoid most. The looming darkness, the impending chaos of the future. Would these truly come to pass? In her previous life, Shun Liuli had dismissed Lin Yang's words with disdain. Yet now, after enduring so much, she began to ponder seriously. If what Lin Yang foretold were to be true, and this dark upheaval were to erupt in the future, then all of Lin Yang's actions would seem entirely justifiable. She and her companions had not only failed to comprehend his choices, but had, in fact, betrayed him. These thoughts flashed through Shun Liuli's mind, causing a sharp pang in her heart. At last, she began to grasp the reason behind Xiao Yueshi's tears and despair upon their first meeting. Some mistakes can be rectified, while others offer no chance for redemption. Just then, as Shun Liuli sat lost in thought, Grandma Lu's voice broke the silence. Having finished clearing the dishes, she emerged with 2 straw mats, handing one to Shun Liuli. With a smile, Grandma Lu remarked, "Sit on this. It won't make your bottom cold." "Thank you, Grandma." Shun Liuli smiled as she accepted the grass mat. Grandma Lu, seated on her own mat, turned to Shun Liuli and inquired, "I notice you often seem lost in thought. What occupies your mind?" After a moment's hesitation, Shun Liuli ultimately shook her head and replied, "It's nothing, just some matters from the past." She had resolved to forget her former experiences, and naturally, she did not wish to share them with others. Observing her demeanor, Grandma Lu could only shake her head in silence. Thus, these leisurely days swiftly passed, and before long, more than a month had elapsed. The persimmons on the mountain had ripened, and Shun Liuli, alongside Grandma Lu, ascended the hill to gather an abundance of persimmons. Tomorrow, she would be able to savor the much-praised persimmon cakes prepared by Grandma Lu. However, that very night, as Shun Liuli had just settled down, her eyes suddenly flew open, revealing an expression of profound terror. Chapter 45. The path you chose for yourself the night was deep, with only the sound of crickets permeating the silence outside. However, mere moments after sinking into slumber, Shun Liuli's eyes snapped open, her countenance etched with terror. She was acutely aware of an unexpected surge of spiritual energy coursing through her being. It was crucial to note that after her demise at the hands of relentless pursuers, her spiritual energy had dissipated entirely, leaving her devoid of any cultivation. She was now merely an ordinary person. In her efforts to prevent the resurgence of her toxic body, Shun Liuli had refrained from any form of cultivation and dared not invoke the powers of her cursed physique. Yet, despite this caution, an unfamiliar wave of spiritual energy had emerged within her. This indicated that her cultivation might be rekindling, albeit gradually. Or perhaps her toxic body was instinctively assimilating external spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Had this occurred in the past, such a phenomenon would have filled her with exhilaration. A physique that could fortify itself effortlessly would be deemed the supreme sacred body in the Lingxian continent, a title not easily dismissed. Yet now, the transformation within her body only instilled dread. If her spiritual energy continued to recover, would the myriad side effects of her toxic body resurface? Should her cursed physique erupt once more, the consequences would be dire, endangering not only Grandma Lu next door, but potentially the entire village. Visions of the calamity that befell Qinyun's sect flashed through Shun Liuli's mind. No, this could not happen. She bolted upright, desperate to flee this place, seeking to distance herself as far as possible. However, at that very moment, she sensed a noxious mist emanating from her being, spreading like serpents in search of prey. Much of the toxic vapor slithered toward the adjacent room where Grandma Lu resided. Shun Liuli's eyes widened in horror as she instinctively reached out to retract the poisonous mist. But her efforts proved futile. "No, please," she cried, despair gripping her as she frantically attempted to halt the encroaching vapor, yet it was of no avail. Her previous encounters with the outbursts of her toxic physique had occurred unconsciously, but now it erupted before her very eyes. This reality deepened her despair, as she could only watch helplessly. Even if she escaped at that moment, the lingering toxic mist would surely spell doom for Grandma Lu and the villagers. Unable to contain the poisonous fog, Shun Liuli cried out in a frenzy, "Grandma, hurry, run." Yet her voice was no match for the swiftness of the dispersing mist. In the blink of an eye, the toxic vapor had seeped through the cracks of the door, invading the outside world. The once audible chirping of crickets was abruptly silenced, as if the very fabric of reality had been paused, plunging everything into an eerie stillness. Shun Liuli trembled, enveloped in a profound sense of dread. She had already surmised what was unfolding outside, yet she found herself devoid of the courage to move. Crouched in a corner of the room, Shun Liuli hugged her knees, curling herself into the smallest possible form. In that moment, she was no longer the resplendent goddess of the seven absolutes from her previous life, but merely a young girl gripped by profound trepidation. She was afraid. She was terrified. She was overwhelmed with panic. In this moment, she could only reassure herself internally that all of this was an illusion, that nothing had transpired outside. Tomorrow morning, when she opened the door, her grandmother, who regarded her as her own flesh and blood, would greet her with a warm smile, inviting her to savor the freshly made persimmon cakes. A night passed swiftly. When a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, Shun Liuli finally regained her senses. With a sense of numbness, she lifted her gaze to the sunlight pouring in. Never before had she felt that a night could be both interminably long and fleetingly short. She yearned for the night to pass quickly so she could enjoy her grandmother's persimmon cakes at dawn, yet she also wished for the night to last forever, thus sparing her from confronting the impending harsh reality. However, the sunlight filtering through the window gradually made her realize that what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Numbly, she rose to her feet and walked step by step to the door. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened it. In the past, Every time she had opened the door, her kind grandmother would be there to greet her with a smile. But today, an eerie silence enveloped the space outside. The persimmons they had picked from the mountain yesterday still hung tantalizingly beneath the eaves, their vibrant red hue appearing exceedingly tempting. "Grandmother," Shun Lioli's voice trembled as she called out to the door. "It is time to make the persimmon cakes." Silence. The surroundings were engulfed in an unsettling stillness. Apart from Shun Lioli's voice, there was not a single echo. This deathly silence finally pushed Shun Lioli to the brink of despair. Unable to contain her hysteria, she shouted, "Why? Why can't I even be an ordinary mortal? What is the reason?" Her voice, filled with desperation, seemed as if it could pierce the heavens. Yet, in the midst of her breakdown, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the depths of her heart. "How can you regret? This is the path you chose, and the retribution you must bear. After all, the one who once liberated you from all this, allowing you to live joyfully, has been slain by your own hand." Though this voice was weak, the moment it echoed within Shun Lioli's soul, her cries were abruptly silenced. Trembling slightly, visions of her life before reincarnation flooded her mind. Within the majestic and imposing palace of the heavens, she and her 6 sisters stared coldly at the one who once shared a close bond with them. "Lin Yang, you have committed numerous atrocities. Today you shall meet your end. If there is a next life, may we never cross paths again." As she was ambushed, the nearly lifeless Lin Yang displayed no trace of fear upon his countenance. Instead, he merely nodded slightly, his face etched with profound disappointment. "Very well. Should there be a next life, we shall remain strangers." With a sudden crack, the scene shattered. Before Shun Lioli, only Lin Yang's eyes, brimming with despair, remained. "Indeed, how could I harbor regrets? What right do I have to regret?" Shun Lioli murmured to herself. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped a dagger from beside her. With a swift thrust, she plunged it into her own flesh. With only a flicker of spiritual energy left within her, she did not believe that her toxic body could save her in such dire circumstances. Thus, the sharp pain coursing through her body brought her an unexpected sense of relief. Just as Shun Lioli collapsed onto the ground, resigned to await her demise, a resplendent rainbow-hued butterfly descended from the heavens, landing gently upon her. Gazing at the exquisite butterfly, disbelief filled Shun Lioli's eyes as she stared intently, her voice rising in astonishment. "A moth flying like a butterfly." Chapter 46. This lifetime's Lin Yang Shun Lioli could never have anticipated that, having prepared herself for inevitable death. The last sight she would behold would be that of a moth-like butterfly. Yet, it was precisely this butterfly that brought forth a torrent of tears from her eyes. It is noteworthy that even amidst the despair that drove her to the brink of suicide the previous night, she had shed no tears. But now, she was utterly overwhelmed, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Lin Yang, brother," Shun Lioli finally uttered his name in full. In her past life, she had always referred to Lin Yang as her brother before their irrevocable split. Even after he ascended to become the Celestial Emperor and she transformed into the 7 Absolute Fairy, her address had remained unchanged. Lin Yang would always greet her with a beaming smile, calling her little sister. However, ever since their estrangement, she had ceased to call him that, addressing him coldly as the Celestial Emperor instead. The reason this mere moth-like butterfly could induce such an emotional upheaval in Shun Lioli lay in its origins. It was a gift Lin Yang had once bestowed upon her. This extraordinary creature was both a living entity and a magical treasure. Once bonded to a person, it would never part from them. Moreover, it possessed the unique ability to bind to 2 individuals simultaneously. Should one of them encounter a life-threatening crisis, the butterfly would manifest in the other, guiding them to safety. In her previous life, Shun Lioli had recklessly ventured into perilous situations in her pursuit of cultivation. Disregarding her own safety, Lin Yang, concerned for her well-being, had sought out this moth-like butterfly and entrusted it to her as a guardian. After acquiring it, in moments of danger, the butterfly would lead Lin Yang to rescue her time and again. What astonished Shun Lioli was that even after her rebirth, this butterfly still existed. Upon sensing her life-threatening predicament, it had returned to her side. Yet this time, the towering figure that had always accompanied the butterfly to her rescue was nowhere to be found. Only the brightly colored, moth-like butterfly flitted about, a solitary reminder that some things, once lost, remain lost forever. As Shun Lioli's breath grew increasingly feeble, just before she succumbed to unconsciousness, she was taken aback to see a silhouette descending from the heavens, retrieving the moth-like butterfly and rushing to her side to administer aid. The sight of this figure inexplicably instilled in her a sense of security. In the past, each time this figure appeared, it heralded her safety. Lin Yang brought her, she murmured softly, and with that, her consciousness slipped into oblivion. In her hazy state, Shun Liuli drifted into a dream. She dreamt of herself and 6 other sisters returning to their past life, joyfully gathering each day to explore the world. Yet, this bliss was abruptly shattered. The 6 sisters around her transformed, their expressions chilling and fierce, their voices echoing with cries of vengeance against the heavenly palace and the celestial emperor. In a state of panic, Shun Liuli frantically attempted to dissuade them, pleading, "No, don't go amid the chaos." Shun Liuli suddenly awoke. She immediately opened her eyes, searching for the last figure she had seen. Instead, she found Xiao Yueshi beside her. Upon noticing her awakening, Xiao Yueshi turned with a concerned expression and said, "Liuli, you're awake." It was only her sister Yueshi. Shun Liuli felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. She had truly hoped that the figure emerging alongside the moth-like butterfly would be the one she longed for. Even if that person were to strike her down, she would have accepted it willingly. Yet, reality had made it abundantly clear that the only presence before her was that of her sister Yueshi. As she lay beside Xiao Yueshi, Shun Liuli realized they were perched upon a cloud, with Xiao Yueshi evidently exerting all her efforts to propel them forward, as if in pursuit of something. After a moment of silence, Shun Liuli could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, "Yueshi, how is Grandma Lu?" What about the villagers? Xiao Yueshi knew precisely whom Shun Liuli referred to. After all, she had found Shun Liuli in that small village, which now held not a single survivor. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi softly replied, "I have buried them all." Seeing Shun Liuli's expression darken, Xiao Yueshi hastily continued, "Liuli, I currently lack the energy to elaborate. I am in pursuit of that moth-like butterfly, and you must understand what that signifies." Pursuing the moth-like butterfly? Shun Liuli was taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. The moth-like butterfly could only bind 2 individuals, one being Shun Liuli and the other Lin Yang. If they could successfully follow the butterfly, it would mean they could find Lin Yang in this lifetime. "Are you going to meet senior brother Lin Yang?" A flicker of panic crossed Shun Liuli's face. Like the previous Xiao Yueshi, she had no idea how to face Lin Yang anew in this life. The thought of seeing him again suffocated her. What had transpired in their past life could not simply be mended with an apology. Observing Shun Liuli's drastic change in demeanor, Xiao Yueshi couldn't help but sigh. She understood Shun Liuli's turmoil all too well. In truth, Xiao Yueshi herself felt equally anxious, even fearful. The prospect of seeing Lin Yang again was exhilarating. Yet she was consumed by uncertainty about what to say and how to act in order to seek his forgiveness in her own tumultuous mind. Xiao Yueshi found herself unable to continue comforting Shun Liuli. Riding upon the white clouds beneath her feet, Xiao Yueshi relentlessly pursued the elusive moth butterfly. The speed of the moth butterfly was not something a mere innate realm practitioner like Xiao Yueshi could typically match. However, on this occasion, the moth butterfly was surprisingly not as swift, allowing her to follow it closely. After soaring over 10,000 miles in a singular direction, the moth butterfly finally descended to a specific location. Xiao Yueshi and her companion swiftly followed, landing gracefully from the sky. With a mixture of trepidation and awe, they immediately spotted the fluttering moth butterfly below. At that moment, the moth butterfly was circling around a grand tomb, and upon the gravestone standing before it, the inscription read, "The tomb of the celestial emperor Lin Yang." Witnessing this chilling sight, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were left utterly speechless. Chapter 47. Who constructed this tomb? the tomb of the celestial Emperor Lin Yang. As they gazed at the imposing inscription on the tombstone, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi found themselves utterly stupefied. Prior to their arrival, the two had envisioned countless scenarios upon meeting Lin Yang in this life, even imagining the possibility of him slaying them without hesitation. However, they had never anticipated encountering his grave in this place. This revelation left their minds in a state of utter bewilderment. It was inconceivable. The Lin Yang of this incarnation had only recently embarked on his path of cultivation and had yet to ascend to the status of Celestial Emperor. Why then did the tombstone bear the inscription of the Emperor's final resting place? After a moment of staring blankly at the tombstone, Xiao Yueshi suddenly regained her composure. The Lin Yang of this life had not yet attained the title of Celestial Emperor. Even if he had indeed perished, his grave could not possibly appear in such a manner. Only those who, like them, had been reborn, retaining memories of their past life, would know of Lin Yang's ascension. Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi exchanged glances, their thoughts converging on the same conclusion. In this world, the only individuals who had returned from their previous lives with memories intact were the 7 immortal maidens of the 7 absolutes, along with Lin Yang himself. Thus, the tombstone could only have been erected by one among them. Could it be that this is a grave erected by senior brother Lin Yang himself? Shun Liuli's voice was tinged with melancholy. Xiao Yueshi pondered for a moment before shaking her head decisively. That cannot be. Knowing his character, even if he were to construct his own grave, he would likely inscribe only his name, without the title of Celestial Emperor. In their previous life, they had believed Lin Yang to be infatuated with the power of the Celestial Emperor, leading him to commit many unhinged acts. Yet now, their perception of him had transformed profoundly. Even many of his past actions seemed justifiable in their eyes. They could not fathom that he would covet the so-called title of Celestial Emperor, nor would he inscribe such words on his own tombstone. Shun Liuli's complexion grew pale, yet the doubt in her eyes intensified. But if this tomb was not erected by senior brother Lin Yang, then who could have constructed it? And why do the moths and butterflies linger here incessantly? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yueshi fell into silence as well. Indeed, regardless of who had constructed this tomb, the mere presence of the moths and butterflies swirling about was ample evidence that everything here was undoubtedly connected to Lin Yang. Elder sister Yueshi, could it be possible suddenly? Shun Liuli trembled, her voice quaking with unmistakable fear. What if our other sisters, upon their rebirth, located Lin Yang before us and, tragically, took his life? Constructing this very tomb? No, that is impossible. How could the other sisters possibly kill Brother Lin Yang alone? Brother Lin Yang cannot be slain. Despite her vehement denials, Xiao Yueshi's voice trembled noticeably, revealing her underlying concern. Clearly, the possibility suggested by Shun Liuli had ignited a sudden wave of anxiety within her. It is worth noting that when she had just been reborn into this life, Xiao Yueshi had contemplated the notion of finding Lin Yang early and eliminating him preemptively. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the other members of the 7 absolute fairy sisters harbored similar intentions and had acted upon them. I still refuse to believe that Brother Lin Yang in this life could be killed by the other sisters. Xiao Yueshi shook her head, her gaze suddenly resolute. Stepping forward, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from her, manifesting into 2 colossal hands that reached toward the grave ahead. Observing Xiao Yueshi's determination, Shun Liuli could not help but inquire, "Sister Yueshi, what are you planning to do?" Without turning her head, Xiao Yueshi replied, digging the grave and examining the corpse. Xiao Yueshi intended to unearth the tomb to inspect the body within. Only by witnessing the corpse with her own eyes could she ascertain the truth. Shun Liuli was evidently aware of this, her complexion pale as she silently stood behind, watching as the grave was gradually excavated. Although Xiao Yueshi's expression remained steadfast, the sight of the deeply buried tomb being unearthed made her increasingly anxious. As the soil within the grave was steadily removed, it ultimately revealed an empty tomb before Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Inside the grave, there was nothing, no coffin, not even a trace of a body. This scene brought a measure of relief to both Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, yet shared bewilderment lingered in their hearts. Who had constructed this tomb? Why did the moth-like flying butterfly, bound to Lin Yang, continue to hover here incessantly? After much contemplation, they could not arrive at a conclusion. Thus, they resolved to remain in the vicinity, waiting patiently. The architect of this tomb could not possibly refrain from visiting. Once the individual arrived, they would discover who it truly was. And so, they waited for a full 6 months. Spring faded into autumn, and as winter approached, snowflakes fell, blanketing the earth in white. Beside the tomb, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi temporarily constructed a few thatched cottages to dwell in. Initially, Xiao Yueshi had been concerned that her cursed star physique might adversely affect Shun Liuli, preventing them from residing together. However, Shun Liuli merely remarked, "If I were to perish due to your influence, that would be preferable." Ultimately, they chose to stay together. On one particular day, after days of relentless snowfall, the accumulation had risen to cover their knees. Just as Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi emerged from their cottage, they witnessed a piercing sword aura slice through the space above them. Even the sky seemed to be cleaved in twain by this piercing sword aura. Ultimately, this sharp energy coalesced into a crimson longsword, plummeting from the heavens to embed itself before Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi. In the next moment, a striking figure appeared beside the sword, an imposing woman clad in ivory battle armor, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an aura of undeniable valor. More alarming still, she held in her hand 2 severed heads, still dripping with blood, casually discarding the heads onto the snowy ground. The valiant woman turned to face Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, a radiant smile gracing her features as she exclaimed, "My dear sisters, it has been far too long." Chapter 48. The Second Sword, the Unparalleled Sword Immortal, Sister Jian. Upon encountering the striking maiden with a ponytail, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly overtaken by expressions of delight. For the young woman before them was none other than the Second Sword, one of the 7 unparalleled fairy swords. A naturally gifted sword immortal, she hailed from the prestigious Jian Mountain Manor, a lineage renowned for its mastery of the sword. It is said that at the very moment of her birth, a formidable sword aura surged across 3,000 miles, causing the swords of the entire Jian Mountain Manor to resonate in unison, as if celebrating the arrival of a born sword immortal. In her previous life, she was the most dazzling of sword immortals, a paragon for all sword cultivators across the Lingxin continent. The Second Sword herself possessed a fierce sense of justice and could not abide any wrongdoing. Neither Xiao Yueshi nor Shun Liuli had anticipated encountering her here, and the Second Sword, too, was taken aback at the sight of them. However, after scrutinizing them for a few moments, her brows furrowed in concern, and she coldly remarked, "What has happened to the two of you? Rebirth is a tremendous opportunity, allowing us to grow stronger than in our past lives. Yet you are both enveloped in an aura of decay. If this continues, not only will you fail to progress in your cultivation, but you might even fall short of your previous selves." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Shun Liuli's perilous condition, afflicted with the toxic body, rendered her unable to engage in cultivation. As for Xiao Yueshi, while she had not abandoned her training, the turmoil in her heart had severely hindered her progress, leaving her far behind her former self. Moreover, the harrowing experiences they had faced since their rebirth had profoundly impacted their once pure spirits, leading to the emergence of inner demons. Continuing on this path of cultivation would inevitably lead to dire consequences. As former members of the 7 unparalleled fairy swords, they were acutely aware of their own challenges. Yet, they also understood that without resolving the turmoil within, their problems remained insurmountable. Thus, they chose not to elaborate on their plight to the Second Sword and swiftly redirected the conversation towards Lin Yang. "Sister Jian, have you seen our brother Lin Yang here? We were wrong in our past life," Xiao Yueshi urgently inquired. Hearing Xiao Yueshi refer to Lin Yang as brother, combined with the solemn and remorseful expressions of both her and Shun Liuli, the smile on the Second Sword's face gradually faded, her brows knitting together as she questioned, "You two are behaving quite strangely. Why are you defending that tyrant Lin Yang?" With a sigh, Shun Liuli responded, Sister Jian, we are not defending our senior brother Lin Yang. We have come to realize our mistakes. Mistakes? The second sword's demeanor grew increasingly grave, her formidable sword aura emanating fiercely. In our past life, we vanquished evil and upheld justice, slaying that tyrannical Emperor Lin Yang. What was wrong with that? Observing the second sword's attitude, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged a glance, their eyes once again reflecting a sense of helplessness. They anticipated that the second sword would respond in such a manner. Not to mention the second sword. Even Shun Liuli had exhibited a similar reaction in the past. Many matters, if not personally experienced, would remain incomprehensible in terms of the extent of one's folly. Yet, regrettably, by the time one realizes their error, it is often too late for redemption. Shun Liuli sighed softly and altered her tone, saying, Sister Sword, do you recall what Master Lin Yang spoke of in our previous life? He foretold your fate, stating that your obsession with the sword would render you a puppet of the blade, ultimately becoming a sword demon, the very person you despise most. The tyrannical words of the Heavenly Emperor were clearly met with disdain by the second sword. However, before she could finish her statement, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, with anxious expressions, spoke in unison, No, Sister Sword, you must believe this. Our personal experiences have proven that Brother Lin Yang was right. The second sword gazed at the two, whose faces were marked with urgency, and frowned, although I do not understand how you both came to be in this state. It matters little. I am constructing this tomb to declare to all that, in this life, I shall personally slay that Heavenly Emperor. You built this tomb? Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had long suspected that the architect of this grave was one of the 7 absolute female immortals, they never imagined it would be the second sword. Furthermore, the construction of such an empty tomb here seemed utterly pointless. Indeed, it is I who constructed it, declared the second sword with pride. Though in my previous life I was hailed as the world's foremost sword immortal, the truth is, you all know that the true strongest sword immortal is that fellow Lin Yang. Therefore, in this life, I must defeat him personally and become the genuine number 1 sword immortal. In her previous life, the second sword truly stood unrivaled, unmatched by any. Yet, only those closest to her understood that she was not the true strongest sword immortal of the Lingxian continent. The actual strongest sword immortal was, in fact, the Heavenly Emperor Lin Yang. The second sword had challenged Lin Yang multiple times, each time meeting with effortless defeat. It could be said that until their rebirth, the second sword's skills on Sword Island had never surpassed Lin Yang's. The desire to vanquish Lin Yang and claim the title of the true, strongest sword immortal had nearly become an obsession for the second sword. As 2 of the 7 absolute female immortals, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, were well aware of these truths. However, at this moment, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, and instead, astonished, they turned to the second sword and asked, Sister Sword, if this tomb is indeed your creation, then why does the moth-like creature bound to Brother Lin Yang hover here? What? The second sword's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and a surge of sword energy erupted from her, cascading like waves as it swept outward. Just as this sword energy began to permeate the surroundings, the imposing gravestone, crafted from heavy stone slabs, suddenly cracked with a sharp sound at that moment. A surge of sword energy, rivaling that of the second sword, erupted from within the gravestone, soaring into the sky. Upon sensing this astonishing sword energy, the expression on the second sword's face transformed into one of exhilaration. You were right, she proclaimed. Indeed, Lin Yang of this lifetime has come here, and he has left such a trace of sword energy upon the gravestone I erected for him. This is a challenge to me. Beside her, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves forced to retreat under the pressure of these 2 formidable sword energies. Yet, the words of the second sword compelled them to glance at the gravestone. They could envision the expression Lin Yang would wear upon encountering this monument in this lifetime. It was likely one of heightened disappointment towards them. They sighed inwardly. At that moment, the soaring sword energy emanating from the shattered gravestone suddenly contracted, transforming into a figure. The lingering essence of the sword energy manifested. The second sword gazed at this figure with growing excitement, Even her sword began to tremble slightly in her grasp. Chapter 49. The Challenge. The second sword, a master of the blade, felt an instinctive thrill at the prospect of facing a formidable challenger in the realm of swordsmanship. However, to the side, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed at the figure emerging from the shattered tombstone, momentarily entranced. The silhouette that coalesced from the fragmented gravestone was unmistakably that of a handsome youth. Clad in white garments, his stature was noble, his hair simply gathered, and his visage strikingly beautiful, with a flame-like mark adorning his brow. Despite his unremarkable attire, an undeniable aura enveloped him, demanding respect. Brother Lin Yang, senior brother Lin Yang. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exclaimed in astonishment. The figure materializing from the gathered sword energy was none other than the Emperor of Heaven, Lin Yang, whom they had slain in their previous lives. Yet, he appeared notably youthful now. The two young women watched with fervent excitement. This was their first encounter with Lin Yang since their rebirth. In front of them, the second sword, witnessing the emergence of Lin Yang, felt a surge of exhilaration surpassing that of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Lin Yang, in our past life, I was no match for you, but in this life, my sword is stronger and more ferocious. Let us see how you can overcome me. As he spoke, the second sword drew his weapon, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that forced Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi to retreat once more. With a clang that echoed like the clash of metal, the second sword vanished from sight, and boundless sword energy coalesced around him, transforming into a vast river of swordsmanship that surged towards Lin Yang. The terrifying aura of the sword river threatened to rend the very fabric of the surroundings. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing that in their past life, the second sword's prowess in swordsmanship was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. This overwhelming river of sword energy could potentially transcend boundaries to slay foes. Can senior brother Lin Yang withstand such a formidable force? Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi gazed anxiously at Lin Yang's figure. They yearned to intervene in this contest, yet their abilities were insufficient, leaving them to helplessly witness the terrifying sword river enveloping Lin Yang. Kill! As the sword river shrouded Lin Yang, the second sword's voice, laden with murderous intent, resonated from within. With the infusion of his killing intent, the power of the sword river surged to a new level. Mianwile, Lin Yang, ensconced within the sword river, remained remarkably composed. The moment his figure was entirely consumed by the swirling energy, Lin Yang suddenly lifted his gaze, like a mere chicken or dog. In that instant, Lin Yang's form transformed into a sword, a true sword. This sword shot forth like a nail, piercing through the very river of swordsmanship conjured by the second sword. The entire figure of the second sword was shrouded within the vast river of swordsmanship, revealing only a hand as white as jade, drawing ever closer and growing larger. Then, her delicate and fair neck was seized by this hand. In the next moment, her form was unceremoniously hurled out of the river of swordsmanship by Lin Yang, akin to a discarded sack of straw, rolling several times on the ground before landing in a disheveled state before Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. At that instant, the terrifying river of swordsmanship collapsed and dissipated completely. Sword Sister, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli hastened to support the second sword. They were not particularly surprised by her defeat at Lin Yang's hands. After all, it had been the same in the previous life, where no matter how many times the second sword challenged Lin Yang, she had never emerged victorious. However, the fallen second sword appeared somewhat deranged, ignoring the two girls beside her, and suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the figure ahead. In her past life, she had been suffocated by this very presence. In this life, she had believed that with the experience from her previous incarnation and her renewed cultivation, she would surely surpass this figure. Yet just moments ago, with a single simple strike, he had shattered the domineering sword intent she had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Fixated on the figure ahead, the second sword gritted her teeth and proclaimed, "You should kill me. In our past life, we have already taken your life once. If you do not slay me this time, you will inevitably perish at our hands." Lin Yang, who had just defeated the second sword, had regained his calm demeanor. Looking down at the somewhat frantic second sword, he spoke with an air of indifference, merely a fleeting blow. Boom! The sword intent that constituted Lin Yang's being dissipated in an instant, and his figure vanished. Yet, the second sword found herself momentarily stunned by his final words. From the moment of her birth, she had been regarded as a prodigy of swordsmanship, and her performance had never belied that title. However, before Lin Yang, this prodigious talent seemed but a jest. What struck her hardest was the palpable disdain she sensed in Lin Yang's gaze. Ultimately, he had not even deemed her worthy of death. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged worried glances at the second sword. They understood all too well the immense pride she possessed. Today's blow would likely have a profound impact on her. Sword sister, brother Lin Yang merely, Xiao Yueshi began to console the second sword. Yet, unexpectedly, the previously despondent second sword now surged with fierce battle intent once more. Do not worry, my dear sisters. If Lin Yang believes this can shatter my sword heart, he significantly underestimates me. However, I must thank him for this. As she spoke, the expression on the face of the second sword became peculiar as she spoke. In my previous life, Lin Yang repeatedly defeated me to suppress my sword heart, even seizing my virtue. My sword heart has long been tempered through countless trials, rendering it unbreakable. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, initially filled with concern as they gazed at the second sword, were momentarily taken aback by her audacious proclamation. Sister sword, did you just imply that brother Lin Yang took your virtue? How could that possibly be? Xiao Yueshi's face flushed crimson as she spoke. Although she was a renowned figure among the 7 absolute fairies, she was not much different from Xiao Bai when it came to matters of the heart. The same could be said for her companion, Shun Liuli. In their eyes, each of the 7 absolute fairies merely harbored a secret admiration for Lin Yang. However, upon hearing the second sword's words, it became evident that the situation was far from ordinary. At the very least, this esteemed second sword had shared an intimate encounter with brother Lin Yang. This revelation left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli blushing and struggling to believe their own ears. Chapter 50 should not be called sister, but sister-in-law. Observing the reactions of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, the second sword initially expressed surprise, then smirked. You two are exceedingly naive. Do you really believe that Lin Yang is as innocent as you are? The tricks he employs are far beyond your comprehension. What? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli widened their eyes in astonishment, appearing utterly unworldly. The second sword scoffed. In our previous life, among the 7 absolute celestial maidens, only you two were shielded by that fellow. He never laid a harmful hand upon you. The rest of us 5, however, succumbed to him hundreds of years ago and became his women. He often pulled us into. The second sword hesitated, unable to voice the remainder of her thought. Yet, the mere words spoken had already rendered Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli crimson with curiosity, their eyes agog. We truly had no knowledge of this. You all were having such delightful times while secretly engaging in so much. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yueshi finally spoke softly. So, what you're implying is that we ought not to call you sisters, but rather sisters-in-law. The second sword furrowed her brow. That is all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Moreover, I share this with you to help you understand that you are like flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, having never truly faced the treachery of human hearts. Hence, you have so swiftly altered your views on Lin Yang after your rebirth. As the second sword redirected the conversation back to Lin Yang, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, though with complicated emotions, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. They had personally experienced the veracity of Lin Yang's words in their previous life. Thus, they were reluctant to witness the second sword traverse the same perilous path. And even more so, they wished to prevent her from continuing to oppose Lin Yang in this life. However, both were acutely aware that no matter what they said, it would likely be futile in altering the deeply entrenched beliefs of the second sword. With a sigh, they pondered how to persuade her, only to be outpaced by the second sword, who interjected, "You may not be aware, but Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon Goddess have already formed the Demon Extermination Alliance. The true powerhouses of the Yaoqi clan and the Moon Goddess clan are currently scouring the Lingxian continent for Lin Yang's whereabouts in this life. Once located, he will undoubtedly be eliminated swiftly to prevent him from wreaking havoc upon the world again. What? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were taken aback, their expressions transforming into one of profound dismay. The second sword's mention of Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon Goddess referred to the two most exceptional individuals among the 7 absolute celestial maidens. Both hailed from extraordinarily noble lineages. The clans they belonged to, the Yaoqi clan and the Moon Goddess clan, represented the two most formidable sects in the Lingxian continent. These clans had existed for nearly as long as the history of the Lingxian continent itself, boasting countless powerful beings among their ranks. Although Lin Yang possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become an unrivaled emperor in the future, his current cultivation time is so limited that his strength cannot possibly compare to the formidable masters of ancient clans. At this moment, he finds himself being relentlessly pursued by 2 powerful factions, placing him in an exceedingly perilous situation. The mere thought of this leaves Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli devoid of the motivation to persuade the second sword any further. Even if they could convince her at this instant, it would have no bearing on Qi Yao and the Moon Goddess. Thus, Xiao Yueshi gritted her teeth and urged, "Sister Sword, your cultivation level is the highest among us. Please take us to meet Sister Qi Yao. We have important matters to discuss with her." Having spent time together, the second sword had already sensed the shift in Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's attitudes. She surmised that they wished to persuade Qi Yao and the Moon Goddess to cease their pursuit of Lin Yang. Although the second sword did not share their perspective, she refrained from commenting further, merely nodding in agreement. "Very well, but you must understand that the Yaoqi clan and the Moon Goddess clan reside in the celestial realm, far removed from the Lingxian continent. Given my current realm of spiritual body cultivation, entering the celestial realm is nearly impossible. Therefore, you will have to wait until I achieve a breakthrough to the holy realm, at which point I will take you there immediately. At present, the second sword is only at the spiritual body level. To ascend to the holy realm, she must surpass 2 significant realms. Even though she is a reincarnated being of the 7 absolute fairy, the journey to transcend these 2 realms will require years of effort. If they were to wait that long to reunite with Qi Yao and the Moon Goddess, the opportunity might well be lost." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves at a loss, recalling their previous lives when, as the 7 absolute fairies, they could traverse any space at will. A trip to the celestial realm was akin to a mere outing. Yet now, the vast distance had become their greatest impediment. In truth, the reason Xiao Yueshi had been unable to locate the others of the 7 absolute fairies upon her return was her insufficient cultivation level, which limited her range of movement. Otherwise, with the second sword at Mingjian Mountain and Qi Yao and the Moon Goddess hailing from the celestial realm, their locations were clear coordinates. Finding them would not have been overly difficult, provided that one's cultivation was sufficiently advanced. Observing the anxious expressions on Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces, the second sword spoke again. "Actually, it is not impossible for me to take you to the celestial realm right now. If you can wait for 7 days, I will be able to escort you to meet Sister Qi Yao and Sister Moon Goddess." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. "Sister Sword, you cannot be jesting. While we are eager to meet Sister Qi Yao, entering the celestial realm requires traversing the celestial chaos, which is no laughing matter. Without sufficient cultivation, venturing into the celestial realm is a path to certain death." With a slight arch of his brow, the second swordsman revealed a hint of pride upon his visage, stating, "That is true for ordinary practitioners, but we swordsmen are different, particularly those from the renowned Sword Mountain Manor." A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he took a step forward and proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "Our Sword Mountain Manor possesses a legendary sacred sword, a powerful heirloom that has endured for millennia. As long as I can wield this sacred sword and venture into the realms beyond, it would be a trivial feat." The mention of the sacred sword of Sword Mountain Manor stirred a palpable tension. Upon hearing it, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's previously anxious expressions transformed into sheer terror. "Sister Jian, you must not, under any circumstances, lay a hand on this sacred sword from Sword Mountain Manor." Chapter 51. no regrets upon hearing that the second sword intended to approach the supreme holy sword at the renowned sword manor. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli immediately felt a surge of anxiety. This was due to the knowledge that in a previous life, Lin Yang had expressed that the second sword's obsession with swords would ultimately lead to becoming a puppet of the sword, transforming into a legendary sword demon. The pivotal moment in this unfolding drama revolved around the supreme holy sword at the renowned sword manor. This sword, named the Sword of Heavenly Will, had been revered at the manor for countless years, yet no one had ever been able to wield it. In the past, the naturally gifted sword immortal, the second sword, was the one most likely to claim this sword. However, due to Lin Yang's influence, the second sword ultimately failed to gain the Sword of Heavenly Will as its master. Previously, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli would have believed that Lin Yang's actions were merely an attempt to thwart the second sword from becoming the true number one sword immortal. But now, both women understood that Lin Yang's intentions were, in fact, to save the second sword. Otherwise, the second sword would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the Sword of Heavenly Will. Sword sister, under no circumstances should you touch that Sword of Heavenly Will, they urged gravely, detailing everything that had transpired to the second sword. The second sword furrowed her brow, a look of realization dawning upon her face. No wonder you both have changed so much. I had no idea that after being reborn, you experienced so much. If both of you have undergone such transformations, then this matter indeed warrants serious consideration. The second sword's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. If only one of Xiao Yueshi or Shun Liuli had experienced a fate foretold by Lin Yang, it could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, since both had encountered similar circumstances, it could not simply be attributed to chance. Though the second sword harbored a deep disdain for evil, she was not a reckless individual devoid of reason. Thus, she began to ponder the implications of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's revelations. Seeing their words resonate so profoundly with the second sword invigorated Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Xiao Yueshi continued fervently, "Sword sister, this is precisely what we have been trying to convey to you. Our experiences illustrate that Brother Lin Yang has never deceived us. Rather, it is our lack of trust in him that led to our betrayal and hurt." The second sword rose and paced thoughtfully for a moment before turning to Xiao Yueshi and shaking her head. "This is an entirely different matter." With a serious expression, she began to analyze the situation. "Sister Yueshi, while it may be true that Lin Yang foresaw the tribulations you and Sister Liuli faced, that does not justify his wanton slaughter and heinous actions. Moreover, the second sword expressed her disdain, even if the dark turmoil Lin Yang speaks of is genuine. When has it ever been said that the means to avert disaster involves indiscriminate killing?" Xiao Yueshi opened her mouth, struggling to counter the second swordess argument. It was Shun Liuli, however, who spoke with a somber tone. "At the very least, what has transpired in our lives is sufficient proof that Brother Lin Yang has never wronged us. Instead, it is we who owe him an immense debt." Xiao Yueshi nodded in understanding, observing the dejected expressions of both herself and Shun Liuli. After a moment of contemplation, second sword remarked, "Very well, my dear sisters. The experiences you have undergone are indeed quite extraordinary. Once I acquire the celestial intent sword, I shall immediately escort you both to meet Sister Chi Yao and her companions, allowing them to adjudicate the merits of this matter." Sister Sword, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves at a loss for words. Their urgency in speaking was solely to prevent Second Sword from approaching the celestial intent sword. Yet, regardless of their protests, Second Sword had resolutely decided to pursue it. Casting a glance over the anxious faces of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, Second Sword chuckled with delight. "You two, along with Lin Yang, truly fail to comprehend the essence of our sword cultivators. Do you know who the most formidable sword immortal has been since the establishment of Mingjian Villa?" Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the relevance of Second Sword's sudden inquiry. After some deliberation, they ventured it must be the first sword immortal, the Yin-Yang sword immortal from several millennia ago. "Not quite," Second Sword replied, shaking her head. "The true strongest sword immortal of Mingjian Villa is an ancestor known as Sword Slave. He was utterly devoted to both sentiment and the sword. dedicating everything to the path of the sword, even renaming himself Sword Slave, willingly becoming a servant to the sword. In doing so, he surpassed all previous sword immortals of our villa. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli frowned at this extreme approach to cultivation, finding it rather inconceivable. However, Second Sword appeared rather exhilarated as she continued. This is precisely why I assert that you two, and even Lin Yang, do not grasp the mindset of us sword cultivators. He believes that upon recognizing the celestial intent sword as my master, I would become a mere puppet of the sword, descending into madness. Yet, what he fails to realize is that becoming a puppet of the sword is a dream cherished by countless sword cultivators. Should I advance further in the way of the sword, even if it means becoming a puppet or even a sword demon, it would be a choice I embrace wholeheartedly. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli were already aware of Second Sword's fervor for the sword path from their past life. However, witnessing Second Sword's passionate countenance left them in silence. One must admit, Second Sword's reasoning had begun to waver their resolve. Their attempts to dissuade her from approaching the celestial intent sword stemmed from a desire to spare her the same dismal fate they feared. Yet, for Second Sword, such a seemingly despairing fate appeared to be a willingly chosen path. In light of this, their efforts to deter her seemed futile. Sister Sword, I hope you will not regret your decision in the future, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli finally sighed after a prolonged silence. For the path of the sword, I shall never regret, Second Sword declared with unwavering determination. However, she soon broke into a smile and said, My dear sisters, there is no need for you to be so anxious. The sword of destiny, though formidable, cannot easily bind me, for I am a reborn sword immortal, with my own sword intent, and will having reached their zenith. It is not so simple for the sword of destiny to turn me into its puppet. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli sighed, remaining silent. They understood that they could no longer prevent the Second Sword. All they could do was hope that, as the Second Sword had claimed, the sword of destiny would not exert its influence over her. Sisters, accompany me to the Mingjian villa. Once I have the sword of destiny in my grasp, I shall take you to meet Sister Qi Yao and the others. The Second Sword then conjured a massive sword of spiritual power before leading Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli towards the Mingjian villa. Chapter 52. Burying the past, a colossal sword of spiritual power cleaved through the sky, racing forward with remarkable swiftness. This mode of travel was undeniably both domineering and expeditious. The Second Sword, carrying Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, sped toward the Mingjian manor, recounting tales of her experiences since her rebirth. Upon my return to life, I not only recultivated my swordsmanship, but also ventured forth multiple times to vanquish demons, honing my skills. Sister Qi Yao had once dispatched members of the Yaoqi clan to Mingjian Manor in search of me, and she surely sent others to locate both of you. Do you understand why I chose to construct the Heavenly Emperor's tomb at that particular site? It is because in my previous life, that was where I first encountered Lin Yang. By establishing the Heavenly Emperor's tomb there, I intend to convey to Lin Yang that all remnants of our past shall be interred within its confines. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, initially composed, were struck by a profound change in expression upon hearing these final words from the Second Sword, especially Shun Lioli, whose face drained of color as she exclaimed, I understand now. Lin Yang must have seen the Heavenly Emperor's tomb and grasped Sister Jian's intention. Thus he too buried our shared past within it. That is why the moth-like butterfly flutters around the tomb, rather than seeking Lin Yang himself. Burying the past. Burying the past. The mere thought of those 4 words sent waves of suffocation through both women. Their relentless search for Lin Yang stemmed from a desire to rectify the mistakes of their previous lives. Yet, the tomb that encapsulated all their pasts had already signified Lin Yang's stance in this life. Even the moth-like butterfly, which could once connect their fates, had now severed its ties in this existence. If there's a next life, may we never meet nor recognize each other. In this life, it seems Lin Yang truly wishes to remain a stranger to us. Xiao Yueshi murmured, articulating the phrase that had etched itself into her heart, one she had regretted countless times. The Second Sword, standing before the ethereal long sword, turned to gaze at the despondent Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Frowning in discontent, she initially intended to admonish them, fearing their immersion in such sorrowful emotion would hinder their mental state and cultivation. However, recalling their past tribulations, she understood their current melancholy and could only shake her head, swallowing her words. Dear sisters, we must distinguish between gratitude and grievances. Since you have acknowledged Lin Yang's immense aid in your previous lives, then in this life, you need only reciprocate that kindness. Xiao Yueshi shook her head, responding, It is impossible to repay him. In his past life, Lin Yang bestowed upon me his own fortune. How could I ever hope to repay such a debt? The second sword, furrowing her brow, was about to continue when her expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. This is not good. Something has happened at Mingjian Manor. With a swift gesture, she summoned a sharp, long sword that materialized before her. The second sword, akin to a long sword being drawn from its sheath, swiftly cleaved through the sky and soared into the distance. In the ears of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, a hurried message was left behind by the second sword. Sisters, I shall take my leave first. Their cultivation levels paled in comparison to that of the second sword, rendering them incapable of matching her pace. Initially, neither Xiao Yueshi nor Shun Liuli wished to accompany the second sword to the renowned sword manor, given their unique circumstances. One bore the fate of a celestial lone star, bringing misfortune wherever she went, while the other, the poisonous maiden, harbored a toxic miasma that could erupt unpredictably. However, the second sword assured them that she could have the celestial intent sword fully acknowledged as its master within 3 days. Thus, they consented to journey alongside her to the sword manor, believing that their peculiar constitutions would not cause significant disruptions within that time frame. With the second sword hastily departing, the two remaining women felt a wave of despondency and could only silently make their way to the sword manor. The Sword Manor is a prestigious family of sword cultivators in the Lingxian continent. Thousands of years ago, it produced numerous exceptionally gifted sword immortals, whose illustrious reputations forged the legacy of the Sword Manor we know today. Although the manor has since declined from its zenith, it remains a hallowed ground in the hearts of many sword practitioners. In their previous lives, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had visited the Sword Manor on multiple occasions. Returning now could only be deemed a nostalgic pilgrimage. As they soared through the air, still some distance from the manor, they beheld a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Resplendent in its grandeur, it emanated an overwhelming sword intent that instilled fear merely by sight. This magnificent sword was none other than the celestial intent sword, a supreme artifact preserved by the Sword Manor for countless years. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed at the immense sword in awe, exclaiming, No wonder Sister Sword insists on acquiring the celestial intent sword in this lifetime. It is indeed terrifying. In their previous life, when they visited the Sword Manor, the celestial intent sword had long since lost its former luster, appearing dull and unremarkable, akin to an ordinary stone sword, merely larger in size. Yet now, witnessing the sword in its prime, they comprehended its true might. As former 7 absolute immortals, they had encountered countless renowned swords, including those crafted by legendary sword immortals. Yet, none of those swords could compare to the celestial intent sword before them. They were of an entirely different caliber. Even individuals like Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who had not pursued the path of swordsmanship, felt an overwhelming urge to seize the celestial intent sword for themselves. One can only imagine the immense allure it holds for genuine practitioners of the sword. However, aside from its formidable power, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed at the Sword of Destiny for a moment, sensing the emanation of a pure and divine aura from its blade. Undoubtedly, this Sword of Destiny is an embodiment of absolute sanctity. The sacred essence radiating from the sword is so profound that even if Sister Sword were to be influenced and turned into a mere puppet of the blade, the impact would be minimal. A sigh of relief escaped the hearts of both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. The two descended into the area where the Sword of Destiny resided, ultimately landing outside a grand and ancient estate. This estate, steeped in history, is none other than the renowned Mingjian Villa. The tip of the Sword of Destiny is located at the very core of the Mingjian Villa. It is said that the villa was constructed around this very sword. As a sacred haven for sword cultivators, the Mingjian Villa, though no longer basking in its former glory, still boasts a considerable number of disciples. In their previous life, whenever Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli visited the Mingjian Villa, they would witness thousands of disciples bustling about. However, on this day, as they landed, the entire Mingjian Villa was devoid of any disciples. An eerie silence enveloped the place, as if everyone had vanished without a trace. This peculiar atmosphere immediately rendered Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli solemn and vigilant. Chapter 53. The Nine Heaven Sword Realm. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli wore expressions of utmost vigilance. The situation at the Mingjian Manor was evidently amiss. If there were any external invaders, there should have been remnants of battle left behind. Conversely, if there were no such intruders, how could every soul within the manor have vanished without a trace? With furrowed brows, the two cautiously ventured deeper into the manor. As they stepped into the Mingjian Manor, an uncanny wave enveloped them in an instant. Was this the power of space? A look of astonishment crossed their faces simultaneously. In their previous lives, as the seven absolute fairies, they were intimately familiar with such spatial transitions. Moreover, they sensed that what they were experiencing was not merely a simple shift in space. There was also a slight fluctuation in time. In the face of such temporal and spatial changes, in their former lives, they could have effortlessly shattered these anomalies with their overwhelming strength. Yet now, they found themselves powerless to do anything but stand still, allowing this temporal force to completely envelop them. Fortunately, this force was not violent and bore no destructive intent. It merely transported them from the Mingjian Manor into a realm saturated with boundless sword energy and intent. In this world, both the heavens and the earth seemed to be composed of swords. The ground bore clear imprints of countless blades, as if one could simply reach out and grasp a sword at will. The sky was streaked with sword energy, and even the sun, radiating light and warmth, appeared to be a colossal sword of light. As the surrounding temporal force gradually dissipated, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli surveyed their surroundings, their initial wariness transforming into a sense of resignation. Astonishingly, they had arrived in the Nine Heaven Sword Realm. The so-called Nine Heaven Sword Realm was a space concealed within the core of the heavenly Tao of the Lingshan continent. It was said to be a dreamland sought after by all practitioners of the sword path. Should a swordsman manage to enter the Nine Heaven Sword Realm for even a single day, their prowess would enhance dramatically, propelling them to become true masters of the sword. In their previous lives, despite being the seven absolute fairies, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had never set foot in the Nine Heaven Sword Realm. This was due to the unique method required for entry, which demanded an unwavering sincerity towards the sword and the honing of one's swordsmanship to its utmost refinement, offering only a slim possibility of access. In essence, the Nine Heaven Sword Realm served as a reward from the heavenly Tao of the Lingshan continent to those who earnestly practiced the sword. However, the current predicament was peculiar. Neither Xiao Yueshi nor Shun Liuli were practitioners of the sword path, and yet they had somehow entered this realm. Such an enigmatic situation left them wide-eyed and baffled, unable to comprehend the circumstances that had led to this occurrence. Compounding their frustration was the fact that within the Nine Heavens Sword Realm, the might of the sword path reigned supreme, completely suppressing the spiritual energy within their bodies. Unless they chose to pursue the sword path, they would effectively be rendered as mere mortals in this realm. Could it be the formidable power of the celestial intent sword that envelopes the entire Ming sword manor within the confines of the Nine Heavens Sword Realm? If the celestial intent sword possesses such might, its influence seems even more terrifying than we could have imagined. As Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi pondered the reasons for their entry into the Nine Heaven Sword Realm, they continued their journey forward. The second sword had already returned to the Ming sword manor ahead of them. If only they could locate the second sword, the truth would inevitably reveal itself. Yet, this Nine Heaven Sword Realm is vast and boundless, and with their current lack of cultivation, the likelihood of finding the second sword within this realm is nearly non-existent. After several fruitless days of searching, they had yet to encounter a single soul. Fortunately, although their powers were suppressed within the Nine-Heaven Sword realm, spiritual energy was not in short supply, allowing them to absorb it and sustain themselves, preventing them from perishing in this realm. Just as they were about to abandon their search, a crimson long sword descended from the horizon of the Nine-Heaven Sword realm, spiraling above their heads like an arrow, suddenly appearing before them. "It is Sister Sword," exclaimed Xiao Yueshi with delight. This crimson long sword was indeed the companion sword of the second sword. During their first encounter with the second sword days prior, this was the very sword she bore. As the crimson long sword came to a halt before them, the voice of the second sword resonated clearly from within it. "Dear sisters, you find yourselves in the Nine-Heaven Sword realm. Should you also become trapped here, do not panic. Follow my companion's sword to meet me." The excitement in the second sword's voice was palpable. This opportunity to enter the Nine-Heaven Sword realm is indeed a rare and fortuitous chance for a practitioner of swordsmanship like the second sword. Sensing the lingering consciousness of the second sword within the crimson long sword, Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi simultaneously reached out to grasp its hilt. In an instant, the crimson long sword soared into the air, enveloping them in a powerful aura of swordsmanship, and then flew off into the distance. This spectacle caused both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli to shake their heads in disbelief. Their own strength was almost non-existent here, yet the second sword's power seemed to have surged at least tenfold. Even the sword intent left casually on the companion sword was remarkably potent. With the guidance of the second sword's companion sword, they finally had a sense of direction within this realm. As the crimson long sword advanced steadily towards a specific point, they soon beheld the colossal celestial intent sword situated at Ming Sword Manor, which now astonishingly manifested within the Nine-Heaven Sword realm as well. Remarkably, even within this realm, the celestial intent sword retained its immense size, with its sword aura seemingly suppressing the very essence of the Nine-Heaven Sword realm itself. The celestial intent sword truly possesses an overwhelming strength, and both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed in astonishment at the magnificent sword before them, each encounter with the celestial intent sword leaving them in awe. The formidable power of the heavenly intent sword left both individuals astonished. Simultaneously, they began to harbor doubts. Such a potent sword, how could it have vanished in the previous existence? After all, since Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli ascended as the 7 absolute sword immortals, the heavenly intent sword had already disappeared from the renowned Sword Mountain Manor. Throughout the entire Lingxian continent, while tales of the heavenly intent sword occasionally surfaced, no one had ever discerned its true whereabouts or to whom it had succumbed. With expressions filled with skepticism, the two were soon led before the heavenly intent sword by the second sword, a crimson-hued blade. Before this colossal heavenly intent sword, there now lay at least 10,000 cultivators. Each of these practitioners bore expressions of excitement, sitting cross-legged as if exerting all their strength to attune to the sword path and elevate their cultivation. Prominently positioned at the forefront among them was the second sword, clad in resplendent armor, radiating an air of valor and commanding attention. Chapter 54. The Sword of Destiny by merely observing their attire. Both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli deduced that the individuals seated here were undoubtedly disciples of the Mingjian Manor. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be remarkable for a solitary sword master to gain entry into the Nine-Heaven Sword realm for cultivation. Yet here we are, where not only the thousands of disciples from Mingjian Manor, but even the humble servants and cooks within the manor have managed to enter this illustrious realm. Such an extraordinary occurrence left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli astounded. Following this wave of enlightenment within the Nine Heavens Sword realm, it is foreseeable that Mingjian Manor will soon rise anew, becoming the most resplendent sanctuary for sword cultivators in the Lingxian continent. This singular expedition into the Nine Heavens Sword realm alone has the potential to foster numerous sword immortals from Mingjian Manor. The arrival of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli immediately caught the attention of several disciples from Mingjian Manor. However, upon realizing that the two were guided here by the second sword, these disciples hastily closed their eyes, returning to their meditative practices without further inquiry. In the Nine Heaven Sword realm, apart from non-sword practitioners like Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, other sword cultivators were eager to maximize their time. Even the second sword was similarly engrossed. After a considerable time had elapsed, she hurriedly concluded her cultivation, turning to apologize to the two sisters. I regret not explaining the situation clearly before bringing you into the Nine Heaven Sword realm. That was my oversight. Xiao Yueshi waved her hand dismissively. Sister Sword, there is no need to concern yourself with us. The opportunity to enter the Nine Heaven Sword realm is rare. Please focus on your cultivation, and we can discuss matters once we exit. Though both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were filled with questions, they did not wish to squander the precious cultivation time of the second sword. To their surprise, the second sword responded to Xiao Yueshi's kindness by shaking her head. Do not fret over a brief moment. The opening of the Nine Heaven Sword realm will last for at least a month. Xiao Yueshi, taken aback, inquired, Sister Sword, how is this possible? The opportunity to open the Nine Heaven Sword realm is so scarce, yet it has opened for such an extended period, allowing so many to enter. The second sword glanced at the enormous sword of destiny beside her, a hint of excitement gracing her features. This is the power of the sword of destiny. Long ago, our ancestors chose to establish Mingjian Manor in proximity to the sword of destiny to harness its might, enabling entry into the Nine Heaven Sword realm at will. Regrettably, the sword of destiny requires time to accumulate its sword energy, and it has taken many years for it to unleash such a potent force once again. The last time it did so, Mingjian Manor witnessed the birth of numerous sword immortals, flourishing for a time. The second sword clenched her hands tightly together and declared, after the heavenly intent sword unleashes its power, it becomes its most vulnerable moment. It is only at this time that one can most suitably establish a bond with the heavenly intent sword. If I can seize it, I will be able to enter the Nine Heavens Sword realm for cultivation whenever and wherever I desire. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were both greatly astonished. The fact that the heavenly intent sword could grant access to the Nine Heavens Sword realm at any time was already an extraordinary capability. Not only the second sword, even someone like Xiao Yueshi, who had never practiced swordsmanship, felt a strong desire to possess the heavenly intent sword upon hearing of its formidable powers. It was only now that they understood why the second sword, fully aware of the potential misfortunes that might arise from attempting to seize the heavenly intent sword, still insisted on acquiring it. Such an opportunity was something no cultivator would willingly forsake. Xiao Yueshi looked up at the heavenly intent sword, which radiated boundless power, and nodded, asking, Sister Sword, do you intend to force the heavenly intent sword to recognize its master next? Indeed, the second sword replied with a resolute expression. Thus, I require the assistance of both of you. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli nodded in unison, saying, what can we do to help? Just command us, Sister Sword. The second sword brushed her long hair back behind her shoulder, revealing her remarkably striking visage, and continued, although you two may be unable to utilize much secret technique here. Your previous lives, as the 7 absolute female immortals, grant you a far greater understanding of formations than others. I need you both to lead the lower-tier disciples of Mingjian Villa to construct several sword formations around us, capable of at least fending off the invasion of Saint Realm powerhouses. Invasion by Saint Realm powerhouses? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were taken aback. Do you mean that Saint Realm powerhouses will be coming here soon? The second sword nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in the entire Lingxian continent. How could any cultivator who has reached the Saint Realm be unaware of the heavenly intent sword in Mingjian Villa? Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to seize the heavenly intent sword, but this moment presents the best opportunity to do so. Therefore, not only I covet the heavenly intent sword, but other sword cultivators are equally drawn to it. They will undoubtedly seize this chance to find a way into the Nine Heaven Sword realm and come here. Constructing formations is not a problem. Though it may be quite challenging to fend off Saint Realm cultivators, we can certainly give it a try. However, I have some concerns. Xiao Yueshi hesitated before speaking. If a true sword immortal takes this opportunity to break into the Nine Heaven Sword realm, we alone will have no chance of stopping them. without mentioning it. Even the second sword currently only possessed the cultivation of the spirit body realm. The entire Mingjian villa had merely 2 Saint Realm cultivators and around 100 harmonized realm practitioners. Such strength pales in comparison to a true sword immortal. Even if Xiao Yueshi and her companions had once been the 7 absolute female immortals, it would be utterly impossible for them to transcend such vast realms to defeat an enemy. The second sword immediately gestured, reassuring the 2 sisters, "Do not worry. No sword immortal will enter this place." The sword immortal's sword heart is exceedingly powerful, nearly forming its own realm. Should they venture into the 9 heavens sword realm, they would face immense repulsion. Arriving at the sword of heavenly intent would result in a backlash, causing them to be expelled from the 9 heavens sword realm instantaneously. Thus, throughout the countless years, no true sword immortal has ever attempted to seize the sword of heavenly intent. Our primary concern lies with those formidable beings of the Saint Realm. If that is the case, we might as well give it a try, replied Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli in unison. Although the 2 were currently unable to manifest their cultivation, their memories as the 7 exquisite fairies remained their most treasured asset. Furthermore, despite the second sword presently possessing only the cultivation of the spirit body realm, her status and reputation within the renowned sword manor were exceedingly high, commanding even the 2 rare saint-level practitioners and numerous harmonization realm cultivators to heed her direction. With the backing of thousands of sword practitioners from the renowned sword manor, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli swiftly arranged an astonishing sword formation around the sword of heavenly intent. At that moment, a figure exuding an overwhelming sword aura appeared in the vicinity. The first saint-level practitioner had made their entrance. Chapter 55. The fate of the celestial intent sword in the previous life in the realm of Lingxian. The levels of cultivation progress from the foundational stage to the innate stage, spiritual body, harmonious path, sacred realm, and ultimately the immortal realm. A practitioner at the sacred realm stands as a formidable force, second only to those of the immortal level. Such powerful beings are indisputably the rulers of their domains within Lingxian. Thus, when this sacred realm expert appeared, the overwhelming force of sacred rules radiating from him surged outward like a tidal wave. In the midst of this, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli wore solemn expressions as they commanded a group of disciples from the Mingjian Mountain Manor to set up a sword array. Initially, these disciples looked down upon Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, as the majority of them possessed superior cultivation compared to the 2. However, as Xiao Yueshi orchestrated the formation of an expansive sword array, the disciples' perception of her and Shun Liuli underwent a remarkable transformation. Especially now, confronted by a genuine sacred realm expert, even the Tao harmonization realm practitioners among them dared not be careless. Fully concentrating their efforts into the sword array crafted by Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Alone, they would stand no chance against a sacred realm expert. Yet united through the sword array, their combined strength coalesced into a colossal light sword capable of withstanding the might of the sacred realm being. Indeed, with the assistance of Sister Yueshi and Sister Liuli, this collective of disciples could potentially fend off the invasion of 2 or 3 sacred realm experts. Coupled with the presence of their father and Uncle Mo, both sacred realm practitioners, they could hold their ground as long as an overwhelming number of foes did not descend upon them. The second sword, observing Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli leading the disciples of Mingjian Mountain Manor in their defense against the sacred realm expert, felt the initial worry on his face gradually dissipate. The matter of claiming the celestial intent sword was of paramount importance. Not only did the second sword himself seek to refine the celestial intent sword, but other talented elites from Mingjian Mountain Manor, particularly the 2 sacred realm experts, also needed to make their attempts. Thus, it was essential for someone to guide the ordinary disciples in repelling the external threats. And the arrival of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli was indeed a significant aid to the second sword. "My daughter, who exactly are these 2 friends of yours, possessing such remarkable abilities?" inquired a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of immense power as he approached the second sword, his curiosity evident. This man, named Second Yangming, is the current master of Mingjian Mountain Manor and one of its only 2 Sacred Realm practitioners, as well as the father of the second sword. The performance of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli astonished him, prompting him to inquire about their backgrounds. In response to her father's inquiry, the second sword merely smiled faintly and said, "Father, this shall remain my little secret. I shall elaborate on it later. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly acquire the Celestial Intent Sword." Upon hearing the name of the Celestial Intent Sword, Second Yangming's expression grew notably solemn as he nodded, replying, "You are absolutely correct. The matter of recognizing the Celestial Intent Sword as its master is of utmost importance. Although I, along with Master Amo and the others, possess far greater cultivation, securing the allegiance of the Celestial Intent Sword cannot be solely achieved through sheer strength. Ultimately, whether we can obtain the Celestial Intent Sword rests upon you. For thousands of years, the Mingjian Villa has witnessed the emergence of numerous sword immortals. Yet even these formidable beings have failed to win the Celestial Intent Sword's allegiance. Thus, subduing the Celestial Intent Sword relies not merely on strength, but significantly on one's innate swordsmanship talent, a fact well recognized within the confines of Mingjian Villa. The second sword herself is regarded as the most gifted swordsman since the villa's inception. From the moment of her birth, her sword aura radiated across 3,000 miles. The hopes of all within Mingjian Villa to conquer the Celestial Intent Sword have long been placed upon the second sword. Even someone of Second Yangming's esteemed caliber feels similarly. Puffing out her chest with an air of pride, the second sword declared, "Father, rest assured, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to secure the Celestial Intent Sword." Satisfied with her resolve, Second Yangming nodded and took his leave. Alone, the second sword lifted her gaze towards the distance, where Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were still directing the many disciples of Mingjian Villa. Yet at that moment, the figure of Lin Yang suddenly surfaced in her mind. If he were here, he would likely find it easier to gain the Celestial Intent Sword's recognition than I. In my previous life, it was he who took the Celestial Intent Sword from Mingjian Villa. Contemplating her past life cast a shadow over her expression. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were unaware of the Celestial Intent Sword's fate in her previous existence, but the second sword was acutely aware. In her past life, she earnestly pursued the path of swordsmanship, dedicating all her energy to it, and her talent was formidable, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers until she met Lin Yang. To her astonishment, Lin Yang completely outclassed her in swordsmanship, evoking both shock and envy within her. Thus, on a night adorned with blooming flowers and a full moon, she naturally surrendered her purity to Lin Yang, becoming his first woman. Initially, everything seemed perfectly normal. Even the second sword believed that if there were only one person in this world worthy of being her man, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yang. However, she was taken aback when, upon attempting to refine the Celestial Intent Sword, she discovered that the most crucial requirement for its refinement was to maintain her pristine sword body, her maidenhood. At that time, she and Lin Yang had already explored various physical intimacies, rendering her purity irrevocably lost. Unable to refine the Celestial Intent Sword, the second sword placed her hopes upon Lin Yang, yearning for him to assist her in the process. Lin Yang assented with remarkable decisiveness, and shortly thereafter, the supreme sacred sword, which had resided in the Mingjian Villa for countless years, vanished without a trace. Even the inhabitants of Mingjian Villa were oblivious to the identity of the individual who had taken sword. Only the second sword harbored suspicions, conjecturing that Lin Yang was the one who had appropriated the Tianyi sword. Consequently, she sought out Lin Yang for clarification. To her surprise, Lin Yang neither denied her inquiry nor hesitated to assure her that he would eventually return the Tianyi sword to her. However, this promise remained unfulfilled until the second sword was reborn. Moreover, in the ensuing time, each occasion after their intimate encounters, Lin Yang would peculiarly remark, "I have already transferred the Tianyi sword into your being." Initially, the second sword dismissed these comments as mere playful banter between them. Yet as time progressed, she gradually began to sense that Lin Yang not only had no intention of returning the Tianyi sword, but was also mocking her under the guise of jest. Infuriated, The second sword resolved never to broach the subject of the Tianyi sword with Lin Yang again, until their relationship reached a definitive breaking point, culminating in their eventual rebirth. Chapter 56, The Sword of Destiny. Shattered. Memories of the past flickered through her mind, causing a momentary turmoil within the heart of the second sword. Taking a few deep breaths, she finally managed to quell the tempest within her. Lifting her gaze towards the Sword of Destiny, which radiated an infinite power, her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. In this life, I shall undoubtedly seize the Sword of Destiny, and then surpass you completely, Lin Yang. In her previous life, the second sword had been unable to subdue the Sword of Destiny due to the loss of her tranquil sword body. However, in this life, she retained that very tranquil sword body. Thus, she was filled with confidence that she could indeed claim the Sword of Destiny. Moreover, her urgency to obtain the sword stemmed from a deep-seated worry that Lin Yang might seize it before her. The second sword had always felt that in her past life. It was the absence of the Sword of Destiny that allowed Lin Yang to overshadow her in the realm of swordsmanship. If she could secure the Sword of Destiny before Lin Yang this time, she would undoubtedly eclipse him, becoming the true foremost sword immortal of the world. Boom! Just as the second sword was lost in thought, a powerful sage appeared in the distance. Attempting to break through the defenses of the disciples of Mingjian Mountain Manor to approach the Sword of Destiny. Yet, this sage was similarly intercepted by numerous ordinary disciples under the command of Xiao Yueshi. The clash awakened the second sword from a reverie. Casting a glance back at the ongoing confrontation, she felt no hesitation, striding directly towards the Sword of Destiny. As she drew closer, the formidable sword power emanating from the Sword of Destiny surged towards her like a tidal wave. In that instant, the second sword felt akin to a stone caught in a raging current, being relentlessly pushed away, making it challenging to maintain control over her body. My heart is like a sword. The sword is me. The second sword silently recited the sword formula of Mingjian Mountain Manor, and a fierce sword intent erupted from her, countering the power of the Sword of Destiny. Harnessing this unleashed sword intent, she resumed her steps, advancing steadily towards the Sword of Destiny. The crux of subduing the Sword of Destiny lay in reaching it. Otherwise, without even touching its essence, how could one hope to subdue it? Though her journey was arduous, the second sword pressed on with remarkable resolve. Her pace was not swift, yet it was steady. With each step forward, those who had attempted to refine the Sword of Destiny before her began to appear, only to be swiftly left behind. Among them were many talented swordsmen from Mingjian Mountain Manor, individuals the second sword recognized. Their swordsmanship was formidable, yet they were evidently no match for her. Having reached this stage, they found it increasingly difficult to advance, while the second sword continued to forge ahead with stability. Gradually, the figures before her dwindled, until only two silhouettes remained ahead. The two figures before us are the sole paragons of the sacred path from the renowned sword manor, one of whom is none other than the father of the second sword. As both are formidable sacred path warriors, their prowess and innate talent greatly surpass that of their peers, allowing them to traverse distances far greater than others. Yet, even at this juncture, they find themselves a considerable distance from the true essence of the heavenly intent sword. Perspiration beads upon their foreheads as they struggle onward, striving to close the gap to the heavenly intent sword. However, the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the sword has rendered each step a formidable challenge. As the second sword advances toward them, effortlessly surpassing both, Ji and his companion are beset by a mixture of disappointment and a flicker of hope. Daughter, you must subdue the heavenly intent sword, Ji calls out to the retreating figure of the second sword. She offers no reply, but merely gestures in acknowledgement before continuing her ascent. Despite her seemingly effortless strides, she bears an immense burden. In her previous life, she had only dared to attempt the sword's refinement after achieving Sacred Realm status. Now, however, she stands merely at the spirit body stage, making her quest to approach the heavenly intent sword all the more arduous. Fortunately, the sword's intent primarily tests individual swordsmanship talent, enabling the second sword to keep moving ever closer. 1,000 steps. 500 steps. 30 steps. As she progresses, the second sword mentally calculates the diminishing distance to the sword's true form. From an initial 1,000 steps, she now finds herself merely 30 steps away. Indeed, she can clearly see the essence of the heavenly intense sword, a crystalline blade, glimmering with a translucent brilliance. Gazing at the sword, which is now within arm's reach, she feels a surge of heat and excitement wash over her, despite her prior preparations. 16 steps. 15 steps. The second sword finds herself softly counting the remaining distance allowed. Yet, just as she is about to grasp the heavenly intense sword, a figure abruptly materializes before her. This figure moves with swiftness that surpasses her own pace, seemingly unaffected by the sword's overwhelming intent, and strides effortlessly to the sword, deftly seizing it. "No, Lin Yang, how dare you attempt to take my heavenly intense sword?" The appearance of this figure causes the second sword's expression to shift dramatically, and she cannot suppress her astonished outcry. For before her stands none other than Lin Yang. In this moment, Lin Yang appears oblivious to her enraged shout as he bends down to inspect the sword in his grasp, scrutinizing it from every angle. In a breathtaking turn of events, Lin Yang raised high the resplendent, heavenly, intense sword, and with a swift motion of his hand, he concentrated all his spiritual energy, delivering a powerful strike upon the blade. Despite the sword's boundless might, its essence proved to be remarkably fragile. Upon impact, a sharp crack resonated through the air, and a conspicuous fissure materialized on the surface of the heavenly intense sword. This crack expanded rapidly, ultimately enveloping the entire sword. In the end, the world's most formidable divine blade disintegrated into countless shards, cascading to the ground. The second sword gazed in disbelief at this astonishing spectacle. She had never anticipated such an outcome, having exerted immense effort to refine the heavenly intense sword, only to witness its demise. "Lin Yang, why have you done this?" she questioned, her face a mask of fury as she fixed her gaze upon him. Yet, before her, Lin Yang's figure began to dissipate into nothingness at that very moment. Chapter 57. The Second Sword, the world's greatest sword immortal, initially filled with rage. The second sword stood frozen as she watched Lin Yang's figure gradually dissipate before her eyes. At that moment, she was struck by a startling realization. The heavenly intense sword remained firmly embedded in its place, its crystalline blade seemingly exuding a unique allure, beckoning her to seize it. Had it not been for the earlier scene where Lin Yang shattered the heavenly intense sword, she would have rushed forward without hesitation to claim it for herself. Yet, witnessing Lin Yang's act of destruction cast a shadow of doubt over her intentions, flooding her mind with a myriad of uncertainties. What had transpired in that moment? What exactly was the nature of the sword Lin Yang had broken? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, the second sword suddenly shuddered, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Could it be that the vision she had just witnessed was, in fact, a glimpse into Lin Yang's past life when he took possession of the heavenly intense sword? Though this notion seemed rather implausible, the heavenly intense sword was an extraordinary entity in its own right. Moreover, they were in the Nine Heavens sword realm, the location closest to the source of the heavenly Tao. It was entirely conceivable that scenes from a previous existence could manifest here. However, the enigma surrounding Lin Yang's acquisition and subsequent destruction of the sword left the second sword in a state of bewilderment. Such a treasure as the heavenly intense sword would surely tempt any practitioner, making the thought of willingly destroying it utterly confounding. As the second sword grappled with her hesitation, a chorus of excited voices erupted from behind her. "My daughter, what are you waiting for? Quickly claim the heavenly intense sword. Young master, the heavenly intense sword is right before you. Hurry. The eldest miss is destined to become a sword immortal with a heavenly intense sword. She could even ascend as the world's greatest sword immortal." Turning around, the second sword beheld her father, second Yangming, and others, their faces alight with fervor. Clearly, even if they could not approach the sword itself, they recognized that she was now but a step away from it. Indeed, at this critical juncture, she could no longer afford to waver. Shaking her head to dispel the distracting thoughts, she resolutely moved forward toward the heavenly, intent sword. Surprisingly, the remaining distance of mere steps felt remarkably effortless. In no time at all, she found herself standing before the heavenly, intent sword. Taking a deep breath, she reached out to grasp the sword. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a phrase Lin Yang had once uttered flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly, intent sword is a cursed blade. Should you dare to touch it, you will be controlled by it, becoming its puppet and a sword demon of the ages. This must have been Lin Yang's rationale for shattering the heavenly, intent sword. In that instant, clarity dawned upon the second sword, and she comprehended the depths of his intentions. In Lin Yang's eyes, the sword's inherent malevolence was too great to ignore, compelling him to destroy it without a second thought. Yet the question arises, is Lin Yang truly in the right? In the second sword's mind, the image of the seven of them storming the supreme heavenly palace materializes. If there is a next life, let us remain strangers. Very well, if there is a next life, let us remain strangers. The seven of them and Lin Yang, having crossed paths in disparate manners, ultimately conclude with such a tragic oath. All along, Lin Yang has projected an air of indifference, as if he were omniscient. Even the fates of the seven have been articulated by him with great clarity. Yet now, the second sword suddenly grasps the most crucial point. If Lin Yang were indeed all-knowing, why could he not foresee his own demise? This alone is sufficient to illustrate that Lin Yang is neither omniscient nor omnipotent. He is capable of error. Furthermore, the expression of the second sword becomes exceedingly solemn. In pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I am willing to pay any price. She silently vowed, no longer hesitating. The second sword firmly grasped the heavenly, intent sword before her. The sword's essence was resplendent and translucent, resembling a blade of ice. Yet the moment one held it, an intense warmth enveloped them. As the second sword's palm clasped the heavenly, intent sword, the entire nine-heaven sword realm began to tremble ever so slightly. Countless formidable principles of swordsmanship flickered into existence around her. A mere glance sent waves of excitement coursing through the second sword. Each principle of swordsmanship radiated immense power. To comprehend even a few would surely elevate one to the status of a legendary sword immortal. The more one comprehends, the greater their strength. The mere manifestation of these principles surrounding her would render her stronger than in her previous life. Alas, these principles vanished as swiftly as they appeared. The second sword attempted to draw the heavenly, intent sword, but it seemed to have fused with the ground beneath her, utterly immovable. Conversely, as she endeavored to unsheath the sword, a grand consciousness suddenly emanated from it, instantaneously penetrating the second sword's mind. This consciousness did not only reach the second sword. Even the disciples of the Ming Sword Mountain surrounding her experienced the same revelation. Submit to me, become my servant. This remarkably lucid consciousness astonished every disciple of the Ming Sword Mountain present. Simultaneously, tales of the strongest sword ancestor, a sword servant of the Ming Sword Mountain, surfaced in their minds. To grow stronger in swordsmanship and become a servant to the heavenly, intent sword seemed entirely worthwhile. The second sword found herself wavering. Although she had previously asserted her unwavering resolve to sacrifice everything for the sword, she now hesitated in the face of such a choice. Young miss, do not hesitate. Becoming a servant of the heavenly, intent sword is not shameful. It is the foremost sword in the world. Behind the second sword, the excited voices of the Ming Sword Mountain disciples echoed. Indeed, in their eyes, to be a servant of an existence like the heavenly, intent sword is an immense honor in itself. The second sword cast a glance over her shoulder at the people behind her. At that moment, her mind was flooded with the myriad principles of swordsmanship that had manifested beside her upon grasping the celestial, intent sword. If she could behold these sword principles daily from this point onward, the price she would pay would undoubtedly be worth it. After a brief hesitation, the second sword slowly knelt before the celestial, intent sword, declaring, "From henceforth, I pledge my allegiance to you." As the second sword submitted, the celestial, intent sword in her grasp suddenly emanated crimson tendrils that wove into her arm, merging with her entirely. In that instant, the second sword sensed an extraordinary connection. It was as though she and the celestial intense sword had become one. She could distinctly perceive the sensations of the sword itself. With a decisive effort, the second sword effortlessly drew the celestial intent sword from the ground, clasping it firmly in her hand. Observing her silhouette, proud and resolute with the celestial intent sword, the disciples of the Sword Mountain behind her erupted into a resounding cheer, akin to a surging tide. The second sword, the foremost sword immortal of the realm. Chapter 58, the cost. The second sword's innate talent for swordsmanship was originally unparalleled in the renowned sword manner, destined to ascend as a sword immortal. Now, with the acquisition of the Sword of Destiny, it is foreseeable that she will inevitably become the preeminent sword immortal of the realm. Even the second sword herself is brimming with exhilaration, raising the Sword of Destiny high, united as one with the sword. She finds her comprehension of the principles of swordsmanship has magnified beyond measure. At this moment, her strength is astonishing, and her future potential appears boundless. How infuriating it is that the Sword of Destiny has genuinely acknowledged its master. In the distance, those formidable beings from the sacred realm, witnessing the second sword claiming the Sword of Destiny, were expressions of reluctance, but have no choice but to retreat quietly. From this day forth, the resurgence of the sword manor is inevitable. They do not wish to sever ties completely with the manor. With the absence of external threats, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli can finally relax. Although they managed to fend off those two Sacred Realm powerhouses, the pressure was immense, and many ordinary disciples of Sword Manor have collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat form on the foreheads of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli. Nevertheless, they feel a sense of relief, for their unique constitutions have not manifested over these past few days. Otherwise, without the intervention of those Sacred Realm beings, many disciples of Sword Manor would have already perished. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the two of them gaze toward the second sword in the distance. With her back to them, she holds the radiant Sword of Destiny aloft, her silhouette exuding an aura of invincibility. Sister Sword has finally secured the Sword of Destiny. May she not meet the same fate as we did. A mixture of joy for the second sword and an undercurrent of concern fills their hearts. They worry that the second sword might tread the same tragic path they did. However, at present, everything seems remarkably well for her, perhaps even excessively so. The second sword, without the Sword of Destiny, was already revered as an unparalleled sword immortal. Now, with the Sword of Destiny in her grasp, her ascension to becoming the true foremost sword immortal appears imminent. Amidst the palpable excitement of Xiao Yueshi, the second Yang Ming, and numerous disciples of Sword Manor, the second sword finally calms her racing heart, adjusting her grip on the Sword of Destiny, and slowly turns to face them. "Father, I have fulfilled my mission and secured the Sword of Destiny," she declares to the second Yang Ming. Yet, the once exuberant expression on second Yang Ming's face now seems frozen, his excitement and joy stilled. Not only he, but everyone around, including Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, mirrors his reaction. The atmosphere, once filled with jubilant cheers, gradually fades into silence as the second sword turns, enveloping the surroundings in a profound stillness where not a single sound remains. The second sword swiftly noticed the change in the crowd, furrowing his brow and asking, "Father, are you not pleased? I have acquired the Destiny Sword." At this moment, the expression on second Yangming's face revealed a hint of helplessness, and he nodded, saying, "Well done. You have performed admirably." Before the second sword could respond, the surrounding space suddenly began to stir. This indicated the impending rupture of the Nine Heavens Sword Realm. The second sword raised the Destiny Sword and proclaimed, "There is no need for alarm. I will use the Destiny Sword to manipulate time and space, ensuring everyone returns to the Mingjian Manor." Entering and exiting the Nine Heavens Sword Realm involved the transition of time and space. Although the thousands of disciples from Mingjian Manor were gathered together now, once they exited, they could very well be scattered across various locations. This was precisely what had happened to Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, who had searched for several days after entering the Nine Heavens Sword Realm without locating the second sword. However, with the assistance of the Destiny Sword in the hands of the second sword, the crowd need not worry about being dispersed. Accompanied by the familiar sensation of time and space transitioning. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were the first to return to Mingjian Manor. Following them, Second Yangming and many other disciples of Mingjian Manor began to reappear one by one. Finally, it was the second sword, holding the Destiny Sword, whose figure manifested in midair and gracefully descended. "Sword Maiden, come with me," Second Yangming said with a serious expression, gesturing to the second sword as he landed. The second sword nodded but first approached Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, saying, "Thank you, sisters, for your assistance this time." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Xiao Yueshi who spoke. "Sister Sword, did you not notice the anomaly upon yourself?" "Anomaly?" The second sword's brow furrowed. Seeing this, Xiao Yueshi pointed to the second sword's forehead, saying, "There is something amiss here." The second sword raised the Destiny Sword, using its blade as a mirror, and immediately saw a blood-red character for slave etched upon her forehead, seemingly frozen in place. The second sword's beauty rivaled that of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, and with her innate sword immortal aura, she exuded an even more formidable presence. Yet now, with the addition of this character, her beauty was utterly marred. The second sword stared in shock at the character on her forehead, unable to resist rubbing it with her hand. Now she finally understood why the disciples of Mingjian Manor had changed their demeanor upon seeing her. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli looked at the second sword with concern, worried that she might be unable to bear this blow. They were well aware that when Shun Liuli's mental state shattered, the main source of her agony, aside from the intermittent excruciating pain, was the ruin of her appearance. And now, the second sword found herself in a similar predicament. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded before the two of them. Although the second sword gently caressed her forehead with a hint of regret, she soon broke into a smile. Is this the price of recognizing the will of the sword? It is merely an additional character. Such a cost is hardly significant. My devotion to the way of the sword remains unwavering, and even if my appearance were to be utterly marred, it would not affect me in the slightest. Observing the carefree demeanor of the second sword, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli couldn't help but exhale in relief while giving her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Sister Sword, we cannot compare to you." Just as the second sword was about to continue her conversation with Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, her father, Second Yangming, approached with an air of urgency, his expression grave. "Sword, come with me to the Ancestor Hall. I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Upon hearing the words Ancestor Hall, the second sword's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The Ancestor Hall of the Ming Sword Villa is regarded as the most significant place within the estate. Thus, it was evident that Second Yangming's intention to take her there was to address a matter of great consequence. Chapter 59. Face and substance at the Ancestral Hall. The second sword followed the esteemed Second Yangming into the hallowed hall, a sanctuary dedicated to the ancestors of the Mingjian Villa. The numerous ancestral tablets were so densely packed that they were nearly impossible to count. Upon entering, Second Yangming did not immediately speak. Instead, he lit several sticks of incense, offering his respects to the forebears of the Mingjian Villa. The second sword observed quietly, fully aware that the purpose of her summons here was undoubtedly connected to the Destiny Sword she had recently acquired. Since childhood, she had been groomed as the heir of the Mingjian Villa, and now, wielding the Destiny Sword, her status within the villa would surely ascend to greater heights. Once Second Yangming had completed his offerings, he turned with a solemn expression and inquired, "My daughter, now that we are alone, can you tell me if the character on your forehead can be removed?" The second sword was taken aback by her father's focus on the character rather than the Destiny Sword itself. She shook her head. Furrowing her brow, she replied, "It cannot be removed unless I completely abandon the Destiny Sword. That is the price I pay for wielding it." After noticing the character slave on her forehead, she had attempted to dissolve it, but her efforts were in vain. This character was inscribed not only upon her flesh, but also upon her very soul, a mark that reflected the overwhelming power of the Destiny Sword, particularly its insidious influence over her consciousness. Upon hearing that the character could not be eradicated, Second Yangming's countenance darkened. How could this be? How could this be? After a series of sighs, he regained his composure and asked, "Daughter, are you willing to make sacrifices for the Mingjian villa?" The second sword frowned slightly, of course. In her heart, attaining the pinnacle of swordsmanship was indeed paramount. Yet the significance of the Mingjian villa was equally profound. In her previous life, after ascending to the status of the Seven Absolute Fairy, she had elevated the villa's reputation to unprecedented heights, rendering it a revered sanctuary for all sword cultivators. Every member of the villa, including her father, beamed with pride at the mention of her name. In this lifetime, the second sword was confident that she could surpass her previous self, and naturally, she could also elevate the Mingjian villa beyond the heights it had previously attained. Her affirming response elicited a nod of satisfaction from second Yangming, though his tone grew somber as he continued. For a lineage like ours, steeped in the traditions of cultivation, it is essential to have someone who represents the face of the villa, bringing it glory, as well as someone who embodies its substance, quietly safeguarding it from the shadows, remaining forever unknown. Initially, the second sword believed her father was imparting wisdom on how to manage the Mingjian villa. However, as he spoke, an unsettling feeling began to grow within her. Ultimately, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Father, what do you mean by this?" Second Yangming remained silent, his gaze fixated on the character slave emblazoned upon the forehead of second sword for an extended period, before he let out a resigned sigh. "As long as this character exists, you shall remain but a mere subordinate of our Mingjian villa. The honor of our villa will be defended by others." Second sword's body quivered, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at second Yangming. After a moment, he slowly responded, "Father, do you mean to expel me from Mingjian villa?" "Expulsion is not the case," second Yangming replied, his countenance darkening further. "However, it will be in your best interest to refrain from venturing outside. Remain within the villa to cultivate your skills. Even if you must go out, wear a mask and do not flaunt your identity as the heir of Mingjian villa." A cold smirk crept onto second sword's lips as he retorted, "Is it merely because of this character on my forehead?" Second Yangming nodded. "Indeed, it is because of this character." Second sword glared intensely at second Yangming, curling his lip in disdain. "Father, how could you descend to such mediocrity? Have you forgotten that you taught us from a young age that strength is to be revered, and that mastery of the sword is paramount? If one encounters injustice, one can simply resolve it with a sword. Moreover, I have merely acquired an additional character on my forehead. In comparison to the esteemed sword slave, what does this truly signify?" The legendary sword slave of Mingjian villa had devoted everything to the sword path, even renouncing his name in favor of sword slave. Second Yangming could clearly discern the discontent brewing within second sword. Yet, he could only shake his head in resignation, his voice heavy with sorrow. "You are my daughter. Would I wish this upon you? But in your current state, even if you were to become an unparalleled sword immortal, while others may not dare to speak ill of you to your face, they will undoubtedly mock you behind your back, referring to you as sword slave and our villa as sword slave villa. We have precedents to heed." As second Yangming spoke with increasing fervor, he pointed toward the countless tablets within the ancestral hall. "I have urged you to learn from the sword slave's sincerity towards the sword path, but I never intended for you to be consumed by such madness. That sword slave, indeed the strongest sword immortal in our villa's history, also represents a dark chapter for Mingjian villa. Because of him, we have been derided as sword slave villa and slave's villa. Thus, even after his passing, his name is unworthy of entering the ancestral hall." Second sword was momentarily taken aback. Typically, they had only heard tales of the sword slave's unwavering loyalty to the sword path. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered such narratives. Without needing further validation, she could surmise that second Yangming spoke the truth. Observing second sword fall into silence, the weight of the conversation settled heavily upon them. With a sigh, the second renowned continued, "My daughter, now that you wield the sword of destiny, your future is boundless. If you can eradicate the character upon your forehead, you shall not only remain the pride of the Mingjian manor, but also become the most resplendent sword immortal across the entire Lingxian continent. Therefore, I urge you to refrain from venturing outside for a while and retreat to the sword cliff for a period of seclusion, striving to eliminate that character. Otherwise, No matter how formidable your strength may be, you will merely serve as a shadow within the Mingjian Manor. The Sword Cliff is a forbidden realm of the Mingjian Manor, seldom dared to be entered by anyone. Given the current state of his second sword, retreating to the Sword Cliff is indeed the best course of action. Though still harboring some reluctance, the second sword nodded and responded, "Very well, I shall retreat to the Sword Cliff." However, she suddenly raised her head and added, "I wish for my two friends to accompany me to the Sword Cliff." The two friends she referred were naturally Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. The Sword Cliff, being a forbidden ground of the Mingjian Manor, strictly prohibits the entry of outsiders. Yet, seeing the determined expression on the second sword's face, the second renowned could only sigh and say, "I will find a way to allow them to accompany you." Chapter 60. Destined to be lonely, the fierce winds howled around the second sword, who stood expressionless at the edge of the sword pavilion cliff. The relentless gusts felt like sharp blades piercing at her, even causing a faint sting upon her skin. Yet, she remained indifferent, her demeanor cold as she awaited the arrival of others. After a considerable period, two figures finally approached from outside the cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Initially, they intended to leave Mingjian Villa hastily, but before they could depart, they were summoned by the second renowned. Although the second renowned's words were veiled, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli discerned the underlying meaning. The character emblazoned on the second sword's forehead indicated her current plight was far from favorable. The second renowned wished for their presence to persuade and comfort the second sword. Consequently, they felt compelled to stay, secretly guided into the sword pavilion cliff. Upon entering, the two soon beheld the second sword standing proudly before them, wielding the heavenly intense sword, her presence more striking than ever, save for the glaring character of slave on her forehead. "Sword sister," Xiao Yueshi called as they approached. Noticing their arrival, a hint of a smile graced the second sword's face. "Sisters, I apologize for taking the liberty of bringing you both to such a place. You do not hold this against me, do you?" "Of course not. Wherever we go is of little consequence," they replied in unison, shaking their heads. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Liuli spoke softly, "Sword sister, truly, if you were to cover that character with a hat or scarf, it would be entirely concealed." The smile on the second sword's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a cold huff. "Having made my choice, I shall not regret it. Moreover, it is merely a character. I do not care. If I were to don a hat or scarf to hide it, I would be unable to confront my own flaws. And how could I then claim to pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship?" At this moment, the second sword's resolve remained steadfast, instilling both admiration and concern in Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Shun Liuli nodded slightly, preparing to speak, when suddenly her complexion turned ashen, her body trembling violently. Xiao Yueshi, witnessing Shun Liuli's distress, was alarmed. "Oh no, Liuli's affliction has flared up again." She hastened to support Shun Liuli, yet felt utterly helpless amidst her growing anxiety. Having spent considerable time together, they had exhausted myriad methods to suppress the malady within Shun Liuli, yet all efforts had proven futile. Observing Shun Liuli's sudden deterioration, the second sword's face reflected astonishment. Though she had heard accounts of Shun Liuli's plight from both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. It was imperative to understand. In her previous life, Shun Liuli, although the weakest among the 7 exquisite female immortals, was nonetheless a formidable celestial being. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her vivacious personality endeared her to all who crossed her path. Yet now, she lay on the ground, her visage contorted in agony, resembling a dying patient. "Let me attempt to heal Sister Liuli," the second sword declared, momentarily taken aback before striding forward with determination to aid Shun Liuli. However, Shun Liuli clenched her teeth, enduring the pain as she rose to her feet. "No, do not approach me. The toxins within me may erupt at any moment. I must be alone for now, and if you sense any poisonous substances nearby, please keep your distance." With those words, she resolutely advanced deeper into the sword pavilion cliff. The second sword and Xiao Yueshi watched Shun Liuli's solitary figure, a profound sense of melancholy enveloping them. akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. This sentiment was particularly poignant for Xiao Yueshi. Like Shen Liuli, she too was destined for a life of solitude without someone to alter her fate. With a somber expression, she shook her head and addressed the second sword, Sister Sword. I cannot remain by your side for too long either, but I shall stay here. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon us. After speaking, she, much like Shen Liuli before her, chose a direction and ventured into the sword pavilion cliff. Left alone, the second sword gazed at the receding figures of Xiao Yueshi and Shen Liuli, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. Initially, she had dismissed the words spoken by Lin Yang in her previous life. Yet, witnessing Shen Liuli's plight compelled those very words to resurface in her mind. Your obsession with the sword will lead you to be controlled by it, becoming a puppet of the blade and, ultimately, a sword demon. Those words echoed repeatedly in her thoughts until she forcefully expelled them. My heart is like a sword. No evil can penetrate it. As long as I remain steadfast in my convictions, no external force shall sway me, nor shall I succumb to madness. With a resolute shake of her head, the second sword grasped the celestial, intense sword and advanced step by step into the sword pavilion cliff. Unlike Shen Liuli and Xiao Yueshi, the second sword possessed a profound understanding of the layout within the sword pavilion cliff. After walking a few paces, she deftly turned and entered a cave nestled in the cliffside. This cave had been carved out by the ancestors of the renowned sword manor during their seclusion at the sword pavilion cliff. The walls of the cave bore countless insights left behind by the predecessors of the manor regarding swordsmanship. As the second sword stepped into the cave, she was immediately greeted by a plethora of sword techniques inscribed upon the walls. However, these techniques did not capture her interest. She merely glanced at them as she continued deeper within. As she ventured further, the techniques became increasingly profound, some even beginning to inspire her. Thus, she occasionally paused before particular sword murals, contemplating their intricacies. In the past, when she visited this place, she had only ventured this far. The more profound sword techniques eluded her comprehension entirely. However, now, with the celestial intent sword in her grasp, her understanding of swordplay had multiplied exponentially compared to before. The intricate sword techniques inscribed here could be grasped by her with just a few glances. Thus, she pressed onward. The second sword soon reached the depths of the cave, where the sword techniques were even more esoteric and complex than those outside. Astonishingly, most of these techniques have been inscribed by a single individual. It must be the legacy of a formidable sword immortal from my esteemed sword manor. The second sword gazed at these techniques with palpable excitement. Despite wielding the celestial intent sword, she recognized the profound nature of these techniques and knew she needed to ponder them deeply. Her gaze lingered on the wall paintings as she scrutinized each technique. When her eyes fell upon the name inscribed beneath these sword techniques, they widened in shock. Chapter 61. You at the very bottom of these sword techniques, there was not merely a name inscribed, but a lengthy passage. I began my sword training at the tender age of 3, entered the innate realm at 7, and manifested my spiritual body at 15, earning the title of the most gifted swordsman of the present generation at the renowned sword manor. After reaching 16, I traversed the world with my sword, vanquishing villains and encountering the love of my life. Upon turning 18, I returned to the renowned sword manor, attempting to refine the sword of destiny, only to discover that such refinement necessitated a tranquil sword body. Yet, I harbor no regrets. Beneath the 3 words "no regrets," much of the text had been deliberately obliterated, leaving only a chaotic array of sword marks. The second sword followed these markings until, at last, another line of text emerged at the very bottom. The second sword, from this day forth relinquish the name of the second sword and adopt the name sword servant, dedicating my life to the pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Sword servant senior? This final name that emerged left the second sword in a state of disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had never anticipated that the one inscribing such extensive content here would be none other than the most formidable sword servant among the illustrious sword immortals of the renowned sword manor. However, this shock lasted but a fleeting moment as she regained her composure. Reflecting on it, Everything seemed quite reasonable. The sword servant senior possessed remarkable swordsmanship, thus leaving behind such exquisite techniques in this location. Yet, she was taken aback to find that the name of the sword servant senior differed from her own by merely one character. The second sword mused internally. According to the inscribed content, the sword servant senior's original name was indeed the second sword, sharing a striking resemblance with her current name. Moreover, their life experiences bore an uncanny similarity. The second sword gazed intently at the inscriptions before her, as though she were witnessing her own reflection. She too was exceptionally gifted, beginning her sword training at 3, entering the spiritual realm at 7, departing the renowned sword manor at 16 to explore the world, and subsequently meeting Lin Yang, ultimately losing her tranquil sword body. However, that was a matter of her past life. In this rebirth, everything has begun anew. Now, she not only has not experienced those events, but also holds the sword of destiny firmly in her grasp. This alone surpasses the accomplishments of the sword servant senior by far. After gazing at the inscriptions for a moment longer, the second sword slowly shook her head. She could discern that something significant must have transpired in the life of the sword servant senior, prompting her to resolutely abandon her name and adopt the title of sword servant. Yet, the details of such events had been intentionally destroyed, leaving the second sword unable to ascertain what had transpired in between. Nevertheless, she held little interest in those matters. Her purpose for entering the sword pavilion cliff was twofold: to engage in secluded cultivation of swordsmanship and, additionally, to endeavor to remove the character denoting servitude from her countenance. Thus, having thoroughly examined these inscriptions, the second sword resolved to proceed further, eager to discover what exquisite techniques lay deep within the recesses of this cave. She had previously ventured into this cavernous space. However, at that time, her swordsmanship was insufficient. Merely the sword techniques inscribed on the exterior had already entranced her, and she had never delved deeper into this realm. Now, she found herself venturing further than ever before. Yet, just as she intended to advance, a series of fierce sword energies erupted from the surrounding walls, intercepting her path. Had it not been for the heavenly intent sword in her grasp, which instinctively released its own sword energy to counter the onslaught, she would have undoubtedly sustained grievous injuries. It was no wonder that this place appeared devoid of visitors. The walls concealed formidable sword energies. The absence of their manifestation previously was due to the suppression of the heavenly intent sword in her possession. But now the surrounding energies were too potent, rendering even the heavenly intent sword incapable of quelling them. Second sword cast a sweeping glance around, a look of realization dawning upon her. This was, after all, a forbidden area of the renowned sword manor, and such protective barriers were not surprising. If she were to fully exert the heavenly intent sword, she could still progress a bit further. However, second sword felt no need for that. The techniques inscribed by the esteemed sword slave around her were already immensely beneficial. While deeper techniques might be more intricate and powerful, they lacked the practicality of those present at this moment. Consequently, second sword firmly planted the heavenly intent sword beside her to shield against the surrounding sword energies, and she herself settled into a meditative position, focusing intently on the inscribed techniques, beginning her contemplation. Time passed swiftly, and before she knew it, a month had elapsed since second sword entered the sword pavilion cliff. During this month, aside from occasional outings and brief gatherings with Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, she spent the majority of her time within the cave, immersed in the comprehension of the sword techniques inscribed within. It must be said, these techniques were not only extraordinarily refined, but also seemed remarkably aligned with second sword's own style. She began to suspect that the esteemed sword slave who had inscribed these techniques was likely a woman, for only a woman could create sword techniques so intricately crafted. Although second sword exuded vigor, her own sword path also leaned toward this delicate artistry. The perfect alignment of the techniques, combined with the assistance of the heavenly intent sword, propelled her advancement in swordsmanship at an astonishing pace. In just a month, she had surmounted several significant hurdles and even grazed the threshold of the harmonious path realm. For practitioners of the Lingxian continent, The harmonious path was an exceptionally unique state. In this realm, one must discover the path of cultivation that resonates with their essence. Only by finding the laws that harmonize with oneself can one successfully enter the harmonious path and ascend to a higher echelon. While different laws possess varying degrees of power, practitioners ultimately strive for a path that aligns with their own being rather than blindly pursuing the most powerful one. The path I seek to merge is that of the sword, a natural calling. Within the dimly lit cavern, the second sword sat cross-legged on the ground. Her mind meticulously contemplating the principles of the sword path she yearned to assimilate. While others may waver for an extended period during their quest for enlightenment, such a dilemma posed no challenge for the second sword. In both her past and present lives, there existed but one path she wished to merge with, the path of the sword. Moreover, the principles of the sword were those that resonated most harmoniously with her essence. Upon merging with the rules of the sword, she would finally embark on the true journey of a sword immortal. Born a sword immortal, she now sought to integrate the sword path. Indeed, the air of Mingjian Mountain Villa in this generation is truly remarkable. Just as the second sword immersed herself in contemplation of her sword path, a remarkably clear voice suddenly pierced the stillness around her. Accompanying this voice, a vague shadow gradually materialized from the wall before her. Who goes there? The second sword sprang to her feet, swiftly grasping the heavenly intent sword. This place was the true forbidden ground of Mingjian Mountain Villa. Even Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could only roam the periphery of the Sword Pavilion cliff. Yet this shadow had silently infiltrated this sacred space. Naturally, the second sword was on high alert. In response to her admonition, the enigmatic figure merely erupted into a series of jarring laughter. Do you inquire about my identity? I am you. Chapter 62. The Curse of the Sword, Servanthood, a mere masquerade. The second sword wore a face of disdain as she wielded the Sword of Destiny, unleashing a sharp gust of sword energy that surged forth to strike at the shadow before her. As a practitioner at the pinnacle of the spiritual body realm, she certainly held no belief in ghostly apparitions. However, she was taken aback when the sword energy she had summoned made contact with the shadow, creating ripples reminiscent of a stone dropped in water before it vanished from sight. To her astonishment, the shadow slowly began to materialize. The first feature to emerge was a visage that sent chills down her spine, for the face was strikingly unique at first glance. It appeared to belong to a woman of considerable beauty, her brows, eyes, and lips alluring. Yet, the entirety of her face was inscribed with countless characters of the word slave, each blood-red mark layered upon the other, rendering her countenance akin to a ghastly mask, terrifying beyond measure. As she beheld this horrifying visage, the second sword instinctively recalled the character inscribed upon her own forehead. The single character on her brow, though unsettling, was not insurmountable. She could easily conceal it with a scarf or hat if she so desired. Yet, the face before her, even if masked, would likely remain marred by those chaotic inscriptions. Seeing the look of horror spread across the second sword's face, the shadow took on an air of smug satisfaction, a sinister smile curling upon its ghastly features. What do you think? Am I not a reflection of you? The second sword positioned the Sword of Destiny defensively in front of her, furrowing her brow. Who are you? If you persist in this charade, I shall not hesitate to strike. TSK. In the face of the second sword's threat, the shadow seemed unfazed, instead fixating on the Sword of Destiny with a mocking laugh. The Sword of Destiny, truly fearsome. You do not believe yourself to be the first to tame it, do you? The second sword was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean by that? The Sword of Destiny had resided within the esteemed Sword Mountain Manor for over 10 millennia. According to the records of the manor, no one had ever claimed it as their own. Yet, the Shadow's insinuations were unmistakable, suggesting that the Sword of Destiny had a previous master. Leaning closer, the shadow chuckled menacingly. Isn't it clear? You are merely the second master of the Sword of Destiny. I, the Sword Servant, am its first master. Boom! The Shadow's revelation caused the second sword to tremble, disbelief etched across her features. You are the Sword Servant of legend? Yet, she quickly shook her head in denial. Impossible. Cease your nonsense. The sword servant perished thousands of years ago, having long since attained eternal rest. This is all meticulously documented in the records of my Sword Mountain Manor. The shadow across from her, upon hearing the words of the second sword, revealed a trace of melancholy. Has it truly been several millennia? After a moment of gloom, the shadow grew somewhat agitated, exclaiming, "The people of the Ming Sword Manor are indeed deteriorating with each generation. After all these years, they have only managed to unearth such a singular talent capable of inheriting the sword of heavenly intent." As he spoke, the shadow scrutinized the second sword from head to toe, particularly fixating on the character's slave emblazoned on her forehead, prompting a series of mocking chuckles. Feeling the weight of his gaze, the second sword, unnerved, could not help but retort, "Who are you to speak so recklessly before me?" The shadow, grinning wickedly, replied, "Whether you believe my words is of little consequence. However, you must heed my next statement with utmost attention. Originally, there was no need for servitude in inheriting the sword of heavenly intent. The appearance of such a mark upon your brow is entirely due to my interference. This slave character is merely the beginning. Inevitably, you will transform into a being as terrifying as I." Initially, the second sword held a degree of skepticism towards the shadow as claims. Yet, the final words he uttered instilled a flicker of horror in her eyes. She was fervently devoted to reaching the pinnacle of the sword path, and, while indifferent to her own appearance, the prospect of becoming as fearsome as the shadow before her was utterly unacceptable. The mere presence of the character's slave on her forehead was troubling enough. If she were to become a grotesque reflection of the shadow, she would be left with no face to show the world. Clutching the sword of heavenly intent tightly, the second sword gritted her teeth and demanded, "Why do you do this? Why?" The shadow, with a sinister grin, answered, "Of course, it is for revenge. In the past, I was once like you, the most illustrious sword immortal of the Ming Sword Manor, and the entire manor took pride in me. However, due to an unfortunate incident, I became what you see now. Everyone in the manor regarded me as a ghost. Those who once praised me began to mock me behind my back. Even my own parents cast me aside, confining me within the Sword Pavilion cliff, never to set foot outside again." As memories of those days resurfaced, the shadow's smile twisted into a more grotesque semblance. He then fixed his gaze on the second sword, venomously declaring, "Thus I seek vengeance. I desire for the people of Ming Sword Manor to experience the despair I once felt. Every individual worthy of inheriting the sword of heavenly intent must be the finest talent of their generation. Therefore, I have tampered with the sword, ensuring that these talents share my fate, transforming every exceptional genius of Ming Sword Manor into my sword slaves. Just envisioning such a scene is utterly delightful." Ah. The harsh echoes of the shadow's laughter reverberated throughout the cavern. The second sword could not help but frown, sensing the profound distortion within the shadow's soul. Addressing him, she slightly bowed and said, "If you truly are a senior sword slave, then I must pay my respects." However, the second sword, with a shift in tone, continued, "Senior has transcended for many years. What remains now is merely a lingering obsession. I advise you, dear senior, to let go of these attachments when the time comes." "Let go?" The voice of the shadow was sharp and piercing. "Your words come so easily. It seems you have been well shielded from the harshness of reality, never having witnessed the darkness nor experienced the treachery of the human heart. But fear not, you shall soon understand. Ha ha ha." Accompanied by the sinister laughter of the shadow, the second sword suddenly felt a prickling sensation across her face. She positioned the Tianyi sword before her, using its blade as a reflective surface. In that moment, she was horrified to discover that her fair and delicate visage was now marred by what appeared to be writhing insects, which ultimately coalesced into two distinct characters that spelled slave. Chapter 63. The bed upon the brow of the second sword. A crimson character symbolizing slavery was already present. This mark, though not overly large and merely situated on her forehead, had a limited impact on the second sword. However, the addition of two new characters was grotesque and sinister, as if several deep gashes had been carved into her delicate visage, positioned on the most tender part of her face. Following the emergence of these characters, One side of the second sword's face appeared exceedingly repugnant, despite her belief that she was indifferent to her appearance. The sight of her disfigured visage reflected in the edge of the celestial intent sword elicited an involuntary gasp of shock. Noticing the change in her complexion, the shadow opposite her grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, "This is merely the beginning. You will eventually become like me. At that point, we shall be indistinguishable. So, tell me, are you truly me, and am I you?" Furrowing her brows, the second sword raised her gaze to the shadow before her. Although uncertain of the truth behind the shadow's words, she had at least concluded one thing. The entity before her was undoubtedly a lunatic, an utterly deranged individual with a shattered psyche. "You claim that these marks upon my face are your doing, correct?" The second sword fixed her eyes on the shadow, abruptly speaking. Without waiting for a reply, her voice turned frigid as she declared, "If that is the case, then eliminating you will cause these afflictions to vanish." With that, the celestial intent sword in her grasp suddenly shimmered, and a surge of sword energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the shadow with great velocity. In the face of this assault, the shadow neither evaded nor flinched, maintaining a peculiar smile as it directly confronted the oncoming sword energy. Although strange, the shadow's power was not particularly formidable. It was swiftly enveloped by the second sword's sword energy and was immediately torn apart, dissolving into nothingness. Despite having dispatched the shadow so effortlessly, the second sword felt no sense of relief. The entity was far too peculiar, resembling neither a tangible being nor a spiritual essence. To completely eradicate such an enigmatic presence would not be an easy task. Indeed, just as the second sword remained on high alert, the shadow's voice unexpectedly reverberated within her mind. "Ha ha, little girl, from the moment you chose to wield the celestial intent sword, we have become one. If you wish to slay me, you must first annihilate yourself. Otherwise, do you think I would proclaim, 'I am you, and you are me'?" The sudden intrusion of this voice into her thoughts caused the second sword's expression to shift dramatically. Growing weary of further dialogue, she promptly sat cross-legged, focusing her mind to assess her own condition. "Dear sword sister, may I have the honor of your presence?" At the edge of the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli stood, employing secret arts to send a message to the second sword deep within the cliff. The two individuals possessed unique physiques, and being outsiders to the renowned sword villa, they consciously refrained from intruding recklessly, choosing instead to linger in the outermost areas of the sword cliff. Their presence here was prompted by the fact that the second sword had not made an appearance for over 2 months. It is worth noting that during their initial days in the sword cliff, the second sword had a consistent schedule, emerging every 3 to 5 days. However, this time, she had been absent for an entire month, causing both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli to grow increasingly concerned for her well-being. After deliberation, they decided to summon the second sword. As they called out, the figure of the second sword gradually emerged from a cavern teeming with sword energy before them. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli were immediately filled with joy. Yet, just as they raised their hands to greet her, they were taken aback by her current appearance. "Sister sword, what has happened to you?" Their voices trembled with concern. The second sword, once vibrant and full of vitality, now bore a ghastly visage. Her once noble face was marred by a multitude of crimson symbols resembling the character for slave, etched across her skin like gruesome scars, presenting a sight both fearsome and unsettling. The reaction of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli elicited a frown from the second sword. "It is nothing," she replied. "These marks on my face are merely the result of an accident during my training. They will fade soon." The two exchanged worried glances, their eyes reflecting a palpable concern, and they found it difficult to fully trust her words. They had witnessed firsthand the gradual transformation of the second sword into her current state. Initially, she had been unable to remove even the single character on her forehead. The prospect of erasing the newly added symbols seemed an insurmountable challenge. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi gently urged, "Sister sword, you should confide in us about your current predicament. Perhaps we could devise a way to eliminate these marks." "There is no need," the second sword replied, shaking her head with a furrowed brow. "I assure you that I can eradicate these marks. I will venture out for a moment and return shortly." With that, the second sword transformed into a beam of sword light and darted out of the sword cliff. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, though filled with trepidation, could only watch as her figure vanished. Once she had surged out of the sword cliff, a flicker of unusual intensity appeared in her eyes, and she coldly muttered, "Our wager shall take effect from this moment forth. It is only natural that, according to the wager between us, should you succeed in this world in finding someone who does not disdain your appearance, I shall willingly concede and erase the marks of servitude from your visage." Within the mind of the second sword, a voice, audible solely to her, reverberated. For the past 2 months, the reason the second sword has remained concealed was her relentless endeavor to expunge the shadow that lingered within her. However, after 2 months of arduous effort, even the second sword, despite her reluctance, had to acknowledge her inability to banish that shadow. Just as the shadow had proclaimed from the outset, the moment the second sword grasped the sword of destiny, they had irrevocably merged, indistinguishable from one another. Thus, the second sword was compelled to lower her expectations and engage in genuine discourse with the shadow. The outcome of this interaction culminated in the present wager. Provided the second sword can find an individual who does not mind her current appearance, the shadow shall concede, depart from her body, and assist in eradicating the marks of servitude upon her face. Of course, the stipulation of this wager is that the individual the second sword seeks must be someone she has previously known. It is not permissible for her to simply choose anyone at random. Otherwise, should she select a blind person who cannot perceive her face, it would not constitute an acknowledgement in any meaningful sense. Standing at the precipice of the sword pavilion, the second sword gazed into the distance, her countenance radiating confidence. "This wager, you are destined to lose." Chapter 64. In the past, they called me a fairy. Now they call me a ghost? Do you think you have already won? This thought had just emerged in the mind of the second sword when the voice of the shadow echoed right after. It made her furrow her brow involuntarily. At this moment, the shadow was intertwined with her, able to sense many of her innermost thoughts. This left the second sword feeling quite displeased, as if her secrets were completely laid bare. Fortunately, the shadow could only perceive fragments of her thoughts, such as past memories, but could not grasp everything. Otherwise, it would surely sense the great secret of her rebirth. With her brow slightly easing, the second sword calmly replied, "If you were to wager on something else, perhaps I would not be so confident, but to stake my appearance, then victory is assured for me." Gazing into the distance, she declared with unwavering confidence, "Neither of us is a mere mortal. Mortals possess limited vision and may judge a person solely by their looks, but we are cultivators. Within the realm of cultivation, there are countless extraordinary individuals. Even if I were to bear these marks upon my face, what of it? Even if I were to be utterly disfigured, it would matter not. For a cultivator, one's cultivation is the true foundation." The eloquence of her words rendered the shadow momentarily speechless. After a long pause, it finally spoke again. "I advise you not to be so overconfident. You see those oddly shaped cultivators still alive, yet you fail to recognize the wounds within their hearts, which may be irreparable. Their survival is merely a result of their adaptation to the darkness. But you are different. You have always existed in the light and cannot fathom the taste of darkness. Now that you have fallen into it, your suffering may surpass that of those who have long dwelled in shadows. Let us wait and see." The second sword retorted, a hint of disdain in her voice. It was evident that neither she nor the shadow could persuade the other. With a leap, the second sword unleashed a powerful radiance from her sword, tearing through space as she soared away. After acquiring the Sword of Destiny, her cultivation was now several times stronger than before, and her flying speed had also increased manifold. She was now on a quest to seek out like-minded friends, individuals who shared her aspirations and had never cared about each other's identities in their daily interactions. Moreover, they had always interacted while wearing masks, indifferent to one another's true appearances, bonding solely over shared interests. In such circumstances, the second sword believed that no matter how her appearance might change, the attitudes of her friends toward her would remain unwavering. These friends were indeed the source of her unshakable confidence in this wager. As she swiftly traversed the void, the second sword suddenly spotted below a group of vicious bandits encircling a number of innocent passers-by. Several of those who resisted had already been ruthlessly slain, blood dripping from blades. Some women of commendable beauty were being dragged out by the bandits, their intentions far from noble. This scene was one of utter chaos. The complexion of the second sword changed dramatically. She harbored a profound aversion to evil and could not tolerate such transgressions. The radiance of her sword flickered as her silhouette abruptly altered its course, descending directly towards the ground. Before the second sword even touched the earth, the formidable light emanating from her blade had already pierced through the surrounding ruthless bandits. "Fear not, for these brigands are no more. You are safe now." Her voice resonated as she gracefully landed amidst the crowd. Acts of chivalry were not unfamiliar to her. She had often intervened in such matters before, vowing to never let a villain escape her grasp. The onlookers, who had trembled in fear only moments ago, were now struck with astonishment at the sight of the vicious bandits vanquished. Fortunately, the timely reassurance of the second sword alleviated much of their terror. Among them, a bold elder, with a face full of gratitude, raised his gaze to the second sword and began to express his thanks. "Thank you, my lady." However, before he could finish, he was startled by her visage, marred with crimson streaks, causing him to instinctively retreat several paces in fright. The elder's reaction darkened the second sword's expression. In her haste to save lives, she had forgotten her fearsome appearance. As her gaze swept over the crowd, she noted their peculiar looks, a mixture of gratitude tinged with trepidation. With a swift motion, she produced a mask to conceal her face. The elder, now aware of his earlier faux pas and fearing the wrath of the second sword, quickly fell to his knees in apology, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving our lives, noble warrior." The others, witnessing his actions, hastily followed suit, bowing in gratitude. Had it not been for the second sword, they surely would not have survived. Their thanks were genuine, yet the memory of her terrifying face rendered them hesitant to approach her. The second sword regarded the crowd before her, a hint of exasperation concealed beneath her mask. In the past, after her heroic deeds, those she had saved would usually extol her virtues with fervent gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Celestial Maiden," or "Thank you, Divine Protector." Their excitement and appreciation had been palpable. Yet now, the Celestial Maiden and Divine Protector had vanished, leaving only a mere warrior. Though the distinction was subtle, it nonetheless left a bitter taste in her heart. She could distinctly sense that the individual she had rescued did not regard her with the same unreserved trust as before. Even the elder kneeling before her exhibited an air of wariness and detachment. Now, do you perceive the difference? After ensuring the safety of those she had saved, the second sword resumed her journey. As she soared into the sky, her thoughts lingered on the peculiarities of the moment. The voice of the shadow resonated within the mind of the second sword. She was acutely aware that the distinction alluded to by the shadow referred to the difference in attitude from those she had once rescued in her noble endeavors compared to the present individuals. These were mere mortals, lacking fortitude and judging good and evil by appearances, a sentiment that, while regrettable, was not beyond comprehension. The second sword shook her head in response to the reactions she had just witnessed. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, she could empathize with their perspective. If she were to place herself in their shoes, even she would likely find herself drawn first to a strikingly beautiful woman rather than to one marred by scars and disfigurement. An inherent appreciation for beauty is a universal trait, especially among mortals. This was something the second sword had anticipated long ago. Yet, she held firm in her belief that her fellow practitioners, those who shared her ideals, would never succumb to such superficiality. Chapter 65. This bet is mine to win. The second sword did not remove the mask from her face. She harnessed the luminous energy of her sword and ultimately descended upon an exceptionally unique peak. This mountain, square in shape, appeared as if it had been meticulously cleaved by a knife, presenting an immaculate, mirror-like surface, and its height was astonishing. Such a peak could only be ascended by cultivators. For ordinary individuals, even with the best of tools, it would be a daunting challenge to scale. Yet atop this mountain, There existed a serene and elegant courtyard. Flanking the entrance of the courtyard were two scrolls of couplets. One side read, "Faceless One," while the other proclaimed, "Nameless." As the second sword alighted at the entrance of this quaint abode, the voice of the shadow echoed in her mind. "Is the Faceless One and the Nameless your trump card in this wager against me? What is this? Are you having second thoughts?" The reason the second sword had readily agreed to the shadow's wager was indeed due to the presence of this very courtyard. It was a place she had co-created with like-minded friends. The couplets hanging on either side encapsulated the principles of their small collective, Faceless One and Nameless. As the name suggests, they cared not for each other's names or appearances, but rather bonded through shared interests and temperaments. Over the years, they had adhered to this rule of camaraderie, even in her past life. It was only after the second sword met Lin Yang that she gradually distanced herself from these faceless friends. Thus, she felt confident that revealing her true visage would elicit no concern from them. Upon hearing the second sword's retort, the shadow let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Of course not. I'm not so foolish as to speak carelessly in front of someone like you. Moreover, what you refer to as the nameless and faceless in my eyes is merely child's play. If you truly wish to embody such ideals, wouldn't it be wiser to reside in a remote, uninhabited locale instead of forming this ridiculous little group here?" The second sword furrowed her brow. She initially intended to counter the shadow's remarks, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only shake her head and say, "Just wait and see." She stepped swiftly into the courtyard before her. Arriving at the central stone platform, she casually unleashed a surge of sword energy into it. This platform was imbued with a communication array. As long as any of them activated the formation upon arrival, it would summon the other faceless individuals. Indeed, as the second sword activated the stone platform, less than half a day had passed before three figures soared from different directions, arriving at the courtyard. Despite their masks obscuring their features, the second sword could easily identify the two men and one woman approaching her as the closest companions within their organization. "Ha! It's the first time you summoned us, Sword Master." "Indeed, Sister Swordsman, it has been quite some time since we last met. You have been absent from our recent gatherings. Swordsman, your summoning of us today suggests you have uncovered some injustice that necessitates our collective intervention for the sake of righteousness." As the three faceless figures descended, one of them addressed the second sword with a smile. Although their faces were concealed and their names hidden, each possessed a distinctive code name. The second sword was known as the Swordsman, while the two male practitioners before her held the titles of Blade Master and Righteous Warrior, respectively. The final female practitioner was designated as Foxtail. Facing the trio, the masked second sword spoke softly. "Recently, I have encountered certain matters that prevented me from attending our meetings. However, I have invited you here today to confide in you about something significant." The Blade Master immediately responded with a smile. "Swordsman, please feel free to share your concerns. There is no need for such hesitance among us." The Righteous Warrior and Foxtail nodded in agreement. The second sword's gaze gradually swept over the three before her, and she finally spoke. "In the past, I have never revealed my true visage to you, but today, I wish to unveil my authentic self." Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in the eyes of the three. The female Foxtail chimed in with a playful laugh. "Sister Swordsman, your demeanor is exceptional. I can only imagine your beauty. It is indeed our privilege to witness your true appearance." The Righteous Warrior scratched his head, expressing concern, "But isn't this action contrary to our principles as faceless individuals? When we first formed this group, we agreed to conceal our identities and refrain from revealing our true names. By choosing to unveil her face, the second sword is indeed breaching our code." The Blade Master shook his head with a chuckle. "There are only 4 of us present. The swordsman's revelation of her face is inconsequential, as long as we do not spread the knowledge of her true appearance." The Righteous Warrior, clearly swayed by this reasoning, nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point." As the three turned their attention to her, the second sword grasped her mask and began to remove it slowly, her eyes fixed intently on her 3 friends. Their presence was crucial to her wager against the shadow, and even she felt a twinge of anxiety in this moment. However, as she gradually unveiled her true face. Despite its fearsome and unappealing appearance, the expressions of the three remained largely unchanged. Once the mask was entirely removed, the second sword calmly asked, "What do you think? Am I not a disappointment, far from the visage you had imagined?" Foxtail shook her head and laughed lightly. "Sister Swordsman, how could you say such a thing? As faceless individuals, we do not concern ourselves with appearances. Regardless of how your visage may change, you will always remain our sister swordsman." The righteous warrior nodded in agreement, stating, "The words of the foxtail hold great truth. As practitioners, our focus lies in cultivation. Our appearances are but mere aids, unworthy of mention." The swordsman shook his head in silence. Yet, even the exchange between the foxtail and the righteous warrior sufficed. The second sword, smiling, clasped his fist before the three individuals before him, saying, "I have pressing matters to attend to and must depart immediately. In a few days, I shall invite you all to embark on a journey together." With that, the second sword soared into the heavens, riding the shimmering light of his sword. Before he had even distanced himself from the stone mountain, he eagerly summoned the shadow from his consciousness. "Did you witness the earlier events? Ultimately, this wager has concluded in my favor." Chapter 66. A preference for beauty. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Accompanied by the sound of the second sword, the voice of the shadow followed closely, evidently mocking the second sword. This provoked the second sword, who retorted with irritation, "If you intend to go back on your word, please express it plainly, instead of engaging in such nonsensical entanglements." The shadow let out a series of cold, derisive laughs, saying, "Little girl, you are rather naive. Those who call themselves practitioners are, in fact, the most hypocritical individuals. While they may appear amicable on the surface, what lies beneath is beyond your imagination." The second sword furrowed her brows, questioning, "Are you suggesting that I return to spy on the swordsman and his companions?" The shadow sneered, "If you lack the courage, then so be it." The second sword straightened her chest, declaring, "What is there to fear? The swordsman and the righteous are my closest friends among the faceless, not to mention the foxtail. She and I share the same passions and aspirations. If there is anyone in this world who understands me, it is undoubtedly the foxtail. Thus, I have great confidence in them." With that, the second sword concealed her sword aura entirely, employing a technique of stealth to mask her presence. In her previous life, she had reached the level of an immortal. Now, utilizing such minor skills, even those at the spiritual realm, like the swordsman and the foxtail, would find it exceedingly difficult to detect her trace. Once she had successfully concealed herself, she abruptly turned back, returning to the stone mountain where she had just been. Before she descended, the second sword overheard the voices of the swordsman and his companions. "Ha ha, swordsman, righteous one, are you both not regretting your choices to the point of tears? Foxtail, what nonsense are you spouting? How is this not related to us? Remember when you first encountered the swordswoman? You were utterly oblivious to her appearance. Yet each of you was captivated by her unique aura. Righteous one, you deliberately sought to please her, circling around her daily while pretending to be aloof, thinking no one could see through your facade. And you, swordsman, even adopted a name strikingly similar to hers. Your intentions are practically written on your face. Indeed, the aura surrounding the swordswoman is truly distinctive. Anyone who gazes upon her would assume she is an ethereal beauty. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would? Alas, yes, I could never have imagined that the true visage of the swordswoman would be so. Had I known, I would have refrained from joining this so-called faceless." The second sword, concealed in the air, observed the lamenting swordsman and righteous one below, feeling a sense of numbness wash over her. Previously, they had appeared indifferent, but behind the scenes, they revealed such dismay. However, what astonished the second sword even more was the foxtail. Even from behind the mask, she could surmise that the expression concealed beneath must be one of gloating, especially upon witnessing the dejected countenances of the swordsman and the righteous one. The foxtail arrogantly proclaimed, "I have long held a disdain for the swordswoman. She believes her elegance grants her the right to dictate our actions, treating me as her subordinate, summoning me at her whim. Once I reveal her true visage to others, I wonder who among the faceless will still choose to orbit her." These words ignited a fierce ire within the second sword. Indeed, her demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, instantly recognizable to all, and her beauty was indisputable. Coupled with a unique arrogance, she had, in the past, attracted quite a following. Even the foxtail herself had once been enamored, referring to her as Sister Swordswoman daily. However, the second sword, proud and solitary, never underestimated those around her, particularly the foxtail. She had always regarded her as a confidant. It was unimaginable to her that this confidant harbored such sentiments in secret. Overcome with anger, the second sword was on the verge of confronting the foxtail, but she ultimately stifled her indignation. Engaging in further debate with the foxtail would serve no purpose now. More critically, she seemed to have lost her wager with the shadow. Unless she could find someone utterly indifferent to her appearance, victory would elude her. The members of the Faceless were hardly an exception. The second sword struggled to conceive of anyone who would genuinely overlook her looks. The shadow's voice echoed in her mind once more. Little girl, now you comprehend the treachery of human nature, do you not? If you fail to locate someone who disregards your beauty, this wager is mine. With a frigid expression, the second sword retorted, our wager is far from concluded. The shadow responded with a mocking smile. I await your next move. The phrase I await was originally uttered by the second sword, now returned to her by the shadow. It must be acknowledged that the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the second sword. Her companions from the Faceless had proven utterly unreliable. In her mind, she frantically pondered who else could assist her in winning this wager. If only Lin Yang were here. Amidst her desperation, Lin Yang's name surfaced in her thoughts. In her previous life, whenever she faced peril, she would seek Lin Yang's aid, and he had never let her down. Thus, in her current dire situation, her instincts led her back to Lin Yang. Yet, she quickly shook her head. Setting aside their current relationship, she doubted Lin Yang could be of any assistance. For he was, after all, a connoisseur of beauty. The term connoisseur of beauty was one she had heard from Lin Yang in her past life. He was never shy about this preference, often declaring in her presence that he only favored beautiful women, dismissing those he deemed unattractive with disdain. Given her present appearance, seeking Lin Yang would be futile. One can only fear that Lin Yang would not spare her even a fleeting glance. Moreover, it is precisely due to Lin Yang's inclination towards beauty that the other members of the 7 absolute female immortals exhibit, to some extent, a similar predilection for appearances. Otherwise, the other 6 would have been able to assist her in winning this wager. As the second sword furrowed her brow in deep contemplation, her body suddenly trembled, and a hint of a wry smile appeared on her face as she said, No, I nearly allowed you to lead me astray. The voice of the shadow followed closely. Inquiring, led astray? What precisely do you mean by that? The second sword, having regained her previous confidence, shook her head and replied, The wager you imposed upon me has kept my focus solely on my appearance. Yet as a cultivator, what significance does beauty hold? Even if I were to transform to resemble you, what of it? As long as I ascend to become the foremost sword immortal in the world, these are merely trifles along my path of growth. With this realization, the second sword's clarity of thought surged forth, dispelling the despondency that had enveloped her in recent days. You seek to guide me step by step into the depths of inner demons, hoping I would become utterly possessed. I can only say, you have severely underestimated me. Chapter 67. The Path of the Celestial Demon, although her visage remained fearsome and grotesque. The aura emanating from the second sword had regained its former sharpness. The path of the sword was the aspiration she fervently pursued. Moreover, should she ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship as the world's foremost sword immortal, she would undoubtedly find a means to eradicate you completely. The second sword spoke candidly, having come to a resolution. Presently, she lacked the ability to expel this dark shadow from within her, nor could she erase the characters of servitude etched upon her face. Yet, as her cultivation advanced, she believed that one day she would rid herself of both afflictions. A path of integrity. Is it not far superior to the current state of servitude, engaging in transactions with this so-called shadow? The shadow, too, perceived a shift in the second sword's demeanor. Nevertheless, her tone remained composed, albeit tinged with surprise. Your state of mind is far stronger than I anticipated. Naturally, replied the second sword with a proud countenance. Although rebirth had caused them to forfeit their previous cultivation and insights, the memories of their past lives lingered, leaving a significant imprint. At the very least, she was resolute in her ability to resist the shadow's temptations. She felt a tinge of gratitude. Had she not retained the memories of her former life, she might have been gradually led astray by this shadow, ultimately succumbing to the fate of becoming a sword demon, as Lin Yang had warned. Disregarding the shadow's words, the second sword harnessed her sword light and made her way back to the sword pavilion cliff. Her intention was to enter seclusion within the cliff, dedicating herself to refining her cultivation within the confines of the sword pavilion cliff. The sudden departure of the second sword had left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli in a state of concern. However, upon witnessing her return, their anxieties were alleviated. The transformation in the second sword's aura particularly astonished them, prompting inquiries. Sister Sword, have you discovered a way to resolve the inscriptions upon your face? The second sword responded with a cheerful smile. Not quite, but I have experienced a breakthrough in my state of mind. Dear sisters, please remain here with me for a while longer. Once I transcend my current level, I shall take you both to the heavenly realm and the moon goddess palace. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli nodded in agreement. As long as Sister Sword is safe, we shall be at ease. While they harbored concerns, they were even more reluctant to witness the second sword in peril. After a brief exchange with Xiao Yueshi, the second sword retreated once more into the cave adorned with sword techniques. This time, regardless of how the shadow attempted to manipulate her thoughts, she remained unmoved. She regarded this shadow as a manifestation of her inner demons, utilizing it to fortify her resolve. With this mindset, the second sword's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. In just over a month, she had firmly established herself at the pinnacle of the spirit body realm, mere moments away from attempting to merge with the Tao. On this day, as the second sword continued her intense meditation, she suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the air around her. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, and the second sword cast a vigilant gaze towards the source of the sound. Ever since the mysterious appearance of that shadow last time, she had been on high alert for such unexpected disturbances. Fortunately, this time was not akin to the previous incident. It was her father, Second Yangming, the master of the Mingjian Villa, who stepped in from outside the cave. Upon seeing his daughter's current condition, his expression shifted from astonishment to profound disappointment. He had hoped that after several months of seclusion within the Sword Pavilion cliff, even if she could not completely eradicate the character of slave from her forehead, she would at least find some alleviation. Yet now, the second sword's condition seemed even more dire than before. Her entire face was nearly obscured by the marks of the character, the blood-red traces appearing both sinister and terrifying. "Father, what brings you here?" the second sword inquired, surprisingly calm as she smiled. With a soft sigh, Second Yangming replied, "I came to assess your current state." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "My daughter, given your present condition, it seems unlikely that any change will occur in the short term. Might you consider returning the sword talisman?" The sword talisman? The second sword gazed at her father in astonishment. The sword talisman was a symbol of identity within the Mingjian Villa, not particularly significant by itself. However, the talisman she held was extraordinary, as it represented her status as the heir of Mingjian Villa. Possessing this talisman granted her authority second only to that of the master of the villa. Each generation, the sword talisman resided with the most gifted genius. Since she had demonstrated her remarkable talent at the age of 7, the talisman had never left her side. Yet now, Second Yangming sought to reclaim this emblem of her identity as the heir. The implications of such an action were unmistakable. Fixing her gaze upon her father, she articulated each word with clarity. "Father, do you intend to strip me of my identity as the heir of Mingjian Villa? Furthermore, is this decision yours alone? Or is it a consensus among all the elders of the villa?" Second Yangming did not respond to her inquiries, for even if he did, it would bear no significance. With a somber expression, he sighed, "My daughter, your current situation truly renders you unfit to continue as the heir of Mingjian Villa. However, rest assured that when you recover, This sword talisman will inevitably return to you. The second sword merely regarded her father in silence. In the past, each encounter with him had been marked by pride. Yet now, she could distinctly perceive the disappointment in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, she tossed the talisman aside, saying, "Very well. It seems I am indeed unworthy of retaining this sword talisman." Second Yangming accepted the talisman, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He had intended to offer her some words of comfort, but as he opened his mouth, no words emerged. He found himself in a predicament of his own. On one side stands his biological daughter, and on the other, the prestigious Jian Mountain Manor, to which he has devoted his entire life. Thus, no matter how he chooses, is destined to be a mistake. With a heavy sigh, the second Yangming turned and walked away. Left alone, the second Jian sat in silence, her gaze fixed upon the intricate sword techniques adorning the wall. Yet a sense of inexplicable agitation began to stir within her. She could disregard the opinions of others, but second Yangming was her father. Though she understood that his choice was not erroneous, her heart still ached subtly. This is the betrayal of kin, dear child. Those who can wound us the most deeply are often our closest relatives. If you find this unbearable, why not yield to me now? Let's merge into one, vanquishing the hypocritical beings of this world, and with the blood of our loved ones, pave a path to our infernal ascendance. Just as the second Jian's spirits surged with tumult, the shadow that had remained absent for many days re-emerged within the depths of her consciousness. Chapter 68. The betrayal of kin. You truly possess an insatiable greed. Upon hearing the voice of the shadow, the countenance of the second sword immediately turned icy. She had coexisted with the shadow for several months and was thoroughly familiar with its tricks. The shadow itself harbored little power, merely seizing the opportunity to exploit the vulnerabilities in the second sword's mental state and attempting to seduce her with various temptations. As long as the second sword disregarded the shadow's allure, it could not influence her. It was evident that the shadow had sensed the turbulence within the second sword's mind, prompting it to emerge once more to tempt her. However, such juvenile tactics were ones she could easily dismiss. Just as the second sword was about to ignore the shadow entirely, everything around her suddenly began to change. Initially, she found herself within the confines of a cave on Sword Pavilion Cliff, surrounded by dark rock walls. Yet, these walls began to dissipate, replaced by a clear blue sky. A mere illusion dares to affect me? Casting her gaze around, the second sword let out a cold snort. Concurrently, she invoked her secret techniques to dispel the illusion, yearning to shatter the mirage and return to reality. Yet, her efforts proved entirely futile. Isn't this simply an illusion? The second sword furrowed her brow, perplexed by the unfolding scene. It was neither a mere illusion nor entirely unreal. Paradoxically, it bore a striking authenticity, yet had no impact on her. She could not fathom the shadow's purpose in conjuring such a scenario. With a frown, she scrutinized her surroundings. Beneath the radiant sky, numerous figures began to materialize. These figures were all sword cultivators, each radiating formidable sword energy. However, the most striking among them was a young woman with a ponytail, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. The girl appeared to be in her teens, not particularly tall, yet strikingly beautiful, with eyes that sparkled like countless tiny stars, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld her. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the second sword, this girl, with her starry eyes, knelt on one knee and prayed to the heavens. I, the disciple of the Sword Mountain Manor, the second sword, shall today endeavor to subdue the sword of heavenly will, beseeching the heavens for protection, that I may fully conquer the sword of heavenly will. Listening to the girl's prayer, the second sword was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief. For in that moment, she finally comprehended the nature of her surroundings. What lay before her was unequivocally the past of that venerable sword servant. Alternatively, one might say it was the shadow's own history, as this shadow was, in fact, the lingering obsession left behind by that esteemed sword servant. This obsession, now intertwined with the second sword, could easily draw her into the depths of such memories as it reveled in reminiscence. This method is known as the heart's unity technique, as the name suggests. The so-called heart unity technique is a mystical art that enables two individuals to connect on a profound level, sharing each other's emotions. This secret art, which I had only heard of before, I now witness firsthand. Do they intend to use this heart unity technique to uncover the flaws within my heart and subsequently tempt me into darkness? The second sword silently scoffed. Having discerned the true nature of her surroundings, she immediately surmised the purpose of that shadowy figure. Likewise, with the knowledge of the opponent's intentions, the second sword felt confident in her ability to repel the encroachment of the shadow's memories. My heart is like a blade. This mere heart unity technique shall not sway me. With a cold, discerning gaze, the second sword observed all that unfolded before her, entirely adopting the role of a bystander. In this way, regardless of the events transpiring around her, they would have little effect on her. I have finally subdued the sword of destiny. From this day forth, I am its master. The scene surrounding the second sword flickered rapidly. It was evident that this shadow did not possess the complete memories of that venerable sword servant. Rather, it held only fragmented recollections. Consequently, what flashed before the second sword were these disjointed images. She had just witnessed the venerable sword servant praying to the heavens, pleading for protection to successfully tame the sword of destiny. In the next vision, the sword servant had indeed succeeded in subduing the sword of destiny, radiating with joy. Even as a mere observer, the second sword could feel the elation emanating from the venerable sword servant. Watching the unfolding scenes, the second sword could not help but nod in agreement. To tame a treasure like the sword of destiny is indeed one of the greatest fortunes for any sword cultivator. As the second sword expressed her admiration, the scenes around her continued to evolve. After successfully subduing the sword of destiny, the jubilant sword servant did not return to the sword mansion. Instead, she hurried towards another destination. I have successfully tamed the sword of destiny. Brother Su will surely be delighted for me. I must share this good news with him at once. The sword servant, clutching the sword of destiny, landed before a grand estate. As she descended, a rather handsome young man emerged to greet her, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Sister Mingjian, congratulations on successfully taming the sword of destiny. I have prepared a feast for you. Let us celebrate in style." The youthful sword servant, brimming with happiness, embraced the man's arm, following him into the estate. The scene flickered once more. When the surroundings of the second sword re-emerged, the once joyous atmosphere had transformed dramatically. The venerable sword servant lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Before her stood the brother Su, who had just moments ago spoken of celebrating her. Now bore a fierce countenance, clutching a dagger in his hand. "Sister Mingjian, do you comprehend what this is? This is the poisonous dragon dagger, the most malevolent treasure in the world. Should I draw a line upon your face with it, the mark shall penetrate your very soul, rendering you unable to erase it for eternity, even if you ascend to the status of a sword immortal." The fallen elder sword slave lay on the ground, staring blankly at the man, repeatedly asking, "Why? Why would you do this?" "Ha ha, it is of course for the Tiani sword." The brother Su's face twisted in a grotesque manner as he laughed maniacally. "Sister Mingjian, treasures like the Tiani sword are not easily relinquished by any sword cultivator. Like you, I too am a sword cultivator and yearn to experience the might of the Tiani sword. Therefore, if you willingly surrender the Tiani sword and assist me in acknowledging its master, I shall spare you. Otherwise, do not blame me for using this poisonous dragon dagger to mar your delightful visage, transforming it into the most hideous countenance in existence." Chapter 69. Resentment and hatred. Is this all for the sake of the celestial intent sword? In the surrounding tableau, the countenance of the venerable sword servant appeared ashen, tears streaming from her eyes. "You are my beloved. I have given you all that I possess. If you desire the celestial intent sword, simply ask, and I shall grant it to you." But now, this seemingly fragile sword servant revealed a glimmer of resolve upon her face. "Even if you were to carve 1,000 or 10,000 wounds upon me, I shall never yield the celestial intent sword to you. It can have but one master. Moreover, if this venerable sword servant refused to assist, no one else could possibly claim the title of master over the celestial intent sword. nor possess the capability to establish such a bond. Her response rendered the expression of the man named Su across from her increasingly grim, clutching the poisonous dragon dagger in his grasp. He pressed its tip closer to the beautiful visage of the sword servant. This is your final opportunity. Do not squander it. Alas, despite his threats, the venerable sword servant remained resolute, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Eventually, the man named Su, growing ever more infuriated, thrust the dagger fiercely towards the venerable sword servant. Are you not the most exceptional genius of the Ming sword manner? I shall see how you, a mere servant, can still be regarded as a genius. A vivid red character for servant materialized upon the sword servant's face. As the confrontation escalated, the man became increasingly deranged, the dagger viciously slashing at the sword servant's visage. In but a fleeting moment, the once beautiful countenance of the sword servant became grotesque, marred by wounds and dripping with blood. Yet throughout, she kept her eyes wide open, fixated on the man before her, bearing witness as her beloved inflicted wound after wound upon her face. The once brilliant sparkle in her eyes began to dim gradually, though she understood that all that transpired was a manipulation of her heart's realm by that dark figure employing the heart unison technique. Witnessing her beloved inflict such pain upon her was unbearable. The second sword could not help but furrow her brow, her heart lamenting. It was no wonder the venerable sword servant harbored such a dreadful obsession. The agony of betrayal by one's beloved was a burden few could endure. Wait, the second sword suddenly trembled, her expression shifting. She was reminded of Lin Yang. In her previous life, the seven of them chose to betray Lin Yang, ultimately leading to his demise. Did he, in that moment, share feelings akin to those of the venerable sword servant? The thought surged within her mind, causing the tranquility of her heart to ripple unexpectedly. Since her rebirth, she had endeavored to avoid such contemplations, yet now, these images stirred deep within her. No, the circumstances we face are vastly different. That man surnamed Su betrayed the sword slave elder for the sake of the sword of destiny, driven by his own selfish desires. However, our purpose is to save all beings in the world, to safeguard the entirety of the Lingxian continent. Taking a deep breath, the second sword barely managed to quell the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. Just then, the surroundings transformed once more. The battered sword slave elder appeared within a cavern, her limbs ensnared by chains radiating a crimson hue. My daughter, if you surrender the sword of destiny, I shall release you immediately, the captured elder implored. Surrounding her were several men emanating formidable sword energy, fixated on the elder, intent on coercing her into relinquishing the sword of destiny. The second sword had endeavored to calm her inner turmoil, yet upon witnessing this scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. These are people from the Mingjian manor, and they too wish to seize the sword of destiny from the sword slave elder? Moreover, the leader is none other than the elder's own father? The second sword gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events, never anticipating such sordid affairs could transpire within Mingjian manor. The sword slave elder had just endured the betrayal of her beloved, only to be subsequently betrayed by those closest to her. Now, she lay prostrate in the cavern, her hair disheveled, her once bright eyes now rendered a dull gray. Failing to obtain the sword of destiny, the individuals from Mingjian manor retreated in frustration, leaving the sword slave elder confined within the cave, her cultivation utterly destroyed. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, a century. The image before the second sword depicted the sword slave elder, trapped in this desolation, gradually transforming from a vibrant young woman into a frail, disheveled old crone with a head full of white hair, resembling a madwoman. The ghastly scars etched upon her face rendered her visage even more terrifying. I hate, the elder finally declared, lifting her head with a sudden intensity. In her eyes, which had long been devoid of vitality, a fierce malice blazed forth. Ihalta, irisent, and with all my cultivation, my soul, everything I possess, I curse the next bearer of the sword of destiny to suffer as I have, to become a sword demon, slaying all in their path. With a crack and a shatter, the images surrounding the second sword began to fragment like shattered ice. Yet, before her, The lingering visage of the sword slave elder's final despair and curse remained. She and many from Mingjin Manor had idolized this elder, unaware of the tragic fate that had befallen her. The second sword merely glanced at the elder's past. There exists a profound sense of empathy. Were she to find herself in a predicament akin to that of the esteemed sword servant, one fears the circumstances would scarcely differ. As you can see, the most terrifying reality in this world is not the existence of monsters or malevolent spirits, but rather the treacherous smile of the one you hold dearest. Dear girl, let us merge completely and eradicate all those wretched souls. Just as the second sword was lost in thought, a haunting voice suddenly penetrated her consciousness. Accompanying this voice, the cavernous walls around the second sword began to writhe incessantly. The once unyielding stones now seemingly transformed into living flesh. Sinister crimson tendrils emerged from these walls, swiftly ensnaring the entirety of the second sword's being. Chapter 70. The final confrontation, although momentarily distracted by the recent events. The second sword reacted with remarkable speed. The instant the grotesque, fleshy tendrils emerged, she was already prepared. If softness will not suffice, shall we resort to strength? She uttered a sharp rebuke. With a swift motion, she summoned the Sword of Destiny, unleashing a torrent of piercing sword energy that sliced through the tendrils with precision. What is happening? Why is the sword energy in the sword pavilion so intense all of a sudden? Inside the sword pavilion cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli approached the entrance of the cave where the second sword was in seclusion, their expressions a mix of astonishment and concern. Standing there, they could distinctly feel the fierce sword energy surging forth from the cavern, each wave unmistakably infused with the essence of the second sword. They had spent several months within the sword pavilion cliff, yet they had never encountered such a pronounced fluctuation of sword energy before. The intensity of the energy now suggested that the second sword was engaged in a desperate struggle, with worry etched across their faces. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed into the cave. Just as they were about to steel themselves and venture inside, the sword energy within the cave abruptly vanished without a trace. Moments later, the second sword emerged from the depths of the cavern. The sight of her startled Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli yet again. The second swordess' once noble visage was now marred by crimson symbols of servitude, and one of her eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie malevolence. A mere glance at that, I filled them with an overwhelming sense of dread, as if an insidious darkness sought to invade their very wills. Faced with this alarming transformation, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli opened their mouths to speak, but the second sword preempted them. Her voice, now gravelly and strained, bore little resemblance to its former clarity. Sisters, time is of the essence. I must be succinct. You must set up the 7 absolute formation here. If I succumb fully to darkness, you must not hesitate to slay me the moment I step out of this cave. Without waiting for a response, she turned and re-entered the cavern. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged grave glances. The 7 absolute formation mentioned by the second sword was a formidable killing array they had devised together in their past lives. Although their current cultivation was vastly inferior to hers, they could indeed slay the present incarnation of the second sword if they activated the formation. How could Sister Jian ask us to prepare the 7 absolute formation to kill her? What on earth has happened to her? Xiao Yueshi was visibly shaken. Shun Liuli sighed heavily. You witnessed Sister Jian's condition. It seems she is succumbing to the fate foretold by senior brother Lin Yang, becoming ensnared by the sword and transforming into a sword demon. Xiao Yueshi's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she could not help but murmur, how could this be? Everything was fine before. Shun Liuli shook her head and replied, it is futile to discuss this now. We should follow Sister Jian's instructions and set up a formation here. Even if we cannot slay the sword-wielding sister, we must at least confine her within these bounds. Within the cave of the sword pavilion cliff, the second sword, with one eye now entirely crimson, took measured steps back to her previous meditation spot. At this moment, within her consciousness, 2 wills engaged in a fierce struggle. One was, of course, the second sword's own will, while the other was the lingering obsession of a senior sword servant. It was this very obsession that had transformed one of her eyes into its current state. This obsession had entangled the second sword for months without managing to sway her. However, today, it seemed poised to reveal its true intentions, unleashing the accumulated resentment of the senior sword servant in a violent outburst, attempting to forcibly seize control of the second sword's body. The blood-red tendrils formed from the surrounding rock walls were merely the manifestation of this resentment. Yet, these tendrils were but a surface phenomenon. The curse-laden power of resentment was the true essence. This cursed force encapsulated all the senior sword servant's cultivation, spirit, and her accumulated grievances. Since resentment is intangible, this power surged forth and directly penetrated the second sword's being, momentarily suppressing her own will. The transformation of one eye into a malevolent crimson hue was a direct result of this overwhelming resentment. Fortunately, this force could not entirely subdue the second sword's will, allowing her other eye to remain unchanged. However, had her will been completely consumed by this cursed energy, she would have inevitably become a puppet, a true sword demon. Since earlier, the second sword's consciousness had been locked in a battle with this force of resentment, explaining her anxious demeanor. She hastily met with Xiao Yueshi and the others, and then quickly returned to the cave. Now, she needed to concentrate all her mental faculties to entirely suppress this malevolent energy. If she could dismantle this force of resentment, she would not only gain complete control over the celestial sword, but also rid herself of the marks of servitude upon her face. Settling back into her previous meditation spot, the second sword slowly closed her eyes. Although it seemed she had instructed Xiao Yueshi and the others to set up a formation to kill her. Appearing to be in a dire situation and deeply pessimistic, this was merely a precautionary measure she had taken to guard against unexpected developments. She remained confident in her ability to expel this force of resentment from within her. Though formidable, this power was ultimately rootless. As long as the second sword remained steadfast in her resolve, given enough time, she would undoubtedly dismantle the force of resentment entirely. With that, the second sword began to engage with all her strength against this malevolent force. Her form appeared to transform into a battlefield. The forces of resentment and the power of the second sword began to clash violently upon this very ground. Initially, the second sword managed to withstand this surge of resentment. Yet as time progressed, this malevolent force inexplicably began to grow stronger. Consequently, a significant portion of the second sword's essence was gradually overtaken by this pervasive resentment. Just as this dark power was on the verge of completely seizing the second sword's being, a smile unexpectedly graced its face. Is this all your strength? If so, you are destined for annihilation. Accompanied by the second sword's cold laughter, a searing brilliance erupted from its being, reminiscent of the sun's radiant essence. Chapter 71. Benevolence and malevolence. This force radiated brilliance, purity, and sanctity. Upon its emergence, it swiftly dispelled the darkness, akin to the rising sun, igniting all the malevolent energies cloaking the second sword. A roaring inferno blazed upon the second sword, yet these flames caused no harm. Rather, they effectively banished the sinister powers enveloping her. Impossible. How could you possibly master the pure Yang sword chi? A voice, sharp and filled with terror, emanated from within the second sword. Accompanying this exclamation, the shadowy obsession that had tormented the second sword for months suddenly reared its head. In a state of palpable fear, it sought to escape from her, yearning to distance itself from her presence. However, at the very moment it emerged, the radiant force enveloping the second sword ensnared it like a parasite. "Spare me. I'm willing to submit to you." The shadow cried out in a wretched shriek, desperately pleading for mercy. Yet, such entreaties were futile. The second sword, her expression frigid, coldly regarded the shadow as it was consumed, its form reduced to ashes. Eradicating evil is paramount. This shadow represented pure malevolence. Should it be allowed to remain, it would inevitably return, inflicting great harm upon the second sword. Thus, she showed no mercy, as the shadow was utterly vanquished. The resentment that had previously claimed much of the second sword's essence began to dissipate rapidly. Her form returned to normal, and the aberration she had endured vanished completely. The blood-red eye and the crimson symbols on her visage faded into nothingness. Feeling this transformation, a hint of pride illuminated the second sword's countenance. Had I not been reborn, perhaps you could have thwarted me. But in my past life, I was a distinguished sword immortal. In this life, how could I be swayed by a mere trivial obsession? As she mused, a wave of weakness washed over her. This was the after-effect of wielding the pure yang sword qi, a technique specifically designed to counteract evil. Given her current cultivation level, it was a strenuous endeavor to invoke such a profound sword technique. This explained why she had refrained from employing the pure yang sword qi during her initial confrontation with the shadow, opting instead to wait until now. Throughout the months of entanglement with the shadow, she had secretly refined her mastery of the pure yang sword qi, although it was the bane of malevolent energies. Its subtlety rendered it undetectable to others. Thus, even when the shadow had fused with her essence, it remained oblivious to her preparations. Within the dimly lit cave, the second sword sat cross-legged upon the ground, her appearance fully restored to that of the strikingly beautiful sword fairy of her past, albeit with a pallid complexion. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, joy illuminating her face. It is over. Everything has come to an end. The shadow that had haunted her for months has finally been vanquished. Now, she can finally find peace. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the Sword of Destiny. The second sword scrutinized the Sword of Destiny in her hand. Previously, that shadow had been attached to it, but now it had been completely dispelled, leaving no trace of its presence within the sword. This signified that, starting today, the second sword had truly mastered the Sword of Destiny. With a joyful expression illuminating her face, she gently caressed the blade, unable to suppress her pride. From this moment forth, I am the sole master of the Sword of Destiny. Suddenly, a clear voice pierced the air, interjecting, "Not yet." The second sword's countenance shifted dramatically. To her astonishment, the Sword of Destiny, which had been firmly in her grasp, vanished without a trace. She quickly lifted her gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a strikingly beautiful maiden, her sparkling eyes alight with mischief, smiling at her. The Sword of Destiny now rested in the hands of this girl. Senior sword servant, the second sword furrowed her brow as she regarded the maiden before her. She recognized her instantly, having glimpsed the past of this sword servant. The girl standing before her was indeed the senior sword servant. Yet her face bore none of the grotesque marks of servitude, appearing instead as a charming and delightful young woman. The second sword scrutinized the senior sword servant thoroughly, a frown creasing her brow. The pure yang sword qi could not eradicate you completely? With a cold snort, she pressed her fingers together, unleashing a radiant burst of pure yang sword qi that surged towards the girl. However, it dissipated upon contact, failing to harm her in the slightest. Observing the second sword's actions, the girl smiled and praised, "Impressive. At such a young age, you can wield the pure yang sword qi. Your talent surpasses even mine. Alas, while the pure yang sword qi can counter all evil, I am composed solely of pure benevolence, devoid of any malice. Thus, your pure yang sword qi has no effect on me. Pure benevolence?" The second sword's brows knitted in contemplation as she regarded the girl before her. After expending considerable effort to obliterate that shadow born of obsession, she found herself confronted once more by this so-called benevolence. This incessant emergence of new obstacles stirred her irritation. One after another, did they believe this was a place for their frivolous play? With a frigid demeanor, the second sword entwined her fingers in a sword gesture, intending to wield her fingers as a blade and forcibly disperse the girl before her. She cared little for the nature of the entity, whether it be malice or benevolence. Anything that disrupted her would be met with unyielding eradication. Observing the menacing demeanor of the second sword, the young girl across from her adopted a serious expression and slowly spoke. "Hold on, before you take action. I must clarify that I am the final trial left by the sword slave within the celestial intent sword. Only by passing my test can you truly wield the celestial intent sword. Otherwise, even if you become a sword immortal, you will never be the true master of the celestial intent sword." Regardless of the girl's words, the second sword displayed no interest. Powerful sword techniques erupted from her being. shooting towards the girl with great speed. The girl, wearing a serene smile, allowed these sword techniques to pierce and tear through her body. Yet in an instant, her form completely restored, still grinning as she gazed at the second sword. Frowning, the second sword observed this phenomenon. The techniques she unleashed were potent enough to slay formidable foes at the Harmony realm, yet they had no effect on the girl before her. This was utterly illogical. With a furrowed brow, she scanned her surroundings, and suddenly, her body trembled as she exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the realm of the mind?" Chapter 72. The Choice of the Spiritual Realm. As the name suggests, it is a world illuminated by the power of the mind. In the mystic Xian continent, only cultivators with sufficiently potent mental strength can forge a true spiritual realm. Although this realm is an illusory existence, it can distort reality and even establish its own rules. In her previous life, among the 7 supreme female immortals, fewer than 3 could manifest a spiritual realm, and the second sword was not among them. Thus, upon recognizing that she was in a spiritual realm, her expression darkened considerably. With her current strength, she found it impossible to shatter such a mental world. Even should she attain the status of Sword Immortal in the future, unraveling the rules crafted by mental power would remain a formidable challenge. Noticing the change in the second sword's demeanor, the girl standing opposite her initially displayed a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "I never imagined you would even know of the spiritual realm." Then, her expression shifted to one of melancholy. "My true self was once harmed by another, rendering my entire cultivation null, yet my unparalleled talent for cultivation remained. Thus, I spent over a century refining my mental power to its utmost limit, and before my demise, I created myself to serve as the final barrier guarding the heavenly intent sword." After pacing back and forth for a few moments, the girl's expression gradually returned to normal as she turned to the second sword, saying, "I have already explained the circumstances regarding the next inheritor of the heavenly intent sword. You now have 2 paths before you. The first is to forego participating in my trial, but the consequence will be that the heavenly intent sword will be sealed by me for an extended period, unless you become powerful enough to utterly shatter me. The second path is to attempt my trial. I assure you, it is not exceedingly difficult, and upon passing, you will become the true master of the heavenly intent sword. Now, which path will you choose?" With a gentle smile, the girl regarded the second sword, whose countenance had grown increasingly somber. The situation she faced left her quite speechless. Theoretically, opting for the first path would be the wisest choice. After all, she possessed the cultivation experience from her past life. And even without the heavenly intent sword, she could undoubtedly become a true sword immortal. However, she had already traversed this path in her previous life. Therefore, her desire was to truly seize the heavenly intent sword and utilize its power to surpass her former self, even to surpass Lin Yang. The shadow of Lin Yang flashed through her mind, and the second sword's expression firmed considerably as she raised her gaze to the girl before her, asking, "What exactly is this trial you speak of?" The girl's smile blossomed even more radiantly as she replied, "It seems you have made your choice. Before we proceed with the formal trial, may I first pose a question?" After a brief pause, her demeanor became solemn, and she spoke each word deliberately. "In this world, have you ever truly loved anyone? Or rather, who is the person you care about most in this world?" The second sword couldn't help but furrow her brow. In this world, her utmost concern was undoubtedly the way of the sword. Beyond that, the things she cherished most included her father, the heir Yangming, the members of the Mingjian Villa, her 6 sisters of the 7 absolute female immortals, and Lin Yang. At this moment, Lin Yang's name inexplicably surfaced in her mind. In her previous life, prior to her betrayal of Lin Yang, he had indeed been the person she held dearest. Alas, all of that had long since become a thing of the past. Now, her heart was solely devoted to the way of the sword. As a multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind, the second sword lifted her gaze towards the girl before her, ready to respond to her inquiry. However, unexpectedly, the apparition of Lin Yang suddenly materialized beside the girl. This phantom of Lin Yang still donned white garments, standing proudly. Even as a mere specter, there emanated an inexplicable sense of pressure from him. The girl regarded Lin Yang's apparition with keen interest and remarked, "Is this man the one you adore? Your taste is commendable. He appears quite handsome and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He must not be an ordinary person. Certainly not an ordinary person. He is the heavenly emperor, unmatched across the entire Ling Xian continent." The second sword scoffed inwardly, yet asked aloud, "What is the meaning of this apparition?" The girl smiled and elucidated, "This is the realm of the mind, capable of projecting the deepest thoughts of your soul." After I posed my question, the one you pondered most was indeed this man. Hence, his image has manifested here. Is it truly Lin Yang that I hold dear in my heart? The second sword was momentarily taken aback, finding it somewhat absurd. After all, she had, alongside her sisters, personally slain Lin Yang. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Her decision to betray Lin Yang, even to end his life, was for the sake of the common good, for the Ling Xian continent, to eradicate evil and uphold justice. However, apart from Lin Yang, she had not interacted with many men, and none could compare to him. In such circumstances, it was not surprising that Lin Yang's shadow lingered deep within her heart. But that was all in the past. Presently, her soul was consumed by the way of the sword. The second sword mentally reaffirmed to herself once more. Meanwhile, the girl before her had already grasped the destiny's sword, turning to stand beside Lin Yang's apparition, then plunging the sword into the ground. Turning back to the second sword, the girl smiled and announced, "This is my trial. You must choose between the one you hold most dear and the destiny's sword. As long as you choose correctly, you shall pass my test." Observing the girl's earnest demeanor, the second sword scoffed, "Is this truly a trial? I have no interest in playing such childlike games." The young girl spoke solemnly, "You may think I am merely playing house, but, dear child, you must understand that the human heart is inscrutable. My true essence has suffered a wretched existence because of this sword of destiny." Even in her final moments, she sought someone willing to forsake the sword of destiny for the one they cherished most. This trial is a measure of the heart. I shall not hesitate to tell you, she continued, her gaze fixed upon the second sword, "if you choose your beloved over the sword of destiny, you shall pass my trial and become the rightful master of the sword. However, should you opt for the sword of destiny, the consequences are beyond my knowledge." Although the girl before her had revealed the correct answer, the expression of the second sword grew increasingly grave. She did not doubt the accuracy of the girl's response. Rather, she was acutely aware that the trial and its answer were inherently a trap. If she chose the sword of destiny, she risked failing the trial. Yet, if she adhered to the correct answer and selected the projection of Lin Yang, she would undoubtedly succeed in becoming the master of the sword of destiny. However, this choice would leave a void in her heart, potentially giving rise to inner demons. Gazing at the projection of Lin Yang ahead and the sword of destiny lying on the ground, the second sword found herself in a state of vexation. She preferred to confront the previous sinister obsession rather than face the cheerful girl before her. In her eyes, this trial, fraught with pitfalls, was exceedingly tedious, far less engaging than her previous encounter with the shadow. Just as the second sword hesitated, unsure of her decision, the girl in front of her suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, the trial of the sword of destiny has been activated once before. How can this be?" Chapter 73. The same choice. The young girl crouched before the celestial intent sword, her face a canvas of astonishment. With a gentle caress along the sword's hilt, ripples emanated from the blade, radiating outward. Accompanying these ripples was the emergence of another realm of consciousness. The two realms, one above and one below, seemed to be separated by a mirror, allowing her to glimpse the scenes of the alternate world simply by lowering her gaze. Within the realm beneath her feet, another girl with a ponytail appeared, currently administering an assessment. However, her subject was not the second sword, but rather Lin Yang. The second sword, equally astonished, gazed at the unfolding images below her. Unlike the girl before her, she immediately recognized that the scenes at her feet likely depicted Lin Yang's previous attempt to claim the celestial intent sword. During her own acquisition of the sword, she had witnessed Lin Yang's endeavor in a similar vision. Thus, the reappearance of these images did not strike her as peculiar. What surprised her was that Lin Yang had, at that time, encountered the same myriad challenges posed by the celestial intent sword, just as she had. Wait, as she fixated on the images below, a terrifying thought suddenly surged within the second sword's mind. Could it be that Lin Yang, upon seizing the celestial intent sword, was ensnared and controlled by the resentment that dwelled within it, leading to his drastic transformation and subsequent rampage? For the past few months, the second sword had been locked in a battle against the insidious force of resentment within the celestial intent sword. Only she understood the tenacity of this malevolent power. Had she not possessed the memories and training from her previous life, she too might have succumbed, becoming a puppet of the vengeful force. In his previous life, Lin Yang certainly exhibited formidable talent and cultivation. However, when confronted with this resentment, he might not have been able to resist the encroachment. If my conjecture holds true, then Lin Yang's metamorphosis into a demon was in fact my doing. Yet, should he succumb to this force and become a sword demon, our act of slaying him would ultimately serve as his liberation. The second sword mused with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, the girl before the second sword, filled with curiosity, crouched down to scrutinize the images beneath her. Observing Lin Yang participating in the trial within the mirrored realm, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips. Though I know not the reason behind this, it grows ever more intriguing. Little one, the person you cherish most has also faced my trials. I am now even more curious about the choices you both shall make. The second sword paid no heed to the girl's remark, her focus unwavering as she sought clarity regarding Lin Yang's fate in his previous life, whether he had succumbed to darkness or remained under the sword's control. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. She gazed at the scene beneath her for an extended period, where the imagery below exhibited no discernible changes, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Noticing the disappointment etched upon the face of the second sword, the girl standing opposite her broke into a grin. Little one, when faced with trials, one must maintain focus. The world of the soul beneath our feet, though merely a fragment of time left by the heavenly intent sword, is under my control, allowing the trials within it to synchronize with your actions. Thus, should you wish to discern the choices of that man below, all you need to do is make your own choice. The second sword lifted her gaze to the girl before her, attempting to step forward. Indeed, as she took a step, the reflection of Lin Yang in the mirrored world beneath her followed suit, both their movements mirroring each other in perfect harmony. Their actions were as if performed by a single entity. The images beneath her were but remnants of the past. No matter how intently she observed, they were inconsequential. What mattered most now was seizing the heavenly intent sword. After casting a few more glances at the scene below, the second sword resolutely raised her head, diverting her attention from the ground. She understood the weight of priorities. At this moment, her paramount concern was to fully grasp the heavenly intent sword. With her eyes fixed on the sword ahead, the second sword advanced step by step. In the mirrored world below, Lin Yang also progressed forward in tandem. The girl observed this unfolding drama with keen interest, her excitement mounting as the second sword drew closer to the heavenly intent sword. Soon, the second sword reached the point nearest to Lin Yang's projection in the heavenly intent sword. At this juncture, should she choose to walk left, she would be opting for Lin Yang's projection. Conversely, walking right would lead her to the heavenly intent sword, although her heart had already made the decision. The second sword hesitated momentarily. Raising her gaze to Lin Yang's ethereal form, she gently shook her head. Had she not severed ties with Lin Yang in her previous life, she might have considered him. However, now there was no room for hesitation. Lin Yang belonged to the past. The second sword silently acknowledged this, her focus shifting directly to the heavenly intent sword. It was only through the sword path that she could find her singular purpose. Mastering the heavenly intent sword and ascending to the pinnacle of the sword path was the path she had chosen for this life. Although choosing the heavenly intent sword might lead to a trial failure, her resolve would not waver. As long as her heart for the sword remained steadfast, she could face any peril with her blade held high. Standing there momentarily, her expression became resolutely determined. With a swift turn, the second sword moved resolutely to the right. In just a few strides, she grasped the heavenly intent sword firmly embedded in the ground. No matter the circumstances, I shall always choose the heavenly intent sword. This is the path I have chosen. The voice of the second sword resonated with unwavering conviction, and at that moment, the aura of sword intent around her surged to its zenith. As she grasped the heavenly intent sword, the scene unfolded before her. The girl across could not contain her laughter. How amusing, truly delightful. Both of you have chosen the celestial intent sword, forsaking the one you hold dear. Upon hearing this, the second sword immediately lowered her gaze. Indeed, beneath her feet lay a mirrored world where Lin Yang, like her, had also opted for the celestial intent sword, his hands firmly grasping it. Lin Yang, too, had chosen the celestial intent sword. A sense of inexplicable disappointment and irritation surged within the second sword. Although both had made the same choice, their circumstances were utterly divergent. She had chosen the celestial intent sword because her relationship with Lin Yang had long since soured, resulting in his demise at her hands. Yet, Lin Yang was different. In their previous life, when Lin Yang came to claim the celestial intent sword, their bond was at its sweetest. The second sword believed that had she been that version of herself, confronted with the present choice, she would have unhesitatingly chosen Lin Yang. Yet, he still opted for the celestial intent sword. Perhaps we have never truly occupied a place in Lin Yang's heart, which is why he speaks such nonsense and deceives us so casually. The expression on the second sword's face gradually turned cold, just as she intended to draw the celestial intent sword from the ground within the mirrored world beneath her. Lin Yang had decisively seized the celestial intent sword in his grasp. Then, a piercingly clear, cold snort echoed in the ears of the second sword. Trash. You think you are worthy of making a deal with me? Chapter 74. If you become the sword spirit, you can be together with the sword of destiny, forever trash. How dare you consider making a deal with me? This exceptionally clear voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the second sword, leaving her momentarily stunned. She was not alone in her astonishment. The young girl beside her was equally taken aback. Moments ago, she had witnessed the second sword and Lin Yang making the same choice, relishing in a sense of schadenfreude. Yet now, upon hearing Lin Yang's disdainful scoff, she found herself utterly bewildered. How could one utter insults when simply being asked to accept a trial? But the insults were merely the beginning. In the mirrored world beneath their feet, something even more alarming unfolded. Lin Yang, after grasping the sword of destiny, did not treat it as a precious artifact to be swiftly refined. Instead, he gathered all his spiritual energy and delivered a forceful hand strike upon the blade of the sword of destiny. At that moment, the sword of destiny was at its most vulnerable, and Lin Yang's blow shattered it into countless pieces, obliterating the very essence of the sword. Lin Yang displayed no semblance of regret. Instead, he merely clapped his hands, as if fearing that the remnants of the sword of destiny might tarnish his palms. As the sword of destiny was destroyed within the mirrored world, the illusionary realm beneath their feet vanished as well. Even after the mirrored world had dissipated, the second sword and the young girl remained in a state of shock for quite some time. Finally, the girl, filled with confusion and astonishment, looked up at the second sword and inquired, "What manner of man is this that you have found? How can he disregard the sword of destiny so easily?" The girl, who existed in reliance upon the sword of destiny, felt a profound sense of shared loss as she witnessed its destruction. Holding the remnants of the sword of destiny, the second sword gazed at the vanishing mirrored world beneath her, suddenly enlightened. She had previously seen Lin Yang destroy the sword of destiny with his own hands. Yet at that time, she had not comprehended his motives. Now, clarity began to dawn upon her. Furthermore, the second sword, fixated on the slowly disappearing mirrored world, felt a perplexing thought arise. Transaction? Why did Lin Yang mention a transaction? Could he have sensed something? Sensing an unease, the second sword abruptly lifted her gaze to the smiling girl before her and coldly demanded, "What does Lin Yang mean by transaction?" With a cheerful demeanor, the girl replied, "The rule of this realm of the mind is based on equivalent exchange. We have already completed our exchange, and it is undoubtedly mutually beneficial." However, observing the seemingly innocent expression of the girl, the second sword's countenance grew increasingly somber. From the girl's response, She had sensed the latent danger that lurked within. Standing opposite her, the girl continued with a smile. You see, your infatuation with the celestial intent sword has made it your singular obsession. You would forsake everything for it. So I shall grant you the celestial intent sword. From this moment forth, you shall become its spirit, destined to dwell with it for eternity. What a splendid fate that would be. The girl's smile radiated even more brilliantly as she twirled around the second sword before adding, You will embody the spirit of the celestial intent sword, while I shall merely stand in for you, living out your remaining days. Fear not, for my intentions are purely benevolent. In your stead, I will be more cheerful, kinder, and treat everyone around me with greater compassion. I shall ensure that your latter years are nothing short of perfect and exhilarating. You wish to seize my essence. The second sword's expression darkened like turbulent waters. Though she possessed a profound reverence for the sword path, she had never contemplated becoming a sword spirit. If she were to become a mere ethereal spirit, what pursuit of the pinnacle of swordsmanship could she claim? The girl before her, adorned with an innocent smile, now appeared to the second sword as more grotesque and sinister than the earlier shadow that had haunted her. That shadow, born of vengeful power, sought merely to lure her into darkness and manipulate her into committing murder. Yet this girl aimed to completely usurp her very being. Moreover, the adversities the second sword had previously faced might well have been traps set by this girl, designed to select a suitable vessel for possession. As memories of past encounters flickered through her mind, the second sword slowly raised the celestial intent sword, its tip aimed at the girl before her. If you wish to seize my essence, you must first prove your capability. Ultimately, possession is but a clash of wills. The stronger will not only reclaim their body, but also devour the other, claiming all that belongs to them. As the previous 7 absolutes fairy, how could the second sword fear such possession? She was confident that her swordsmanship alone could vanquish this girl and shatter her ambitions for usurpation. However, as the second sword lifted the celestial intent sword, the girl exhibited an expression of confidence surpassing her own. You believe you can best me in the sword path? Since you are so unwilling to concede, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Effortlessly, the girl conjured a long sword and cheerfully declared, Here, everything must adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. I offer you a chance to challenge me. In return, should you lose, you must surrender all your memories to me. After all, I shall become you, and it would be rather suspicious to lack any trace of your memories. Enough with the chatter, let's engage. The second sword retorted sharply. A powerful surge of sword intent erupted from her, coalescing into formidable sword chi that shot towards the girl across from her. The girl, still smiling, casually brandished her longsword. An astonishing scene unfolded. The fierce sword chi unleashed by the second sword was swiftly intercepted by the longsword in the girl's hand. The young maiden, her face alight with joy, casually wielded her longsword and declared, I am unafraid to reveal that in the art of the sword, I have already attained the pinnacle of excellence in this world. I can even perceive the goodness or malevolence of one's soul through their sword intent. Though you may be considered a prodigy, you are still leagues behind me. As she spoke of the swordsmanship, the confidence on her visage grew more pronounced, even revealing a hint of arrogance. I have waited for millennia for someone capable of inheriting my swordsmanship talent. Little girl, your aptitude is barely worthy of my attention. Yet you should take pride in that. In stark contrast, the second swordswoman wore a frigid expression, wholly disinterested in the words of her opponent. However, as she unleashed a series of formidable sword techniques, a shocking spectacle unfolded before her eyes. The maiden across from her effortlessly countered each of her fierce attacks with a long sword she had conjured with casual ease. In that moment, the second swordswoman felt as though she were confronting a second Lin Yang. Both wielders of the sword exhibited an equal measure of strength, instilling a sense of despair. How can this be? The second swordswoman's countenance darkened, unwilling to accept that another individual could so thoroughly dominate her in the realm of swordsmanship. Yet, disbelief did not alter the reality before her. After the young maiden nonchalantly neutralized her numerous assaults, a smile graced her lips as she uttered, It is now my turn to retaliate. In a flash, a radiant sword light, unlike anything the second swordswoman had ever witnessed, materialized before her. By the time this brilliance faded, the maiden's longsword was poised at the second swordswoman's throat. "I have triumphed. Your memories shall now belong to me," the young maiden said with a beaming smile, which to the second swordswoman appeared utterly terrifying, for she could distinctly feel her memories surging towards the maiden before her, as if swept away by the tide. Chapter 75. The Maiden's Disdain. At the tender age of 3, I began my sword training, and by 7, I had entered the realm of innate mastery. I am, by nature, a celestial swordsman. Brother Su Liang, your progress in the way of the sword has been remarkable. It is only a matter of time before you catch up to me. Lin Yang, how is it that your swordsmanship is so formidable? I fear I shall forever remain in your shadow. At this moment, the memories of the second sword surged forth, intertwining with those of the maiden across from her. In a remarkable exchange, their recollections began to merge. As the young girl absorbed the memories of the second sword, it was as if she were savoring the most exquisite delicacies, relishing each moment with palpable delight. Occasionally, she would express her disdain, exclaiming, "Bah, not a single man is worth a dime. They are all like Su Liang. This Lin Yang will undoubtedly bring you trouble in the future." Despite hearing her scornful remarks, the second sword remained momentarily dazed, seemingly oblivious to her words. She was lost in the memory of the maiden's recent sword strike, which had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a true zenith of the art. In her previous life, the second sword had aspired to attain such a level. She could hardly believe that in this world, apart from Lin Yang, there existed another who could surpass her in reaching this realm. This realization stirred a disquiet in her heart, particularly as she recalled the maiden's earlier assertions of inferiority, claiming that Lin Yang's talents eclipsed her own. This only deepened her sense of embarrassment. "Dear sister of the renowned sword, if you refuse to grant me the sword of destiny, do not blame me for wielding this venomous dagger to carve 1,000 marks upon your visage. What is a mere sword of destiny? Fear not, little sword. I shall provide you with another." Lin Yang's arrogance was frankly astonishing, dismissing the sword of destiny with such disdain. As the second sword's memories continued to be absorbed, the maiden's expression shifted subtly. The sword of destiny held profound significance in her heart, and she found it disconcerting to witness someone belittling it. Yet, as she quipped, the recollections of the mirrored world surfaced in her mind. Indeed, Lin Yang had treated the sword of destiny as if it were refuse, carelessly destroying it. This thought brought a hint of embarrassment to her face, and she lowered her voice slightly, saying, "He may truly not care for the sword of destiny, but it should not be treated in such a manner." Looking at the second sword, who appeared utterly lost, the maiden smirked and continued to absorb the memories flowing from her. "Spare me, renowned sister of the sword. Do not take my life. I, Su Liang, have learned my lesson and bow before you. Yet, Lin Yang, you are deserving of all punishment. If there is a next life, may we never meet again." "Very well. Should there be a next life, let us remain strangers." The maiden's countenance shifted. At this moment, the atmosphere grew exceedingly grave. Raising her gaze to the second sword across from her, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. "I once thought that Lin Yang would ultimately bring about your ruin. Yet it appears you are the second Su Liang. I find myself somewhat reluctant to seize your life now." The second sword, previously adrift in despair, suddenly seemed to awaken, lifting her head to meet the girl's gaze. "Receive my final strike." The second sword aligned her fingers, wielding them as a blade, and thrust towards the girl opposite her, even though she recognized that her swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of the girl before her. She would never concede defeat until the very last moment. Moreover, she had come to realize that relying solely on her own swordsmanship would not suffice to triumph over this girl. Thus, at this juncture, she invoked the swordsmanship she had once learned from Lin Yang. In her past life, she had engaged in numerous duels with Lin Yang, and was therefore intimately familiar with his techniques. Lin Yang had always wielded his fingers as a sword. Consequently, she boldly abandoned the heavenly intense sword, opting instead to employ the same method. The girl across had absorbed a significant portion of the second sword's memories and instantly recognized the technique being executed. The disdain on her face became increasingly pronounced. The girl coldly scoffed, You killed him with your own hands, yet you have the audacity to utilize his techniques. How laughable. Besides, what you have stolen can never truly belong to you. The girl, wielding her own fingers as a sword, unleashed a dazzling strike towards the second sword. This time, the power of her techniques surpassed the previous ones by several magnitudes. The strike from a second sword was not only effortlessly dismantled by the girl, but her own sword point also plunged forcefully into the second sword's being. Waves of unbearable pain surged through her. In that moment, the second sword existed merely as a consciousness. The girl's strike directly penetrated her essence, assailing her very soul, which naturally inflicted immense suffering. Indeed, even the second sword's consciousness began to waver. Only the girl's icy voice reached her ears. I detest individuals like Su Liang. To think you are of the same ilk. Initially, I merely intended to make you the spirit of the heavenly intense sword, but now I have changed my mind. I shall sever 90% of your soul, leaving you with naught but a mindless remnant, which will suffice to serve as the spirit of the heavenly intense sword. Once a formidable figure among the 7 absolute immortals, the second sword understood all too well what would become of her should 90% of her soul be severed. Losing even half of her soul would transform her into a foggy, consciousness-less remnant. The distinction between such a state and true death was negligible. Am I to perish? As the weight of her consciousness bore down upon her, this thought suddenly emerged in the second sword's mind. Ever since she ascended to the status of a 7 absolute immortal, she had never contemplated her own mortality. Now, standing on the brink of death, memories of the past surged forth in her mind, akin to a fleeting carousel, prompting her to reevaluate the entirety of her existence. Yet, what tormented the second sword even further was the fact that her current recollections not only encompassed her original memories, but also intertwined with those imparted by the young girl moments ago. With the sword of destiny in my possession, I, Su Liang, shall undoubtedly ascend to become the preeminent sword immortal in the world. Lin Yang, once I wield the sword of destiny, I will surely surpass you and claim the title of the true sword immortal of the realm. Although these memories belong to entirely different individuals, they seem to overlap in this moment, leaving the second sword in a state of profound shock. Have I truly engaged in the same actions as this Su Liang? No, we are not the same. My purpose is for the Ling Xian continent, for the welfare of all beings. The second sword, gripped by terror, instinctively countered. However, her rebuttals grew increasingly feeble, for her consciousness was gradually dissipating. Am I truly on the brink of death? Chapter 76. His sword. Why is it not evil at all? At this moment, the second sword felt as though she were plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, unable to struggle or even draw breath. The only sensations that enveloped her were darkness, panic, and fear, emotions she had never experienced before. Do not be afraid. You are my women. In times of peril, invoke my name without hesitation. I assure you, throughout the spirit Xian continent, my name holds great power. As darkness threatened to engulf the second sword entirely, vivid memories of her time with Lin Yang suddenly surged in her mind. Back then, she had watched Lin Yang boast with a smile, scarcely taking his words to heart. But now, like a drowning person grasping for the last straw of salvation, she instinctively cried out, Lin Yang, save me. With her plea, a beam of light abruptly shot down from above her, illuminating her surroundings and dispelling the darkness that shrouded her, bringing a comforting warmth to her body. The second sword widened her eyes, directing her gaze towards the source of the light. Soon, she discerned that the radiant beam emanated from a sword, one that soared majestically, reminiscent of the heavenly intense sword, albeit with a notable flaw in the blade, a clear indication that it was an unfinished weapon. Furthermore, inscribed upon the thickest part of the blade were the words, exclusively for Little Sword. The second sword stared at those words, her entire being trembling with disbelief. This was the second heavenly intense sword, the one Lin Yang had promised her. It had been hidden deep within her consciousness all along. In her previous life, Lin Yang had vowed to bestow upon her a heavenly intense sword, yet up until their final fallout, he had never presented it to her. Thus, she had assumed that Lin Yang had merely been deceiving her. Now, however, She comprehended the truth. Lin Yang had indeed granted her this sword. It simply remained unfinished, lying dormant within her consciousness, even accompanying her rebirth into this life. This sudden emergence of the second heavenly intent sword caused the smiling young girl to falter momentarily. She had been on the cusp of seizing everything from the second sword, even erasing her very consciousness. Yet, this unexpected sword not only safeguarded the second sword's soul, but also began to retaliate against her. I have mastered the pinnacle of swordsmanship. No one can surpass me in this domain. The girl scoffed coldly, conjuring a long sword in her hand to strike at the opposing blade. As long as I destroy this sword before me, everything here remains under my dominion. But as she made her move, an unsettling realization washed over her. The sword before her possessed a level of swordsmanship far beyond the clumsy techniques previously displayed by the second sword. The essence of the swordsmanship contained within was vast and formidable, seemingly representing the pinnacle of sword mastery, instilling a sense of dread even in her who prided herself on having reached the zenith of the art. Crack! In the midst of the girl's terrified gaze, the sword before her suddenly shattered, countless fragments hurtling outward with alarming speed. Each shard, regardless of its size, harbored an immensely terrifying potency of swordsmanship. The girl wielded her long sword, desperately attempting to fend off the shards. Yet, even a single fragment effortlessly shattered her weapon and pierced through her form. Her face was a canvas of horror as she struggled to restore herself. This realm of the mind was her domain, one she had mastered. Yet, the power within that fragment was so overwhelmingly tyrannical that it rent her body apart. The terrifying force of destruction rendered her incapable of regeneration, leaving her to gradually dissipate in a state of sheer terror. The girl perished, and the surrounding realm of the mind began to collapse. The second sword, once on the brink of despair and death, swiftly regained its composure. Everything had come to an end. In the dimly lit cavern, the second sword's eyes suddenly flew open. At Sword Pavilion Cliff, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stood vigil outside the cave, their expressions grave. Around them, shimmering spirit stones illuminated the area, forming an array they had meticulously arranged. Should the second sword emerge and exhibit any signs of abnormality, the two would immediately activate the formation to confront her. As they waited with bated breath, at long last, the figure of the second sword re-emerged from the cavern. "Sister Sword, how do you fare?" Xiao Yueshi asked, her tone laden with concern. Shun Liuli echoed her sentiment. The second sword, her expression blank, slowly lifted her gaze to meet that of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. After a brief pause, she shook her head gently. "I am unscathed. All has concluded, and I shall no longer succumb to darkness." After speaking, the second sword stepped forth. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli scrutinized her closely. At this moment, the second sword bore no trace of the malevolent aura she once possessed, and even the characters of servitude etched upon her face had vanished. Visually, the second sword appeared entirely unblemished, perhaps even more beautiful and spirited than before. However, after a moment of scrutiny, the expressions of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli grew increasingly peculiar. They could sense that the figure before them was indeed the second sword. Yet they also acutely felt that the vibrant, proud sword energy that had once enveloped her was now utterly absent. The former second sword resembled a drawn blade. Even from a distance, one could perceive the sharpness of her spirit. Now, however, she resembled a broken sword, her essence permeated by an inexplicable despondency. Such despondency was utterly lethal for a sword cultivator, for it signified the potential loss of their sword heart. "Jianjia, are you all right?" Seeing the despondent expression on the face of the second sword, Xiao Yueshi could not help but inquire once more. The second sword shook her head and walked past them, saying, "I am fine. I merely need some time to collect my thoughts." She traversed beyond Xiao Yueshi and her companion, making her way to the edge of the Sword Pavilion Cliff, where she sat down slowly, cross-legged, facing the fierce winds that blew toward her. The wild gusts tousled her hair, yet she remained oblivious to it. The Tiani sword, once treasured by her, now lay carelessly discarded to the side. Thus she sat there, embracing the storm, lost in stillness. The sun rose and set, The brilliant evening glow appeared and faded along the horizon. The second sword remained there, motionless and entranced. On the seventh day, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could no longer bear to watch. Ultimately, Xiao Yueshi took the initiative to approach her, expressing concern. Jinjia, what troubles you? If you have something weighing on your heart, please share it with us. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's voice, the second sword turned her head, her expression vacant. At that moment, tears began to flow uncontrollably from her eyes as she hoarsely uttered his sword. Why is it not evil at all? Chapter 77. The ability to perceive good and evil his sword. Why does it bear no trace of malevolence? Observing the second sword, which was awash in tears, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli wore expressions of helplessness. They could surmise that the he referred to by the second sword was undoubtedly Lin Yang. Yet, the events that transpired to evoke such a question from the second sword eluded them entirely. Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi was about to speak when she suddenly witnessed the second sword, seated before them, topple to one side. Sister sword, with their faces draining of color. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli rushed forward to catch the second sword. Initially, they had presumed that the second sword had succumbed to exhaustion after sitting for 7 days. But the moment they steadied her, they sensed something was amiss. The second sword's body was chillingly cold, resembling a block of ice, her skin devoid of any color. Even more alarming was the complete absence of spiritual energy fluctuations within her. Fear washed over Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. It is common knowledge that, for practitioners, pulse and heartbeat are inconsequential, often entirely concealed. Yet, the absence of spiritual energy fluctuations was unprecedented, particularly for a practitioner of the spirit realm like the second sword, whose body had gradually transformed into a spiritual entity. The spiritual energy within her should have been most vibrant. But at this moment, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could detect not even a trace of spiritual energy within the second sword. Has sister sword perished? Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before them. Yet, despite their reluctance to believe, the frigid body of the second sword unmistakably conveyed the truth. Their sister swords seemed to have truly fallen. What has transpired? Just moments ago, sister sword was perfectly fine. Xiao Yueshi, in utter shock, could not restrain herself from employing her healing arts in an attempt to save the second sword. Shun Liuli mirrored her actions. Amidst their frantic efforts, a calm voice unexpectedly emanated from behind them. Dear sisters, there is no need for alarm. I am well. Upon hearing the second sword's voice, a glimmer of hope illuminated the faces of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli as they swiftly turned to the source. However, upon glancing in that direction, their expressions turned to one of bewilderment, their eyes wide with astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. For before them, the heavenly will sword floated serenely in midair, and a voice they had heard originated from this very sword. Having once been the 7 absolute fairies, they immediately discerned something peculiar about the floating sword. Sister sword has become the spirit of the heavenly will sword? With eyes widened in disbelief, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could scarcely fathom the reality before them. They would rather believe that the second sword had been ensnared by a demonic blade, transforming into a sword demon, than accept this revelation. The second sword is destined to become the spirit of a sword, even if that sword is the sword of destiny. Once it becomes a sword spirit, it is irrevocably bound to that sword. Wherever the sword may journey, the sword spirit must accompany it. For the sword spirit, the sword it inhabits becomes a true prison, and this confinement is eternal. More critically, after becoming a sword spirit, it can no longer cultivate, forever trapped within the confines of that sword. In a past life, the second sword was renowned as a female sword immortal, an exemplar for countless practitioners of the sword path. Yet now, she is transformed into the spirit of a mere sword. Not only is her aspiration to become a sword immortal thwarted, but she is also condemned to be eternally ensnared within this sword of destiny. Sister sword, what has transpired? How did you become the spirit of the sword of destiny? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed at the sword of destiny with astonishment. Under their watchful eyes, the figure of the second sword gradually materialized within the sword. However, at this moment, She was not merely an apparition, but a diminutive form, no larger than a palm, appearing exquisitely delicate. Despite her reduced stature, the second sword's countenance remained despondent. She did not respond to Xiao Yueshi's query, but instead shook her head with a heavy heart. Dear sisters, I now understand why, when I first encountered you both, you appeared as you did. We have erred profoundly, observing the second sword's desolation and the despair in her eyes. Xiao Yueshi could not help but shake her head. The paths traversed by her, Shun Liuli, and the current second sword were nearly identical. All had personally endured pain and despair, realizing just how vastly they had strayed. Yet, at this juncture, everything was irretrievable. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi remarked, Sister Sword, let us set aside this discussion for now. We must find a way to restore you. It is futile to seek restoration, the second sword slowly replied, shaking her head. As a sword immortal, my understanding of swords surpasses yours. Thus I am acutely aware that in my current state, even a sword immortal's presence cannot save me, unless... Seeing the second sword's voice falter, Xiao Yueshi urged, unless what? Please tell us. The second sword shook her head, unwilling to continue. Instead, Shun Liuli, with a somber expression, interjected, I comprehend Sister Sword's implication. Unless Brother Lin Yang appears, only he possesses the power to assist Sister Sword. Brother Lin Yang. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Yueshi's expression darkened, yet she quickly shook her head, asserting, No, Sister Sword, according to what Brother Lin Yang stated in our past life. You would merely be controlled by the sword, becoming a sword demon. Why have you now transformed into the spirit of a sword of destiny? In truth, I should have indeed become a sword demon, as Brother Lin Yang foretold. The second sword murmured, a pained expression etching her features. After becoming the spirit of the sword of destiny, the second sword acquired an additional ability. It is thus that one can perceive the virtues and vices of others through their sword intent. If a person is inherently malevolent, their sword intent must undoubtedly be steeped in profound malice. Conversely, if one's heart is imbued with goodness, their sword intent will reflect that benevolence. This characteristic may elude the perception of other practitioners. However, as a sword spirit, she is acutely aware of it. In recent days, the second sword has been employing this ability to sense the martial path left behind by Lin Yang. In her previous life, she and her 6 companions betrayed Lin Yang, ultimately leading to his demise. The root of this betrayal lay in Lin Yang's merciless slaughter across the realm. He was a tyrant of unparalleled terror on the spirit mystic continent, a veritable fiend. Such a person should embody an exceedingly wicked sword intent. Yet, despite her relentless attempts to perceive it, the second sword finds no trace of malevolence within Lin Yang's residual sword intent. This revelation drives her to the brink of madness and nearly shatters her resolve. Even as she struggles against the truth, she cannot help but reflect upon whether her previous life as choices were indeed erroneous. This turmoil compels her to voice a question that lingers in her mind. Why is Lin Yang's sword utterly devoid of evil? Chapter 78. Have you killed my daughter? I should have been, as Lin Yang described, controlled by the sword, becoming a sword demon. Facing the second sword, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli listened in astonishment as she slowly recounted everything that had transpired. For the past few days, they had guarded this place. Yet they never anticipated that within such a brief span, the second sword would experience so much turmoil, even involving confrontations of a spiritual nature. As she spoke more and more, they finally grasped the reason behind the second sword's current state. She had nearly been usurped by that girl, and in her final moments, it was Lin Yang's sword that had saved her. However, what Lin Yang left behind was merely a broken sword. While it could rescue the second sword, it could not restore her completely. Thus, she transformed into her present state as a sword spirit. Regrettably, had Lin Yang bequeathed her a complete sword, perhaps she would not have become a sword spirit at all. Both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli pondered this, sighing inwardly but refraining from voicing their thoughts. At this moment, discussing it further would only serve to salt the wound of the second sword. The second sword's tone was calm. After articulating everything, she arrived at the crux of the matter. As the spirit of the sword of heaven's will, I inherently possess the ability to perceive good and evil through the sword's intent. But why is Lin Yang's sword devoid of any malevolence? By the end of her statement, the once serene voice of the second sword was tinged with agitation. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli exchanged glances, realizing why the second sword had posed such a question. They had long ceased to doubt whether Lin Yang's sword was evil. With the second sword's affirmation, their resolve only solidified further. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi spoke gently, "Sister sword, from the very beginning, we have acknowledged that it is we who owe an apology to brother Lin Yang, not the other way around." The second sword, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Yueshi's words, wore a somber expression, her voice growing increasingly fervent. "Why is his sword not evil? Why is his sword not evil?" Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed in bewilderment at the second sword, who was now murmuring to herself. It was then they realized that the second sword had not only become a sword spirit, but her consciousness appeared to be faltering as well. Sister sword, are you all right?" Xiao Yueshi cautiously inquired. The second sword looked up at her, shaking her head as she replied, "I am fine. But why is his sword not evil? Why is his sword not evil?" Watching the second sword repeatedly question this singular issue, an inexplicable sorrow surged within Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. In her previous life, the second sword was renowned as the female sword immortal, an idol to countless sword cultivators. She herself was spirited and righteous, and anyone who laid eyes upon her could not help but extol her virtues. What a naturally gifted sword immortal she was. Yet now, she finds herself in this dire state, eternally ensnared within the confines of a sword, her intellect seemingly gravely impaired. In this moment, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could not help but reflect upon their own predicaments. In their previous lives, one was a revered high priestess, renowned throughout the Lingshan continent, while the other was a respected immortal of life, both dazzling figures adored by countless admirers. Yet now, one bears the burden of a fated calamity as a celestial star of misfortune, while the other is afflicted with a toxic body that could erupt at any moment, leaving them uncertain of what tomorrow may hold. How wonderful it would be if time could rewind, allowing them to return to that moment before their estrangement from brother Lin Yang. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli stared blankly at the second sword, their hearts heavy with sorrow that was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Nevertheless, they stifled the tears that threatened to spill forth. Gradually rising to their feet, Xiao Yueshi spoke, "We can no longer afford to wait. We must swiftly reunite with Sister Qi Yao and the others to prevent them from becoming adversaries to brother Lin Yang." Shun Liuli nodded slightly, her gaze lingering on the second sword, remarking, "The moonlight of Sister Moon Goddess may restore the damaged will of the sword. For the sake of the sword sister, we must hasten our journey to meet Sister Qi Yao and the others. Then let us depart at once." Xiao Yueshi bent down to assist Shun Liuli, who was seated on the ground. Even though it was merely a vessel, preserving it carefully could offer a chance for the second sword's revival in the future. Shun Liuli decisively grasped the Tianyi sword nearby. Their cultivation was insufficient to reach the realm where Qi Yao resided, so they would have to rely on the Tianyi sword for passage. Fortunately, the second sword had now become the spirit of the Tianyi sword, significantly easing the burden of wielding it for both of them. However, just as one of them was supporting the second sword body and the other grasping the Tianyi sword, preparing to depart from the sword pavilion cliff, a figure emerged quietly outside. It was the renowned second Yangming, who had come to check on the second sword. Although he had taken away the command token of the second sword's young master, his intentions were ultimately for the benefit of Mingjian Villa, and since the second sword was, after all, his daughter, he remained deeply concerned for her well-being. After finishing with the matters of Mingjian Villa, he had discreetly arrived at the sword pavilion cliff, eager to assess the current condition of the second sword. Yet, as he entered the sword pavilion cliff, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who were poised to leave. There was a moment of stunned silence between them. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's access to the sword pavilion cliff had been personally arranged by him, so second Yangming naturally recognized the two. However, seeing one bear the body of the second sword and the other clutch the Tianyi sword, both appearing as if to sneak away, he quickly regained his composure. "You two have, for the sake of the Tianyi sword, caused my daughter's demise." Second Yangming's expression transformed. rage flooding his face as he bellowed and decisively attacked the two. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were utterly unprepared for this encounter with second Yangming, and their current predicament left them without any means of explanation. In a moment of haste, the two could only urgently summon the second sword within the celestial intent sword, hoping for it to elucidate the situation. However, the second sword clearly hesitated to meet the illustrious second Yangming in its spirit form. As a sword spirit, it harnessed the formidable power of the celestial intent sword, transforming it into an immensely colossal blade. From this great sword, dozens of smaller swords shot forth, barely ensnaring second Yangming, while it deftly controlled the celestial intent sword itself, propelling Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli directly into the sky. Under the full force of the sword's might, even the saint-level powerhouse, second Yangming, was momentarily obstructed. By the time second Yangming dispersed the smaller swords, the figures of Xiao Yueshi and her companion had long vanished from sight. With a face contorted in fury, second Yangming promptly summoned all disciples of the Mingjian Villa to commence the pursuit of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Chapter 79. Relentless Pursuit in the Vast Sea of Clouds. Layered and boundless, it resembled a celestial paradise. Suddenly, the colossal Tianyi sword pierced through the expanse of white mist, emerging from below. Upon the broad blade of the Tianyi sword, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, while safeguarding the body of the second sword, anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Are they still pursuing us? Shun Liuli asked Xiao Yueshi in a hushed tone, her expression grave. Xiao Yueshi closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then slowly shook her head. The illusion array I set up earlier should have temporarily trapped them. They have not caught up. Reassured by Xiao Yueshi's words, Shun Liuli felt a significant relief. They had escaped from the sword pavilion cliff of the Ming Sword Manor, where the masters of the manor, particularly the second renowned and another saint-level expert, had offered them no respite, relentlessly pursuing them and striking with lethal intent on multiple occasions. Fortunately, both Shun Liuli and Xiao Yueshi were not ordinary cultivators, and with the formidable power of the Tianyi sword under the second sword's control, they had managed to narrowly escape from the clutches of such a formidable saint-level adversary. Perched upon the blade of the Tianyi sword, they witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the rolling clouds around them. However, none of them possessed the heart to appreciate the beauty. In their previous life, they were celebrated as the 7 absolute female immortals, each renowned throughout the Lingxian continent. Yet now, they found themselves fleeing like lost dogs, in utter disarray. This was an experience they had never encountered before, especially for Xiao Yueshi. Turning to Shun Liuli, she spoke with a somber tone. Liuli, it is I who have implicated you both. My cursed star physique has likely begun to affect you. Otherwise, you would not be pursued so mercilessly. Although Shun Liuli and the second sword's plight was not directly attributable to Xiao Yueshi, she had already become a frightened bird, both resentful and fearful of her unique constitution. Thus, seeing them in such dire straits led her to lament that she had dragged them into this predicament. With a bitter smile, Shun Liuli replied, Sister Yueshi, at this point, your physique is inconsequential to us. When we are together, you need not concern yourself with it any longer. After speaking, Shun Liuli glanced down at the Tianyi sword beneath her feet, hesitating before asking, Sister Sword, do you truly not intend to meet with Uncle and the others to inform them of the genuine situation? The second sword did not respond to Shun Liuli, but the immense blade of the Tianyi sword trembled slightly, conveying her thoughts. Presently, the second sword had no desire to see anyone from the Ming Sword Manor. She did not know how to face them anymore. Once, the second sword was the most talented genius of the Ming Sword Manor, acknowledged as the next generation sword immortal. Yet now, she had transformed into a sword spirit, condemned to remain forever trapped within the Tianyi sword. Thus, the second Jian chose to let the people of Mingjian Villa believe she was dead rather than confront them in her current guise. After a moment of silence on the Tianyi sword, Xiao Yueshi spoke again, inquiring about their next course of action. Should we hasten to Tianweishan to find Sister Qi Yao and the others? Indeed, Shun Liuli replied resolutely. Sister Yueshi, do not forget that Jian's sister previously mentioned that Sister Qi Yao and the others are already devising a plan to hunt down Brother Lin Yang. If we do not quickly intervene to stop them, should any misfortune befall Brother Lin, we would be left with lifelong regrets. Moreover, a hint of concern flickered in Shun Liuli's eyes. In our last life, Brother Lin warned us that our fates were tragically intertwined. I now worry whether Sister Chi Yao and the others have also succumbed to similar grim destinies. We must hurry to obstruct them. You are absolutely correct, Xiao Yueshi nodded. If I were to speak alone, my words might carry little weight. However, with the three of us united, even Sister Chi Yao's domineering character would likely warrant consideration of our opinions. In their previous life, the 7 female immortals, each with unique personalities and varying strengths, acknowledged Sister Chi Yao as the unequivocal leader. This leadership was not only evident in her age, but also in her prowess and other attributes. Renowned for her assertiveness, it was clear that if Xiao Yueshi and her companions wished to sway the opinions of the other sisters regarding Lin Yang, they must first engage with Sister Chi Yao. Once they could persuade her, convincing the remaining 3 sisters would be a mere formality. Sword Sister, let us promptly change our course towards Taian Weishan. Xiao Yueshi lowered her head, addressing the Tianyi sword. Yet before her voice could dissipate, a massive fissure suddenly tore through the cloud layer behind them. 2 razor-sharp sword energies, akin to beams of celestial light, erupted forth, scattering the clouds in all directions. In the next moment, the second Yang Ming and another formidable figure from Mingjian Villa materialized simultaneously. These 2 powerful beings exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation, and at that moment, they were suffused with an insatiable murderous intent. Oh no, they are upon us! The unexpected turn of events caused Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's expressions to shift dramatically. Although they possessed various means, the vast disparity in their realms rendered them powerless against the second Yangming. Merely managing to stall these 2 formidable beings would be their utmost limit. Furthermore, the second Yangming was the biological father of the second Jian. Even if Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli held a trump card that could threaten the second Yangming, they dared not employ it for fear of inadvertently harming him. How could my daughter regard you both as dear friends, yet you would betray her for a mere Tianyi sword? As the second renowned figure made their appearance, a cacophony of anguished roars reverberated through the air. Concurrently, countless radiant swords coalesced around the 2, hurtling toward Xiao Yueshi and her companion with alarming speed. Confronted with such a lethal assault, Xiao Yueshi wore a face of helplessness. While she desperately evaded the onslaught, she could only communicate quietly with the second sword. Sister Sword, it seems we cannot withstand Uncle's might. We must implore you to manifest and offer your assistance. In the face of this life-threatening peril, even the reluctant second sword had no choice but to reveal her presence upon the heavenly intent sword. Yet, before she could fully materialize, a resplendent full moon suddenly appeared above them, its luminous glow illuminating the surroundings. Chapter 80. The moon goddess. It was still daylight, yet the luminous moon had just risen, casting a chilling glow that subdued even the sun's brilliance. At the heart of this resplendent orb, a graceful figure stood suspended in the air, resembling a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. This astonishing sight, appearing suddenly, immediately captivated the attention of all those below, particularly the 2 esteemed masters from the Mingjian Manor, whose eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed up at the radiant moon. The Moon Goddess clan was among the 2 exceptional tribes on Lingxian continent that existed beyond the ordinary. Even the mightiest practitioners showed them profound respect upon encountering them. One of these tribes was the Yaoqi clan, to which Qi Yao belonged, while the other was the Moon Goddess clan. The latter was even more enigmatic than the former, moving in tandem with the moonlight, manifesting wherever the full moon shone. The presence before them unmistakably marked the arrival of a formidable member of the Moon Goddess clan. Wherever they roamed, the bright moon illuminated their path, overshadowing even the fiercest sunlight with the mystical techniques they wielded. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, who had already donned serious expressions, now looked up at the moon and the graceful figure at its center, their faces lighting up with joy. Sister Moon Goddess. Amidst their delighted gazes, the figure above them finally came into full view. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, emerging from the moon, her tall stature and snow-white skin radiating a lustrous sheen under the moonlight. Her deep blue eyes seemed to harbor infinite mysteries, making it difficult to gaze directly at her. Her silver hair flowed gently in the wind, resembling strands of moonlight. Her attire was a long robe of soft cream, adorned with intricate patterns and elaborate starry motifs that shimmered softly in the moonlight. Anyone who beheld her would instantly feel a surge of divinity and purity, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. God loves the world, showing compassion to all beings. The woman spoke softly, her voice gentle yet resonant, penetrating deep into the soul and stirring profound emotions. Even the esteemed second-tier masters felt their spirits stirred, regarding the moon goddess with heightened vigilance. However, in the next instant, the moon above them descended suddenly, akin to a meteor hurtling towards them. The expressions of the two esteemed masters from Mingjian Manor shifted dramatically as they summoned their most potent sword techniques to intercept the celestial descent. Though the moon appeared ethereal, it was a manifestation of an exceptionally sophisticated principle, a unique secret technique of the moon goddess clan. Initially, they believed it would be exceedingly difficult to thwart the moon's descent. Yet, when their swords pierced through the lunar visage, they were astounded to discover that it was merely an illusion. Their swords effortlessly tore through the moon's Ade, but as the radiant moon dissipated, originally situated ahead of them, the celestial sword and the figure of Xiao Yueshi had long since vanished without a trace. "Master, shall we continue the pursuit?" inquired another saint-level expert from the Mingjian villa, his expression grim. The second leader, his countenance darkening, gazed ahead for a moment before gritting his teeth and replying, "I fear they have already reached the territory of the Moon God clan. We should return and deliberate further. Even if I wished to reclaim the second sword and the celestial sword now, it would be nearly impossible. The experts of the Moon God clan are not to be trifled with by a mere saint-level practitioner. Above the rolling sea of clouds, the immense celestial sword continued its forward flight. However, at the tip of the sword, the previously radiant and sanctified woman had appeared. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli looked upon her with expressions of sheer delight. This seemingly divine figure was none other than their companion, the moon goddess, one of the 7 exquisite fairies. If their sister, Qi Yao, exuded an air of dominance and strength, the moon goddess emanated mystery, sanctity, and purity. Among the 7 of them, both Qi Yao and the moon goddess were considerably older, with even Lin Yang appearing as a younger brother in their presence. In the past, when faced with the moon goddess, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli felt nothing but reverence. However, after learning from the second sword that the others had become Lin Yang's consorts, they could not help but entertain an unsettling thought as they gazed upon the ever-holy moon goddess. Was she equally sanctified and pure when alone with their elder brother Lin Yang? Even during intimate moments? Shaking her head vigorously, Xiao Yueshi endeavored to dispel such inappropriate thoughts. "Moon goddess, what brings you to this place at such a fortuitous moment? Had it not been for you, we might have faced grave danger," she inquired with a hint of surprise. "It was Sister Qi Yao who sent me to retrieve you," the moon goddess replied, her countenance cool, her voice imbued with an air of aloofness. "With the 3 of you found, only Chenxi remains unaccounted for among the 7 exquisite fairies. In their previous existence, aside from Xiao Yueshi, Shun Liuli, the second sword, and the moon goddess, 3 others comprise their group: Sister Qi Yao, the celestial maiden Shui Linglong, and the final member, Lin Chenxi." Upon hearing the moon goddess's words, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli expressed their astonishment. "You have already encountered Linglong?" The moon goddess nodded slightly. "Indeed, shortly after we were reborn, Linglong sought us out in the celestial realm. She has been with Sister Qi Yao since then." Xiao Yueshi's face, initially bright with joy, suddenly bore a hint of panic as she recalled her own experiences. "Moon goddess, are you all not facing any peculiar circumstances?" Her concern stemmed from the fear that Qi Yao and the moon goddess had also fallen into a despairing fate, prompting her to inquire with urgency. The moon goddess furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head, saying, "We are all well. Being reborn into this life is indeed a tremendous opportunity for us. We are even faring better than in our previous existence, particularly Sister Qi Yao. Since her return, she has been consolidating all the forces of the outer heaven, and a new supreme heavenly palace is soon to emerge under her guidance. The mention of the new heavenly palace caused Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli to exchange grave glances, their expressions instantly turning serious. They had not forgotten their urgent purpose of seeking Sister Qi Yao in the outer heaven. Moon Goddess, have you found Brother Lin Yang? Xiao Yuexi asked anxiously, her heart filled with trepidation at the prospect of hearing grim news from the Moon Goddess. However, the response from the Moon Goddess left both Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli momentarily stunned. Chapter 81. The Celestial Mirror of Insight in this world. The existence of Lin Yang has been irrevocably extinguished. The Moon Goddess wore a frigid expression. Yet, when Lin Yang's name was mentioned, a subtle, unusual flicker crossed her serene visage. Her response left Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli momentarily stunned. Even the second sword, a spirit of the sword, could not resist peeking out from within the heavenly intent sword. After a brief pause, Xiao Yuexi abruptly reacted, her complexion paling as she exclaimed, "You have already slain Brother Lin Yang?" Xiao Yuexi's repeated reference to Brother Lin Yang elicited a surprised glance from the Moon Goddess. However, she quickly shook her head and replied, "Not quite. When we were newly reborn, my elder sister Qi Yao and I indeed dispatched experts from the Yao Qi and Moon God clans to pursue Lin Yang in the Lingxian continent, but we were unable to locate his whereabouts." The Moon Goddess furrowed her brow slightly and continued, "Not long ago, my sister Qi Yao and I utilized the treasure of my Moon God clan, the Celestial Mirror of Insight, in an attempt to find him. Yet, the feedback from a mirror was that Lin Yang does not exist in the current Lingxian continent. How can this be?" Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Even the second sword, now fully emerged, wore an expression of disbelief. The Celestial Mirror of Insight, a sacred artifact of the Moon Goddess clan, possesses the ability to unveil the whereabouts of any deity within the Lingxian continent, even those of a mortal caliber. In their previous life, they had experienced the marvel of the mirror. Even Lin Yang, as the Celestial Emperor and the seven of them, now ascended to immortality, could not evade its scrutiny. Thus, theoretically, as long as Lin Yang remained within the Lingxian continent, the mirror should be able to reveal his location. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiao Yuexi shook her head repeatedly, asserting, "This is impossible. It cannot be true. Just recently, we witnessed Brother Lin Yang manifesting his divine presence, and Liuli and I even employed a life-sensing technique to detect his aura." The manifestation Xiao Yuexi referred to was the scene of their first encounter with the second sword, during which Lin Yang had left a powerful sword energy upon a gravestone, so formidable that even the second sword had been vanquished by it. Furthermore, both Xiao Yuexi and Shun Liuli had previously used the sensing technique to confirm Lin Yang's existence. Thus, they found it difficult to accept the Moon Goddess's assertions. The Moon Goddess shook her head, her brow furrowed in contemplation. "The Celestial Mirror of Insight cannot be mistaken. Tell me, Yuexi, what was the situation when you encountered Lin Yang? Could it be that you experienced a misperception?" With a grave expression, Xiao Yuexi recounted the details of their earlier encounter to the Moon Goddess, who was the most learned among them. In their previous life, whenever they faced challenges, they would seek counsel from the Moon Goddess. The Moon Goddess listened intently as Xiao Yuexi spoke. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke slowly, "What you perceive, along with what is sensed through the secret art of life perception, may merely be the lingering shadows of Lin Yang in this realm." Lingering shadows? Xiao Yuexi and the others exchanged puzzled glances with the Moon Goddess. The Moon Goddess continued to elucidate. "Do you recall what transpired before our rebirth?" Of course, they remembered. The expressions of Xiao Yuexi and her companions darkened considerably. How could they ever forget that scene? After they conspired against Lin Yang, they stormed into the supreme heavenly palace with fierce intent. In Lin Yang's final moments, they collectively vowed, "In the next life, we shall remain strangers." Such a scene was trivial for the past selves of Xiao Yuexi and her companions. Yet now, upon reflecting on that moment, their hearts ached with pangs of regret. However, what concerned them more was the nature of the moon goddess's statement. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yueshi inquired, "Sister Moon Goddess, what relevance do the events of our previous life hold in the present?" "It bears significant relevance." The moon goddess nodded slightly. "After the celestial mirror failed to locate Lin Yang, Sister Qi Yao and I examined this phenomenon together. Our conclusion was that this occurrence may very well be a manifestation of the vow we once made. Coming true. A vow coming true. How could that possibly be?" Xiao Yueshi could not restrain herself and stood up abruptly. Upon her initial rebirth, she had entertained thoughts of the vow's fulfillment, even feeling a sense of joy at the time. But now she had wept countless times in regret, yearning to find Lin Yang in this life to apologize and atone. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept the reality that Lin Yang did not exist in this world. At that moment, Shun Liuli and the Second Sword shared her sentiments. Observing their reactions, the moon goddess's eyes revealed a hint of skepticism, yet she continued to explain. "In our previous life, we were all celestial-level cultivators. The promise we made as a collective must contain immense karmic weight. Not to mention, Lin Yang also made a similar vow after us. Thus, Sister Qi Yao and I speculate that our rebirth may indeed be influenced by this profound karmic force." She cast a glance over Xiao Yueshi and her companions before continuing. "The vow we made was to never know Lin Yang, which means he does not exist in this world. Consequently, our vow has indeed come to pass. However, given Lin Yang's previous closeness to us, his lingering shadows may occasionally manifest in our vicinity. After some time, these shadows should cease to appear altogether." As they listened to the moon goddess, the faces of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli grew increasingly pale. The Second Sword, as a sword spirit with impaired consciousness, stood in a daze beside them. Though they were reluctant to believe the moon goddess's words, the implications of her statements seemed all too plausible. In that moment, a heavy silence enveloped them. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli found themselves enveloped in a haze of confusion. Their perseverance thus far was largely fueled by the desire to seek forgiveness from Lin Yang in this lifetime. However, their singular hope now lay in ruins. The despondency etched upon the faces of Xiao Yueshi and her companions piqued the curiosity of the moon deity, who scrutinized them and inquired, "Let us set aside other matters for now. Pray tell, how did you three descend to such a plight?" At this moment, the air of decay surrounding Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli grew ever more palpable. As for the Second Sword, her condition as a mere weapon spirit rendered her plight even more dire than that of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Initially, they had been fervently eager to locate Qi Yao and the moon deity to unveil the truth. Yet, upon hearing the moon deity's words, a sudden realization dawned upon them. These so-called truths seemed utterly devoid of significance. What difference did it make if everything were laid bare? In this world, Lin Yang was no more. Chapter 82. Searching for Lin Chenxi, the moonlight was radiant. A flying vessel, reminiscent of a grand palace, swiftly traversed the sky. Within this vessel, the moon goddess, radiating an aura of sanctity, stood at the edge, quietly listening to the recounting of the three individuals behind her. The transformation of these three into their current forms had long since filled the moon goddess with suspicion. After all, in their previous lives, they were all celestial beings. Their current rebirth should not have led to such a tragic fate. Yet, upon hearing the trio's recent misfortunes, a look of realization dawned upon the moon goddess. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "The circumstances concerning you and Sister Liuli are indeed challenging at present. However, once we locate Sister Chenxi, I shall take you to reside for a time within the moon palace of my moon goddess clan. The lunar powers of my clan possess the ability to purify all, which may significantly ameliorate your situation." As for Sister Jian, the moon goddess felt a pang of headache at the thought of the current state of the Second Sword. The transformation of a practitioner into a sword spirit was a rare occurrence in itself. Moreover, the Second Sword's consciousness had also been affected. The only solution she could conceive was to wait until the Second Sword's awareness was fully restored before attempting to revert her to her original form. Although the moon goddess had proposed means of assistance, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli felt rather disheartened. The myriad tribulations they had endured in this life had dealt them a profound blow. With a sigh, Xiao Yueshi spoke in a subdued tone. Sister Moon Goddess, what shall we do about Brother Linyang? Even if this world truly lacks his presence, the misdeeds we committed in our previous lives must yield some resolution. The Moon Goddess nodded slightly. As for everything pertaining to Linyang, we shall discuss it once our seven are gathered. However, even if Linyang took many lives in his struggle against the dark turmoil, I cannot condone his actions. God loves the world and shows compassion to all beings. As the Moon Goddess recited this tenet of her clan, she appeared increasingly divine and pure. A sacré doit envelopper leur visage. And her tone softened further. If there are indeed those who have been bewitched by dark forces, becoming puppets of darkness, we must first seek ways to heal them and assist in their restoration, rather than resorting to outright slaughter, even to the point of shattering their very souls. Such methods are undeniably ruthless. It was evident that while the Moon Goddess believed the words of Xiao Yueshi and her companions, she still held a prejudice against Lin Yang, firmly believing that the deaths of Lin Yang in their previous lives were not their fault. At this moment, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had no inclination to debate these matters with the Moon Goddess. Upon learning from her that Lin Yang might not exist in this world, their expressions darkened, and their spirits sank to an all-time low. They felt utterly lost and bewildered, staring blankly for a moment. Shun Liuli continued, Sister Moon Goddess, concerning Brother Lin Yang, we may postpone our discussion for a later time. However, you must not allow yourselves to tread the same tragic fate as ours. With the cautionary tales of Xiao Yueshi and her companions, the Moon Goddess could not afford to be careless. Her expression grew solemn as she nodded and said, If what you say is true, our immediate priority must be to locate Sister Chensi. It is concerning that she has yet to appear. She may have faced some unforeseen peril. They traversed the skies aboard their vessel, surveying the ethereal expanse of Lingxian continent in search of the final member of the seven exquisite fairies, Lin Chensi. Once they found Lin Chensi, the seven exquisite fairies could reunite once more. With the awareness of Xiao Yueshi's trio's plight, the Moon Goddess felt an intensified urgency to locate Lin Chensi swiftly. Regrettably, despite Lin Chensi sharing their esteemed status as one of the seven exquisite fairies, they knew far too little of her past. Despite their repeated attempts to employ various methods to locate her, they could only sense a vague presence, utterly incapable of pinpointing Lin Chensi's exact whereabouts. After nearly a month of fruitless searching, the Moon Goddess finally lost her patience for such a slow pursuit. Aboard the ancient vessel, the tall figure of the Moon Goddess, clad in a pristine robe, gazed upward at the luminous moon. When the moonlight reached its zenith, she suddenly acted, summoning a round mirror intricately carved with celestial patterns. This mirror began to hover above her, initially no larger than the palm of her hand. Yet in an instant, it expanded to a height surpassing that of a person. The celestial observation mirror. Sister Moon Goddess, you have brought forth this treasure? Xiao Yueshi's astonished voice resonated from nearby. Following closely, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli approached. At this moment, the Moon Goddess exerted her full power to stabilize the mirror above her. Once it was secure, she found the strength to respond to Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, saying, Given my current cultivation, utilizing the celestial observation mirror incurs significant energy expenditure. However, if it leads us to Sister Chensi, then such a cost is worthwhile. We will assist you in activating the celestial observation mirror. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli joined her side. This mirror was a treasured artifact of the Moon Goddess's lineage. Each use required elaborate procedures and considerable sacrifice. Were it not for the dire need to locate Lin Chensi, the Moon Goddess would never have employed such a precious item lightly. Although Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's current abilities were lacking, they had previously activated the celestial observation mirror in their past lives, allowing them to assist the Moon Goddess in its operation. With the aid of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, the Moon Goddess felt a significant relief. However, she soon freed one hand to gently slice her wrist with the other, a wound appearing instantly. Drops of crimson blood, as brilliant as gemstones, began to fall from her injury. Insufficient power to activate the celestial mirror would compel the moon goddess to resort to the bloodline of her lunar kin. As the essence of the moon goddess flowed into the celestial mirror, it began to emanate a mesmerizing glow. She extended a delicate, alabaster finger towards the surface of the mirror, tracing ethereal patterns in the air. The blood she had previously infused into the mirror now materialized, moving in synchrony with her gesture, and soon coalesced into a complete portrait upon the surface of the celestial mirror. This likeness depicted a woman, though petite in stature. Her beauty was unmistakably radiant. It was none other than Lin Chenxi's visage. Being a fellow immortal of the seven absolutes, the moon goddess found it effortlessly simple to render Lin Chenxi's appearance. Celestial mirror, assist me in locating my sister Chenxi, she intoned softly after tracing the figure of the woman. In response, the celestial mirror began to gradually engulf the image of the woman. In the next moment, the enchanting glow on the mirror's surface flickered, revealing a vivid scene. Yet, what emerged was not the figure of Lin Chenxi, but rather that of a great serpent. Chapter 83. Neither human nor demon, the three moon goddesses gazed in astonishment at the celestial mirror before them. Their quest was to trace the whereabouts of the last of the seven exquisite female immortals, Lin Chenxi. Yet, what materialized within the mirror was a colossal serpent. The trio, taken aback, could only silently observe this serpent, pondering its connection to Lin Chenxi. Within the celestial mirror, the serpent slithered across the ground before entering a grand estate. "You wretched beast, you cannot even manage this trivial task." A voice of reproach echoed, emanating from a middle-aged man who wielded a whip. He strode toward the serpent, brandishing the whip with ferocity, striking the creature until its scales bore numerous scars. Only then did he relent, discarding the whip with a disdainful snort. "Should you err again, I shall end your existence." "Thank you, Master," came an astonishing response from the serpent, which surprisingly articulated human speech. "Moments latte." The serpent coiled and gradually transformed into a strikingly alluring woman, though her metamorphosis was incomplete, as visible white scales still adorned her form. "Is she of the demon race?" The moon goddesses exchanged increasingly bewildered glances as they observed the unfolding scene in the celestial mirror. In the Lingxian continent, there were rare instances when other beings awakened their intellect and cultivated a corporeal form. These were the demons. However, the path of cultivation for demons was fraught with limitations. Although they could assume human shapes, they ultimately could not rival the human race. Thus, the vast majority of demons resorted to hiding in remote locations or becoming vassals to other cultivators. The serpent now revealed was evidently among the latter, bound to the control of the middle-aged cultivator. The emergence of a demon within the celestial mirror was not particularly extraordinary. However, the pressing question remained. The moon goddesses had activated the mirror to seek Lin Chenxi, who had little to do with the demon race. Despite their doubts, the three moon goddesses could only continue to observe. After the serpent assumed human form, she spent the majority of her time confined within a small, dark chamber of the estate. Serpents prefer the cool shade, and even in her transformed state, her nature remained largely unchanged, making the dimly lit room quite suitable. Yet, the controlling middle-aged man frequently intruded upon her sanctuary, employing various methods to torment the serpent-turned woman. Consequently, she was often left battered and bruised, appearing utterly wretched. Until one fateful day, the middle-aged man stumbled into the small dark room, seemingly intoxicated, his gait unsteady. Curled up in the dim confines of a small, dark room, the serpent woman recoiled in terror upon the arrival of the man, fearing yet another round of torment. To her surprise, he seized her and forcefully stripped her of her garments, pinning her beneath him. With wide eyes, she lay there, utterly bewildered and uncomprehending of the situation, allowing the middle-aged man to engage in various acts upon her. As night fell, the man seemed to regain his senses. Upon noticing the serpent woman beneath him, his face twisted with rage, and he violently struck her. Yet from that day forth, the serpent woman was frequently summoned by the man to repeat the actions of that fateful night. Before the celestial viewing mirror, the moon goddess and her companions observed the unfolding scenes with flushed faces. The moon goddess, radiating an aura of sanctity, was incensed to witness such a display within the treasured artifact of her moon clan. However, recalling that the images were crucial in their search for Lin Chenxi, she suppressed her anger and continued to watch. To their astonishment, the serpent woman appeared to be with child. Suddenly, Xiao Yueshi gasped in surprise, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, the image within the mirror revealed the serpent woman's abdomen swelling after enduring numerous assaults from the middle-aged man. This spectacle left the three women in stunned silence, and even the man seemed momentarily taken aback. Humans and beasts are fundamentally different beings, though the demon race can assume human forms. It was unheard of for a union between human and demon to result in offspring. Initially, the moon goddess and her companions had intended to utilize the celestial viewing mirror to locate Lin Chenxi. Yet now their curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the child born from the serpent woman. What would this offspring resemble? It was known that while demons could take human form, their primal instincts remained intact, suggesting that any child born from such a union would undoubtedly differ from ordinary life. Within the mirror, the middle-aged man was rendered speechless upon realizing the serpent woman's pregnancy. His curiosity regarding the child within her grew. Consequently, the serpent woman experienced an unexpected period of relative comfort, with ample food provided and her previously squalid room transformed into a cleaner, more orderly space. However, as a price for this newfound comfort, the walls were adorned with numerous talismans, binding her within the confines of her room. A snake typically requires about 50 days to lay eggs and witness them hatch, whereas human gestation spans 10 months. Yet, astonishingly, the serpent woman gave birth after merely 3 months, delivering a child that, while humanoid, bore an abundance of scales, resembling more of a creature than an infant. The serpent woman gazed at her newborn with a sense of confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend this unfamiliar mode of reproduction. The serpentine beings reproduce by first laying eggs, from which they can subsequently hatch their offspring. Regardless of the circumstances, this monstrous infant is undeniably her child. The serpent woman cradles the child tenderly, using her tongue to cleanse away any impurities from its tiny form. Once rid of these blemishes, it becomes evident that, despite its scaly exterior, the infant bears a striking resemblance to an ordinary baby. As the serpent mother holds her child with utmost care, a smile gradually graces her face. She has come to the realization that this is indeed her offspring. However, in the blink of an eye, a large hand suddenly reaches out, snatching the infant away. The middle-aged man clutches the child as if it were a mere stone, striding purposefully out of the room. Several hours pass, and under the serpent woman's hopeful gaze, the man finally returns, still holding the infant. Standing at the threshold, he carelessly tosses the child back to the serpent woman, his words dripping with disdain. He declares that it is neither human nor demon, but rather a worthless creature devoid of any merit. Chapter 84. From now on, you shall be known as Lin Chenxi, the offspring of a human and a demon. Indeed, exhibited unusual traits. Even the serpent woman quickly discerned that something was amiss with the child she bore. This child neither cried nor laughed. For the most part, she lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any outcry or commotion. Fortunately, she retained the instinct to feed. Otherwise, even the serpent woman, as a mother, might have doubted whether she had given birth to a mere stone. Despite the child's peculiarities, the serpent woman did not reject her. She was aware that this child was her own, and thus she continued to nurture her with unwavering tenderness. The child's father, a middle-aged man, had not shown his face for a considerable time. When he finally reappeared, he resumed his previous behavior, mercilessly wielding his whip against both the serpent woman and the child she had borne. This scaled child would never be regarded as his daughter. His sole reason for permitting the child's birth was to observe whether the progeny of a human and a demon would manifest as some extraordinary creature. If it were sufficiently remarkable, he could present this anomaly to a more powerful elder and reap significant rewards. However, the child that had come into the world, aside from her scaly exterior, bore no extraordinary attributes. This left him profoundly disappointed, and a sense of resentment towards the child began to brew within him. Thus, As he lashed out at the serpent woman, he also directed his whip with no mercy towards the child. The serpent woman could only strive to shield her daughter in her embrace, fearing that a direct strike might prove fatal. Time flew by. Through the flickering light within the celestial mirror, it became evident that several years had swiftly passed. Under the protective care of the serpent woman, the child soon grew to a few years of age. Their existence, however, was fraught with hardship. The middle-aged man frequently appeared, wielding his whip against them with even greater frequency than before. Each time, the serpent woman made every effort to shield her child beneath her, for without her intervention, the child might have perished long ago. Most of the time, the serpent woman and her daughter remained silently confined within that dim little room. Occasionally, brief exchanges would occur between them, such as, "Why does he lash out at us?" "Because he is our master." "What is a master?" "We must have a master to exist, and we must obey their words." "Oh, our master." However, not long after this dialogue transpired, mother and daughter once again found themselves under the lash. Suddenly, the child, sheltered beneath the serpent woman, began to resist. She dashed towards the middle-aged man wielding the whip and sank her teeth fiercely into his calf. Though he was a practitioner of the arts, he had never anticipated that the mother and daughter before him would dare to defy him. Thus, caught off guard, he was unexpectedly bitten by the small girl who was barely a few years old. The sharp pain surged through him. The middle-aged man was instantly consumed by rage. With a mere flick of his arm, he summoned a spiritual sword and viciously aimed it at the young girl beneath him. No, the snake woman, who had never dared to defy the middle-aged man, suddenly erupted with defiance. Her lower body transformed into that of a serpent, and she rushed towards him, cradling her daughter in her embrace, just as she had in the past, shielding her with her own body. With her serpentine tail, she attempted to block the sword in his hand. Yet, her frail flesh was no match for the treasures wielded by a cultivator. In an instant, the snake woman's body was cleaved in two, a horrific scream escaping her lips as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her daughter. This tragic scene only served to render the middle-aged man's expression colder still. A dog that dares to bite its master must not be spared. Today, I shall slay this pair of wretched creatures. His voice was equally frigid as he raised the sword once more. Despite her severed form, the snake woman summoned her final reserves of strength, clutching her daughter tightly as she surged towards freedom. The small, dark room that had imprisoned them for years was shattered in her desperate escape. Without daring to glance back, she held onto her daughter, fleeing with fervor. Behind her, the middle-aged man wore a mocking smile, effortlessly propelling a treasure to pursue her through the air. At the same time, he infused his sword with spiritual energy, transforming it into a massive blade aimed at the snake woman. Though she did not turn to face the danger, it seemed she could sense the approaching sword. With all her might, she squeezed her daughter one last time and hurled her away towards safety. The girl, who had always been devoid of emotion, suddenly seemed to grasp something profound. She fixed her gaze upon the snake woman, witnessing in horror as the middle-aged man's sword descended, severing the snake woman's head. Survive. In her final moments, the snake woman's lips parted slightly. Though no sound emerged, the girl understood the unspoken message. Darkness enveloped her vision. When the girl next awakened, she found herself atop a small mountain. This was her first encounter with the world beyond the confines of her dark prison, and she gazed around in wonder. The starry sky above, the gentle breeze, the chirping crickets, and the surrounding flora all captivated her curiosity. They were entirely unlike the bleakness of her previous existence. However, her attention soon fell upon a figure nearby, a remarkably handsome young boy seated on a rock, intently skewering meat over an open flame. The aroma of the grilling meat wafted towards her, causing her stomach to rumble. Having never known the satisfaction of a full meal, she felt an acute hunger gnawing at her. She possessed little emotion, yet she understood that to survive, one must eat. At this moment, the young girl vividly recalled her mother's last words to her, "Live, just live." As she hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and seize the food, the handsome boy suddenly turned to her. After scanning her from head to toe, he extended a skewer of roasted meat towards her, saying, "Here, take it and eat." The girl hesitated slightly, but the pangs of hunger overwhelmed her. Grasping the skewer in her hand, she began to devour it ravenously. The boy watched her eat in silence. When she was nearly finished, he finally inquired, "What is your name?" "Name, what is that?" The girl slowly responded. She had engaged in so little conversation that her speech was far from fluent. Moreover, she genuinely did not know what name was. Neither she nor her mother possessed one, and even their master, that middle-aged man, remained nameless to her. A name is an identity marker, something everyone should have. For instance, "I am called Lin Yang," the boy patiently explained, only to express doubt afterwards. "Could it be that you truly have no name?" The girl numbly shook her head. The boy slapped his forehead with a grin and said, "Then I shall give you a name." With that, he concentrated, seemingly intent on bestowing a beautiful name upon her. Just then, a beam of light pierced the darkness on the horizon, gradually emerging. The boy glanced at it and smiled, saying, "From now on, your name shall be Chensi, and you will share my surname Lin Chensi." Chapter 85. Let you be my master, what is happening? Observing the scene within the celestial observation mirror, Xiao Yueshi and her companions stared wide-eyed, especially Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, who, after the moon goddess's prior explanations, had psychologically accepted the reality that Lin Yang did not exist in this world. Yet, in an instant, the figure of Lin Yang materialized within the mirror. Furthermore, the wretched child born of the serpent girl turned out to be their long-sought younger sister, Lin Chensi. The two girls simultaneously turned to the moon goddess, seeking an explanation from her. The moon goddess furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion gracing her features. However, she quickly regained her composure. Gazing intently at the celestial observation mirror, she murmured, "This may be the causal influence I previously spoke of. The four of us together create an overwhelming force of causality, so potent that it distorts two worlds, resulting in the imagery we see being from our past lives." Currently aboard this flying vessel, the four remarkable female immortals had gathered, all of whom had been reborn. The moon goddess's explanation, though tenuous, was somewhat understandable. Shaking her head, she waved her hand toward the mirror, channeling her spiritual energy. "This search has been a failure. I shall retract the celestial observation mirror for now. In a few days, we shall attempt once more, by which time it should no longer display scenes from our previous lives." No. Unexpectedly, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli intervened simultaneously, halting the moon goddess from closing the mirror. "Sister moon goddess, even if the images in the mirror are from our past lives, we may still uncover some clues regarding Sister Chensi. Indeed, Sister moon goddess, our knowledge of Chensi's past is woefully scant. Are you not curious about what transpired between Sister Chensi and Brother Lin Yang?" Observing the two girls as they spoke in unison, the moon goddess slowly lowered her raised arm. Yet, a sense of helplessness washed over her. She could easily discern that Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli's intervention stemmed more from a desire to glimpse Lin Yang than from genuine concern for Chensi. Nevertheless, the moon goddess remained indifferent. In this world, since Lin Yang was no longer present, any shift in Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli's perceptions of him was ultimately inconsequential. In contrast, the moon goddess was far more intrigued by the origins of Lin Chensi. Among the 7 exquisite female immortals, Lin Chensi was the embodiment of innocence and purity. Her cheerful disposition radiated warmth, and her inherent kindness made her the beloved younger sister of the 6. Yet, they remained unaware of the tragic past that lay hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly pure-hearted sister. Had it not been for Lin Yang's timely intervention to rescue Lin Chensi, one could only fear that she might have already met her demise at the hands of her own father. Under the watchful gaze of the moon goddess and her companions, the scene within the celestial mirror shifted once more. Lin Chensi, the young girl who had narrowly escaped death, murmured the name as if to engrave it firmly in her memory. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Lin Yang. The skewer he had offered her was the most delectable food she had ever tasted since her birth. This exquisite morsel alone elevated Lin Yang to an extraordinary status in the girl's eyes. Furthermore, the echoes of her mother, the serpent woman, flooded her mind once again. To live, to survive, to exist, one must have a master, and one must heed their master's words. The girl stared intently at Lin Yang for a moment before kneeling before him. "Master, please be my master." Lin Yang was evidently taken aback by her unexpected gesture. After a moment of bewilderment, he regained his composure and gently pulled her to her feet. "I am a fine young man. Such traditions are not in vogue. Let's simply be friends." "Friends?" The girl gazed at Lin Yang with curiosity. She was entirely unaware of the meaning behind the term friends, and promptly shook her head. "No, it's master." "Very well, you may call it as you wish." Lin Yang looked at the girl with a mix of bemusement and resignation. It was apparent to him that the child's mind was not entirely right. As he conversed with her, the light on the horizon grew increasingly radiant. The sun ascended, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The newly named girl, having lived in darkness for so long, instinctively recoiled from the intensity of the light, seeking refuge. Yet, with no command from her master, she gritted her teeth and remained rooted in place, letting the sunlight envelop her completely. After the initial discomfort faded, a warm sensation enveloped the girl, leading her to bask in this newfound feeling. "Come, we must depart." Lin Yang's call snapped her back to reality. She instinctively began to move, interpreting this as her master's first command. Thus, a small shadow trailed behind Lin Yang. As he walked forward, she followed suit. When he halted, she too would stop. Initially, Lin Yang found the presence of this little shadow quite peculiar, but gradually he became accustomed to her company. Lin Yang led the girl to a nearby town, where he arranged for someone to bathe her, cleanse her hair, and even provide her with new garments. By the time all was completed, the reflection in the celestial mirror revealed a rather delicate-looking girl. She appeared little different from an ordinary child, perhaps even more beautiful. Yet the white scales adorning her skin unmistakably highlighted her uniqueness. The elderly woman who assisted her with bathing was nearly frightened into fleeing upon seeing the scales adorning her body. Ultimately, it was only after Lin Yang tossed her a substantial piece of spirit stone that she was pacified. Indeed, the offspring of the serpent girl was none other than little Chenxi. The three moon goddesses gazed upon the impeccably cleaned little girl, their expressions now devoid of doubt. Although this child was merely a youth, the contours of her face bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chenxi's future visage. Yet, unlike Lin Chenxi, this little girl was adorned with scales. Moreover, while Lin Chenxi was pure-hearted and kind, she was certainly not foolish. It was revealed that little Chenxi's past was tragically sorrowful, which explained why she had never spoken of it. The three moon goddesses silently reflected on this, realizing how little they truly knew of Lin Chenxi's history. Even Lin Yang had scarcely mentioned it. However, Lin Yang had once remarked that Lin Chenxi's fate might be the most tragic among the seven of them. Chapter 86, Master. In a warm room, Lin Yang sat at a wooden table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each exuding an irresistible aroma. However, Lin Chenxi, now clad in new attire, hesitated to take a seat, merely standing anxiously behind Lin Yang. For her, without a command from her master, the thought of touching the food before her was utterly daunting. Observing her hesitation, Lin Yang shook his head in silent exasperation and said, "Sit down, eat." It was only then that Lin Chenxi obediently took a seat, eagerly grabbing the food from the table and stuffing it into her mouth with fervor. This was her first encounter with such an abundance of food, and each morsel was a delightful taste she had never experienced before. Yet, as he watched the little girl fill her mouth to the brim, a distinct look of concern flickered across Lin Yang's face. He had sought out this girl for significant reasons, but her current demeanor filled him with trepidation for the future. Could such a seemingly peculiar child truly be the savior of this world? Before the celestial mirror, Xiao Yueshi and her companions observed the scene within, unable to suppress their collective shaking of heads. They had previously heard from Lin Yang about Lin Chenxi's fate, which he described as potentially the most tragic. Yet, only now did they grasp the full extent of her suffering. Xiao Yueshi could not help but voice her thoughts in the last life. At least Brother Lin Yang was there to care for Sister Chenxi. Without his presence in this life, I fear Sister Chenxi's plight may be even more dire. That is not the case, the moon goddess replied coolly, her brow furrowed. In this life, Chenxi possesses the memories of her past existence. Even without Lin Yang, she will undoubtedly be able to break free from her predicaments and attain a fresh start. Her words somewhat eased the expressions of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli. Yet their faces still bore traces of worry. In this life, they had similarly believed that possessing memories from the past would enable them to fare better than before. But the reality had proven to be most despairing. Nonetheless, Lin Chinxi's situation appeared starkly different from theirs. Perhaps, by relying on her past memories, she could indeed alter her tragic fate. Within the celestial mirror, Lin Chinxi continued her fervent feast, stuffing food in her mouth until she could consume no more. Her cheeks puffed out like balloons, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Finally, Lin Yang, exasperated by the sight, commanded, "Enough, you need not eat incessantly. Once you are full, that will suffice. There will be such food available every day." "Yes, master," Lin Chinxi mumbled through her stuffed cheeks. This was a phrase her serpent mother often uttered in her memories. In the presence of her master, there was no need for excessive words. Obedience to his commands was paramount. Thus, when Lin Yang instructed her to retire for the night, she obediently nestled into the warmth of the bed, resolutely shutting her eyes. In the past, the mere act of closing her eyes would swiftly usher her into the realm of dreams whenever she sought slumber. However, this time, the softness beneath her, the warmth enveloping her from the blanket, and the delightful fragrance surrounding her rendered Lin Chinxi unable to drift into sleep. Nevertheless, she remained mindful of her master's command. Even in her sleepless state, she dared not open her eyes. If she could not sleep, she would not force herself. Suddenly, Lin Yang's voice broke through, prompting Lin Chinxi to reopen her eyes. Upon seeing her master standing before her, she instinctively wished to emerge from the covers. But Lin Yang halted her. He pulled up a chair and sat beside her, then spoke. "Let us converse casually. Have you ever contemplated avenging your mother?" Lin Chinxi widened her eyes at her master, inquiring, "What is revenge?" Such a response elicited an exasperated slap to Lin Yang's forehead. With a face full of helplessness, he decided to shift the topic. "Tomorrow, I shall teach you about cultivation." Lin Chinxi continued to gaze at him with wide eyes, her mouth slightly agape as she attempted to voice a question akin to her previous one. "Cultivation is what?" Yet before she could articulate her query, Lin Yang decisively interrupted, "Do not inquire about what cultivation is. Rise early tomorrow, and then you shall understand what it entails." With that, Lin Yang stood up, extinguishing the candlelight with a wave of his hand, declaring, "No more discussion, it's time for sleep." Listening to the sound of his footsteps gradually fade away, Lin Chinxi lay in bed, softly murmuring, "Master, master." The following morning, Lin Chinxi awoke early. She distinctly recalled her master's instruction from the previous night to rise before dawn. Thus, before the first light graced the sky, she climbed out of bed. The warmth of the blankets had bestowed upon her an unfamiliar comfort, making it difficult for her to part from their embrace. Nonetheless, she gritted her teeth and emerged from the covers. However, the new garment she had worn for the first time yesterday presented her with considerable difficulty. After much struggle, she was unable to don them in the same manner as the previous day. They now hung awkwardly upon her, appearing quite disheveled. When Lin Yang beheld her, he could not suppress his laughter at her comical appearance. At that moment, Lin Chinxi indeed looked amusing. The garment intended for her upper body was draped over one leg, while the trousers meant for her lower half were haphazardly tangled around her neck. Fortunately, a long skirt managed to modestly cover her essential areas. This is not how one wears clothes. You must remember how to dress properly, or else you shall become the subject of ridicule should you step outside like this, Lin Yang admonished as he assisted Lin Chinxi in changing her attire. Simultaneously, to ensure she would not repeat such mistakes in the future, Lin Yang patiently taught her how to dress, going over the process repeatedly. What was meant to be the initiation of her cultivation had thus transformed into a lesson on how to wear clothing. Fortunately, Lin Chinxi possessed an admirable capacity for learning. After an entire day of diligent study, she had firmly etched the purposes of various garments and shoes into her memory. By the following day, she was able to don her attire with ease and stand confidently before Lin Yang. "Well done," he praised her warmly. "Today marks the beginning of your cultivation journey, starting with the foundational stage. After showering Lin Chenxi with generous compliments, he commenced her formal instruction in cultivation. However, Lin Chenxi's physique was markedly different from that of an ordinary person. While those with sufficient talent could swiftly sense spiritual energy and establish a solid foundation, she found herself unable to perceive its existence, let alone absorb it into her being. Lin Yang was not taken aback by this circumstance. Rather, he murmured thoughtfully, "Is it truly as I suspected? It appears that only that particular technique is suited for you." Chapter 87. Why did she choose betrayal in the future? Wait for me here. I must step out for a while and shall return in a few days. After diligently instructing Lin Chenxi for several days, Lin Yang ultimately decided to cease his teachings. The ordinary methods of cultivation proved utterly ineffective for Lin Chenxi. Fortunately, Lin Yang had anticipated this. His departure was intended to discover a cultivation technique suited to Lin Chenxi's unique disposition. After imparting his last words of encouragement, he set forth alone. As she gazed at Lin Yang's retreating figure, Lin Chenxi, who had never comprehended the nature of emotions, felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. The days spent under her master's care were the most comfortable and secure she had ever known since her arrival in this world. Each day, she nestled in a warm bed, feasting on delightful meals, and most importantly, she was greeted daily by her master's commands, which led her to believe that perhaps this was the very essence of her existence. Lin Chenxi was oblivious to the concept of parting. Yet, as she observed Lin Yang's departure, a strange heaviness settled in her heart. Nevertheless, she did not impede him nor express her feelings, for she trusted her master's judgment implicitly and recognized that his commands were not to be defied. In Lin Yang's absence, Lin Chenxi's existence revolved solely around eating and sleeping, with the singular task of standing at the door, awaiting his return. She held on to his words. "You, wait for me here until I return." "I will," she assured herself, vowing to await her master's return. However, events soon took an unexpected turn. One day, as Lin Chenxi stood at the door, as she had done in the past, waiting for Lin Yang's arrival, she drew the attention of a group of children in the bustling town where they resided, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk. Initially, the children approached her playfully, inviting her to join their games, for she seemed to be of similar age. Yet, it did not take long for one of them to notice the scales concealed beneath her garments. "Monster!" With a terrified cry, the children scattered in an instant, fleeing to a safe distance, no longer daring to approach Lin Chenxi. Confused, she watched the commotion unfold, unable to fathom why these little beings had come near her or why they now fled in fear. Nonetheless, this did not concern her. Her sole purpose remained to stand and wait for her master's return, as others held no significance for her. Yet, who she awaited was not Lin Yang, but rather the parents of those frightened children. Armed with weapons, they advanced in groups, approaching within mere yards of Lin Chenxi. The child who had first spotted the scales pointed a trembling finger towards her and exclaimed, "It's her. She's covered in scales, just like the snake I caught before." A group of armed men emerged, loudly intimidating Lin Chenxi, demanding that she reveal her arm. Lin Chenxi stared at the scene before her in bewilderment. It was the first time she had encountered such a multitude. She recalled her master's words, suggesting that when faced with others, it was best to smile, as it would invite more goodwill. But what was a smile? After pondering for a while, she found herself standing there in a daze. The men, noticing that Lin Chenxi seemed devoid of any remarkable abilities, grew bolder. One of them rushed forward, tearing open her clothing to expose the scales adorning her skin. Instantly, terrified cries erupted around them. "A monster! Truly a monster! She is covered in scales." Thud, thud, thud. A few stones were hurled violently at Lin Chenxi. Soon after, clubs swung from the hands of the assailants. Having endured beatings since childhood, Lin Chenxi was not unfamiliar with pain, yet she could not comprehend why these individuals were acting in such a manner. Her garments were soon shredded, revealing more of her scaly skin. Consequently, the attackers grew more fervent, mercilessly beating her until she was battered and bruised. They then produced ropes, hoisting her aloft. "Burn her! Burn her!" The frenzied shouts from the crowd instilled fear in Lin Chenxi, who hung suspended in the air. It reminded her of the days before she met her master, when she endured a similar fate. The man who had slain her mother would whip her mercilessly from time to time. Now, she felt as though everyone surrounding her had transformed into that same brutal figure. "Master, master," Lin Chenxi murmured, unable to contain her longing. Only her master would never treat her this way. The crowd, however, did not truly intend to burn Lin Chenxi alive, for they believed that a creature like her must have a formidable entity backing her. They planned to use Lin Chenxi, the small monster, to lure out the greater demon lurking behind her. Only by vanquishing both the small and large demons could they hope to live peacefully thereafter. Thus, Lin Chenxi was suspended in the most conspicuous location within the city. By night, she endured the biting cold winds, and by day, the scorching sun. After several days of such torment, Lin Chenxi, whose physical constitution was already fragile, was reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, her spirit beginning to waver. In her delirium, she perceived a figure approaching stealthily under the cover of night, lowering her from her high perch. "Master?" Lin Chenxi struggled to open her eyes, yearning to see if her master had returned. Yet, what she beheld was merely a woman with a fierce countenance. Lin Chenxi remembered that this was the very woman who had bathed her when her master had first brought her home. "Run, do not come back," the woman urged. Though her appearance was fearsome, her voice was surprisingly gentle. She untied the ropes binding Lin Chenxi and pressed a bun into her hands before hastily departing. Anxious not to be discovered, Lin Chenxi clutched the bun in her hand, devouring it voraciously. Once her strength was somewhat restored, she gradually rose and began to crawl away into the distance. As dawn broke, it wasn't long before someone noticed that the little demon they had captured had escaped. However, before they could mobilize everyone to pursue the fleeing creature, it was discovered that the little demon had returned to the very spot where she had initially been captured. "I will wait here for my master to return," Lin Chenxi declared, standing in the sunlight, observing the crowd approaching her once more, fear etched upon her face, yet remaining utterly still. Before the celestial viewing mirror, Xiao Yueshi and the others were enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Shun Liuli finally spoke softly. "If this truly is the experience of Sister Chenxi, how could she possibly choose to betray Brother Lin Yang alongside us in the future?" Chapter 88. The Falcon Has Wings. The tiger has claws indeed. Within the revelations of the celestial mirror, Lin Chenxi harbored a singular truth. Lin Yang was her everything, given the nature of their bond. How could Lin Chenxi ever betray Lin Yang? At this moment, it was not just Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli who wore expressions of confusion. Even the moon goddess, with her typically serene countenance, revealed a hint of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation before the celestial mirror, she finally spoke. "People can change. The current Lin Chenxi is still naive, akin to a blank canvas. Once she matures and understands the concepts of good and evil, justice and injustice, she will inevitably make the choices that are deemed appropriate." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli had intended to counter the moon goddess's assertions, but upon reflecting on their own past, the words caught in their throats. Their own relationship with Lin Yang had once been equally intimate, yet in the end, they had chosen betrayal, even to the extent of taking his life. Had it not been for this rebirth, they would remain oblivious to the magnitude of their errors. With somber expressions, they turned their gazes back to the celestial mirror, yearning to uncover what had transpired with Lin Chenxi that led her to regard Lin Yang as her sole companion, ultimately resulting in her betrayal. Stones rained down upon her like a tempest. Lin Chenxi was soon battered and bruised, blood staining her form. The onlookers, faced with such a diminutive creature, showed no mercy. In the spirit Xian continent, the reputation of demons had long since fallen to the depths of disdain. This was why the surviving demons of the spirit Xian continent required a master. Without one, their survival was nearly impossible. Just as Lin Chenxi neared the brink of death from the assault, a fierce wind arose, sweeping away the stones hurled at her. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resonated. "You dare to be so bold." Accompanying this powerful exclamation, a tall figure descended gracefully from the sky. "Master has returned." From the tone alone, Lin Chenxi discerned the identity of the newcomer, and her body weakened, succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, those who had nearly brought her demise were now filled with reverence at the sight of Lin Yang, with many kneeling and calling out for the immortal master. Observing the adoring faces surrounding him, Lin Yang, who had witnessed Lin Chenxi's injuries firsthand, could only shake his head in resignation. The prevailing rule in the Spirit Xian continent dictated that encounters with demons must end in death. For those demons who had gained sentience, without restraint, they would run wild, often preying on humans. The cycle of demon consuming human and human slaying demon, while seemingly harsh, was fundamentally equitable. Even Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. He had chosen to retreat into the city with Lin Chenxi, seeking convenience and hoping she would engage with others to restore her emotions to those of a normal person. Yet he had not anticipated. He had only been gone for a few days. Yet Lin Chenxi had to endure such tribulations. The individuals surrounding her were mere mortals, oblivious to Lin Yang's identity as a practitioner. Thus, Lin Yang had no choice but to disperse the crowd and carry Lin Chenxi back to his abode. Perhaps it was the effect of Lin Chenxi's demonic bloodline. Or perhaps she had grown accustomed to such injuries due to the frequent beatings she had suffered throughout her life. Despite the severity of her injuries this time, after several days of Lin Yang's diligent care, her condition rapidly improved. In less than 10 days, Lin Yang found himself accompanied by a little tail who only knew to call him master. Once Lin Chenxi was fully healed, Lin Yang took her to a small hill outside the city. With a wave of his hand, he produced an ancient-looking piece of animal hide. Lin Yang summoned Lin Chenxi to him. This was the 12 transformations of the demon saint, a cultivation technique specifically designed for the demon race. Chenxi, come over and see if you can comprehend these. Lin Chenxi obediently approached. On the hide, she beheld numerous bizarre patterns. Although they seemed strangely familiar, she could not decipher their meanings. Seeing this, Lin Yang personally undertook the task of teaching her. The first pattern depicted a soaring eagle, renowned for its formidable flying prowess. By utilizing this illustration, one could cultivate the first transformation of the eagle, acquiring the eagle's wings and soaring through the skies. The second pattern illustrated a fierce tiger, whose sharp claws served as its primary weapon for capturing prey. This image would enable her to cultivate the second transformation of the tiger, granting her the strength and agility of a tiger. Although the 12 transformations of the demon saint began with modest powers, allowing one only to possess the wings of an eagle or the claws of a tiger, as one delved deeper into the cultivation, one could ultimately gain the true abilities of legendary great demons. For instance, upon mastering the 12th transformation, the practitioner could become a genuine demon deity, their power rivaling that of true immortals. Lin Chenxi listened to Lin Yang's explanations with a sense of vague understanding. She did not place much importance on the so-called 12 transformations of the demon saint, but knowing her master wanted her to practice, she resolved to train earnestly. Do you see that? That is the eagle. High in the sky, Lin Yang held Lin Chenxi as they observed a majestic eagle up close. The eagle had already sensed their presence and instinctively felt a measure of trepidation towards beings capable of flying alongside it, swiftly flapping its wings to evade them. However, as a practitioner, Lin Yang was not so easily shaken off by a mere eagle. He pursued the bird, encouraging Lin Chenxi to closely observe the movements of its wings. This was the simplest method to learn the first transformation of the eagle. First, mimic the eagle's actions, then circulate the specific flow of spiritual energy, and finally, successfully cultivate the eagle transformation. While observing the eagle, Lin Yang also guided Lin Chenxi to take note of the actions of the fierce tigers. The first and second transformations of the 12 transformations of the demon sage are merely the fundamentals of fundamentals. Lin Yang, clearly disinclined to expend effort on these, resolved to enable Lin Chenxi to swiftly master the initial 2 transformations. With such a foundation, Lin Chenxi would be able to comprehend and advance through the subsequent techniques of the 12 transformations on her own. Under Lin Yang's personal guidance, Lin Chenxi observed with great diligence. She even discerned that without its wings, a soaring eagle would soon perish and a fierce tiger, deprived of its claws. would likewise face death. This illustrates that wings are everything to the eagle, and claws are as vital as life itself to the tiger. In these moments, Lin Chenxi would silently reflect. The eagle possesses its wings, the tiger its claws, but I have a master. Chapter 89. The desire to be a pure time traveler above. The wind howled in the high sky. Lin Yang, arms crossed, gazed with satisfaction at Lin Chenxi before him. At this moment, Lin Chenxi bore a pair of ethereal wings behind her. With a flutter of these wings, she effortlessly hovered in mid-air, just like Lin Yang, soaring through the heavens. "Master, I can fly now," Lin Chenxi exclaimed, her joy palpable. Emulating Lin Yang, she cracked a smile, albeit one that was not particularly attractive. This was her first smile. Lin Yang nodded at her, a grin spreading across his face. "Come, let us descend and test your newly acquired second transformation." The two figures plummeted from the heights. Before they could fully touch the ground, the wings on Lin Chenxi vanished, replaced by the formidable illusion of a tiger emerging from her form. The claws of this phantom tiger vividly manifested upon Lin Chenxi's arms. As she swung her arms, these illusory claws unleashed a power beyond imagination, capable of rending nearby trees and even rocks apart. "Very good." Lin Yang nodded in approval at Lin Chenxi. He was quite pleased with her progress. Hearing his praise, Lin Chenxi's smile broadened, appearing much more pleasing than before. He gestured for Lin Chenxi to sit before him, and once again unfurled the bee skin he had retrieved earlier. With a serious expression, Lin Yang said, "The previous two transformations are merely the foundation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. The true journey of cultivation begins now. Study the third transformation of the demon sage's 12 transformations closely." Obediently, Lin Chenxi leaned closer to the bee's skin, her gaze fixed intently on the illustrations Lin Yang indicated. With the foundational knowledge from the first two transformations, she quickly grasped the cultivation method for the third transformation. However, she found herself unable to complete it, struggling to even make an initial attempt. Lin Yang, perplexed by her unusual predicament, speculated that her inability to progress might stem from the lack of a model to imitate. Thus, he decided to commence his own practice of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. Should Lin Chenxi find herself hindered in her cultivation, she could mimic his progress, which he believed would facilitate her growth significantly. At this moment, even Lin Yang couldn't help but lament. "To save this world, I've truly poured my heart and soul into it. I yearn to be a time traveler whose fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens, or to raise my hand to the sky and shout that I shall defy destiny. Alas, it is exhausting." Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he knew the task at hand must continue. The 12 transformations of the demon sage were not particularly suited for human cultivation. Yet Lin Yang's extraordinary talent allowed him to advance rapidly. Even the third transformation, which Lin Chenxi struggled with, he completed with ease. Calling Lin Chenxi to him once more, Lin Yang's demeanor turned serious. "Chenxi, watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. How much you learn depends on your own capabilities." Before Lin Yang could finish his words, he unleashed the third transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, known as the gluttonous transformation. The gluttonous beast, an ancient ferocious creature, possesses the ability to devour everything. The primary function of this third transformation is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing oneself, which is why it bears the name gluttonous transformation. Accompanying the shift in Lin Yang's aura, a spectral image of the ancient gluttonous beast suddenly materialized around him, emanating a fierce and violent presence. Simultaneously, the phantom of the gluttonous beast opened its maw, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Lin Yang like a tidal wave. At this moment, Lin Yang also radiated a ferocious and violent aura, yet he remained unaffected by this oppressive presence. Instead, he swiftly elucidated the essence of this technique to Lin Chenxi. The crux of the third transformation lies in emulating the ferocious aura of the gluttonous beast. The more accurately one can simulate this ferocity, the deeper the mastery of the transformation would be. Lin Chenxi, with her eyes wide open, absorbed the spectacle before her. Simulate. the aura of a ferocious beast. Though she comprehended Lin Yang's words, she found herself unable to replicate it. What is the essence of ferocity? What constitutes brutality? Lin Chenxi felt a surge of frustration, nearly brought to tears. Observing her anxious demeanor, Lin Yang began to grasp the root of her struggle. You do not understand what ferocity is? Amused yet troubled by Lin Chenxi's predicament, he realized that the further one delves into the 12 transformations of the demon sage, the more one must emulate the terrifying auras of these beasts, qualities such as ferocity, cunning, insidiousness, and brilliance. Yet, Lin Chenxi, in matters of emotion, was remarkably unrefined. Even her smile was a recent acquisition. Her lack of understanding regarding emotions would undoubtedly hinder her cultivation. After contemplating Lin Chenxi for a moment, Lin Yang suddenly spoke. Morning sun, reflect on everything that has transpired in your life, particularly those who almost took your life not long ago. Consider what they were like, and simply emulate that. With Lin Yang's guidance, Lin Chenxi gradually began to find her footing. Her expression grew somewhat vacant, as if she were transported back to the days before she met Lin Yang. During that time, she had spent her days confined within a small, dark room with her serpent mother, where the only scents that reached her nostrils were those of decay and blood, and her vision was engulfed in unending darkness. Occasionally, light would pierce through, but it was only the figure of that man, forever etched in her memory, who, wielding a whip, would enter and mercilessly lash out at her and her serpent mother. Beasts, you all deserve to die. The echoes of that curse, like a malevolent incantation, surged from the deepest recesses of the serpent mother's heart. Lin Chenxi's body began to tremble, her face betraying a mixture of fear and, within that fear, a hint of savagery and ferocity. Why? Why does it feel this way? Such questions had never crossed Lin Chenxi's mind in the past. Yet now they emerged unbidden in her consciousness. Before Lin Chenxi's eyes, the scene of her near-death encounter resurfaced vividly. Countless faces, twisted with excitement, hung her in mid-air, their voices erupting in a cacophony of roars. Burn her! Burn her! But why? Why was this happening? Lin Chenxi's visage began to contort into a grotesque expression. She truly did not comprehend the essence of cruelty. Yet, she meticulously recalled her master's words, beginning to mimic the man who wielded the whip against her, as well as those who once bellowed for her demise. Boom! As Lin Chenxi's expression grew increasingly distorted and fierce, a shadowy apparition of the devouring beast suddenly emerged from her being. She had successfully mastered the third transformation of the 12 variations of the demon sage. However, simultaneously, her consciousness seemed to fade entirely, rendering her akin to that ancient ferocious creature, the Tao Tai, with a horrifying visage, eyes rolled back, and drool cascading from her lips. She uttered incoherent roars, proclaiming, "Death! All must die." Chapter 90. This is surprise enough. Sensing that Lin Chenxi's demeanor was amiss, Lin Yang swiftly appeared before her. Previously, Lin Chenxi, who had dared not utter a word of dissent against Lin Yang, now confronted him with a fierce expression, launching herself at him with the intent to utterly annihilate him. However, her meager strength was inconsequential in Lin Yang's presence. With a mere wave of his hand, he rendered Lin Chenxi unconscious. When Lin Chenxi regained consciousness, she found herself resting on her beloved warm wooden bed. Beside her, Lin Yang sat in a chair, his expression grave as he gazed intently at her. Upon witnessing his serious countenance, Lin Chenxi instinctively attempted to rise, anxiously exclaiming, "I'm sorry, Master I was wrong." Lin Yang sighed softly and reassured her, "You are not at fault. You performed admirably. This time, the error lies with me." Lin Chenxi's face displayed a flustered panic, yet she was at a loss for words. After offering her several words of comfort, Lin Yang stood and moved toward the door. Lin Chenxi's previous state weighed heavily on his heart, as he had previously observed. The greatest hindrance to her mastery of the 12 transformations of the demon saint was not a lack of talent, but rather an absence of emotional understanding. She was oblivious to the nature of love and ignorant of the terror of hatred, devoid of hope and unaware of despair. Her mind resembled a blank canvas. Thus, when Lin Yang instructed her to mimic ferocity, She succeeded in her imitation, yet she became entirely ensnared by these negative emotions, losing her sense of self. If Lin Chenxi were to remain in such a state, even if she achieved mastery of the 12 transformations, she would no longer be the Lin Chenxi of today, but rather a formidable demon controlled by various negative emotions. To truly enable Lin Chenxi to master the 12 transformations, Lin Yang realized that his immediate task was not to continue her training, but to assist her in reclaiming her emotions. After some exasperation, Lin Yang dutifully embarked on the journey to help Lin Chenxi restore her emotional depth. Having never ventured far from home, Lin Chenxi felt a deep-seated trepidation about the impending journey, prompting her to inquire, "Master, what are we going to do?" With a smile, Lin Yang replied, "We shall behold the most exquisite sights this world has to offer, savor the finest delicacies, engage in the most delightful games, ascend the peaks of Yinshan, explore the depths of the Jiuyou Valley, experience the vastness of the ocean, and revel in the beauty of the human experience." Though Lin Chenxi could hardly comprehend the essence of Lin Yang's words, she felt an inexplicable yearning. Moreover, the knowledge that her master would be by her side, no matter where they went, dispelled her fears. In the days that followed, everything unfolded just as Lin Yang had described. Lin Yang took Lin Chenxi to numerous places, where they savored the renowned delicacies of the Lingxian continent and explored the city of Flower Sea, celebrated for its breathtaking scenery. Even the trio of the moon goddess, gazing into the divine mirror, couldn't help but feel a sense of longing as they observed the enchanting moments of Lin Yang and Lin Chenxi's adventures. Time within the mirror swiftly passed, and in just a few short years, the once small and bewildered girl had transformed into an exquisitely beautiful young lady. She stood tall, merely half a head shorter than Lin Yang, with her fluffy black hair cascading casually behind her. Her oval face radiated elegance and beauty, her delicate skin flawless, her slightly upturned nose and full, rosy lips evoking an irresistible charm. Yet, one could lament that her attire was overly modest, concealing her figure entirely, even around her neck. This young lady was none other than the grown-up Lin Chenxi. Compared to the frightened girl she once was, the present Lin Chenxi had matured significantly, her gaze now sparkling with vivacity. Lin Yang led her to the peak of the tallest nearby mountain, where he cheerfully proclaimed, "Chenxi, we shall rest here tonight and witness the sunrise at dawn." "Yes, master," Lin Chenxi replied, her demeanor as compliant as ever, showing no inclination to contradict Lin Yang. She dutifully retrieved various items and arranged them beside him. Over the years spent by Lin Yang's side, she had come to understand that her master cherished a life of comfort and pleasure, shunning hardship. Even in the wilderness, he sought a warm and cozy resting place. Accompanied by delectable food, Lin Chenxi had long mastered these tasks, and though Lin Yang had repeatedly assured her that such efforts were unnecessary, she felt that serving him was the greatest purpose of her existence. The nights soon passed, and as the first light began to appear at dawn, Lin Yang suddenly smiled and urged Lin Chenxi, "Chenxi, look at the sunrise." While Lin Chenxi had grown accustomed to the sun and perceived it as nothing extraordinary, she still heeded her master's words and obediently gazed in the direction he indicated. In the distance, amidst the layers of cloud, a faint glimmer emerged, akin to a silver thread tearing through the night. Soon, the fiery red sun began to reveal its edges, igniting the clouds in a blaze of splendid colors. This extraordinary sight captivated Lin Chenxi, yet despite her appreciation, she quickly returned her gaze. A mere sun could not compare to her master. Lin Yang observed Lin Chenxi with a hint of helplessness. In the recent years, he had taken her to various places, witnessed countless sights, and savored numerous flavors, all in hopes of nurturing the emotions that she had been missing through the beauty of the world. Yet these efforts, while it is indeed useful, its significance appears rather limited. It seems that despite this, it is challenging for her to experience profound emotions. Perhaps I should let her encounter despair to test the waters. Lin Yang mused inwardly. Yet, in his hand, he produced a luminous orb and offered it to Lin Chenxi. "I have never given you a gift before. Consider this my inaugural offering to you." Upon completing his statement, Lin Yang further emphasized, "Remember, this is called a surprise." At that moment, Lin Chenxi gazed at the orb with genuine astonishment. She vividly recalled that during their recent visit to a grand city, she had spotted this very orb and felt an immense curiosity and fondness for its radiant glow. To her amazement, Lin Yang had noticed her interest and went so far as to procure it for her. A surprise. This is what a surprise feels like, Lin Chenxi thought to herself, overwhelmed by joy. Chapter 91. A surprise for the master. As the night deepened, Lin Yang reclined comfortably on his bed, pondering the perplexing habits of the practitioners in this world who insisted on sitting cross-legged during their cultivation. Consequently, he devised an unprecedented method of practice, reclining in a relaxed position. After all, the posture was inconsequential as long as it did not hinder the absorption of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound broke the silence. Lin Yang turned his gaze, full of exasperation, toward the source. There, he beheld the delicate figure of Lin Chenxi, who approached cautiously before lying down beside him. Gradually, she nestled closer, until their bodies nearly touched, a satisfied smile gracing her face. In the dimness, Lin Yang sighed helplessly and asked, "Why aren't you in your own room?" Lin Chenxi replied, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "I wish to be with you, master. Being together is not an issue." Lin Yang propped himself up and conjured a flame that illuminated the room. The flickering light revealed Lin Chenxi's beautiful face, which bore traces of unease. Gazing at her, Lin Yang continued with an air of resignation, "But today, I must impart to you the distinctions between men and women." Previously, during their outings, Lin Yang had occasionally rested alongside Lin Chenxi when she was still a child. Now, although she had matured and blossomed into exquisite beauty, her understanding of such matters remained woefully lacking. While Lin Yang aspired to be a gallant interloper, he found it difficult to approach Lin Chenxi in her current state. After attempting to enlighten her with a plethora of biological knowledge, he was met with her bewildered and somewhat aggrieved expression. "Never mind, this can wait for another time," he thought, shaking his head as he guided Lin Chenxi back to her room. He gently admonished her, "Remember, only spouses may share a bed. Otherwise, it is merely indecent." Unconcerned whether Lin Chenxi grasped the meaning of indecent, he turned and strode toward the door. Watching his retreating figure, a profound sadness settled upon Lin Chenxi's countenance. She simply yearned to be with her master, for those moments spent together were her most serene. Yet all too often, it seemed as though her presence was superfluous to him. This feeling of being unneeded stirred an inexplicable turmoil within her. "Master," as Lin Yang was about to step outside, Lin Chenxi could no longer contain herself and softly inquired, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Upon hearing her question, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Yang's face. Lin Chenxi's current response was a testament to the emotional growth he had nurtured in her over the years. She had regained much of her sentiment. Otherwise, the former Lin Chenxi would never have had the courage to ask such questions. In the past, Lin Chenxi would merely respond with "Yes, master." Turning back to her, Lin Yang gently tousled Lin Chenxi's hair, his expression gradually becoming solemn as he remarked, "There are certain matters that I can disclose to you now. This world is destined to face a grave crisis, and you shall play a crucial role in its salvation. When that time arrives, you will be able to assist me." Lin Chenxi, somewhat bewildered, nodded, her eyes beginning to shimmer with newfound understanding. Although she did not fully grasp the implications of Lin Yang's words regarding darkness and chaos, she was now resolute in her belief that her master needed her. This sense of being needed surpassed any other feeling. Before the celestial mirror, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's expressions were once again filled with excitement. "Sister Moon Goddess, did you see? Brother Lin Yang has been preparing for the impending chaos from the very beginning. His subsequent rise to become the Celestial Emperor was not a reckless pursuit of slaughter." Xiao Yueshi gazed eagerly at the Moon Goddess, wishing to clarify her point. However, the Moon Goddess's demeanor remained remarkably calm. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's fervent voice, she merely nodded slightly and replied, "I have seen, but I have previously expressed my disapproval of Lin Yang's reliance on widespread carnage as a means to save the Lingxian continent. Divine love for humanity necessitates that we pursue more noble methods of salvation. As Xiao Yueshi looked ahead at the moon goddess, her excitement gradually waned. She had keenly observed that the moon goddess seemed rather indifferent to the truths of the past life, as if she were already aware of them. No, that could not be. If the moon goddess had known all along that Brother Lin Yang was not a tyrant, why would she choose to betray him alongside us? Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi endeavored to dispel her confusion from her mind. Yet, the moon goddess's sudden remark instantly captured Xiao Yueshi's attention once more. Look, it seems that Chenxi's condition is deteriorating. Within the celestial mirror, Lin Yang spoke to Lin Chenxi about numerous matters concerning the impending chaos before turning to leave. Though Lin Yang had departed some time ago, Lin Chenxi remained wide-eyed, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Master needs me, she thought, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. This was a sensation akin to joy, one that Lin Yang had once shared with her. In that moment, Lin Chenxi felt a profound sense of happiness. Yet, alongside this joy emerged a new realization. While her master required her, she too needed to be of use to him. Throughout the years, Lin Chenxi had traversed many places by Lin Yang's side and had witnessed a multitude of experiences. For instance, she understood that anything deemed useless would swiftly be discarded by its owner. To remain by her master's side indefinitely, she must render herself indispensable. With this thought in mind, Lin Chenxi swiftly sat up, recalling the illustrations of the 12 transformations of the demon sage she had once studied. She endeavored to remember the details of those patterns. Although Lin Yang had previously stated that she was not to learn the 12 transformations at this time, yet Lin Chenxi was acutely aware that her master took her to various places, ultimately with the purpose of enabling her to successfully cultivate the 12 transformations of the demon sage. Thus, only by mastering these transformations could she truly become more beneficial to her master. Naturally, she could not defy her master's commands. Therefore, Lin Chenxi did not engage in the cultivation of the 12 transformations. Instead, she repeatedly recalled the patterns inscribed on the hide in her mind. She yearned to commit these designs to memory, so that when her master permitted her to practice, she could immediately embark on her training with proficiency. In that moment, she thought to herself, she would surprise her master. Chapter 92. The uncontrolled Lin Chenxi joy crossed out. Excitement crossed out. Surprise crossed out. Physiology class crossed out. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Lin Yang clutched a pen, ceaselessly marking the paper before him. This was a list he had meticulously prepared years ago, chronicling an array of emotions. According to his scheme, if he could guide Lin Chenxi to experience each emotion on the list one by one, her emotional state would be significantly restored. At that point, he would have her embark on the cultivation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, ensuring success beyond doubt. Evidently, his plan had already borne fruit, for Lin Chenxi appeared to be far more stable than she had been years prior. However, Lin Yang now found himself in a dilemma, hesitating over whether to expose Lin Chenxi to negative emotions such as sorrow, anger, fear, and despair. Only by thoroughly understanding these darker sentiments could her emotional health be considered truly sound. In fact, several months earlier, Lin Yang had begun preparations for Lin Chenxi to gradually experience these feelings. Yet, his recent endeavors to educate her on the physiological aspects of male and female relationships had delayed this undertaking. Now, he resolved to recommence this plan, starting with anger and gradually intensifying these emotions. As he held the paper in his hand, he began to formulate his strategy. However, before he could finalize his plans, a fierce and violent aura suddenly surged from outside. Accompanying it was a series of low growls, reminiscent of wild beasts. This caused Lin Yang's brow to furrow as he quickly stowed away the paper and vanished from the room. The Lingxian continent was, after all, a realm of cultivation where various anomalies were commonplace. Lin Yang had initially paid little heed to it, confident that should any malevolent entity dare to intrude upon him, he could effortlessly dispatch it. Yet upon witnessing the figure outside, radiating a menacing and savage energy, Lin Yang was taken aback. Before him loomed a terrifying phantom, towering several dozen feet in height. This apparition bore the form of a colossal bear, yet it possessed a pair of unmistakable wings, and its body was unlike that of an ordinary bear. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. The true focal point lay beneath this giant bear. The Lin Chenxi who had transformed into a feral creature, her limbs on the ground, her body contorted into an exaggerated posture, her face a mask of grotesque ferocity. The low growls emanating from her were unmistakably hers. Simultaneously, her eyes had morphed into an eerie, pitch-black hue, starkly different from those of an ordinary person. After scanning Lin Chenxi and the phantom enveloping her several times, Lin Yang could only utter a single phrase. The 8th transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, the flying bear transformation. At this moment, the phantom emerging from Lin Chenxi was a manifestation of the 8th transformation, signifying her profound mastery of the demon sage's art. At this level of cultivation, Lin Chenxi's prowess could rival that of a novice in the Holy Realm. Silently and unobtrusively, she managed to cultivate the 12 transformations of the demon sage to such an extent. Under different circumstances, Lin Yang would have rejoiced for her. However, at this moment, joy eluded him, for Lin Chenxi's appearance was unmistakably that of one entirely under the control of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. This was precisely the scenario Lin Yang had dreaded the most. For years, he had refrained from allowing Lin Chenxi to practice the 12 transformations, fearing this very situation would arise. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Chenxi had secretly cultivated the technique to this level. Boom! Just as Lin Yang emerged, Lin Chenxi's completely darkened eyes locked onto him. Accompanying her was the immense shadow of a monstrous creature, which lunged at Lin Yang with a powerful strike, akin to an attack from a sage-level warrior. Lin Yang, recognizing the gravity of the situation, evaded the blow with a swift movement, all the while striving to awaken Lin Chenxi. Alas, his efforts proved futile. The awakened Lin Chenxi would not dare to defy even a casual word from him. Yet now she was attacking him with reckless abandon. This alone weighed heavily on Lin Yang's heart, signaling that Lin Chenxi's condition was decidedly dire. The onslaught of the sage-level attack unleashed waves of energy that swept through the surroundings, demolishing all structures in its path. Even the earth trembled, fissures tearing through the ground. Fortunately, Lin Yang had chosen a desolate location to reside in. Otherwise, Lin Chenxi's strike would have been sufficient to claim countless lives. With the attempt to awaken Lin Chenxi a failure, Lin Yang relinquished that thought entirely. He surged into the sky, halting at several hundred meters up, gazing down at Lin Chenxi. The fierce shadow of the giant bear still enveloped Lin Chenxi as she roared and leapt towards him. However, Lin Yang merely waved his arm, unleashing strands of spiritual energy that shot forth like ropes, piercing towards the bear shadow that enveloped Lin Chenxi. For any other practitioner, even a sage-level warrior, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue Lin Chenxi in her current state. Yet Lin Yang was different, having personally studied the 12 transformations of the demon sage. Controlling Lin Chenxi was far simpler for him. The power of Lin Chenxi's 12 transformations stemmed from the giant bear shadow that enveloped her. Should one cultivate the 12 transformations to perfection, they could fuse these shadows with their physical form, thereby unifying their strength. However, it was clear that Lin Chenxi had not yet reached this pinnacle. Therefore, if Lin Yang could sever the source of her power, he could regain full control over her. As the strands of spiritual energy shot forth from Lin Yang, they pierced into the monstrous bear shadow. The once ferocious figure began to shrink gradually. Not only did its size diminish, but its form also began to dissipate. Ultimately, the shadow of the giant bear vanished entirely, and Lin Chenxi's figure collapsed. Plummeting from the air, Lin Yang, moving with great speed, caught her just before she hit the ground. Cradling her to the ground, Lin Yang began to assess Lin Chenxi's current condition. However, after a brief examination, Lin Yang's expression turned grave. At that moment, it felt as though a formidable beast was lurking within Lin Chenxi. Even as an outsider, Lin Yang could distinctly sense the fierce and turbulent aura emanating from her. Yet, in a matter of moments, this violent energy began to dissipate rapidly, yielding to Lin Chenxi's normal presence. Once the tempestuous aura had entirely vanished, Lin Chenxi's eyes abruptly snapped open. "Master," she said, gazing at Lin Yang with a look of bewilderment. Her face etched with confusion as she clearly remained unaware of the events that had just transpired. Observing her dazed expression, Lin Yang felt a surge of concern. The situation had become rather complicated. Chapter 93. Two choices. The situation had indeed become rather complicated. During Lin Chenxi's first loss of control, she still retained a semblance of self-awareness, cognizant of her actions. However, this time, she was entirely dominated by the consciousness of the 12 transformations of the demon sage, awakening with no recollection of her deeds. To make matters worse, Lin Chenxi had inadvertently cultivated the demon sage's 12 transformations to the formidable 8th transformation. A tumult of negative emotions festered within her, nearly giving rise to an entirely separate consciousness, one that was wholly malevolent and chaotic. From now on, should Lin Chenxi experience even a slight surge of emotion, it was feared that this evil consciousness would be unleashed, leading to utter chaos. Lin Yang had long sought to avoid such an outcome, yet Lin Chenxi had ultimately traversed this perilous path. At this moment, Lin Chenxi had also become aware of the peculiarities surrounding her and could not help but inquire, "Master, what has transpired?" Lin Yang Sigit, gazing at Lin Chenxi with a serious expression, "When did you begin to secretly cultivate the 12 transformations of the demon sage?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chenxi's face was immediately etched with apprehension as she shook her head. "I did not dare to cultivate without your permission. I merely recalled the images you showed me each day." Observing Lin Chenxi's anxious demeanor, Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. The 12 transformations of the demon sage were indeed tailored for Lin Chenxi. She did not even need to deliberately practice, as merely contemplating those images in her mind allowed her to unwittingly reach such a level of proficiency. Lin Yang was uncertain whether to commend her or reprimand her. With a grave expression, Lin Yang admonished Lin Chenxi, "Remember, during this period, do not even think about those images." "I understand," Lin Chenxi replied obediently, nodding her head. A fearsome roar reverberated through the forest. Lin Yang hovered in the air, his countenance solemn as he gazed down at the colossal and grotesque creature below. This monster was still a manifestation of Lin Chenxi, yet it had transformed from an ephemeral existence into a fully corporeal entity, bound to the ground by countless chains of spiritual energy. It thrashed violently, emitting thunderous roars as it struggled against its restraints. This bizarre phenomenon persisted for nearly half a day before the creature's form began to shrink gradually, ultimately transforming into a beautiful woman adorned with scales. As Lin Chenxi returned to her normal state, Lin Yang descended slowly, retrieving garments to drape over her. Watching the slumbering Lin Chenxi, Lin Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. For some time now, he had been leading Lin Chenxi to this remote locale, primarily to observe her condition. If she could manage to gain control over the malevolent emotions surging within her during this period, it would undoubtedly be a positive development, potentially leading to a significant enhancement of her abilities. Even the missing emotions of Lin Chenxi might be fully compensated. However, the unfolding reality reveals to Lin Yang that Lin Chenxi's condition has spiraled entirely out of control. Not only is she unable to restrain the malevolent while burgeoning within her, but this sinister force has also taken root, continuously gaining strength. Lin Chenxi has adhered to Lin Yang's advice, refraining from practicing the 12 transformations of the demon sage, even striving to suppress any thoughts of it. Yet, her cultivation level continues to ascend relentlessly. Just like earlier, the monstrous presence enveloping Lin Chenxi is no longer a mere illusion, but has manifested into a tangible existence. This level of cultivation has evidently reached the 9th transformation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. Furthermore, Lin Chenxi's emotions have been remarkably stable, though this malevolent consciousness still erupts intermittently. Should this evil will be allowed to grow unchecked, it is feared that all of Lin Chenxi's awareness may eventually be engulfed. A solution must be sought to rectify this anomaly within her. Lin Yang Sigid deeply. Meanwhile, Lin Chenxi, nestled in Lin Yang's embrace, slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Yang's grave expression, she instinctively began to apologize. "Master, I'm sorry. Have I made another mistake?" Although she was unaware of the exact nature of her predicament, she sensed that she had undoubtedly caused her master considerable trouble. The expression on her master's face no longer bore the familiar smiles of yesteryears. Observing Lin Chenxi's compliant demeanor, Lin Yang reached out to tousle her hair. Shaking his head, "You have done nothing wrong. There is no need to be so hasty in seeking forgiveness." While Lin Yang's reassurance visibly brightened Lin Chenxi's countenance, a growing unease gnawed at her heart. This was compounded by Lin Yang not only preparing a variety of delicious dishes for her, but also engaging her in a lengthy discourse, which instilled within her a sense of foreboding. Finally, as night fell, Lin Yang kindled a bonfire and summoned Lin Chenxi to his side. "Chenxi, your name was bestowed by me, and it is I who have guided you down this path today. Thus, I bear a significant portion of the responsibility for your current state." Lin Yang's expression turned unprecedentedly solemn, and his words caused Lin Chenxi to panic. Her hands flailing in protest, "No, it isn't." Lin Yang gently grasped her flailing hands, smiling as he continued, "Please let me finish before you speak. Your current situation is dire. You could spiral completely out of control at any moment and transform into a monster. Therefore, I wish for you to make your own choice moving forward." "Make my own choice?" Lin Chenxi nodded eagerly. However, she was somewhat unclear about what this choice entailed, for she had seldom encountered the luxury of choice before. Lin Yang nodded slightly and continued, "The first option I offer you is to become an ordinary person from this moment on. I shall eradicate all your cultivation, thus causing the power of the 12 transformations of the demon sage within you to vanish as well." Upon hearing this choice, Lin Chenxi immediately felt a surge of excitement. She distinctly remembered that the reason her master sought her was to confront the impending darkness that threatened the world. Without her cultivation, how could she assist her master? How could she remain by his side? However, Lin Yang did not afford her the opportunity to speak. He proceeded with his discourse. "The second option is for you to continue your cultivation of the 12 transformations of the demon sage. But I will find a way to extract the malevolent thoughts that have taken root within you." However, Lin Yang's tone grew markedly serious. "This malevolent thought has already established itself within your soul, and forcibly removing it may result in a flaw in your soul, leaving you unable to comprehend evil in the future." After outlining these circumstances, Lin Yang fixed his gaze upon Lin Chenxi and inquired, "Which path will you choose?" Chapter 94. The Supreme Celestial Emperor's sister Chenxi would undoubtedly choose the second option. This was the very reason for her pure and benevolent nature. Before the sky-viewing treasure mirror, Xiao Yueshi and the others could not help but sigh. In their memories, their sister Chenxi embodied absolute purity and kindness, even towards the most malevolent individuals. She harbored no murderous intent. Such a disposition, however, bore significant flaws. In the past, Xiao Yueshi and her companions had been unaware of why Lin Chenxi had become this way. They assumed it was her innate character. Now, they finally understood the truth. Yet, the more they learned, the more perplexed they became. If Sister Chenxi had truly relinquished all malevolent awareness, why then did she later betray Brother Lin Yang alongside them? With expressions of suspicion, the three could only continue to observe the sky-viewing treasure mirror before them. Indeed, as Xiao Yueshi had surmised, Lin Chenxi made her choice almost instantaneously. "Master, I wish to continue my cultivation. Only by advancing my skills can I assist you, and furthermore, I desire to be your wife." Lin Yang nodded at her response. In truth, he had anticipated the nature of her choice even before presenting her with these two options. Nevertheless, he offered them to her, primarily to instill in Lin Chenxi an understanding of what it meant to make choices. In life, one must continuously make varied decisions, each of which could lead to disparate outcomes. Only by grasping how to choose and weighing the pros and cons could Lin Chenxi's character truly attain independence. Thus, upon hearing Lin Chenxi's reply, Lin Yang instinctively nodded, "Since you have made your choice." "Wait, wife, what does that mean?" Realizing what he had just heard, Lin Yang gazed at Lin Chenxi in astonishment. After scrutinizing her several times, he finally asked, "Chinsi, do you understand what wife means?" "Yes," Lin Chinsi replied earnestly. "I have heard others say that a husband is a relationship closer than that of a master, so I wish to be your wife for a deeper connection." "All right," Lin Yang said, scratching his head in bemusement. Clearly, Lin Chinsi's understanding of marriage differed significantly from the reality. However, he was too weary to explain it to her at that moment. In due time, Lin Chinsi would come to comprehend these matters. The day following Lin Chinsi's choice, Lin Yang took her away from the secluded forest where they had been hiding. Lin Chinsi's strength now rivaled that of a saintly being, and extracting the malevolent will from within her was certainly no simple task. Fortunately, Lin Yang was well acquainted with all that pertained to the Lingxian continent, particularly the locations of various extraordinary treasures, which he knew like the back of his hand. He journeyed with Lin Chinsi for several days, ultimately arriving at a long-sealed forbidden zone. At the very heart of this forbidden domain lies a jade mirror, resplendent and reflective, known as the boundless jade disc. This exquisite artifact, a relic of the ancient Buddhist sect, possesses the extraordinary ability to illuminate the moral essence of any individual who stands before it, rendering it another name, the heart disc. Only through this boundless jade disc, in conjunction with another treasure capable of touching the very will of the soul, can one hope to alter Lin Chinsi's spiritual consciousness. Lin Yang guided Lin Chinsi to the jade mirror. Upon merely lifting her gaze to the boundless jade disc, Lin Chinsi was immediately struck with trepidation. Within the depths of the disc, not only was her own reflection visible, but it was also shrouded by the menacing silhouette of a monstrous entity, writhing and howling in torment. "Chinsi, for the next 7 days, you must remain seated here. No matter what occurs before you, do not move," Lin Yang instructed. Complying without hesitation, Lin Chinsi settled before the jade mirror, resolutely stifling any urge to flee, despite the terrifying apparition before her. As time progressed, Lin Chinsi observed with clarity that the fearsome figure within the jade disc was gradually being peeled away by a small blade that had materialized, inch by inch. Yet, with the extraction of this dreadful presence, her own reflection began to exhibit signs of wear and tear. This peculiar phenomenon instilled a sense of dread within her. Yet she clung to Lin Yang's words, remaining motionless despite the fear that gripped her heart. After a full 7 days, the boundless jade disc shattered into countless fragments, and Lin Yang's figure reemerged before Lin Chinsi. "Master," she exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lin Yang. Despite the evident fatigue etched upon his features, he waved at her with a smile, presenting her with an object. "This is a treasure I inadvertently acquired. It can erase the scales upon you, ensuring that no one will ever again label you a monster." With joy, Lin Chinsi accepted the porcelain vial from Lin Yang. Although she had grown accustomed to the scales adorning her body, the very existence of these scales had always weighed heavily on her heart, especially since Lin Yang bore none of them. This disparity made her acutely aware of the differences between them. The prospect of removing the scales filled her with immense happiness, and at that moment, she felt as if the sunlight outside was brighter and warmer than ever before. With the malignant thoughts stripped away from her being, Lin Yang no longer hindered Lin Chinsi's cultivation. Previously, her inability to master the 12 transformations of the demon saint stemmed from her lack of understanding of emotions, which left her soul tainted with malevolent thoughts. Thus, any attempt to emulate the sinister aura of the demon saint would lead to her being consumed by that very darkness. However, with Lin Yang having extricated all malevolence from her essence, Lin Chinsi was left with only the purest goodness, her soul incapable of harboring even the slightest trace of evil. Thus, even if Lin Chinsi were to emulate the 12 transformations of the demon saint, the malevolent energies would no longer fester within her, making it impossible for them to exert control over her. Freed from the influence of these sinister forces, Lin Chinsi's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. During this period, Lin Yang formally introduced Lin Chinsi to his other friends. "Sister Chinsi, I am Xiao Yueshi. Feel free to call me Sister Yueshi from now on. I am Shun Liuli. Sister Chinsi, let us embark on an outing together tomorrow. outside the celestial viewing mirror. As familiar scenes began to unfold, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli could not help but smile. Even the moon goddess shared in their sentiment. The images reflected within the mirror were of the most cherished moments in their memories. It was a time when they had just met, flourishing in their cultivation, and living carefree lives filled with adventures. However, during this very period, Lin Yang was methodically executing his plans. With his unparalleled strength, he subdued all factions within the Lingxian continent that dared to defy him. Ultimately, he established the Supreme Heavenly Palace, becoming the Supreme Emperor of the Lingxian continent, against whom none would dare to rebel. Lin Yang's actions were exceedingly excessive. Today, he brazenly led a massacre on Guangming Mountain. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Soon, an angry voice echoed from within the celestial viewing mirror. Chapter 95. The flaw of kindness in the tranquil night sky. The stars stirred restlessly. Beneath the placid surface of the water, tumultuous waves surged. Lin Yang, relying on his unparalleled strength, ascended to become the supreme emperor of the Lingxian continent, suppressing all dissenting voices. However, this was accompanied by an array of clandestine slanders. Today, the emperor personally intervened, shattering the undying divine mountain, resulting in the obliteration of tens of thousands of disciples on the mountain. The tyrant, the emperor, so mercilessly violent, would inevitably face retribution. But what retribution? Who could withstand the emperor's might? Even Xiao Yueshi and her companions began to hear whispers referring to Lin Yang as a tyrant. Initially, they paid little heed to these rumors. Lin Yang had only just become the emperor, establishing a new order in the Lingxian continent, and it was only natural for him to resort to violence to assert his authority. Yet, as Lin Yang's acts of slaughter increased, each time executed with unrelenting ruthlessness, ensuring complete annihilation of his adversaries, doubts began to creep into Xiao Yueshi and the others regarding Lin Yang's motives. Thus, they commenced a series of visits to the Supreme Heavenly Palace, hoping to persuade Lin Yang to temper his bloodshed. During these moments, Lin Chenxi would invariably step forward to defend Lin Yang, asserting, "Master, no, my lord, would never deceive us. His actions are undoubtedly justified." As one of the 7 absolute female immortals, Lin Chenxi had long been encouraged by Lin Yang to alter her address, no longer calling him master, but instead my lord or simply Lin Yang. Naturally, the pleas from Xiao Yueshi and the others bore no fruit. Lin Yang's explanation was that he needed to eliminate these internal threats in advance to stave off future turmoil and chaos. The images displayed within the heavenly observation mirror were, in truth, not particularly detailed. For instance, the scene of Lin Yang helping Lin Chenxi purge her malevolent thoughts flashed by in an instant, lacking specific clarity on how her dark thoughts were extracted. After all, these events had transpired over centuries, and revealing them all at once could not capture every nuance. Nevertheless, before the heavenly observation mirror, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed at the unfolding scenes from their past life, tears streaming down their faces. In recent days, they had contemplated countless times. If only they had not doubted Lin Yang in their previous life, perhaps they would not have turned against him. Nor would the tragic event of their assault on the Supreme Heavenly Palace and Lin Yang's demise have occurred. The moon goddess observed this unfolding drama quietly, sighing softly, yet remaining silent. Under the varied emotions of the three, the images within the heavenly observation mirror finally began to shift once more. Within the heavenly observation mirror, Lin Chenxi ventured alone to the Supreme Heavenly Palace, seeking to meet Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang was not present at that moment. Thus, Lin Chenxi wandered freely within the palace. As one of the 7 absolute female immortals, her authority within the Supreme Heavenly Palace was unparalleled, and naturally, no one dared to impede her. Soon, she stumbled upon a place she had never visited before. Although this place is located at the edge of the Celestial Palace, it is heavily guarded. This piqued Lin Chenxi's curiosity, prompting her to summon a guard to inquire, "What is this place? Why are the defenses here more stringent than those of the main hall of the Celestial Palace?" The guard, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "My lord, this is the blood prison of the Celestial Palace, where the most heinous practitioners are incarcerated. Heinous practitioners? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Lin Chenxi's eyes. After being stripped of her malevolent thoughts by Lin Yang, she was now left with an overwhelming sense of benevolence, which made it difficult for her to comprehend why these wicked individuals chose to act in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chenxi declared, "I wish to enter and see for myself." The guards, of course, dared not obstruct her, allowing her swift entry into this so-called blood prison. Within the confines of the prison, she encountered practitioners who were indeed notorious for their malevolence. The aura of malevolence emanating from them was palpable, even to Lin Chenxi, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, after merely glancing around, she intended to turn and leave. However, at that very moment, an excited voice called out from behind her, "Daughter, save me. I am your father. You must rescue me." Lin Chenxi furrowed her brows and turned to face the source of the voice. There, in a cage behind her, a multitude of rune-engraved chains bound a practitioner, securing him firmly in place. Such a sight was commonplace in the blood prison. Yet, upon catching sight of him, Lin Chenxi trembled, her eyes widening in shock. The figure ensnared by the chains had appeared repeatedly in her dreams, yet she had never imagined he was still alive, nor that he would stand before her. Fixated on him, she recognized instantly that the imprisoned figure was none other than the man who had cast a terrifying shadow over her soul, her father, the very man who had brutally beaten her and murdered her mother. Memories, nearly forgotten, surged forth like a tidal wave. Lin Chenxi's gaze remained locked on him. Although she could no longer recall the sensations of anger or hatred, she still trembled, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. She recalled a question that Lin Yang had once posed to her. "Do you seek revenge?" At that time, Lin Chenxi had been oblivious to the concept of vengeance. However, she now comprehended that revenge entailed returning the pain inflicted upon oneself 1,000-fold. The man, seeing Lin Chenxi's figure, called out with excitement, "Daughter, save me. Regardless of everything, I am your father. You cannot abandon me." Lin Chenxi fixed her gaze upon him, and, after a long silence, she slowly uttered 3 words, "You deserve death." But that was all. Lin Chenxi yearned to end his life, to exact vengeance for her mother, the serpent woman, who had perished. Yet she remained uncertain of how to strike. Though her power was formidable, ever since Lin Yang had extracted the malevolent thoughts from within her, she had not taken the life of any creature. She could harbor no intent to kill towards any being. This peculiar sensation had never struck Lin Chenxi as a miss before. After all, if any true villain were to appear, her master and the sister she knew would eliminate the threat before it could reach her, rendering her incapable of addressing such matters. However, now Lin Chenxi yearned to take the life of the man before her, seeking vengeance for herself and her mother. Summoning a celestial sword, she approached him step by step. The tip of the sword had already pierced his skin, yet her arm began to tremble. The absence of her lost soul rendered her unable to strike further, even though she was acutely aware that a mere thrust would ensure his demise. She found herself powerless to do so. This agonizing feeling pushed Lin Chenxi to the brink of despair. In a fit of frustration, she cast the celestial sword aside and fled the blood prison. She did not linger for Lin Yang's return. Instead, she departed the heavens alone. She craved vengeance, desiring to see it through personally. This notion surged within her mind with an unprecedented intensity. To achieve retribution, she first needed to embrace the feeling of hatred, to rekindle her intent to kill. Chapter 96. Lin Chenxi's Revenge Kill. Eradicate them all, leave none behind. In the realm of Lingxian, on a battlefield, tens of thousands of mortal soldiers were engaged in a fierce struggle. However, before a victor could be determined, the surrounding space suddenly seemed to freeze, trapping them in place, unable to move an inch. What was happening? The soldiers' faces were filled with terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Above them, Lin Chenxi stood serene, suspended in the air like an ethereal being. With her hands weaving intricate gestures, she began to extract strands of murderous intent from the soldiers below, ultimately consolidating it within herself. As she absorbed the collective malice of the tens of thousands of soldiers, a trace of intoxication flickered across Lin Chenxi's countenance. After emerging from the blood abyss, she had sought methods to cultivate her own murderous intent. Her soul was incomplete, lacking the understanding of malice. Thus, the only way to grasp the essence of hatred and acquire murderous intent was to siphon it from others. Yet, achieving this feat was exceedingly difficult. Even the malevolent consciousness contained within the 12 transformations of the demon sage could not sway her. The ordinary murderous intent of the soldiers was far too feeble to affect her. Nevertheless, Lin Chenxi remained undeterred. She delved into numerous ancient texts, and at last, discovered a method within a venerable tome that could alleviate her plight. With the technique documented in this ancient manuscript, she could fully absorb the murderous intent of others to replenish her own. Moreover, this method could gradually restore her fragmented soul. Initially, Lin Chenxi hesitated, fearing that Lin Yang would blame her if he learned of her actions. However, after much contemplation, she resolved to experiment with the method outlined in the tome. She believed that as long as she could exact her revenge, enduring a reprimand from her master would be worth it. Furthermore, she had already devised a plan. Once she had slain that man and avenged her mother, she could expel the accumulated murderous intent from her being. At that point, even Lin Yang would remain oblivious to her anomaly. Thus, in recent times, Lin Chenxi had tirelessly traversed the Lingxian realm, absorbing murderous intent from various sources. As a being of celestial strength, it was not merely the murderous intent of a few or even tens of thousands of mortals that could resonate with her celestial soul. In truth, she had already absorbed the malice of at least several 100,000 individuals. After swiftly siphoning the murderous intent from the tens of thousands of soldiers, Lin Chenxi quietly departed. The soldiers below were instantly liberated, and as they regained their freedom, they looked upon their erstwhile foes and inexplicably perceived them as strikingly handsome, finding no justification to continue their slaughter. Consequently, the formerly hostile factions dispersed, and the impending battle was averted. Blood Abyss. Lin Chenxi returned to this place once more. At this moment, her face shimmered with an unusual radiance, and her eyes bore a striking contrast to her former self. In the past, she was perpetually adorned with a smile, her gaze imbued with clarity of emotion. Yet now, her countenance was marked by a peculiar cold smirk, and her eyes radiated an intense aura of murderous intent, a manifestation of the accumulated malice of at least 1,000,000 souls. With this profound aura of animosity, Lin Chenxi approached the man before her step by step. Observing the man, who was engulfed in her murderous energy, a wave of dread washed over him, prompting an immediate plea for mercy. "Daughter, I have wronged you in the past, but I am still your father. You cannot kill me." Lin Chenxi silently regarded the man who implored for his life. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration blossomed within her heart. "You deserve to die," she uttered once more, as a celestial sword materialized in her hand. With a flicker of the blade, an injury manifested upon the man's body. To torment him further, Lin Chenxi drove the sword deep into his very soul, eliciting anguished cries from him. The more he screamed in agony, the more exhilarated she became. The long sword continued to pierce relentlessly. After subjecting him to unbearable suffering, Lin Chenxi finally swung her sword to deliver a conclusive strike, obliterating the man entirely. "Mother, I have avenged you," she declared, her face alight with excitement and her eyes sparkling with fervor. "This is indeed Chenxi's sister." The three observers, Xiao Yueshi and her companions, remarked in shock as they gazed into the treasure mirror, which reflected Lin Chenxi's fierce visage. They felt no disquiet regarding her desire for vengeance. Even if this man was truly Lin Chenxi's father, his actions warranted 100 deaths at her hands. What truly unsettled them was Lin Chenxi's transformation. In their memories, she had never exhibited such a fierce and ghastly expression. Moreover, they were concerned that her drastic change might be the primary reason for her eventual betrayal of Lin Yang. Under the anxious watch of Xiao Yueshi and her companions, Lin Chenxi within the mirror severed the man's head and then turned to leave the blood-soaked abyss. She returned to her dwelling and immediately sat cross-legged, attempting to expel the murderous intent she had absorbed from the countless souls. However, at that moment, an inexplicable voice escaped her lips. Why should I expel this murderous intent? It seems quite pleasant. Lin Chenxi indeed felt an extraordinary thrill. She began to comprehend why the other sisters she had met often spoke of the joy of vengeance. This sensation of retribution, which had once eluded her understanding, now resonated deeply within her. It was exhilarating. Furthermore, she sensed that the accumulation of this murderous intent within her had not adversely affected her in any significant way. Her heart remained tethered to her master, and she still held deep concern for her sisters. Since the impact was minimal, why must she expel these murderous intentions? Lin Chenxi hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to retain these feelings of animosity for a while longer. However, just at that moment, the other 6 celestial maidens of the 7 absolutes approached her. Sister Chenxi, Lin Yang has been exceedingly excessive of late. His wanton slaughter on the Lingxian continent has earned him the title of tyrant. We have resolved to unite and subdue him, and you must stand with us. The 6 sisters declared. Lin Chenxi was taken aback by their words. Instinctively, she felt compelled to oppose her sisters, for he was, after all, the best master in this world, and she would never bring harm to him. Such thoughts echoed in her heart. Chapter 97. In this lifetime, Lin Chenxi, I shall never harm my master. As this thought emerged in Lin Chenxi's mind, a cascade of other notions surged forth. If my master were to discover that I had secretly absorbed such a malevolent intent, he would undoubtedly chastise me severely. Lin Yang's kindness towards me is merely a guise to use me against the chaos of darkness. I am but a tool. He treats these women with greater care than himself. If they were to fall out with him, he would belong to me alone. Fear, suspicion, jealousy, greed. Emotions that Lin Chenxi had never experienced before erupted within her. These unique feelings left her in a state of bewilderment. Yet, amidst this confusion, a thought that filled her with dread suddenly arose. I am a distinguished 7 absolutes fairy, the pinnacle of existence in the Lingxian continent. Why should I still call anyone my master? If my master were to perish, I would no longer have to address anyone as such. No, I absolutely will not harm my master. I need only to observe the unfolding events. At this moment, a multitude of voices clamored within Lin Chenxi's heart, as if countless individuals were quarreling in her mind. Having never experienced such a sensation, she felt as though she might split into several selves. Just as she stood in confusion, unsure which voice to heed, the voices of the other 7 absolutes fairies echoed once more. Sister Chenxi, we understand your innate kindness and your reluctance to harm anyone, but our current opposition to Lin Yang is for the greater future of the Lingxian continent, for the trillions of lives within it, to eradicate evil and uphold justice. These words resonated with Lin Chenxi, compelling her to nod slightly. In that moment, her heart was a tumult of excitement and fear. One side of her face was marred by terror, tears streaming down, while the other bore a hint of madness. Such a peculiar manifestation led the other 7 absolutes fairies to believe that Lin Chenxi was merely exhilarated by the impending actions, and they thought little of it. Splendid. Sister Chenxi, with our combined strength, even Lin Yang, as the Celestial Emperor, shall not stand a chance against us. Let us confront him decisively in the supreme heavenly palace. I possess a secret technique that can weaken his power while he is unprepared. Within the viewing heaven treasure mirror, the 7 fairies surged forth, fierce and resolute, into the supreme heavenly palace. Everything transpired just as it had in the previous lifetime. The 7 fairies joined forces to vanquish the tyrannical Celestial Emperor. In the climactic moment, both sides swore vehement oaths to one another. Lin Yang, should there be a next life, may we never meet. Very well, should there be a next life, let us remain strangers. The final oath echoed in their ears, yet the imagery within the viewing heaven treasure mirror had vanished without a trace. Despite Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli having long prepared themselves mentally, the sight of past events from their previous lives still brought tears to their eyes and a chill to their bones. Lin Chenxi's choice at the last moment stemmed more from her sudden surge of emotions, leaving her bewildered and prompting her to act alongside them, which could be deemed understandable. However, the other 6 had no such excuse. Dear sisters, the events of our past lives are behind us. There is no need for you to dwell on them. Moreover, our immediate concern is to locate Sister Chensi. The cold voice of the moon goddess finally roused Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli from their despair. With tears streaming down their faces, they slowly turned to the moon goddess, murmuring, "The images displayed in the celestial mirror reveal Sister Chensi's experiences from her previous life. This time, her circumstances will surely be vastly different, and we fear we may still be unable to find her. Although the situation in this life will undoubtedly diverge from the last, if we follow these clues, we should be able to uncover traces left behind by Sister Chensi." The moon goddess waved her hand, retracting the celestial mirror, and then maneuvered the flying vessel beneath them to change its course. From the visions revealed in the celestial mirror, they had learned that Lin Chensi initially appeared in a city named Tuaha. It was within this Tuaha city that Lin Chensi nearly met her demise. As long as they could locate Tuaha, they would surely find Lin Chensi's lingering essence, thereby leading them to her. In a darkened room, a man with a contorted face lashed out with a long whip at a figure huddled in the shadows. Each strike inflicted immense pain upon the figure, yet remained curled up, showing no signs of resistance. This only spurred the man to whip faster. Just as he was about to deliver another blow after dozens of strikes, the roof of the small dark room was suddenly torn away by an overwhelming force. A vessel, glowing softly with moonlight, appeared above. "You scoundrel, in the last life, you tormented Sister Chensi, and here you are doing the same." With an enraged shout, the man holding the whip was lifted into the air. Above, the moon goddess and her companions glared down at him with fury etched on their faces. Having just witnessed Lin Chensi's pass through the celestial mirror, they immediately recognized that this man, wielding the whip, was the one who had given Lin Chensi life, while also leaving her with terrifying scars. In addition, the figure curled up in the corner of the small room was unmistakably the Lin Chensi they sought. The sudden appearance overhead was alarming. A spark of surprise ignited in Lin Chensi's eyes as she abruptly lifted her gaze upwards, exclaiming in delight, "Master, master." Yet, upon discerning the figures that loomed above, she realized they were not the one she had been awaiting, but rather the trio of the moon goddess. The brilliance in her eyes swiftly faded, leaving her gaze dull and lifeless, and she once again curled into the corner. As the 3 figures descended, Xiao Yueshi approached Lin Chensi and softly murmured, "Sister Chensi, it is us. We have come to take you away." Lin Chensi remained huddled in the darkness, her voice barely a whisper. "The master will come to save me. He will surely come. I will no longer seek revenge. I will wait here for my master." Observing Lin Chensi's state, the expressions of the trio turned grave. Meanwhile, the man ensnared by the moon goddess's power erupted in a frenzied shout. "She is a monster, a lunatic. Quickly, kill her." Chapter 98. The Creation of the Supreme Celestial Palace by Qi Yao. "How dare you speak like that, Sister Chensi?" The moon goddess, her face contorted with disdain, summoned the man before her with a wave of her hand. Having witnessed Lin Chensi's past life, she harbored no fondness for the man who had cast a lifelong shadow over her. Her formidable divine consciousness penetrated the man's mind, swiftly unveiling the entirety of Lin Chensi's present life. Lin Chensi's experiences in this life were markedly different from those of her previous existence. As the 7 absolute immortal maiden, she quickly gained the strength to resist and ultimately slay this man upon her rebirth. Yet, Lin Chensi chose not to exact vengeance. Instead, she opted to rescue her serpent mother. Remarkably, Lin Chensi did not flee from this place, but returned to the small dark room that had once been a source of childhood trauma. She curled up in the shadows, allowing the man to visit daily to inflict torment upon her. Thus, throughout these years of rebirth, she had endured suffering day and night. Sensing the turmoil enveloping Lin Chensi, the moon goddess and her companions fell into a profound silence. They understood well that Lin Chensi's actions stemmed from 2 motives. 1, to await the arrival of Lin Yang in this life, and the other, to atone for her past betrayal. Only by immersing herself in pain could Lin Chensi continue to exist. I shall seek no more revenge. I desire my master. In the darkness, Lin Chenxi's murmurs reached Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. They too had experienced emotions akin to Lin Chenxi's. Now, they found themselves engulfed in the anguish of regret. Were they in Lin Chenxi's position, they would likely make the same choice. Physical pain was trivial compared to the wounds of the heart, which were truly beyond healing. With a voice choked with emotion, Xiao Yueshi slowly spoke, "Sister Chenxi, please come with us. Brother Lin Yang, he may never return." In response, only a low murmur emerged. "I shall seek no more revenge. My master will return." Xiao Yueshi opened her mouth, wishing to persuade Lin Chenxi further, but found herself at a loss for words. In the dim confines of the small dark room, silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the chilling air and Lin Chenxi's whispered incantations. "My master will come." Meanwhile, a softly glowing flying vessel sped forward. The moon goddess, Xiao Yueshi, and their companions occupied this craft, yet the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yueshi sighed. "Sister Chenxi still refuses to leave with us." In recent days, they had remained by Lin Chenxi's side, earnestly imploring her to depart with them. But to no avail. Lin Chenxi continued to huddle in that small dark room, unwilling to take a single step away. They all understood. Lin Chenxi was punishing herself through such means. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to persuade her. Ultimately, Xiao Yueshi and her companions had no choice but to abandon their intention of taking Lin Chenxi away. Shun Liuli maintained a calm demeanor and softly remarked, "Once we reach the outer sky and speak with Sister Qi Yao, we will clarify everything regarding Brother Lin Yang and then accompany Sister Chenxi." Originally, both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli preferred to avoid contact with others. However, given Lin Chenxi's current state, which mirrored their own predicament, Shun Liuli found herself less concerned about such matters. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly and said, "Very well, let's first clarify everything with Sister Qi Yao, and then we shall be by Sister Chenxi's side." The moon goddess, observing Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, felt a slight furrow form in her elegantly arched brows. Her crimson lips moved as if to speak to them, but ultimately, she refrained, sighing inwardly. Let Sister Qi Yao explain these truths to them personally. With the moon goddess leading the way, it was no arduous task for Xiao Yueshi and her companions to journey to the outer sky. The outer sky lies beyond the Lingxian continent, filled with abundant spiritual energy, ensuring that any infant born there possesses exceptional cultivation talent. Hence, everyone in the outer sky is a practitioner, and the number of skilled individuals surpasses that of the Lingxian continent. Even practitioners from the Lingxian continent, upon reaching a certain level of strength, venture to the outer sky in search of opportunities. In the eyes of countless practitioners, the Lingxian continent is merely a lower realm, while the outer sky is the true upper realm. Even the supreme heavenly palace, crafted by Lin Yang in a past life, is located in the outer sky. The moon goddess maneuvered the flying vessel through the chaotic currents surrounding the Lingxian continent before entering a colossal vortex, the gateway to the outer sky. Both the vibrant chaotic currents and the vortex gateway of the outer sky are considered the pinnacle of scenery within the world of Lingxian continent. In their previous life, Xiao Yueshi and her companions often came to admire such beauty. Yet now, they found themselves devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. Silently seated within the vessel, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli contemplated how they would convey the matter of Lin Yang to Sister Qi Yao upon their meeting. Though their experiences were sufficient to illustrate that they had indeed misunderstood Lin Yang, they harbored concerns regarding Sister Qi Yao's strong and domineering nature, fearing their explanations might not suffice to persuade her. Boom! Just as Xiao Yueshi and her companions entered the outer sky, a torrent of spiritual energy surged around them, accompanied by flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. This phenomenon captivated the attention of all within the outer sky. The moon goddess and her companions quickly moved to the front of the vessel, gazing intently into the distance. It is the tribulation of immortals. Little did we expect that upon our arrival in the celestial realm, someone would transcend the sacred domain and ascend to become an immortal. Xiao Yueshi gazed ahead and spoke. This particular tribulation was one they had encountered in their previous lives, and thus they were well aware of its significance. Had it been in their former existence, they might have approached the newly ascended immortal with eagerness to forge a connection. However, in their current state, such sentiments eluded them entirely. Just as they turned to retreat to their flying vessel, a colossal ethereal figure suddenly emerged above them. This apparition took the form of a woman, exuding noble grace and regal elegance, adorned in resplendent palace attire that instilled a sense of inferiority in those who beheld her. Accompanying the manifestation of this figure was an even more resounding proclamation. I, Qi Yao, hereby establish the supreme heavenly palace today. Chapter 99. The celestial maiden Shui Linglong, Sister Qi Yao, is establishing the supreme heavenly palace? Upon hearing this resounding voice, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli were immediately taken aback, lifting their gazes toward the sky. The majestic figure that now graced the heavens was unmistakably their sister, Qi Yao, from their memories. Qi Yao, hailing from the illustrious Yaoqi clan, emanated an air of regal elegance that was beyond imitation by others. Beside them, the moon goddess also looked up at Qi Yao's ethereal projection. A trace of a smile gracing her features as she remarked, I did not anticipate that Sister Qi Yao would surpass me in reaching the realm of immortality. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli exchanged astonished glances, questioning the moon goddess. Sister Moon Goddess, are you implying that the one who just transcended the tribulation is Sister Qi Yao? They had just witnessed someone undergoing the celestial tribulation, and they could hardly fathom that it was Qi Yao who had ascended. In her previous life, Qi Yao had only broken through to the saint realm over a century from this moment. If she were to achieve immortality now, it would be 100 years earlier than in her past existence. The moon goddess nodded gently, affirming, indeed, our cultivation time has always been significantly longer than yours. In our previous life, we were hindered by certain adversities, which kept us trapped in the saint realm for many years. It was only after we met Lin Yang and you that we successfully ascended to the realm of immortality. However, this life is different. Armed with the experiences of our past, we can easily breach the immortal realm. When I set out to find you, Sister Qi Yao was already attempting her breakthrough, and now her wish has finally come to fruition. Qi Yao and the moon goddess were indeed the eldest among the 7 peerless celestial maidens. While Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli were slightly surprised by Qi Yao's rapid ascent to immortality, they found it understandable. What truly astonished them was Qi Yao's intention to establish the supreme heavenly palace. It was noteworthy that in their previous life, the supreme heavenly palace was single-handedly founded by Lin Yang. Qi Yao's current actions seemed to mirror his path. Perceiving the confusion on Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli's faces, the moon goddess smiled gently and clarified, though we do not condone Lin Yang's indiscriminate slaughter, many of his plans were commendable. For instance, the creation of the supreme heavenly palace. Sister Qi Yao and I had previously agreed that once any of us reached the immortal realm, we would immediately rebuild the supreme heavenly palace. Taking a few steps forward, the moon goddess gazed into the distant heavens, continuing, the Lingxian continent is currently in disarray and indeed requires a supreme heavenly palace to guide its progress. Moreover, Sister Qi Yao's establishment of the supreme heavenly palace serves another significant purpose. Another significant purpose? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli looked at the moon goddess with eager curiosity. Yet, the moon goddess abruptly halted, choosing not to elaborate further, shaking her head and saying, never mind. You will soon meet Sister Qi Yao, and then you will naturally understand her intentions. The moon goddess's reticence left Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli with no option but to keep their curiosity to themselves, contenting themselves with the anticipation of what was to come. At this moment, they found themselves in the celestial realm, and in just a short while, they would meet the illustrious Sister Qi Yao, who had recently ascended to immortality. A lightly glowing flying vessel, illuminated by a gentle moonlight, traversed the lofty skies of this divine expanse. Within less than half a day, a colossal mountain, resembling a magnificent lotus flower, emerged before them. This breathtaking mountain, known as Yaoshi Mountain, served as the sacred ground for the Yaoqi clan, and it was here that Qi Yao resided. Within Yaoshi Mountain, outsiders were prohibited from flying freely. Thus, as they approached, the moon goddess chose to retract their vessel and proceed on foot. However, before they could fully enter Yaoshi Mountain, a figure clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and her exquisitely refined features almost ethereal, approached them with swift steps. Upon seeing the moon goddess and her companions, the girl's flawless visage lit up with joy as she waved, exclaiming, "Sister Moon Goddess, Sister Yueshi, Sister Lioli, you have finally arrived." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, upon seeing the approaching girl, mirrored her delight, greeting her with enthusiastic waves. Linglong. This seemingly perfect girl was named Shui Linglong, one of their 7 transcendent fairies. However, unlike the others, Shui Linglong was not of any race from the Lingxian continent. She was a being formed from the convergence of celestial energies, nurtured by the heavens, and thus deemed a celestial maiden. Renowned as the most exquisite woman in the Lingxian continent, Shui Linglong embodied perfection in physique, appearance, and cultivation talent. While Xiao Yueshi and her companions were already breathtakingly beautiful, standing together, they resembled a gathering of resplendent blossoms, each unique in their charm, making it challenging to discern who was the fairest. Yet, whenever Shui Linglong was present, it was undeniable that she eclipsed them all in beauty. Although the moon goddess had previously mentioned that Shui Linglong had long arrived in the celestial realm, the joy of reuniting with her was palpable for Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli. After exchanging pleasantries, Shui Linglong glanced down at the Tianyi sword held by Xiao Yueshi, her expression turning somber. With a sigh, she remarked, "I have heard about the matters concerning you and Sister Jian. Although your current situation is indeed dire, our gathering here, combining our collective wisdom, will surely enable you to regain your former selves." At the mention of this, the smiles on Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli's faces faded swiftly. Shaking her head, Xiao Yueshi sighed, "Let us discuss this later, dear Linglong. Please, guide us to Sister Qi Yao. We have important matters to convey to her." Shui Linglong nodded slightly and replied, "Sister Qi Yao has been awaiting your arrival. However, she has just recently broken through to the immortal realm and requires some time to stabilize her newfound power, which is why she could not personally greet you. Otherwise, Sister Qi Yao would undoubtedly have come to welcome you herself." As she explained, Shui Linglong led Xiao Yueshi and her companions deeper into the heart of Yaoshi Mountain. Qi Yao holds a position of great esteem within the Yaoqi clan, and having recently transcended to the realm of immortals, her status has naturally ascended even further. Shui Linglong and her companions are her friends, and within Yaoqi Mountain, none would dare to provoke them. Under Shui Linglong's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the exterior of a grand palace atop Yaoqi Mountain. Pointing toward the majestic structure, Shui Linglong smiled and remarked, "Sister Qi Yao resides within. We shall enter and soon meet her." Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli nodded slightly, both able to distinctly sense Qi Yao as formidable aura emanating from within the palace ahead. However, their attention was drawn to a lifeless body lying outside the palace. Chapter 100. The truth from the previous life. Yaotai Mountain serves as the sacred ground for the Yaotai clan, a place where no cultivator dares to create a disturbance. Yet, at this moment, outside the palace where Qi Yao resides, a corpse is ominously suspended. Such an unusual occurrence naturally draws attention, especially from Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli, who gaze in astonishment at the lifeless body hanging before them. They instantly recognize it as the corpse of Yi Chun, the fated son they had encountered previously. Xiao Yueshi had once harbored the desire to kill Yi Chun, but he managed to escape. She had not given it much thought since then, nearly forgetting about his existence. To her surprise, Yi Chun now appears here, lifeless. After staring at the corpse for a few moments, Xiao Yueshi can no longer contain her curiosity and inquires, "Linglong, what on earth happened? How did Yi Chun's body come to be here?" Shui Linglong glances at the corpse, her face reflecting a trace of astonishment as she responds, "Sister, you have met this person before? His name is indeed Yi Chun. Not long ago, he suddenly appeared in the outer heaven and sought to forge a connection with Sister Qi Yao. In a fit of rage, Sister Qi Yao killed him outright. If that were the end of it, she would not have left his body here. Shen Liuli sighs softly and speaks thoughtfully. I fear Sister Qi Yao may wish to ascertain whether he truly is the fated son, as Brother Lin Yang claimed. That could explain her actions and the decision to leave his remains. Shui Linglong chuckles lightly. Sister is correct. When Yi Chun first appeared, both Sister Qi Yao and I were exceedingly curious, which led Sister Qi Yao to take decisive action, wanting to uncover what made this so-called fated son unique. Who would have anticipated he would be so easily slain? Moreover, she adds with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, in the previous life. Lin Yang praised this so-called fated son to such an extent, asserting that he possessed a destiny so profound that he would be difficult to kill. Even if slain, he would turn misfortune into fortune and escape death. Thus, I suggested to Sister Qi Yao that we leave his body here to see if he could indeed evade death. Her words provoke a collective shake of the head from those around her. Given Shui Linglong's whimsical nature, it is evident that this idea originated from her. The moon goddess shakes her head and remarks, his essence has completely dissipated. How could he possibly be revived? It is folly for Sister Qi Yao to indulge in such nonsense. Shui Linglong, with a playful smile, refrains from countering the moon goddess's words and instead continues. We should hasten to find Sister Qi Yao. She may already be growing impatient. Indeed, we too are eager to meet Sister Qi Yao. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli promptly concur. Though the sudden appearance of Yi Chen's corpse astonishes Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, they dismiss it from their minds. Their thoughts now occupied with how to explain everything concerning Lin Yang to Qi Yao as they step further into the palace. A woman clad in an opulent palace gown, exuding an air of regal elegance, appeared before them. Although her back was turned, the overwhelming aura of dominance she radiated rendered it difficult to gaze upon her. Sister Qi Yao. The sight of this dignified woman elicited a solemn expression even from the moon goddess. This Sister Qi Yao was, in her previous life, the eldest among the 7 absolute female immortals. In this incarnation, her presence seemed even more formidable than in the past. Upon hearing the voices of the moon goddess and her companions, the woman in the palace attire slowly turned, revealing a striking visage imbued with nobility. My dear sisters, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. A faint smile graced Qi Yao's lips, her voice calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable power that resonated in their ears. Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, initially prepared to meet Qi Yao and explain everything, found their emotions spiraling out of control at the sight of their elder sister. Their voices trembling as they exclaimed, Sister, we have finally found you. Observing the emotional turmoil of Xiao Yueshi and her companion, Qi Yao furrowed her brow and stepped closer. Sighing softly, I'm already aware of your circumstances. I shall expedite your escape from this predicament. Let Sister Jian reveal herself. For this is our first reunion since our rebirth, and it is time for us to converse earnestly, including the second sword, which resided within the celestial intent sword. 6 of the 7 absolute female immortals were now gathered here. Xiao Yueshi nodded slightly, gesturing to retrieve the celestial intent sword and placing it aside. With a flash of brilliance, the figure of the second sword gradually materialized upon the celestial intent sword. Witnessing the somewhat dazed expression of the second sword, Qi Yao and her companions could not help but sigh. At that moment, Xiao Yueshi had adjusted her mindset and eagerly spoke, Sister Qi Yao, we have confirmed the events of our past life. Brother Lin Yang did not deceive us. His actions against those individuals were indeed preparations for the impending upheaval of darkness. We misjudged him. Shun Liuli, equally agitated, cast an imploring glance at Qi Yao, prepared to elucidate if Qi Yao doubted Xiao Yueshi's words. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. As Qi Yao listened to Xiao Yueshi's account, her expression remained utterly unperturbed. She simply nodded and replied, We are already aware of this. Thus, I have sent Sister Moon Goddess to seek you out and even to preemptively establish the supreme celestial palace, all in preparation to combat the darkness that looms over this era. What? Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli were momentarily taken aback. Even the second sword, who had appeared somewhat dazed, now regarded Qi Yao with astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yueshi fixed her gaze on Qi Yao and shook her head, saying, "Sister, I speak of events from our past life. In that life, we united against Brother Lin Yang due to our misunderstanding of his actions. Qi Yao's countenance, adorned with regal elegance, remained unervingly tranquil. With a serene expression, she gazed at Xiao Yueshi, waiting for her to falter in speech before slowly articulating, 'Sister Yueshi, have you not yet grasped my words? I am saying that in our previous life, we were already aware of these matters. We had long known that Lin Yang's every action was a preparation to combat the imminent chaos of darkness. You knew these things in the last life?' Xiao Yueshi, Shun Liuli, and the second sword all stood momentarily stunned. Their eyes first lingered on Qi Yao's face, then shifted to the moon goddess, and finally moved to Shui Linglong's countenance. Observing their expressions, serious yet eerily calm, Xiao Yueshi could not help but swallow hard and reaffirm, 'Elder sister, are you saying that in the previous life, you, Sister Moon Goddess, and Sister Linglong were all aware that we had misunderstood Brother Lin Yang?' Chapter 101. The break Xiao Yueshi's gaze was fixed intently on the faces of Qi Yao and the others. Not just her, but Shun Liuli and the second sword shared the same sentiment. The words spoken by Qi Yao moments ago had profoundly shaken their spirits. In their previous life, they had united to resist Lin Yang, striving to halt his relentless slaughter of the innocent, to exterminate evil and uphold justice, all for the future of the Lingxin continent. Thus, prior to their rebirth, they had believed themselves blameless. It was only after their resurrection that they finally grasped the entire truth, filled with remorse for their past decisions. But now, Qi Yao had revealed to them that this truth had been known to her and her companions in their previous life. If you were already aware that Lin Yang's actions were in service of the Lingxin continent, then why did you choose to betray him? The silence from Qi Yao and her companions compelled Xiao Yueshi to speak once more. Her complexion was pale, her eyes filled with confusion and despair. Had they known these truths in their past life, they would never have chosen to betray Lin Yang, nor would they have severed ties with him. Upon hearing Xiao Yueshi's inquiry, Qi Yao remained silent, while the moon goddess, with a soft sigh, addressed her, "Dear sisters, it is true that we were aware of the dark turmoil in our previous life, but we do not believe that Lin Yang's actions were justified. Indeed," Shui Linglong chimed in, "Sisters, it is a fact that Lin Yang slaughtered the beings of the Lingxin continent, even if it was in opposition to the impending dark turmoil. His actions were still excessive." Excessive? Where's the excess? Xiao Yueshi could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming, "Everything Lin Yang did was for the sake of the Lingxin continent. He acted without selfish motives. What right do we have to claim he was excessive? Enough." A stern rebuke suddenly emanated from Qi Yao. Her gaze swept over the faces before her, and she spoke calmly. "The events of our past life have come to pass. We cannot remain mired in it. What matters most now is to confront the impending dark turmoil." Xiao Yueshi's attention snapped back to Qi Yao. Her pale face stared intently at Qi Yao, and after a long pause, she let out a bitter laugh. To forget the past and resist the dark turmoil. How absurd. Sister, this may be the last time I call you that. Had we not betrayed Lin Yang, there would have been no need for you to worry about confronting the dark turmoil. Qi Yao's brow furrowed slightly. "Sister Yueshi, there are many things you do not understand. But remember this, our choices in the past life were not wrong." Xiao Yueshi glared at Qi Yao, gritting her teeth. "Then tell me, what is your reason for betraying Lin Yang?" Qi Yao's body trembled, her face paled slightly, yet she bit her lip and said nothing. However, it was Shui Linglong who stepped forward and said, "Lin Yang intends to completely annihilate the Yaoqi clan led by Sister Qi Yao. Is this reason not sufficient?" What? At this revelation, Xiao Yueshi and the others were left in utter astonishment. Shui Linglong wore a cold smile as she continued, "Sister Qi Yao and the Yaoqi clan have wholeheartedly supported Lin Yang and have been his greatest ally in establishing the supreme heavenly palace. Yet, he repays their kindness with malice, seeking to eradicate the Yaoqi clan. Do you truly believe that Sister Qi Yao's opposition to him is excessive?" This statement stripped Xiao Yueshi of her confidence. After all, everything Shui Linglong had articulated was indeed the truth. However, Beside her, Shun Liuli spoke softly. Senior brother Lin Yang would never engage in such treachery. If he seeks to destroy the Yaoqi clan, there must be a reason. There's a reason. Qi Yao interjected with an indifferent expression. He claims that my Yaoqi clan is merely puppets of dark turmoil. Should I believe him? What? Senior brother Lin Yang truly said such a thing? Shun Liuli's expression shifted to one of shock, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Sister, you must have seen our situation. Senior brother Lin Yang has never deceived us, so he certainly has not deceived you. You must be cautious of your own kin. Though Xiao Yueshi and the second sword still bore expressions of anger, upon hearing Qi Yao's words, they too were engulfed by worry, feeling as though they were ensnared in a den of thieves. Their glances at their surroundings turned peculiar. If the entire Yaoqi clan were indeed puppets of dark turmoil, then their current predicament was likely dire indeed. The subtle movements of the three did not escape Qi Yao's notice, inciting her ire. I am far more aware of the Yaoqi clan's circumstances than you are, so there is no need for your concern. Now that you are all informed, I must ascertain whether you will stay and assist me in combating the dark turmoil. Upon hearing this, both the moon goddess and Xue Linglong took 2 steps toward Qi Yao, standing by her side as a gesture of support. However, Xiao Yueshi, Shun Liuli, and the second sword exchanged glances, their faces clouded with despondency. The revelations they had encountered today had struck them profoundly, leaving their minds in turmoil, especially the second sword, whose disposition was one of fierce righteousness. She had once severed ties with Lin Yang, driven by a pure heart to eliminate evil. Yet now, she felt that her past self was nothing but a jest. Casting a cold glance at Qi Yao and the others, the second sword spoke, "In our previous lives, you deceived us and used us as mere tools. How can we be certain that you do not intend to continue treating us as instruments?" The second sword's words made the moon goddess furrow her brow. "Sister sword, why must you speak so harshly? We have always regarded you as sisters. To refer to us as tools is excessively harsh." Sisters? As the second sword spirit, she was immediately filled with excitement. If we are regarded as sisters, then how could you withhold these truths from us, leading us to misunderstand Lin Yang completely and ultimately join you in attacking the supreme heavenly palace? Upon mentioning these matters, even the previously pallid faces of Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli turned ashen. Indeed, had they known these truths in their past life, they would never have chosen to betray Lin Yang. Observing the anger gradually manifesting on the faces of Xiao Yueshi and the others, Xue Linglong couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear sisters, do you wish to shift the burden of your own choices entirely onto others now?" Chapter 102. "I shall outdo you," pointing at Xiao Yueshi. Xue Linglong remarked, "For instance, dear sister Yueshi, you have grown up alongside Lin Yang, and thus, you are intimately acquainted with him. Lin Yang has done so much for you. Theoretically, you should be the one he trusts most in the spirit mystic continent. Yet, mere whispers from others have led you to distrust him. Can we truly be blamed for this?" She then directed her finger toward Shun Liuli. "And you, sister Liuli, your pride has made you feel inferior to us, believing that Lin Yang deprived you of your toxic body, and this resentment has lingered within you since the beginning. Even if you come to know the entire truth, as long as this bitterness remains, you would still join us in our assault on the supreme heavenly palace." Xue Linglong's words caused Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli to tremble, their faces paling. By this point, both had already shed tears of regret. Yet, Xue Linglong's statements brought forth the very truths they were most reluctant to confront. With a cold huff, Xue Linglong's gaze settled on the second sword. "Sister sword, your character is one that despises evil. The reason you chose to betray Lin Yang was indeed to eradicate demons and uphold justice, which I admire. However," her tone turned grave, "although we have not revealed the truth regarding the dark turmoil to you, Lin Yang has emphasized it to you countless times. It is you who refuse to believe him. Can we be held accountable for that? Among us, Lin Yang holds you in the highest regard and has done the most for you. If you do not trust his words, will you truly believe ours?" Thus, Xue Linglong surveyed Xiao Yueshi and the others, her tone tinged with disdain. "Ultimately, it is clear that you have never genuinely trusted Lin Yang in your hearts, which led to the choices you made in your past life. It is far too late for you to seek to absolve yourselves of this responsibility. Her words left Xiao Yueshi and the others ashen-faced, devoid of any desire to refute her. For what Xue Linglong articulated was indeed the truth. In a previous life, Lin Yang had told them everything. It was their unwillingness to believe him that resulted in their betrayal and the subsequent assault on the supreme heavenly palace. Indeed, we cannot blame you. It is we who are at fault, murmured Xiao Yueshi and the others in unison. Observing their despondent expressions, Qi Yao sighed, "Sisters, the events of the past life are behind us. Do not linger in bygone sorrows. I assure you that in this life, I will lead the spirit mystic continent through the crisis of dark turmoil. I will undoubtedly surpass what Lin Yang accomplished in our previous existence." After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli slowly raised their heads. "In our current state, we cannot assist you, so we shall not hinder your progress any longer." With that, Xiao Yueshi reached for the heavenly will sword, where the second sword resided. Two figures, armed with a sword, slowly turned and walked towards the outside world, their gazes fixed upon the retreating silhouettes of Xiao Yueshi and her companions. The moon goddess intended to speak a few words of persuasion, yet was halted by Qi Yao's outstretched hand. It was futile. From the moment they comprehended the truth, the three of them had already harbored resentment towards us. Forcing them to stay would yield no results. A hint of helplessness graced the moon goddess's previously serene visage as she remarked, "My delay in revealing these truths stemmed from a fear of this very outcome. Alas, it appears that all of this was unavoidable." Qi Yao's expression grew serious as she stated, "There is no time to dwell on such matters. Our immediate priority is to prepare for the impending chaos of darkness. From now on, it is solely you two who can assist me." The moon goddess and Xue Linglong exchanged solemn glances, responding in unison, "Of course. We shall heed your commands, elder sister." Qi Yao nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the moon goddess. "Sister moon goddess, you must strive to break through to the realm of immortality swiftly, and then lead your moon goddess clan to Tainwei, with my Yaoqi clan alongside your moon goddess clan. The supreme heavenly palace we establish will undoubtedly surpass the one led by Lin Yang in the last life." The moon goddess's expression turned grave as she affirmed, "Very well. I shall return to the moon goddess palace immediately and enter seclusion to break through. With the experiences of my past life, I am confident I can achieve this within a year. When the time comes, I shall personally lead the moon goddess clan to unite with you, Sister Qi Yao." In Tainwei, before Qi Yao could utter another word, Xue Linglong, filled with eagerness, interjected, "Elder sister, what can I do to assist you?" With a sigh of exasperation, Qi Yao gently ruffled Xue Linglong's hair, saying, "You need only to speak less when you encounter Sister Yueshi and the others." Xue Linglong pouted, but refrained from arguing. Qi Yao continued, "Sister Linglong, you are a celestial maiden formed from the convergence of heavenly spiritual energy. Your essence is pure and unblemished, naturally attuned to the arrival of dark forces. Thus, you must remain vigilant for any anomalies in Lingshan continent. Should any dark presence emerge, you must notify me immediately. I will dispatch skilled individuals to eliminate these dark energies." "That is simple. I will not let you down, elder sister," Xue Linglong replied with a smile and a nod. After further deliberation regarding the impending dark turmoil, the moon goddess and Xue Linglong rose to take their leave, leaving Qi Yao alone within the grand hall. Yet, her countenance gradually unveiled a tinge of sorrow. With a wave of her hand, she summoned forth a surge of spiritual energy. In a corner behind her, ripples of spiritual energy manifested, revealing a simple offering table before her. Qi Yao approached the table slowly, her gaze fixated upon the tablet that bore an inscription, the divine Emperor Lin Yang's honor position. Beneath this, a smaller inscription read, "Wife, Qi Yao." This tablet had been quietly erected by Qi Yao the moment she realized that Lin Yang would no longer exist in this world. Whenever she found herself alone, she could not resist summoning the tablet, staring vacantly at the name inscribed upon it. The 7 immortal maidens, each once shared a profound bond with Lin Yang, and Qi Yao is no exception. In her previous life, she was clandestinely referred to as the Empress by countless individuals. Had it not been for the myriad of subsequent events, Qi Yao would have embraced the role of empress without hesitation. Alas, there are no what-ifs in her past existence. Torn between her kin and her beloved, she ultimately chose her kin. Once that choice was made, it became evident that she could no longer ascend as Lin Yang's empress. Lin Yang, mark my words, in this lifetime, I shall surpass you, for I can guide our people through the dark turmoil without the need to annihilate so many. Chapter 103. 3 Messages. Sister Moon Goddess, I must proceed to the Lingxian continent. Let's part ways here. Outside Yaotai Mountain, Shui Linglong and the Moon Goddess, having just emerged from within the mountain, stood together to bid farewell. Each had their own tasks to attend to, and thus could not journey together. Be careful, Linglong, the Moon Goddess urged with a face full of concern, watching as Shui Linglong departed. Once Shui Linglong's figure faded from view, the Moon Goddess's brow furrowed slightly, and in an instant, she vanished from her spot. In another area outside Yaotai Mountain, Xiao Yueshi and her companions, having recently exited, were slowly making their way forward. Having just uncovered the truths of their previous lives, the 3 of them bore pallid expressions, akin to the color of death. After a prolonged silence, Shun Liuli could no longer contain herself and softly spoke. Sister Yueshi, Sister Jian, should we not return and discuss this matter with them? What more is there to discuss? The second sword, embodying the spirit of a weapon, was overwhelmed with uncontainable fury. Have you forgotten how they deceived us in our previous life? They incited us to assault the supreme heavenly palace, cried for the demise of Lin Yang, and even bound us with oaths to sever all ties with him. At that time, we trusted them wholeheartedly, yet they never regarded us as sisters. Upon hearing the second sword's words, a chill crept onto Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli's faces. Indeed, in their past lives, they had never doubted Qi Yao and the others. They had treated them as true sisters. Now, the harsh reality pierced their sincerity like a blade, leaving them wounded. Sisters? It's nothing but a farce. After a lengthy silence, Shun Liuli spoke again. Their betrayal and deception alone render any hope for reconciliation impossible. Yet, we have shared centuries as sisters. We cannot simply stand by and watch them plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. A hint of hesitation crossed Xiao Yueshi's face as she turned to Shun Liuli. Do you mean Lin Yang's judgment of our fates? Precisely. Shun Liuli sighed. In our previous life, Lin Yang declared that all 7 of us bore tragic destinies, including Qi Yao, the Moon Goddess, and Shui Linglong. Now, our fates have manifested as he foretold, and it seems Qi Yao and the others may follow suit. The second sword scoffed, if they too fall into the same fate. They will have brought it upon themselves. Our rebirth, resulting in this tragic fate, is a punishment from the heavens. We cannot escape it, nor shall they. With a character inherently averse to evil, the second sword's disdain had only intensified after becoming a sword spirit, rendering her more prone to extremism. At this moment, she harbored a growing animosity towards Qi Yao and the others, speaking with unreserved candor. Observing the furious countenance of the second sword, Xiao Yueshi gently shook her head and remarked, I believe that Sister Liuli is correct. After all, we have shared centuries as sisters. We cannot merely stand by and watch as they tread upon the same path we once did. We must devise a way to persuade them one last time. Regardless of whether they choose to believe us, we can at least hold our heads high with a clear conscience. The second sword cast a scornful glance over Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli, her ire palpable. I cannot repay malice with kindness. If you truly wish to persuade them, do so yourselves. I shall not be involved. With that, her figure vanished without a trace. As a spirit of the sword, she could effortlessly return to the Tianyi sword at any moment. Xiao Yueshi reached out to touch the Tianyi sword in her grasp, her expression tinged with helplessness. In the past, the second sword, though fiercely opposed to evil, had not been so extreme. Her current state was clearly a result of previous mental trauma. However, it was a relief that she now resided within the Tianyi sword, sparing her from immediate concern for the second sword's safety. Xiao Yueshi carefully stowed the Tianyi sword and turned to Shun Liuli, saying, Sister Liuli, I shall use a secret technique to convey a message to Qi Yao and the others, serving as our final counsel to them. Please help me consider what this message should entail. Shun Lioli nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. Qi Yao's choice to betray brother Lin Yang stems from his intent to annihilate the Yaoqi clan. The Yaoqi clan must harbor some issues if they could provoke such malice from him. Sister Yueshi, you should merely advise Qi Yao to be cautious of her kin moving forward. Very well. Xiao Yueshi swiftly performed a series of hand gestures. As her spiritual energy coalesced, a symbol composed solely of intent rapidly emanated from her hands, soaring towards the direction of Yaoqi Mountain, delivering the first message. While continuing to weave her hand gestures, she spoke, I will also relay this message to Linglong. Shui Linglong. In our previous life, Brother Lin Yang mentioned that while Shui Linglong is a celestial maiden, a favored child of the heavenly Tao, she is also susceptible to its assimilation, risking her very identity. I shall remind her not to pursue the power of the heavenly Tao too fervently. Shun Lioli nodded, remaining silent. The celestial maiden Shui Linglong was truly the most unique among them, possessing an eccentric personality and cultivating practices that starkly diverged from those of other practitioners. She was, after all, a celestial being, formed from the very essence of heaven and earth, hence her cultivation aligned with the heavenly Tao, granting her the ability to summon its formidable power. The notion of pure realms held little significance for her. This explained why Qi Yao had previously urged the moon goddess to hasten her ascension to the immortal realm, but had not pressed Shui Linglong in the same manner. As Xiao Yueshi dispatched the second message, only the final message remained, causing her to hesitate. Not only she, but even Shun Lioli wore a look of uncertainty. This last message was undoubtedly meant for the moon goddess. Despite her recent alignment with Qi Yao, the situation remained delicate. Moreover, among those who deceived and concealed the truth from them in their past life, the moon goddess was included. However, deep within their hearts, the two of them harbored little resentment or animosity towards her. This sentiment largely stemmed from the moon goddess's character. She was the most compassionate and kind-hearted among the seven. Unlike Lin Shenxi, who bore a flaw in her soul and was oblivious to the concept of evil, the moon goddess understood what malevolence entailed. Yet, she still chose to offer those wicked individuals a chance for redemption, personally guiding them towards goodness. The moon goddess's clan, known as the Moon God clan, serves as the guardians of the spirit mystic continent, with its members following the path of universal love in their cultivation. As a distinguished member of the Moon God clan, the moon goddess naturally traversed this path with greater depth and distance. Thus, even upon discovering that the moon goddess had participated in their deception, Xiao Yueshi and Shun Lioli still believed that she bore no ill intent towards them. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Yueshi lifted her gaze towards Shun Lioli and inquired, Sister, how should I convey this message to the moon goddess? Chapter 104. The moon goddess in action concerning Qi Yao and Shui Linglong. Xiao Yueshi had even ceased to refer to them as sisters. However, when it came to the moon goddess, Xiao Yueshi hesitated for a moment but did not alter her address. For deep down, she understood that regardless of the moon goddess's actions, her intentions were certainly not malevolent. Shun Lioli evidently shared a similar sentiment. After a brief pause, she inquired, Do you recall how senior brother Lin Yang assessed the fate of the moon goddess in our previous life? Indeed, Xiao Yueshi nodded, a reminiscent expression gracing her features. In our past existence, Lin Yang remarked that although the moon goddess possessed a pure disposition, she was excessively compassionate, which would ultimately lead to her suffering a backlash. Not only would her benevolent heart shatter, but she might also succumb to darkness. The term compassionate was originally non-existent in the Lingxian continent. Xiao Yueshi and the others had learned it from Lin Yang's lips. Although they were now aware of the contents Lin Yang had spoken of in their previous life, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the backlash he had referred to. This left them in a predicament. While they wished to caution the moon goddess, they were uncertain how to convey their warning effectively. After exchanging glances for a moment, Xiao Yueshi gritted her teeth and declared, Regardless, I shall relay everything we know to the moon goddess. Given her character, she will undoubtedly exercise caution upon receiving this information. Agreed, let's proceed as such. Shun Lioli concurred, nodding in affirmation. Immediately, Xiao Yueshi resumed her hand gestures, dispatching the third piece of information. To their astonishment, the third message did not soar away, but instead vanished abruptly above their heads, seemingly whisked away to realms beyond the heavens. Has the moon goddess departed for the celestial beyond so swiftly? Both Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli gazed upward in bewilderment for a moment before shaking their heads and continuing onward. They felt they had done all that was within their power. Even if Qi Yao and the others were to encounter unforeseen circumstances, they could do so with a clear conscience. Meanwhile, just above Xiao Yueshi and her companions, the moon goddess, cloaked in invisibility and entirely suppressing her aura, held a message just sent by Xiao Yueshi in her hand, bemused. After parting ways with Xue Linglong, she had stealthily followed behind Xiao Yueshi and her companions, concerned for their safety despite their previous fallout. To her surprise, she had not encountered any danger, but had instead overheard a conversation between Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli. Ultimately, she received the message Xiao Yueshi had sent, which nearly unveiled her presence. At this moment, the moon goddess remained hidden, silently hovering in the air. As she observed Xiao Yueshi and Shun Liuli advancing into the distance, she gradually followed suit, while simultaneously shattering the spiritual talisman containing the message sent by Xiao Yueshi. With the destruction of the talisman, a voice devoid of any emotion suddenly echoed in the mind of the moon goddess. The words spoken by this voice served as a cautionary warning, urging her to remain vigilant. Upon hearing this admonition, rather than feeling anger, the moon goddess smiled. Realizing that her sister, Xiao Yuexi, and the others still valued their sisterly bond, she resolved to wait for them to calm down before seeking ways to mend the rift between them, determined to restore their relationships to their former glory. In the ensuing days, the moon goddess discreetly trailed behind Xiao Yuexi and her companions. After distancing themselves from Yaotai Mountain, they ultimately chose a secluded spot in the outer heaven to hide away temporarily. The moon goddess personally set up numerous protective formations around their sanctuary before slipping away, fully aware that Xiao Yuexi and her companions likely did not wish to see her at this moment. Thus, she remained unseen throughout. Once she had departed from their vicinity, the moon goddess radiated brilliant moonlight, her speed exponentially increasing under its influence. Having quietly safeguarded Xiao Yuexi and her companions for several days, she realized she had delayed her return for too long. She needed to hasten back to the moon goddess clan's moon palace in the shortest time possible and strive to break through her current limitations. With Qi Yao having just established the supreme heavenly palace, she was severely short-staffed. The moon goddess needed to rally the elite of her clan to support